Hello, my name is Rodolfo Okonkwo. Welcome to a very special edition of Have Your Say 247. We're going to have a special conversation, and after that, we will have our regular show. They came to America, all the way from Nigeria. In 2005, they incorporated the Christ Anglican Church in Irvington, New Jersey. The church quickly thrived. It became a home away from home for most of their members. In 2014, it became affiliated with the Diocese of Kenya West under Bishop Orji. Then politics crept in, then issues with tribal affiliations, then issues with accountability. Election into the vestry became a do-or-die affair. Auditing the account of the church became a no-go area. Before long, there were divisions within the church. It led to protests and demonstrations. And finally, on December 4, 2022, it became a public embarrassment as church members went after each other. Bishops, venerable, and the vestry were at each other's throats, with children watching, and law enforcement invited to calm the situation down. As expected, the matter is now in a US court. This could have been any other Nigerian organization in America. It could have been the People's Club. It could have been your hometown's association. It could have been any Nigerian professional organization in the US. Let me begin by saying that we extended an invitation to Bishop Felix Orji. He reached out to us in a text message. He wrote, "Due to ongoing litigation, I can't make any comment on this issue." We also reached out to Bishop Kenneth Ross of the Rocky Mountain Diocese. We got a reply from the Reverend Canon Justin Murff, the Executive Director of the Anglican Office for Government and International Affairs. His response was this: "Given the current legal situation and the multiple hearings in criminal and civil courts surrounding the illegal trespassing, assault, and destruction of property by members of the Church of Nigeria, the Anglican Church in North America, its bishop and clergy are unable to offer any further comments or interviews at this time due to ongoing litigation." We also reached out to the parish priest, Venerable Kingsley Obiorah. He also refused to join our conversation. But joining us today to discuss the crisis at Christ Anglican Church in Irvington, New Jersey, the role of the Church of Nigeria, is Bishop Augustine Unuigbe. He will talk about the state of the Anglican Church in America and in Nigeria. He will also talk about how, at the core of it, what happened in Irvington is not different from what happens in other Nigerian organizations in America. Bishop Unuigbe, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Rudolph. How are you today? Okay, we're back. Okay, we're good.
Oh, thank you so much for being here, Bishop. We appreciate your time and being able to join us for this conversation. So let me start from the very beginning. Why Anglican churches being established in America? You were ordained in Nigeria, I believe.
Yes.
What led to the coming in of Anglican churches in America?
Okay. Well, I was ordained in Nigeria 2001, and shortly after, I got an invitation from the Episcopal Church to work here under the Episcopal Diocese of New Jersey. But shortly after, that was 2003, and shortly after starting my job in the diocese, if you remember very well, about summer 2003 was the consecration of G. Robinson, a man same-sex in a same-sex relationship, which is in the Anglican Communion still unacceptable by our standard. So, but then the Episcopal Church had moved rapidly towards the left, and against the wishes of the other provinces in the Anglican Communion, they unilaterally took a position. And so, and there were a lot of pleas and attempts by primates from other provinces to try to convince the Episcopal Church to stay action on this, but they unilaterally took a position, and from then on, the Church of Nigeria led a movement, because what then happened was, the moment that decision was taken and Jean Robinson was consecrated, the Nigerian churches, the Anglicans in the Episcopal Church were just moving out in droves. They were leaving and going to mainline, Pentecostal churches and non-denominational churches. I know a lot of people moved. So the Church of Nigeria had to do something to keep their members, who were very much aggrieved by the decision of the Episcopal Church. Now, so on one side, you had the Church of Nigeria and the rest of the provinces, the rest of the world. They were aggrieved by this. They were already planning on reaction to this. And then in the Episcopal Church itself, they were divided. So you had those who were not in agreement with that decision, even though majority of the Episcopal Church took the decision. There was a good number of bishops and dioceses who were not in agreement. So what you now had was that the Church of Nigeria announced that they were coming to start their own mission in America, as the primate Akinola called it. They were bringing lifeboats, all right? They were bringing lifeboats to take out people from the sinking. If you remember the state of the Titanic, at the time the Titanic was sinking, if you watch the Titanic, they had to bring lifeboats to take people off. And that was exactly how we saw it. Nigeria came in to bring in lifeboats to save people who were in a sinking ship, the Episcopal Church. And so that was the origin of this. So they started the church planting. And by the way, and that's one side of the story. Preceding this, there were already people who had started what they call the Igbo Anglican churches. So the church in Irvington, for example, started about 1997, 98, 99, about then. There were a couple of them that started like that. Their own original vision was to create a mission that was aimed at keeping the culture of Igbos. Now remember that we now have immigrants from, parents who are now joining in the immigration movement. Some of them don't understand English. Some of them prefer to have worship in their dialects. So with that, they started having these Igbo churches started we have some in the Northeast, we have some in Texas, some in California. There were a few of them, but with this development in the Episcopal Church, that heightened and exacerbated the problem. And so you now had churches that were being started, those that were already started. And then when Archbishop Akinola declared that he was coming to start the mission in America, in fact, by the way, the initial registration of that church, I have the registration papers. It was Convocation of Anglican Nigerians in America, Canon. But shortly before that materialized, the people, the other half of the Episcopal Church who were not in agreement with the mainline Episcopal Church, led by Bob Duncan and other bishops, they reached out to the Church of Nigeria and basically said, hey, you guys want to move, you want to form a movement. Why don't we partner together and let's do this together? So Church of Nigeria, along with the bishops who were in disagreement with the Episcopal Church, all came together and started forming an alternate parallel Anglican church in America. Now, you have the CANA, Convocation of Anglicans in North America, with the consecration of the first bishop, Bishop Martin Mims, who is an American. Of course, he was from Britain, but immigrated to America, was in the Episcopal Church for many years, and then he became the first bishop that was consecrated by the Church of Nigeria. And then later, other bishops, Kenya consecrated bishops, Uganda consecrated bishops, Rwanda consecrated bishops. In fact, Rwanda consecrated bishops before Church of Nigeria. All right. But those ones were preceding 2003. All right. So you now had all this coming together about 2009. Canaan and AMIA and other allied groups that disagreed with the Episcopal Church came together and now form what you now have as the Anglican Church in North America. I hope I've explained a little bit of the history.
That's thank you so much. So when the mission started coming into America, the fear was about the direction of the churches in America.
Correct.
Okay. And how do people feel about that now? You said that I will have to say this actually before I wanted to say this at the beginning, that I'm also a member of the Church of Anglican Church in Nigeria.
Not that. Right.
In Nigeria. So I for public disclosure. Okay. So is the issue that someone who is gay was consecrated bishop, was that the main issue, or were there other issues that led to
Well, it's one of the issues. For the Church of Nigeria, that was their main issue. Okay. But for the Episcopal Church, for the other provinces, it's not the only issue. Episcopal Church has had a lot of revisioning. If you read the history of the Episcopal Church, there have been movements at different points. When they changed the Book of Common Prayers, there was a group that disagreed with it. They broke away. When they started the ordination of women, there was a group that broke away and formed. They broke away. So every time there was a disagreement in the Episcopal Church, somebody broke away and formed something. So what you have today as ACNA, really, and that's why some of us, as much as people think that ACNA is very united, they're not as united as people think. Because there are people in ACNA who will never be under a female priest. They will never. There are people like that. There are people who will never use this current prayer book. They are stuck in the old prayer book. So there are movements that will happen based on theological disagreements. There were movements that happened based on disagreement over ordination of women into priesthood. You're not even talking about bishop, just even making women priests. There are people who disagree with it. Of course, in Church of Nigeria, we don't ordain women. We have not come to that. So I mean, it's been brought up a couple of times. It's been debated, and the debate didn't proceed. So so the major, of course, as they say, the reed that broke the camel's back on this issue was the consecration of Jim Robinson and the final vote by the Episcopal Church to authorize same-sex marriage. Now, remember that this is not a problem that is isolated. It's not restricted to only the US. In the Anglican Communion worldwide, as you are aware, recently GAFCON just made a statement and put out a statement where they clearly said the Archbishop of Canterbury does not have, really doesn't have any local standing right now to be the Archbishop of Canterbury, because he has sat and watched the church being torn apart by liberals and without offering any serious position. If there is anything, he has supported moves that have alienated more of the conservatives. And so, I mean, if you go to today, the the main church in England.
Okay. Yeah.
I've just lost my thought on that.
Yeah.
Well, the dean of the cathedral there is gay. And that was faced, I mean, recently there was a lot of outrage about that. So that the Church of England, the Episcopal Church, Australian Church, so it's all over the place. This is not a problem just for the US. It's a problem that is all over the whole globe. So just as we are forming parallel group in America, in UK, you also have parallel Anglican churches being formed. And then you have GAFCON, the Global Anglican Church, Global Anglican Movement, all right? GAFCON is basically a body that covers all these churches and dioceses and provinces that disagree with the stand of the Anglican Communion and have decided to form an Orthodox Bible-based Anglican Communion.
Okay, thank you so much for that explanation. Is it true? I recently saw a headline where the Archbishop of Canterbury said that there is no hell. Is that
well,
new doctrine?
I don't think those are the only things they have said. It's not only him. There have been major revisions about the Bible. That's why, if you ask my real problem with the current situation in the Anglican Communion, it's not about same-sex marriage. The fundamental problem is authority of the Bible. Same-sex marriage just happens to be one issue. The real problem is authority of the Bible. Where is the place of the Bible in the life of people? You know, as an Anglican, when you read the scriptures on Sunday, what do we say? This is the word of the Lord, right? And at the end of it, we all repeat, thanks be to God. So what the person is saying is, what I've just read from you, read to you, is the word of the Lord. And we all receive it and say, thanks be to God. So what happens is, back in your village, the woman who didn't go to church, didn't go to school, never schooled one day. They gave her a Bible, black, usually with black back, inside white. They give you a Bible. They brought it to us, right? Now, remember that in the authorship of the Bible, your forefathers were not part of it. My forefathers were not part of it. It was written, they edited, and had a right, they had a position, they had an opportunity to edit out anything they wanted to edit out, correct? So today, if, for example, if I find somebody who smokes, I can advise him on medical ground. Please, my brother, smoking is bad for you. But what I cannot pick out is a scripture that says don't smoke, right? So I will only talk to you as a on the medical ground. This is not good for you. But on the Bible, you have things that the Bible said, you shall not do this. You shall not do this, in black and white. And you are now coming and saying, well, that is not really what the Bible meant. Right? This is what the Bible meant. And you are now interpreting the scriptures to fit into what you want to hear. And this is where we have a problem, because it's not just the same-sex marriage. There are many issues that we are going to confront, all right? That when we get to it, we want a convenient pathway out of it and say, well, the Bible. So it's either, do we want to believe the Bible for what it says, or do we decide as a people, can we legislate the Bible and say, well, let us make a vote, Rudolph and others. Let us vote whatever position, all those who are for what the Bible says, say aye, any nays. Then the ayes have it. Then we say, okay, from now on, this is what, even though the Bible says this, we have agreed to edit that part of the Bible, and we will now take that out. That's where the real problem is. It is the authority of the Bible.
Okay, so far since the Church of Nigeria came to America, how has it been?
Since the church came to America?
Church of Nigeria came to America to rescue the people who were sinking, what will you say is
it's been moving progressively better and better. We've made major strides. For Anglican Diocese of the Trinity, for example, I know before we had the restructuring of the diocese, we had over 100 churches. All right, most of them were planted from the scratch. They were not transferred churches. They were not inherited, and some of them have bought their buildings. Some bought buildings that were existing. Some built theirs from the scratch, like the cathedral you have in Houston. Last year, the primate was here. He dedicated 2 buildings, one in New Jersey, one in Pennsylvania. My own church, we started it in 2012. We bought our building in 2000, bought our building and dedicated in 2014. Your own church in Queens, you bought your building and renovated the old building, and now you have a permanent church building in Queens. And so you go around the country, there are churches that started around 2005, 2006. Today, they now have their buildings, and the congregations are thriving and they are growing. In fact, from time to time, I go to programs, and the moment they see me, they say, "Oh, Bishop, oh, where are you?" I say, "I'm in US." "Oh, wow." And the next thing they tell me is, "Oh, I was an Anglican back home. When I came to the US, I didn't find an Anglican church. And so now I'm worshiping Redeem, or I'm worshiping CSC, or I'm worshiping in some other churches." So then the next thing they say, "Oh, Bishop, what does it take for us to plant a church? Start one." So we keep getting those requests, and that's what we're doing. We are planting churches, and the work is going on steadily.
Okay, so with success comes challenges, and what happened in New Jersey, we are going to zero in on it now, is one of those situations where there are challenges. And I want you to give us a little background of the church in Irvington and what happened there.
Okay, the church in Irvington, I know a little about them. We were together in the Diocese of New Jersey, by the way. So we date back to 2003 when I came to the country. At that time, the church was under the leadership of Venerable, then he was Canon Unuigbe. And they used to meet in Elizabeth. All right, they met in an Episcopal church in Elizabeth. They met I think they met in the afternoon. They had used the building for an afternoon service. And then sometime later, they moved into Newark area. And then subsequently from Newark, they moved into Irvington. And then after Unuigbe, there was Canon then Reverend Chukwuma Izwehe. Izwehe had a little problem with the church, and then Bishop Orji, they had a little conflict, which couldn't resolve it. But as with churches, conflict gives birth to another church. So Izwehe and a group quietly went and started a new church plant, Anglican Church of the Resurrection. And then they have grown, they have moved on. They bought their building. In fact, they will be hosting the Synod of ADOTT. And then the other half continued as Igbo Anglican Church. And then a new priest was assigned to them. Then he was Canon Ubadinobi, who later became Venerable Ubadinobi. And then he was there for, I think it was up to 2017, thereabout. And then he was transferred to Houston. At that time, Bishop Orji had moved into Houston. The cathedral, they were doing some major project, and then the priest was retiring. And so they needed a new priest. So Ubadinobi was reassigned he moved to Houston. And then at that time, Reverend Obiorah had just come in from Nigeria. And by the way, this is his first church assignment in America. He's a very young priest. These are some of the issues I personally have against. I find as a problem that he's dealing with. Because, you see, this work is an apprenticeship work. You have to learn on the job. You make mistakes, right? As priests, we make mistakes. Now, unfortunately, he is making his own mistakes in a very big church. That's the problem. The young priest, he's a venerable, but he's a very, very young priest. If you look at the ranking of, the listing of when he was ordained, a very, very young priest. But he was promoted rapidly and became a venerable from wasn't the canon, just moved from reverend to venerable. And one thing led to another. The church began to have internal crisis and conflict. And then between them, we kept hearing all kinds of little things here, one thing or the other. Bishop Orji tried to intervene. I'm very close to Bishop Orji, so we talk all the time. And I think he really fairly tried to intervene. Some church members will say he didn't intervene early and early enough. Some feel that he intervened, but they didn't think he was sincere in his intervention. So ultimately, the last issue they had was the issue about the election of the church in 2022 January. Now, from what I gather, their deadline for submission of ballots, for nominations, was supposed to be January 15th. But between Venerable Obiorah and members of his vestry, they made a decision to change that deadline for nominations to the 5th. And this was not communicated, according to members of the church, was not communicated to them. So the assumption was that the deadline was the 15th. And so when people took the forms they collected to submit to Venerable Obiorah, he told them the deadline had passed. And so that was, and the goal, and the accusation was that he had, over the years, directly manipulated the elections to make sure only people who agreed with him came on the vestry. And that was the major grievance of some of the members of the other group, that's not how it's done. The church is not about people who agree with you alone. The vestry has to be it has to represent everybody in the church. Well, that's what happened. Bishop Orji tried to intervene in that later when this whole matter, and then of course when they didn't allow the people to contest in the vestry election, that's when they started the first round of protests. If you remember, in 2022, January, February, there were protests. And so those first round of protests started because of this. And ordinarily, you would expect that the priest should call the people and say, hey, what's going on? Let us try and solve this problem. No, instead, he started bringing the police. And bringing the police was now causing more crisis. It escalated the problem. And this continued for months. In fact, when we went to the Synod, the Church of Nigeria Standing Committee in February, some bishops pulled me aside and said, Bishop Unuigbe, what is going on? What is going on in your state? Because remember that this church was not in our diocese, but it's in New Jersey. And so everybody assumed that since Bishop Unuigbe is in New Jersey, they called me. Why you can't even manage what is going on in your state? I said, it's not my church. It's under Bishop Orji, even though it's in New Jersey. So this continued over a period of time, causing embarrassment to everybody. I was personally feeling embarrassed by what was going on, right? And so, but we kept advising them, look, please, let's try to come together and solve this problem. And it just continued until we now heard that Bishop
Kenneth Ross.
Kenneth Ross had, well, let me take that back a little bit. So when this matter was boiling out all over the Nigerian press, everywhere, people were reporting it. The primate finally made the call to intervene. All right. Now, the idea was to call these two parties and say, hey, what is going on? The first misrepresentation initially was that the group that was protesting were no goods, they were drunkards, they were people who had no business in the church. And so that was actually the first way this was communicated to the Church of Nigeria. And so initially, the Church of Nigeria actually felt that this church, the priest, was under attack by people who were not even serious members of the church. But as we looked more and more into the case, we actually found out that no, some of the people who were in this other group were actually founding members of the church. And that was when this matter was now being taken more seriously. And then while the primate was trying to intervene, Venerable Obiorah jumped and went to the the Anglican Church in North America to basically get coverage. That's where I put it. He decided to get coverage so that he cannot be held accountable. And so when you now call him and say, hey, listen, we know how we order things in Nigeria. We know how things are done. Oh, no, I'm no more in Church of Nigeria. Nobody can talk to me. I'm no more in Church of Nigeria. I'm now under ACNA. Well, the ACNA and their membership in ACNA, that is a question that, the ACNA people have challenged them. I've said, listen, nobody is fighting against a church that legally voted to go and join ACNA. Okay? That's no problem. We've never had a problem with that. Rudolph, you remember we're in the same diocese, isn't it? Okay, I was in Cana East. Remember? Mm-hmm. I was in Cana East. My church had a conflict with Bishop Dobbs. When we had that conflict with Bishop Dobbs, we voted in our church to leave Bishop Dobbs, and we went through the normal procedure. We wrote our letters, we made the vote, and we submitted all the letters the way it's supposed to be done. About the same period when I was transferred from Bishop Dobbs' diocese to the Diocese of the Trinity, Bishop Dobbs also received a church from the Diocese of the Trinity. So we have transfers from diocese to diocese. It's never be a problem. The problem with this particular transfer was that it was not done according to the procedure. It wasn't done according to procedure. Procedure was not followed. And I'm still challenging ACNA. Let them show us how the procedure that was followed. The procedure wasn't followed. The church never had a vote to join ACNA. There was never any vote to join ACNA. There was never any vote. If they have the vote, let them show it to us. There was never any vote to join ACNA. It was just a select group of them who left, with Kingsley, not wanting to be held accountable, and went to get a license from Bishop Ross after his license was withdrawn by Bishop Orji. And by the way, Bishop Orji was his bishop at that time, and instructed Kingsley in writing, you need to conduct this election, reconduct the election, and you need to do the auditing of the church. This was communicated to him. Defiantly, he left and went to join Bishop Ross. And guess what? Even the Bishop Ross, now Bishop Ross is finding out the facts of the problem. Bishop Ross is not really interested in this church anymore. And that's the truth.
Yeah, thank you so much for that background information. I think we have a video of Bishop Ross talking about, a brief video of him talking about his relationship with the church. And let me also announce that in a few seconds, we are going to, maybe a few minutes, we're going to get our audience to join us. If you're a member of this church, whichever side you are, please join us in this conversation. I will share the link. But this is Bishop Ross, I believe, speaking about this church.
I just paid for my airfare, right? We are not here to place a burden on the church in any way. When I granted temporary episcopal oversight, Venerable Kingsley asked me, where do we send our tithe money in? I said, well, you don't send your tithe money to us because you're not part of our diocese yet. So we don't want your money because you're not part of us. So we are not here for your buildings or your money. We are not here to build our kingdom. I don't need more churches, just like when we...
All right. I'm sorry the video is upside down. I didn't know that. But that was Bishop Ross talking about the church and their relationship. So what then led to what happened on December 4th? Where...
All right. So December 4th, we had heard. Now, remember that by this time, there was already a disagreement over where this church belonged. Half of the church said they belong to Church of Nigeria. The other half said they belong to Bishop Ross and the Diocese of Rocky Mountains. When we heard about it, I was in New York for another program. Some of the members had called me and said they are aware that Bishop Ross is coming to the church on that Sunday to declare officially that that church now belongs to Diocese of Rocky Mountains, and that they were going to protest against it. They were going to go out and protest against his coming. I told them no matter how bad the situation is, you don't want to be rude to bishops. It will never be seen. People are not going to see it in a good light. It will paint you badly. So I said to them, why don't you... Bishop Ross had a program with them on Saturday, right? He was going to have a program on Saturday, and then on Sunday, the service. So I said to them, go on Saturday, sit down with him and talk with him about what's going on. Probably he's not aware of the real situation of things. So if you look at some of the videos, I'm sure you already saw some of the videos. In fact, the video you saw where Bishop Ross was explaining, we just saw now, that clip came from Saturday's meeting.
Okay.
In that Saturday's meeting, some of the members of the other group came to the meeting, and I had begged them, please, do not embarrass the Church of Nigeria. We are disciplined people. Don't be rude to any bishop. We weren't brought up that way. No matter how aggrieved you are not to be rude to bishops, right? So conduct yourself in a civil way. Go there, not threaten anybody. Just sit down and tell him exactly what is the problem, and let him know that this church has not officially voted to join him. And Bishop Ross admitted in that video, I have not officially accepted this church into our diocese. Okay? He admitted it, that he has not officially admitted. But then he came to the church to now officially announce that he's taking over the church. Now, this group met with him on Saturday. Everything was going on well. The questions and answer session were going on well, until Venerable Kingsley suddenly noticed that Bishop Ross was beginning to understand and get an understanding of what was going on. And you know what he did? No more questions. No more questions. No, nobody's taking any more questions. And that infuriated the members who were asking questions, and said, they started shouting that we're not kids. You cannot treat us like children. We have a right to let him know what's going on in our church. Of course, Kingsley started putting up the lights and closed the meeting, shut the meeting down. So a good meeting that was going the right direction, that could have made Bishop Ross find out the facts and say, okay, I hear you. Now that I know better, the Bible says, don't judge a matter until you have heard both sides. Bishop Ross had heard from Kingsley and his group, but this was an opportunity for him to hear from the second group. But what Kingsley did was, the moment he noticed that Bishop Ross was beginning to tilt towards listening, he shut everything down. And that infuriated them. They got upset, rightly so. Now, they sent a message to me and said, Bishop, we feel abandoned by the Church of Nigeria. These people, the other group has gotten all these bishops lying behind them. And we feel intimidated by these bishops and the ACNA group. Nobody is coming to our aid. What have we done wrong? Is it not an offense that we stood with Church of Nigeria? That really touched me. I mean, you imagine if you were in that position. And so I told them, please just go to church on Sunday. And after church, you people can meet with him. I finished my program in New York. Remember, they were sending me texts during that program. So I said, you know what? Why not even make an attempt to talk to Bishop Ross? I just sent you some texts. If you see the text I sent to you. Those two texts, I sent one to Bishop Ross, one to his chaplain. And I said to them, please, if you can read it. I said, read it and let everybody hear what I wrote to him.
Okay, so I'm looking. I wanted to put it on the screen, but let me read it. My dear brother, I'm a bishop of Church of Nigeria based in New Jersey. I have just been informed about the escalating situation in that church in Irvington. I have to honestly let you know that you are not aware of the real situation in that church. I need to talk to you urgently. Then you gave your number.
So I gave my number. This was the night before. I sent that note to him. I sent the same note to his chaplain. Just so we can sit down and say, hey, how do you handle these people? You see, people, like I tell everybody, every tribe is different. Okay? I'm a Nigerian. But I'll tell you, the way you deal with Yorubas is not the way you deal with Igbos. Okay? And it's not the way you deal with Hausas. You know that, right, Rudolph? Right. So, now, see, if you're dealing with Yorubas, you can pull the gun and Yorubas will run. But you pull the gun, the Igbos will run to you. So, you're going to kill somebody. They're not going to run from the gun. Same thing with Hausas. I lived in the north. Okay? You threaten Hausa man, the man will say, okay, maybe we could die together. Let's just die together. So, the way you have to understand the people you are dealing with. And I knew from the history of that church, this is not a church you try to bully. You can't bully them. They have a strong history. It's very, very, very strong-willed people. And I was going to say, look, my brother, can you calm down, de-escalate? When you get to these people, talk to them nicely and let them know that, look, you are not here to steal their church. You only gave episcopal coverage to Kingsley, and that we can sit down and talk about it. That we talk with the Church of Nigeria and we talk with you people and we work this out. I said, if you talk to them like that, everything will go fine, right? Now, that's what because even the chaplain to Ross had come some weeks before and preached in that church. There was no problem, right? But where the problem came was when Kingsley refused to allow the people talk to Bishop Ross. And they already had some information that Bishop Ross was coming to declare that this church is now officially a church under Rocky Mountains. And they wanted to stop that by all means.
So, what happened?
And then on the 4th, where did I come in? So everyone who asked, why did Bishop Unuigbe come here? Well, I was in my hotel. And like I said, I did a program in Newark. So I slept, in New York. I had another program the night before in Newark. So I slept over in the hotel somewhere in Newark. I was in the hotel. I had my own church to conduct in Mays Landing. I was about to leave. When I got a call at about 10 o'clock, Bishop, there's a problem. I said, what's going on? They said they got to church and the whole place was filled with police officers. Now, police, every time people talk about it, they say police, the law enforcement were brought in to de-escalate issues. It wasn't true. The law enforcement was already brought in. They weren't brought in to de-escalate. They actually were brought to enforce what Kingsley wanted to do. He was locking out people from the church who disagreed with him. So basically, when you came in, there were a list of people that could not enter the church. All right? So I got a call from one of the people, and he said, Bishop, where are you? I said, I'm going to South Jersey. He said, no, Bishop, please. They have locked us out of the church. We tried to protest. They say if you protest, the police were everywhere. I said, okay, this doesn't look good. So we don't have a serious problem. I said, you know what, let me go. So I went to the church. I got to the church. The whole place was all locked up. The police officers everywhere, armed. So I went to one of them and I said to them, how are you? She looked at me and she said to me, do you have an invitation to this service? I said, what do you mean by invitation to service? When did you ever hear that church's service is not by invitation? I've never heard that before. Anglican service is not by invitation. Well, we are under, we have been giving orders to not allow some particular people into the church. I said, well, I don't think I'm one of them. So I pulled the woman aside and said, I gave her a little brief of what's going on. I said, listen, these people you are locking out of the church, they have won some of the founding members of this church. She said, what? I said, yes. They are not criminals? I said, they're not criminals. They are founding, some of them are founding members of this church. They are owners of this church that you are locking out. I said, you are committing a crime. You are actually violating their own human rights by locking them out of their church. You're going to run into some serious problem here. The woman looked at me and said, wow, I didn't know that was what happened. I said, well, if you understand how America runs, and I'm going to say it on air, what has always happened is when white people see that the black people have an issue, they divide and rule. This church is a church of Igbo people. They have an issue. Yes, they had an internal crisis. What did Bishop Ross do to settle that internal crisis? All he wanted to do was divide the church, take one group, and go with them. Are you not familiar with that? We divide and rule everywhere. So I said that to this woman, and the moment I said that, the woman actually was upset. She's like, you know what, Bishop? If that's what they're doing in there, you need to be inside that church stopping that service. So she actually opened the door, okay? So I'm sure people are hearing for the first time. I did not break into the church. Who am I to break through police security? I did not break into the church. The police officer was the one that opened up and said, you should go in there. If I were in your shoes, I will stop that service. So I went in there. When I got in, the usher saw me. They welcomed me, said, Bishop, welcome. If you go to the video, say, welcome, Bishop. Please go, just go ahead. They told me, go ahead. And as I was going, suddenly one of the knights just jumped forward and started pushing me. And then, of course, the people from the other group who felt I was there to support them, give them support, they engaged them and started pushing them. I got to the altar, and guess what? Bishop Ross and I, the first thing we did was we hugged each other. And I said, my brother, you should have got into this. And he said, you are right. I said to him, did you get my note? He kept quiet. He didn't say anything. I said, did you get my note? He didn't deny, but he didn't say yes. I said, you got my notes. And I really wanted to talk to you. I wanted to talk to you as a brother to advise you on how we proceed with this. Then he looked at me and said, okay, so what do we do? What do we do now? I said, what I think we should do, let's calm everybody down. Calm everybody down, and you finish your service. Finish your service, finish everything you want to do, and then after church, just reassure them that you will meet with them after church. I think that should be good enough. This was the discussion I was having with Bishop Ross when Kingsley suddenly went off. No, we're not having that. Shut the service down. Shut the service down. The service was shut down by Bishop, was shut down by Kingsley. Venerable Kingsley was the one who shut the service down. I didn't shut any service down. Okay? He shut it down because he heard me and Ross talking, and he heard a reconciliatory voice. He heard people that were beginning to talk rationally, like people in America. Americans, we don't fight. We talk. We talk to each other. That's what we do. And that was what was going to happen. And that was what Kingsley prevented. And that's what he's still preventing till tomorrow. There has not been any, APNA has never had any sit down with anybody on this matter. Every time you call them to sit down, they don't want to talk about it.
For those who just joined us, I just want to make sure that people know that we invited Venerable Kingsley Obiorah to join us. We invited Bishop Ross, we invited Bishop Orji, and they all declined. They all said that they won't. Let me play a video of what the world saw, because most people did not know about all these internal issues until this video came out. So let me play a little bit of that video, and that was what shocked people.
An Anglican church in New Jersey, USA.
All right, so that's a little bit of the video of what happened. Now, I spoke to Kingsley, and he said to me that that day he was going to baptize his child, and they were going to have confirmation of some other kids. So there were over 200 people that were invited, that he invited. So where are things now? Do you know?
With whom?
With the church.
Well, the case is in the court. Which, by the way, we tried to advise them against it. We thought this is something that is an internal matter they should have settled. Well, they went to court claiming that people were vandalized, that things were vandalized. There was nobody vandalized anybody, Rudolph. Nobody vandalized. See, one thing one of the things that I'm pained is the amount of lies that people are telling. That the crozier, that the bishop's crozier was broken. Did you see in that video anybody handling anybody's crozier? Nobody touched anybody's crozier. If anybody's crozier was going to be broken, it would have been my crozier that would have been broken. So my crozier was not broken. The Bishop Ross was far away on the altar. How did people get to his crozier? Nobody touched anybody's crozier. Nobody vandalized anything. In fact, when they shut down the service, I went outside and stayed outside and insisted that I was going to stay there and make sure there was nothing done inappropriately, so that nobody would say, well, after you left, violence broke up. There was no violence. There were exchange of words, there were pushes, but there was no violence. Nobody hit anybody, as I saw it. Now, they took it up and decided to go to court, suing people about damages and crozier being broken and the church. Well, anyway, the case is now in court. And from what I heard, some of the proceedings, some of the judges that even have looked at it said, look, this is a matter you people should go back to your church and resolve it. But guess what? Kingsley's group don't want any resolution. They don't want any resolution. They want to continue to ferment trouble, and that's it.
Okay, so we're going to invite our audience to join us. Please, if you are a member of this church and you were part of what happened there, you were in the church, we want to hear from you first. So indicate by sending me a private chat if you come into the studio. I want to hear from those who were members of the church, who were part of this before any other group. And please turn on your cameras if you are in the studio. We are not going to let you in unless your camera is on. And we want you to have an opportunity to weigh in and talk to the bishop who is joining us. And because the way I want to frame this conversation is, it's not just about one particular church. It's about different organizations, Nigerian organizations in America, and the issues they have, which in most, I can tell you that more than 10 organizations I know, they have issues in courts. So we want to hear from people who were there first, and then other people can also weigh in who is aware of what happened. So let me first go to Timothy. Timothy, welcome to the show. Timothy, we don't let people drive while they speak. Can you pull by the side and then unmute yourself? Then you can talk to us. Can you unmute yourself, Timothy? Okay, he's not. He will figure it out very soon. Let's go to Igbo Basics. Igbo Basics, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Damages and Bishop Unuigbe.
God bless you, sir.
Because I live in New Jersey for more than 33 years in this particular place where I am, in Elizabeth, New Jersey, I actually thought this program was taking place tomorrow. I'm fully aware of the happenings in my surroundings, particularly in New Jersey and across the United States when it comes to Igbo matters. The Anglican Church issue, I am fully aware. And I'm aware of that particular location of that particular church. And I've been in that particular church for several occasions. All the way from Ken Igwe and the rest of the other gentlemen that have tried to break away. There has always been a situation. Let me put it this way. I'm glad that the delegates have just put it exactly the way it should be across Igbo organizations.
Correct.
The problems we've had. Reverend Father John Ofebu Ukebu of the Catholic Church in New York, he once said to me that if you look at the map of Africa, that is like the barrel of a gun pointing to America, that what we are now doing is exporting our own Christianity to the US. Having said that, going directly into the matter that is at hand, which is about this workers at this church. The bishop said it appropriately when he says, and I assume a joke. That is really what his comment surmised to. When he says that different tribes, you deal with them differently. You come at an Igbo man with a gun, he's going to run right to you. And I assume a joke. People would die and stuff like that. In this particular matter, I believe I was in that church when some new people were invited some years ago, and everybody was happy that one of us had come to share the place. Along the way, things have degenerated so bad to the point that, let me put it this way, as a neutral body, by the way, I'm a Catholic. I attend the Blessed Sacrament in Elizabeth, New Jersey, and I have seen a systematic takeover of any particular parish. From the people from Fernanda Po, let me use that word, people from Fernanda Po, when they come in systematically, they take over the church, whether you like it or not. But for us, soldier come, soldier go, barak go remain. My children have served Mass in the particular church I'm talking about. All of them served Mass except one. With that said, that means I know the workings of the church and I know the politics of it all, and I know the come in, divide, and conquer. But let me point it directly to what I believe has happened here. When you are married to somebody who is not of Igbo stock, it's a big challenge to you who is doing the marrying. And I will drive this directly to somebody like Justice Thomas of the Supreme Court of the United States. Usually, sometime a man goes out to do the bidding of the wife who may not have an understanding of the culture you are dealing with. Having said all that, I was aware the day that the fracas occurred in the church, and I was receiving calls, being in the publishing business, people from Maryland, people from Nigeria. I reached out to my people who are in that particular church. I spoke to them. They explained to me what was going on. I was even invited to come to an IHOP where they were supposed to be going to, and the bishop was supposed to be there. I did not have the opportunity because I had some other things doing. Having said that, in the Igbo communities, it has always been divide and rule, divide and split. We form one group organization, we start doing well, everybody starts splitting. Before you know it, we are answering different names. It happened to Isana in New Jersey. People were knocked down during a debate. Police was called. It happened to our churches at the Blessed Sacrament. Thank God that that church is still standing. It happened to our churches at St. Lucie in New Jersey. I can go on what has happened. What is happening to the Igbo people is this. The church is the last bastion of our hope where we can go and get succor. But if the church begins to behave like other Igbo organizations, when politics comes in, when personal interest comes into play, it does not matter who you are, bishop, father, whatever you are, the truth is always the truth. When you go what is not the truth, that is what has happened in the church there, until the individual and his supporters who have brought fracas into that church, until they repent on their own, within their heart, they should ask themselves questions. What am I doing to our people? We are far away from home, Nigeria. And it doesn't matter who you are, repent and let there be peace. Going to church is not the issue. Last week, the previous week, this same church went to the Igbo Council of Peace to try to resolve their matter, as is often the case. Before you carry go court, that's where they go. The judge where they there. He gets common sense too. Nobody has come here to kill anybody. So to Bishop Unuigbe, I commend you for bringing peace to the people, and for the damages. The subject that you have just brought on the table is so big, and I'm glad the way you framed it. And to the viewers, you all in New Jersey, you know Igbo basics. We stand for the truth and nothing but the truth. Repent and let us move forward.
All right.
Don't mess with our people, because the church is the last bastion of hope for Igbo people around here. That's right.
Thank you so much, Igbo basics. Let's go to Ike. Ike is a member of the church. Let's hear what he has to say. Ike, welcome to the show.
Yeah, Dr. Damage, good morning. Good morning, viewers.
Good morning.
Yeah, particularly the incident that happens in our church, actually, we are not expecting that it's going to get to this extent.
Sure.
But because of, I use this word as a quote, selfish interest. That's what generates all these things that go to viral. I remember in 2022, when this thing started, like Bishop Unuigbe have explained a little bit, it was because of election, vestry election. From 15th, then that the day that we're supposed to submit the last day for the submission of the whoever that you want to, nominate to the vestry. That's the last day for the submission. Then they cut it to 5th of January. So everybody was not happy. I think I was one of the person that went to the vestry, went to the pastor. I was discussing with the pastor, asking him, please, what really happened? He explained to me that the reason why he cut it short is because he wants to get more time to do the screening and other things before the vestry will review it. I asked him, are you the one in charge to do all those things? He said yes. But I told him that look at what is going on now. If you open your door, you see that there are so many crowds of people sitting outside. They are shouting, please, I also use that word, please, can you give them another 1 week so that they can be able to submit their own form? He sat down a little bit. He said no, that his word is final. I said, okay. But what I'm seeing, something is going to happen. That particular moment, I don't know if there will be anything, but I just use that word because I see the way people are agitating outside. Then I later submitted my own form. He asked me who did I collect the form from? I said, oh, it's from one of the vestry member. He said, no, the form's supposed to come from him. I asked him, when did you started all this? Because I know how many years I have been in this church. Every year when we want to have a vestry meeting or vestry, like they want to do any changeover, handover, we normally collect from people inside the church. Why is everything that is going through you? So we discussed a lot. He later said that my own form is fake. I told him that, if my form is fake, which means that your own, whatever thing you do here is fake. All these things was happening in his office. Why people were outside agitated. Then I went home. The day of the election, I was the first person also still speak and asking, why did you cancel my form? Because that day, he canceled my form. When he said that my form is fake, he canceled it and put it in a trash bag. I asked him, why should he do so? Are you the vestry that's supposed to find out if my form is fake or not? What he said, he said, he take it out from that trash bag and straight it on his table so that this is an evidence that he's going to show them that this is a fake. I didn't hear any other thing. The Sunday before that, I got a letter from the vestry that, that the person I nominate is not qualified. That is only the letter I got from the vestry. I was trying to reply to them because if you say that the person I nominate is not qualified, then you have to give me the reason he was not qualified before the election day. The election day we were there. When I was explaining to the church, see what really happened. He said he stood at the pulpit, said that he did not cancel my form. I said I was really mad because this is something happened in my presence. He said he did not cancel my form before people begin to speak out. He went inside to go and bring another form. When they cancel form, he said long days, and then you have to hook it now. He said that it's good that he mark it. Now it's not cancelled anymore. He went to hook it like something like said that this is a good. So I said, what is going on here? You are a man of God. What is going on? This is where my own personal issue started. Because this is happening between me and him in his office. So upon all these things started going on, after the election, the day we are doing the voting, we say we are not voting because we have seen that there's a lot of magu have entered inside and there is, a selfish, interest here. So some of them say, okay, we should vote. We say we are not voting. They say, okay, let us vote out from Diocese of West because we were under Diocese of West, ADOTW. That was the only vote we did that day because they said that before we join any other diocese, that we must vote out from where we were before. before we join another diocese like ADOTT. Then after we do the voting to come out from Diocese of West, which is Texas, the next thing we heard that we are independent now. We don't have anywhere we join now. Before other of our members begin to speak out, the next thing is see police is everywhere. They say shut the church, shut the meeting, everybody should go. Then we went to them. After the next Sunday, the next story we heard that now we are in Akna. That is the way they just dribble us. Now we are in Akna. Are you playing with child? You are not playing with kids. After we have got out from Diocese of West, which belongs to Church of Nigeria, then the next thing you tell us that we are in Akna. That's where everything started going on. One of the story of this thing is that some of the people that join him, sometimes he doesn't give them that privilege, that platform to understand exactly what is going on. Even when Bishop Ross came, his group did not come. It was only us. We came there. His group did not come. Me, I'm a member of the church. I'm into musical department. So whatever thing that have been going there, I've been only speaking with him directly before everything escalates.
Ike, were you there at that day that the bishop came? Were you in church?
Yeah, I came late that day. Because before I arrived there, police have already full everywhere. So even when I came inside, I was like, speaking with one of them, what is going on? Because I was at the meeting when Bishop Ross came, but the service is where I came late. Okay.
So what's going on now, Ike? Where do you worship?
I see, court have already given us the power to start our own, because I was not among the people they give the restraining order not to come to the church, but about 15 or 16 people. And like what Bishop Unuigbe said, some of those members are the founder of the church. So now everything went to court. Okay, how does all these things go to court? I could remember the first day when we went out to protest. I and one of our members, I'm the one that suggested, let us go and ask police if it is right, it is our right to protest without, disturbing anybody. They say yes. When they heard our own side of the story, they are the one that was encouraging us that we should take this matter to court. We told the police, no, this is a family issue. We want to resolve it. We don't want anything court. But we were surprised that the same people that advised us also still advised them, and they went to court. So they are the one that took the other party to court.
All right. Ike, thank you. Hold on, okay? Let me, while I go back to Bishop to tell us if what Ike is saying, if it rings a bell, if he remembers something else he wanted to comment on before I go to other people in the panel to ask you a question. Bishop, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Is there anything that he said that what do you think about his view of what's going on?
Yeah, he gave the succinct view of what really, he's talking from an insider's perspective, which is what really happened. Mm-hmm. Everybody was advising, they're trying to resolve this as a family issue, but they decided to escalate it and make it, because they thought it was going to be to their own advantage. But what has happened in the last couple of weeks is that as they reviewed the cases, the first thing that became obvious was, how do you, when two parties have in a disagreement, you have to be fair to both sides. So, because what had happened was, after some time, Bishop Ross wrote a letter banning certain persons from the church. And of course, the Church of Nigeria responded to that letter and wrote to him that he had no right, he had no power or authority to do that. So those people, technically, there was no, that letter had no local standing. They didn't have any power. So the people continued to worship in their church. But what the judge now did was to review it and say, okay, fine. While the case is being determined what to do way forward, the judge authorized that the second group should have their own service, because now they were not coming to, many of their members were not coming to church, and they were being denied of their own spiritual nourishment. So what they did was to give them, the judge authorized a second service for them. So now you have a second service now at 1 o'clock. I think it's 1 o'clock, right? It's 1 o'clock now, right?
Yes, 1 o'clock, 1 p.m.
Right. So initially it was 11 o'clock, but then later they now moved it to 1 o'clock. So at 9 o'clock, Kingsley's group, they have their own service. And 1 o'clock, the second group have their service. So what the judge temporarily did was to give them a fair hearing, so that at least both sides are getting their own spiritual nourishment while this case is being determined. So that's the update on that.
Okay, Bishop, before I go back to the panelists, is there money? What is the role of money nowadays? I understand by talking to some members that the church is paid for. There is money in the church. Do you think that when there is that is a factor in this thing?
It cannot be ruled out. I mean, where people, if there was no money, if this church was in debt, and did not have a building and did not have money, probably they wouldn't be fighting like this. I mean, you've been in vestries. How many churches do you see people campaigning to be in vestry? I mean, it's very, very rare churches that you find people fighting to be on the vestry. So there's a lot. I think there's, of course, financial interest is there.
Okay. All right. Ike, let me go to Ike. Ike, do you have any question for the bishop?
Actually,
well, I don't
bishop,
really.
Oh, no.
The bishop,
Ike,
actually, the bishop have been trying for us, because he's one of the people that always answer us when we call, because we find ourselves in a situation that we don't have a helper anymore except God. But God now have been showing mercy to us. Even if since the court have given us the opportunity so that we can be able to worship in the presence of God, this reverend also is still manipulating us. After he finished his own service, he still go and disconnect musical equipment. Then when we come our own service, I will start, me personally will start from beginning. I will be trying to connect the musical equipment before, maybe it will take me like more 30 minutes while the service is on. I have complained this more than 3 times to some of his members. The one that happens the day, a Sunday before Father's Day, they turn off the air condition while the service was going on. When he finished his own, he turned off the air condition when we came to start our own. The Father's Day, I came to church early. I told him that they don't touch that air condition. He said that whenever we are ready, we should put it on, because I came early when they were doing their own service. So immediately they left. I was following him up. He still manipulated the air condition, go to basement where the source started from. He turned it off from there.
Yeah.
In fact, he trying in so many ways. This thing is like making me to start asking, who some pastors are not called by God. Let me use that word. Because me as a human being, I feel that you are preaching to me. So how am I in a position to start preaching to you? It is very, very bad. All of us are here. We don't want problem. I love the young man so much. We always talk on phone. Some of the things that are saying that, oh, these members are drinking, all those things is an allegation. It's an allegation. And sometimes people that doesn't know the real truth of this matter, then they will start speaking something that they don't know, talking something that they don't know, which I have seen a lot in social media. One family they always calling Achebe, Achebe, Achebe. They always telling us that we are Achebe group. They should stop using that name Achebe group. This is what we say, that what is going on in the church is not good. You cannot take our church from Igbo Anglican, you move it to another place. Leave that our church. When we come there, we'll do everything in our own, our own language, in the way it pleases us. Then we will feel at home. We sing our songs in Igbo. We sing in Yoruba. We sing in Hausa. Everybody will feel like we are still in Nigeria. And this is the reason why they opened the church. The church was open because of they want all those children that we have here, where they can be able to start learning our culture. So that is what we are standing against. Don't move our church to another place. We want to still remain under Church of Nigeria, Igbo Anglican Church of Nigeria. We are not against any other thing.
All right.
So, but whenever they use that family name Achebe, Achebe, then people begin to think that there's another different thing there. That's where they are using to, destroy people's mind.
Ike, let me ask you. You said you wanted to join the vestry. Did you? Are you guys paying the pastor?
No, I said that I nominate somebody. I have somebody that I nominated to join the vestry.
Okay. So, is the church paying the pastor, the Venerable Kingsley?
Yeah, I'm like about 2 months ago when they were doing the audit, because I have a question when they were doing the audit, like the amount they pay him, if they are going to increase his salary or not. I think annual yearly was like about 50,000, something like that, or 51,000 annually. Then from there, we are paying something like about 22,000 where he's living. That his rent. Okay, that his rent. So when you calculate 50 plus 22, which is about 70-something thousand. So you see that we are paying something like 401k. You know that what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
It's medical. So many things. The last question I asked him, why should we be paying such thing? Now church have a problem. And you people are saying if we are going to, ask something to him or not. I said, what is his qualification? That was the question I asked that day. People started, using their mouths, saying a lot of things, which my own, I just speak out. The church is not going well. Nothing is working well. And the money that he is getting from there, I'm working here, I know how much I'm making. You know how much. So how much he's making more than whatever thing we are doing. Okay, now that is why he's fighting. He's fighting like do or die, because there's no any other church that can pay him such amount of money.
Who hired him? Were you there when he was hired?
He was hired before I came, but I think in the same year he was hired that I came. So there's, according to what Bishop Unuigbe said, which I think Timothy will give more, life to that. They say from Dean, what is his name? Obadinobi. From Obadinobi, when Obadinobi was moving down to Texas. So there's a lot of things that goes on there, which I only speak the one I know, brother. I only speak the one I know. The one I don't speak on it.
Yeah.
So that if you call me tomorrow, I will just say it. This is what I know.
Mm.
So whatever thing that go there, both him and the other guy they call Raf, the other one they manipulate. That's where they started having some issues, which I don't know anything. I can't speak on that. So the one I can be able to defend is the one I'm telling you now that I know that I passed through it.
All right, thank you so much. Ike San Antonio, any question for the bishop?
Thank you, Dr. Damages. I'm not a member of this church. I have 4 families started. I'm a Catholic, born and raised, and still remain Catholic. But fundamentally, one of the problems the Igbos have, both the church, both non-church group, they always have problems, and they divide into 2. It's neither one person want to rule everybody and make his own rule, or money. Money is the fundamental things that break these things, both the church, both the non-church group. To me, I will bet you every dime I have is money that is causing this issue. Because if there's no money, believe me, there will be no argument, there will be no fight. Money is the fundamental, and that is rooted in our gene as Igbos. Why is always money? Money. I will, or when I rule, I raise money for this group. Then, when it's my turn to step down, that I don't qualify to rule anymore, I will make a check for myself. You took the whole money and put in your own pocket. The next thing you say, go to court. Then you sit in the court. The group go to court and stay in the court and stay in the court and stay in the court, stay in the court. At the end of the day, we come out of the court. We spend money calling lawyers. For me, I don't even think they're going to resolve it. Probably they build the church. Did you guys build the church? I don't know. If you guys build the church, it's unfortunate. This is what happened. Money, 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 money. How can worship become a problem where police are invited? I have never seen American church call police in American church. But we carry our wahala from Nigeria and we bring it over here and we divide ourselves and we call ourselves educated people. The people in the village is better than us. Because at the end of the day, those people in the village solve their problem. But we that are education, we know it all. Go to church and start fighting inside the church and disrespecting ourselves. That is the reason why white people see us the way they see us. It's always about 419. Don't get me wrong. It's always in the church. 419 is in the church. Actually, that is where the main 419 is. How can I wake up on Sunday morning to go to church to say, I came here, I brought my family to learn Igbo, to learn Hausa, to learn Yoruba, and we come over there. Police are swarming inside the church. That doesn't look, the uptake is not looking good for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ike. Bishop, you seem to agree that based on your experiences.
Yeah, I highlighted that. I mean, there's no, if there wasn't money in the church, if the church is not if the church is not prospering, it's not just money, but I think that the devil also has a plan. You see, anytime good thing is happening, the devil will strike. If you ask these people now, and you know what is funny about, you know what is really very embarrassing about it. These people you are seeing, many of the people in both groups, many of them are related family. Some of them are family. Some of them are kindreds from the same village. Some of them they were friends before this crisis started. You know, but suddenly this crisis has brought so much division to the church. It's so embarrassing to watch this.
All right, man of prestige, welcome to the show. Any question for the bishop?
Yeah, thank you very much. It's good morning over here. Good afternoon to panelists, and good afternoon to honorable guest Bishop Unuigbe. I'm not even familiar with this story until you actually brought it when I saw the alert. So I'm not going to comment on that. I just want to give a word of advice. I used to be a member of Anglican before, but that's been a long time. I'm a Baptist right now. But having said that,
man of prestige, hold on. Your line is not very clear.
Can you hear me?
Can you come closer to? Yeah, go ahead.
Is it better?
Okay. Right.
Yeah. I don't know if we had my greeting. I greet everybody, and I greet the Honorable Bishop Unuigbe, for being our special guest today. Having said that, I said I'm not a member of Anglican. I used to be before, but I'm a Baptist right now. But having said, I'm not going to comment about this. I didn't know about this story until you brought it up today. From the initial conversation we had, I thought it was more of a social issue between the conservative and the liberal. Was kind of this problem, but it seemed that you have more problem and all that kind of things, and that's not good. I mean, it's supposed to be structured. I mean, the pastor is not supposed to be in charge of the money or whatever. He should even know what's going on in the money. There should be a particular committee that's in charge of the money, So I don't know why money should be a problem. Most of the people, I believe, going to that church are educated and otherwise, but sometimes it's not about education and they have money. So I don't know why the money and all that kind of everything they're talking about be on this issue right now. But I just have a word of advice, you shouldn't have degenerated to this situation whereby a police has to be called and other kind of things. It's a shame, but this can be worked out. If it is something about social issue or whatever, maybe the conservative can go to the morning church, the liberal can go to the afternoon church, if that's a way to solve it. But if it is more than money and some other things going on, you have an issue. You need to be structured properly. That's my only advice. I'm not a member of that church, so I don't know what's going on. Thank you. You can put me at the back until some other subject come up.
All right, thank you, man of prestige. Bishop, let me ask. In Nigeria, if I remember how it works, the bishop has the power to appoint parish priests and things like that and remove them. And how is it structured here in America?
In America, appointment of priests is done by the churches, but with the approval of the diocesan bishop. And remember that many of the churches we are at the formative level, so we don't have a full. We can't say this is a full way. It's dependent. And remember that many of the churches were started by the priests. If you look at a lot of churches you have in US, the pastors today are the planters of the churches. So, for example, your church, Venerable Orji, he planted that church. I planted my own church. Everybody planted. So we have different pastors everywhere planting their church. So those ones, naturally, if you planted a church, you are the pastor of the church. And I mean, except something really goes wrong, the bishop might intervene. But otherwise, most pastors are the founders of the churches they are pastoring today. Now, in this particular case, this is one of the few isolated cases because they have been in existence for more than 30 years. So with that, they have had they have grown to be a proper Anglican system. Now, the uniqueness about it is that in their own situation, they appoint the vestry. The vestry will appoint a priest and then make recommendation to their bishop. The bishop will then authorize it and say, okay, this is it. And also, just as the bishop can appoint, I mean, the final decision of appointment lies with the bishop, right? So the appointment is done by the church, but the bishop is the one who finally signs off on it. Same thing, the bishop also has the power to withdraw any priest from any church if there's any real problem.
So why hasn't the bishop intervened here?
In this case, well, that's the interesting part of this one. Because when this problem started, for some time, Bishop Orji tried to manage it. It was going out of order. And then it became not just a national problem, it became an international. It was videos were all over the place. And that was when the primate tried to intervene, and the primate said, okay, you know what? We need to talk to the two groups. He insisted he had to talk to the two groups. He spoke to the group, one of them, and then he called Kingsley to talk to him. And Kingsley won't talk to the primates.
So,
I mean, shocking to hear that. So
and the church didn't do anything about it.
Well, you see, and that's the dynamics of it. If somebody will ask about what is the significance of Ike's position about vestry and election manipulation for vestry, because by law, the vestry is the legal tool that represents the leadership of the church. So what he did was, over the last couple of years since he's been a priest, he has manipulated the election consistently to only allow people who will be people who are his yes sir, the people who will say yes sir to his bidding. And so by the time you now had this final one, he had succeeded in getting everybody on board who just rubber stamp everything he says. I was a rector in the church. I never controlled the money of the church. I didn't control my salary. I didn't control how much I was paid. The vestry did that. But in this case, he is now fully in charge of the church. Everybody in that vestry, they are handpicks of his. And that was why when the guy who said he had a paper for nomination, brought a paper, he nominated, he said, no. You can only nominate somebody I have authorized. And if you bring any paper that I didn't give to you, you are not so. He became the INEC, he became the presidency, he is also the Senate, and he's also the House of Rep in this matter.
Wow. All right. Prince Akwachi, welcome to the show.
Yes, Dr. Good morning, and good morning, Bishop.
Good morning, my
pretty
brother.
much,
God bless you.
I've listened to what you said, and I know all these things happen everywhere, but all I can ask for, in the spirit of, brotherhood and other stuff, is there a way that, other than the courts and all that stuff, is there any other way that all these things could be solved?
That's the same. I will ask the same question. If you know any way, if you have any way, and I'm putting this out to the public, if anybody knows how to reach out to Kingsley and say, Kingsley, you need to resolve this problem in your church. If anybody knows how to do that, I am begging, I'm pleading. I have pleaded with Kingsley personally. I remember the last time I spoke to him, we had a wedding in, I think it was July last year. One of the weddings, a wedding that Bishop Orji conducted. I was present. Now, when we went to that wedding, Kingsley was there, and I pulled him aside, and I whispered to him, I said, my brother, you see, I have not spoken to you, but here I am. I don't know what you've heard about me. I don't know what you have been told. I don't have anything against you. I just want your church to be at peace. That's all I want to hear. I said, by the way, I understood you hung up the phone on the primate of Church of Nigeria. That is very, very wrong. Okay? No matter how badly trained you are, how can a priest hang up the phone on the primate of Church of Nigeria? His explanation to people who, when I spoke to Bishop Orji, I said, your priest hung up the phone on the primate of Church of Nigeria. What did you do about it? No. And I said to him, that day I spoke to Kingsley private. I said, Kingsley, please. The primate at that time was in New York. I said, Kingsley, I am ready to go with you, to go to the primate. If you are too proud to kneel down, I'm ready to kneel down to the primate. I say, Baba, your pikin don't come. I beg you, sir. He may have hung up the phone. Probably was afraid of talking to the primate. We don't know why he hung up the phone. Sir, please, forgive him. I have brought him to come and plead. I told him, quote me, I said to him, you know what he wrote me? He said, I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't do anything wrong. I don't see what I've done wrong that any people are talking about. You hung up the phone on the primate and you say you don't know what you've done wrong? So I looked at him, I said, okay, young man. So I gave him my card. I said, here's my card. If you ever need my help, please let me know. I am not on anybody. I'm not. I'm just here to help all of you. I want this church to. I don't want this church to divide. It's painful. I want people to resolve this matter. And I'm sure the primate in Church of Nigeria, one of the biggest news we hear is to wake up one day and hear that there is now a kumbaya in Irvington, that the two groups have come together. By the way, they just had a reconciliation service, and now they are ready to eat and drink and dine together. They have decided to. The primate will say, praise the Lord, my prayer has been answered. That's the prayer of the Church of Nigeria. That's what we are praying. And by the way, if they decide, you see, if the church had decided on together as a united group and said, look, we as a group have decided to go to ACNA, because this is another misinformation out there, that the Church of Nigeria is opposed to them going to, no, the Church of Nigeria is not opposed to anybody going to ACNA. If you want to go to ACNA, it's okay. It's okay. But do it the way it's supposed to be done. Go through the normal tools. Let your members do the voting by themselves. Don't manipulate it. This is America. America is a place of rights. Respect the right of the people. I was a rector in a church. I never manipulated any election one day. I never determined who should be on the vestry and who should not be on the vestry. And as I'm saying this, any priest anywhere who manipulates election in the vestry, you're doing the wrong thing. Because sometimes you think people, you want to get only your friends on the vestry. It doesn't represent the church. Because I want to be able to have people who can logically look at me and say, sir, even though you have this viewpoint, don't you think we should look at it like this? There always has to be a balance of leadership, a balance of power. That's what makes the beauty of Anglicanism. You may see some people, you don't like their face. But the day you make a deadly mistake, those people are the ones that will save you. Because while others are saying, all correct, we call them psychophants. They'll tell you, all correct. The day you make a deadly mistake, they'll tell you, all correct. But if you have some people who are logical, who think, who can say, sir, I know you always don't like my opinion, but for the first time, can you listen to me? I think this thing we are doing, let's look at it let's look at it differently.
All right, thank you. Blackstone, I will skip you for now, please. There's a member of the church that joined us. I know he's been driving. I've been trying to stay with you. Timothy, welcome to the show.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Damages.
So what can you tell us that we have not had today, based on what's going on? Were you in church on that day, that the big fight?
I was in church. Thank you, Dr. Damages. Thank you, my Lord Bishop, and all the contributors. I thank you. This is a good opportunity for us and for people around to know what exactly happened. Really, the bishop have really dissect every aspect of this our problem, and he understood it very, very well, and he touched all the nook and crannies of the. But I was listening because I was driving, so I have to just pull over. So my take is that writing should be done the right way. Some of us that been in the church for a very long time see what was happening at the beginning, when the trouble started. We would have started going to court, for instance. I know there was a time that it was up there that, we need to go to court and solve this problem. But from what we were taught in church as Christians and all that, we're not supposed to be taking our brothers to court. So we stayed and for instance, when the church didn't even know that the name of the church has been changed. There are a lot of changes that happen in the church. Members, the congregation don't know. And some of the talks that come from the pulpit, from this particular Reverend Venerable Kingsley, that wows everybody. When they changed that name, we didn't know. We were in the coffee hour after church service, I remember it was a Palm Sunday, and we after church, we already had church. We had church with the bulletin. It was in the coffee hour that somebody that came to join us after coffee hour looked at our bulletin and said, "Oh, you guys have changed your name." And that's when we started looking at the bulletin and said, "Oh yeah, our name have been changed. Nobody told us," and all that. So these are the things that can bring trouble amongst people. People want to go, but what do? We said, okay, we leave it in the hand of God. But the thing keeps happening since 2017, 18, 19, 20, like the bishop explained it. Venerable Kingsley had the opportunity. We gave him all the free hand, with open heart to do the right thing by the church. We paid him well. He's not like really, the church provided to everything that he need, that is needed for him to relax and do a good man's job. But there is something else that he's looking for, the way he handled us. He took so many of us to court several times. The first time I've seen a priest take his people to court. But thank God, God has a way of doing things. The way the things are going now, the way our bishop is talking about it, and things are coming much, much better. I really, really applaud Bishop Unuigbe for what he is doing amongst us, calming us down, telling us the right way to do a lot of things. So going forward, we're just praying that things will work better. For instance, like Bro Ike was pointing out, the first time we engaged Kingsley, when we were looking at the budget, I was the person that raised the issue and said, "Oh, Venerable Badinobi is leaving. We have the pastor's salary, the same thing for the previous year and the same thing for the new year. Are we going to start a regular reverend with the same thing we were paying a venerable? The regular reverend will be a canon, then and become a venerable, before we can start paying him what we are paying like Obadinobi that time." From that time, it looks like, I don't know if it's wrong for someone to point out an issue of this, of this type, when you have a meeting of stakeholders trying to do right by the things of the church. Is it because it's a church business? If it's in their business, will they employ somebody new who is at the entry level of a job? The same thing they are paying somebody that have been on the job, got all the qualifications. After venerable, what else can you be? Is to be a bishop, So, but anyway, these are the things that started. Like the bishop pointed out, throughout these years we left Kingsley, every year he will never conduct an election. He will just make it away. Like some people will come and complain to me, "Oh, why am I disqualified?" And I will beg him, I say, "Calm down, please. Let's, talk to." And when you go to talk to Kingsley or the people that work with him and all that, they will have one reason, and it will be like we're going to start quarreling, and we leave it there. And with time, people will say, "Oh, our people will fight." This time, this one took a lot of time. It was almost 5 years. Even as at the time we started having this problem, Venerable Obiorah, already have exhausted his stay in our church. He's supposed to be, his contract supposed to be renewed and renewed and renewed. Anyway, but what I'm trying to say is, I think, so far so good. It was the trouble, but now I guess it's coming down. Although we're still in court, but I trust the courts here. I trust, he's the one that took us to court, and by the grace of God, God will vindicate us. The property, where like people that say, oh, it's about money. Yes, it's about money sometimes. It might interest you to know that we've just finished paying for that property. You know, why didn't they push all these things when we've not finished paying for the property?
Sure.
It was as soon as we finished paying for this property that, you know, you could hear Venerable Obiorah say, oh, I'm the CEO. Or, you know, come, and people need to ask questions. You can't slap a child and ask and tell him not to cry. If I come to church and a pastor is supposed to say, I'm the pastor of this church, and the pastor will say, oh, I'm the CEO of this church. Won't you ask questions? If you ask questions, then you become a very bad person. You know, but this is what is happening to us. You know, our people say, our people have this adage that the hen is crying around, shouting. It's not for the kite that come to carry his chicks to leave him, but it's for the world to hear, you know, to know that he is in trouble. You know, we have done everything to try to resolve this matter outside courts, but it will interest you that the other side always say, oh, they are not interested in remediation. And that's where we are.
So Timothy, what from your own perspective, what's the role of Bishop Orji in all this?
Sorry, say that again.
Bishop Orji, what's his role from your own perspective?
Well, the issue of Bishop Orji is, you know, it's a higher level discussion, you know, that at that point, you know, but from my own understanding, he made an effort because he sent in an emissary to our church to look into our case. We were all there. We told them what is happening. They looked at it. One attorney, I don't remember his name, but God just sent him attorney Mbadu or something like that. With Obadinobi, they came and they gave a report actually, you know, suggesting that we redo the election, and I guess Orji asked Kingsley to, you know, redo the election and all that. But at this point, Reverend Obiorah is not listening to anybody. It might interest you that even the highest bishop, our primate, you know, Kingsley could not listen to him. Kingsley could not, and you know, respond to him when he called to resolve this. So, you know, Orji tried in his own way to make Kingsley do the right thing, but he didn't, because I guess he already chose where to go. There is another, you know, I followed the issue with Bishop Orji, because I know I called him the day they changed our no, he called me the day they changed our name because of the action I took that particular day. I took that bulletin right there and then, that same day, and I went about in the church asking everybody where we are having a coffee hour, asking everybody, do you know that they changed our name? And people said no. And I said, and I wrote on that paper, on that bulletin that day, do not change our name. Matter of fact, I said, Palm someday without Palm. Do not change our name. And a lot of people signed that paper. And he get to Orji. I didn't know how he get to Orji. Maybe Kingsley called him to tell him. And he called me that day and told me that I should stop what I'm doing. And I told him, we didn't know that they changed our name. You know, these are the things that they let the congregation. Matter of fact, Anglican Church is a church that involves what we call the laity council. The laity council involves every member of the church, as probably except the clergy, or you know, something like that. But that's a part of the church that, you know, that the things are communicated to. Especially things like changing your name, or you know, doing certain things. It's not that the name will kill you, but we accepted it all this while. We didn't do anything else. We continued.
All right.
But
sorry, we're running out of time. But let me just ask you, at this point, who has the the majority of the congregation? Is it your group or the group of Kingsley's group? Who has the majority of people?
That's a tricky question right there. You know, if I will tell you the truth, the number of people that stopped coming to church because of what Kingsley was doing, the havoc people don't want to associate themselves with all this brouhaha. You know, the number of people that stopped coming to church and are coming back now little by little are so many. I can give you a situation where we come to a vestry meeting and the question is asked, what is going on in the church? And somebody will raise his hand and say, oh, people are not coming to church. What is going on? Some people are not coming to church. How are we going to get to them? And Reverend Kingsley will say, oh, the old ones, they are not coming. The new ones are coming. You know, to tell you the truth, the number of the people that are coming back to church now on our side is more. It's always more. And when this thing is dying down, more people, when the people ask and say, oh, we're having church again, and people have every Sunday we have at least 2 to 3 families coming back to the quiet, peaceful scenario.
So let me ask you, who are the people signing the check for Venerable Kingsley?
Well, that is one of the things. Well, that is one of the things that we're asking to be looked into, because we called for the audit of this church.
Before the crisis, who were doing it? Before the crisis, how was it done? How was it getting paid?
It's supposed to be the treasurer and financial secretary.
And they're all on his side, is it?
Exactly. These are the people he, like handpicked when you start looking at it, critically.
All right. Thank you so much. The Blackstone, do you have a question for the bishop or a contribution to this conversation?
Thank you, Dr. Damages. Good morning. Thank you, Bishop. Thank you for coming. I just have some questions anyway, because I don't know anything about the Anglican Church, and I'm not a member of Anglican Church. I don't know how things are being done then. But my question is just this, because I'm a Christian and I'm worried about the body of Christ. And so when such crisis happens, indirectly, it put a dent on the Christian religion or Christianity. Because if you look around the world today, the Christian religion is one of the most where they have so many confusions, members fighting themselves, dividing and everything. So in such a case now that you are going through in such churches, is there not a biblical solution to this? That's my first question. Is there not a biblical solution? And I think if you read some of the books of Paul, such things were so happening at that time, and Paul gave some instructions to the church what they should do about such a situation. My second question is that is there not the possibility of suspending the person that is actually causing the problem, like the Kingsley? Does the church, the head of the church, or what they call Nigerian something, don't they have the power to suspend him from the church? Right.
All right.
That's the second question. Then my third question is that how do you people feel when these things are happening, and how does it affect the body of Christ? How does it affect the reputation of the body of Christ? I know it's happening in most churches anyway. So, but how do you people feel? How does it affect the body of Christ?
Thank you. The Blackstone Bishop.
Okay. Well, the process for discipline of priests is there. And ordinarily, this would have made, if at that point the primate made that call, and he said to the priest, who stay off every action while we look into this matter, any responsible priest would do exactly what the primate said. but everybody else but Obiorah. What he did now was he hung up the phone on the primate. I personally called Bishop Orji the next day when I heard about it. I said, Bishop Orji, how can your priest hang up? He was still under Bishop Orji at that point. What have you done about it? Oh, I called Obiorah, and Obiorah said he didn't know it was a primate. I said, oh, wow. He didn't know it was a primate? Okay. But now he knows. I mean, you expect that if you say you hung up the phone on the primate accidentally, you didn't know it was a primate, what would you do the next? You call the primate and say, Your Grace, I'm really sorry. I didn't know it was you, right? But he didn't do that. And then the primate ordered that his license should be withdrawn. That was done. So, Timothy, you remember for 1 week, Venerable Obiorah did not have a license because Bishop Orji withdrew his license by the order of the primate. But what did they do? By the next week, I'm not going to say who did. I don't know who. I'm not going to speak about that. But mysteriously, by the next week, Kingsley got a license from Bishop Ross from Anglican Diocese of the Rocky Mountains, all the way in Colorado. All the way in Colorado. So those questions, I mean, we know that all we can say, this is where I look at it. Bishop Orji withdrew his license, but by a week after that, he had another license in his hand and came back to the church and said, I now have a license from Bishop Ross of ACNA, and we are now part of ACNA.
So Bishop, let me ask you, is Bishop Ross under the Church of Nigeria?
Bishop Ross is under ACNA. He's not under Church of Nigeria.
Okay. So this is outside the control of the Church of Nigeria.
Correct. So now that's what he did. So he jumped out of the control of Church of Nigeria to avoid being held accountable by Church of Nigeria. And then now he's now under ACNA in quotes. And as you heard Bishop Ross say, I gave him temporary episcopal coverage, or what he called it. But this whole thing is going to be discussed at a bigger level, because even as a bishop, you don't give a license to a priest without finding out where the priest is coming from. If I'm going to license a priest, I have to get clearance from the bishop he was working with before. But in this case, there was no clearance, there was no question, there was no background check, there was nothing. They just gave me a license.
Now, but what about the members of the church, the founders of the church? Do they have no say? Do you, as a priest, wake up one day and move to another?
That is exactly what the point we're making. That in this case, Obiorah has tactically walked his way to the point where, look, it's like asking me, where were Nigerians when Babangida was promulgating all kinds of decrees? What they took over the church. I mean, they took over the country, drove everybody, drove those who are in power, arrested those who could talk, put them in jail. People like Ganifa were making noise in the street, and then they started promulgating all kinds of laws. This is exactly what you're having repeat itself in the church. You now have a situation where you have a priest who is completely under nobody's control, does whatever he wants. No bishop talks to him anymore, because the bishops who were talking to him, who understand the situation, he has cut himself from them. The one he claims to be under, I don't even know if Bishop Ross tells him anything.
Wow.
Dr. Congo, I'm in a different location now.
No, hold on.
My dad is about to die.
Hold on. Can I welcome to the show?
Thank you, Dr. Damages.
Okay. You have a question for our bishop?
Yeah, no,
yes, I do. Thank you, the bishop. I have a question for you.
He did finish answering my questions.
Okay. The other question, what was the other one?
I said, as as Anglican, how do you feel? How do the Anglican now feel?
Okay.
The impact of all these things in the body of Christ. Is it a
simple,
disgrace or how do we solve these problems?
I just said it to you earlier that we feel embarrassed. I feel embarrassed. I feel disgusted, and people have criticized me a few times. Why did you go to the church? I said, listen, how can you have people locked out of their church and everybody is saying, don't come to their rescue? No, that is injustice. So on one side, I feel pain at, seeing all these things playing out. But our prayer is that, by the way, my brother who talked about not being Anglican, I'm a born-again Christian, okay? So I'm not just Anglican, no. I'm a born-again Christian. I know that Bible and I understand the conflict resolution. Where we are right now is not where we want to be. It's not where the Primate of Church of Nigeria wants to be. The court is not the place we want to be. If there is anything, Kingsley and his fellows have decided to go to court and continue to want to insist on being in the court. On one side, they think they have an upper hand in the case. But right now, I think it's beginning to play out to them that, look, you don't have such an upper hand as you think. And so now, they are using all kinds of tactics to try to manage. In fact, at a point, they even wrote a letter against the judge. They wrote a letter against the judge, because the judge ordered that the people who were suspended from going to church, they should not be, that there was nothing like that. They had to come to church. Nobody had the right to stop them from coming to church. Oh, they said, oh, no, the judge was exceeding her powers. So, my brother, the answer to that is that we are not happy at the situation. If anybody can today wake me up and tell me that the situation and everything, they just saw that breaking news, Venerable Obiorah and his church have come together, they have talked, and they have resolved, and they have decided to put the matter behind them, and now they have just broken bread, and as we speak, there are people in that church who won't take Holy Communion from from Venerable Obiorah. They vow they will never take that. How can you have a priest who lies to their face coming to give communion to them? Okay? I can tell you one right now. How can you tell everybody, to the whole world, that crozier was broken in church? Who broke it? There was no crozier broken. Never did it happen. But they lied. They said people were vandalizing things. Nobody vandalized anything. The people who have participated in this meeting. Was there anybody vandalizing anything in that church that day? Did anybody break anything? And by the way, the police were present in that church. If anybody was vandalizing something, wouldn't they have arrested the person?
Exactly.
Of course, they were.
So this case, the reality of it is a very simple case. They are only trying to drag it all over the place. The judge at a point even told them, go back to your church and go and resolve this matter. This is not a case for the court. This is ordinarily supposed to be a case for your church to resolve.
All right, thank you, Bishop. So can I let's hear from. Hold on,
Thank you.
Okay.
Bishop, I have a question for you. Actually, two questions, but my number one question is connected to number two. And the first question is, you know that church is supposed to be a body of Christ.
Sure.
Where not only you preach the gospel, but also you make sure that your congregation are putting that gospel into practice. As a priest of God or a priest of the church, what do you have to say about Leviticus chapter 18, verse 22? Do you believe in that as a priest, and do you put that into, do you preach that in your church?
Just hold on, let me pull it up. 18, verse 22?
Yeah, Leviticus chapter 18, verse 22.
Okay. Well, I already addressed that. Leviticus chapter 18, verse 22 says, You shall not lie with a male as with a woman. It is an abomination.
Okay.
The Bible is clear.
Thank you. So I don't know about the
Anglican Church. The Anglican Church position is a man shall not lie with a man as unto a woman.
Thank you.
That's where we stand, and we still stand with that.
Thank you. So I don't want to. Maybe I don't know much about the politics going on, but when we heard about the issue, the problem with the Anglican Church in New Jersey, some of us, we do have families there. We ask questions, what is going on? But what we were told kind of sound different from what. Maybe I joined this program late. Maybe I don't know if you've discussed that, but I was made to understand that a certain priest or a certain bishop was posted to that branch of Anglican Church in New Jersey, and that same priest is one that believes in same-sex marriage, and the congregation is against that. So they are pushing against such practice or such preaching in their church. So do you think that is actually what is going on in the church right now?
No, absolutely no. I thought that this is a very, very good opportunity to correct that. Sure. Bishop Ross is a Christian. Bishop Ross is a conservative believer. He's a good Christian. I don't think he's a bad person. I don't think Bishop Ross does not believe in that. Bishop Ross is a bishop of ACNA. And ACNA as a group is part of GAFCON, the Global Anglican Future Conference, all right? Which Church of Nigeria, by the way, is part of. So on that issue, no. It's not, when people fight, yes, and you have to understand this. When people fight, everybody will try to exaggerate their side of the story to paint the other person black. And I think that's one of the bad press that was given to Bishop Ross. Because when you saw it, there was this gay bishop who has come to take over the Anglican Church in Irvington. No, that's not true. That's not true. That's absolutely not true. And I'm happy that question came up, because what I will not sit down to do is to let people lie. I would not agree. I would not, no matter how much you try to paint it. No, a lie is a lie. That was not true. And that was not a reason. That was not a factor in this problem. No, it was not a factor.
Okay, Bishop, one question connected to that. Thank you so much. Is there anything to do with racism in this situation? Because I've had to say,
no. Okay. Again, racism has nothing to do with it.
Okay.
Racism has nothing to do with it. We have had Nigerian churches. I mean, like Dr. Damages, your church is a Nigerian church, but you are under Bishop Dobbs. Now, I was with Bishop Dobbs for a couple of years. You remember that. We had our own little, that's a different topic entirely. But as per racism and racism has absolutely nothing to do with this church. It's not based on the fight they are having. You see, we are the more we broaden this fight, the more it gets complex. The real problem, there are 2 points. Okay? There were 2 points. And I keep telling everybody who is involved in this matter, don't divert from the problem. Okay? Don't divert from the problem. There were 2 points. The 2 points is manipulation of church elections and refusal to conduct
financial audit.
The financial audit of the church. Those are the 2 points from the beginning. Now, as the fight went on, of course, the team began to become pregnant and deliver more children. So as it went on, there were cases of people now, there were accusations of Kingsley hitting somebody, and then there were cases of somebody accusing somebody of hitting or talking to him anyhow. So, when people quarrel, everybody starts talking to each other in an abusive way. That's what happened. But the main 2 issues was manipulating the elections to bring in only people who were on Kingsley's side, number 1. Number 2, refusal to conduct a financial audit. And in a way, those two are tied. They're tied. Because anytime you have an institution where somebody refuses an audit, you really now want to say, why are you not allowing an audit? If you have nothing to hide, then open these books and let people see what is in there.
Dr. Daneji, if I may weigh in before my battery dies. Today actually is my 32 wedding anniversary.
Congrats.
I've actually broken some rules. I would try to speak this way. Chinua Achebe's father, when the church came to Nigeria, he sent his children, one to the Anglican Church, one to the Methodist Church, one to the, he sent them separately. We have inherited these things. I will try to, this is speaking mostly to our Igbo audience, those who understand Igbo. I will try to end it up by saying that ofu onye shiere ọha ericha ya, ọha siere ofu onye ọ ga-ericha ya. Ogugu na-anaghị anụ ihe, grasshopper when they hear, ọ na-anụ ihe n'ite ofe. Onye tara akwa ọgazi, onye ahụ ji ahụ ụgwọ. A sị na ọnwụ na-egbu nwa nkịta anaghị ekwu ya ka ọ n'isi nshi. We as a human, no matter how big or mighty or how small we are, once we go away from the truth and nothing but the truth, having said all that, it is both an appeal and a solution to the church. My commentary is this. Let us remember the reason why the church came being in the first instance. Is it not to serve God? And if that is the belief of the troublemakers in this particular church, like our social organization, Igbo cultural organization, from World Igbo Congress to Igbo USA, search your souls. We are all passing through. We are passing by. It's an appeal to Bishop Kingsley or Reverend Kingsley. Please consult with Reverend Canon Unuigbe, who has been instrumental to the bringing of the Anglican Church in North America. I raise my case. It's an appeal that that to lobby
All right, thank you, Bob Bezic. Thank you so much. Can I know, please? We are running up. We have to end this in another less than 10 minutes. Paul, welcome to the show. And any question for the bishop? Contribution?
Yeah, thank you, and good morning. My concern is that I know there's conflict in any organization, being corporate organization, religious organization. There's always a conflict. But this has gone beyond what I call conflict now. It has become what I want to now call politics. You understand? And it's not good for the Christendom. You understand? Calling us as a Christian, the word Christian, Christ-like. So I don't understand why we cannot treat it like conflict inside the temple of God. We have to treat it. We can't bring culture into religion. It never works. It never works. Sometimes maybe we can also think in the other way around, like Christ would say, if it is your will, let your will be done. But bringing all these things, you might get the solution you are looking for, or you might not get the solution you are looking for. But the thousands of people that you distract from this world, let's look at the big picture. That is my question. How can you manage this issue right now? Because I see it like more of politics than conflict in the temple of God. That's my question.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Paul. Jonaba is a pastor. Jonaba, your question for the bishop, and then he will take it together.
Bishop, I think I follow the talk from the beginning a little a little bit. My question to you is that the Igbo community, how did they look at it in general? Did they think it's a tribal or a racial issue, or is just a few people personal interest that caused this conflict?
Well, I think in recent time, with people are trying to find out the facts of this matter to know how to position themselves. On the brothers, like he said, one of them said Bishop Orji had sent a committee, set up a committee when he was still their bishop to review it, and so they came. Two of them flew in from Texas, and then one of them in New Jersey. And by the way, the one of the people who flew in from Texas was a former rector of the church, right? So, and they had a fair hearing. They listened to everybody. They came in. Everybody talked about their grievances. And then they sent their report to Bishop Orji. It wouldn't have gone this bad. It wouldn't have gone this bad. I think, you see, anytime there is no control, lawlessness becomes the order of the day. Okay? The problem we're having now is that there's absolutely there's no control right now. There's really no control mechanism. And then the bishop, the Kingsley himself, see, I'm a bishop, but I have people that when I was ordained, before I was ordained a priest, they were like my mentors. If you have a problem with me and you think I'm going out of order, you give those bishops or senior bishops a call, and they call me, say, Unuigbe, what is going on? There are people I'm answerable to. See this, the cross. Everybody, when you look at the crucified life, the cross is a vertical line and a horizontal line, isn't it? Now, the way I look at that cross as a Christian, and this is a general thing, you have one line up, going up vertically, one line going down vertically, and then two sides. The way I look at it, somebody explained it one time, and it has stuck with me. As a Christian, you are accountable to people above you. As a Christian, you also have people who are looking up to you from below. As a Christian, you have people you are co-laboring with on the same horizon with you. When you take any action, you always ask yourself, how does this affect the people above me? Is it respectful to them? This action I'm taking, the people below me, how will they see me when they see me acting like this? The people beside, my fellow laborers, how will they take this? This is what discipleship is about. And as a Christian, if you lose contact with any of this, it will be a problem. Accountability becomes a problem. If I do something, see, it's funny. Some of the issues going on in this church, if this happened in an Episcopal church, by now this priest would have stepped down. Would have stepped down. Dr. Damages, do you agree with me? By now, if you have a situation degenerate to the point that people are carrying placards in your church, as a priest, that is enough to say, you know what, this is a shame on me. I could not manage a church to the point that people are carrying placards into the streets. But of course, that's individuals. So the Christian church has ways of being accountable. I am accountable to people above me. The primate of Church of Nigeria, he can suspend me. The primate can suspend me as a bishop. That's accountability. The people below me, they look up to me. When I'm going to do something, I think about how will this impact the people? All the people I led to Christ as a Christian over the years, how will they look at me, Bishop Unuigbe, and say, I did this? Those are things that hold you accountable. I don't know if that helps anybody.
Yeah, thank you so much, Bishop. We're rounding up. But let me, talking about being held accountable, let me play this video of the Church of Nigeria. This is from 8 months ago. I'll just play a little bit of that.
Anglican Communion, the Most Reverend Dr. Henry C. Ndukubah, has suspended the Right Reverend Dr. Felix Orji as the coordinating bishop of the Church of Nigeria North American Mission and bishop of the Anglican Diocese of the West with immediate effect. This was made known through a letter signed by the primate, the Bishop Felix Orji. The primate, who deeply regrets the recent public utterances and actions of Bishop Orji against the authority of the Church of Nigeria, which has precipitated a moment of crisis in the mission field in North America. He prays for quick resolution and peace, urging all members and clergy to remain calm. The Right Reverend Celestine Irona, a suffragan bishop under the diocese, has been appointed to supervise the diocese for now, while Venerable Chukwuma Ubadinobi, the Dean of the Holy Trinity Cathedral, Houston, Texas, is to take charge of the cathedral work with the vestry until all issues are sorted out. Bishop Felix Orji was consecrated by the Church of Nigeria 11 years ago as a bishop under the Church of Nigeria to administer one of its dioceses in its mission to North America in order to provide a safe spiritual and pastoral home for all Bible-believing and all who cherish the Anglican heritage as we received it, in the face of erroneous doctrine and practice of the Episcopal Church. Meanwhile, the Cathedral Church of Holy Trinity, Houston, Texas, and several other churches in the diocese have voted to remain in the Church of Nigeria and will not move to Anglican Church in North America with Bishop Orji. The Anglican Church in North America in the United States is in the United States and Canada. It also includes some congregations in Mexico, 2 mission churches in Guatemala, and a missionary diocese in Cuba.
All right. While we round up, Bishop, I want you to give us a little bit of information on that. What was that about? Is that part of crisis going on, or is this connected to this particular one?
Well, it's. I would hesitate to comment much on that because Bishop Orji has already moved on to ACNA. The background to that was that his diocese, his diocesan board voted to leave the Church of Nigeria. And prior to that, he had made statements both on Facebook, on social media, just writing things, some of them that directly sounded like insults to the Church of Nigeria. And we felt as a bishop, he needed to conduct himself a little bit better. Now, they voted to leave the Church of Nigeria. That's not the issue. And if that was a problem, I don't think the primate has a problem with that. But it was the way it was done. It was the way it was done. It didn't follow the procedure it's supposed to be. And so the primate had to use his discretion, did what he had to do. Celestine Irona is one of the bishops, suffragan bishops. So they have 3 bishops. Bishop Orji, the diocesan, Celestine is the suffragan, and there's another suffragan. But the diocesan board voted to leave the Church of Nigeria. But that's not the procedure. If you're going to do that, we have a way of doing it. So, but ultimately, what the primate did was, there was an initial, I'll put it as a temporary gap measure, suspended him, and then while the matter was looked into. And so, shortly after the Church of Nigeria got a letter from ACNA requesting for the primate to release, the Church of Nigeria to release Bishop Orji and Bishop Sili and other churches that want to go with ACNA. So which was done. So a committee was set up by the Church of Nigeria, the primate. Incidentally, I served in that committee, reviewed everything, and advice to the primate was that, okay, fine. He wants to go, is part of his diocese want to go. The resolution was release him to them. So the primate wrote a letter releasing him and Silly and those who want to go with him to ACNA. And then those who don't want to go with him to ACNA, those ones now stay with Bishop Celeste Irona, who is now, he was appointed as supervising bishop. So he's supervising them. And by the way, they had their synod last month in Houston, which I incidentally attended. So on both sides, I think they're settling well. Bishop Orji and the new diocese that is in ACNA, they've just accepted them. In fact, ACNA had their own meeting, and they've just officially received them into ACNA. So Bishop Orji, as far as I'm concerned, has arrived safely in ACNA. The bus arrived safely. All the passengers, no casualties, they arrived safely. And the people at home, the Celestines group and the Ubadinobis and all those who are loyal, who want to stay with Church of Nigeria, they have stayed with Church of Nigeria. And by the way, and this is something I also want to clarify, there have been people who make it look like this is against Bishop Orji. It's not against Bishop Orji. I personally, for one, I can tell you this. I have vowed to everybody, as I stand today, if there is a vote today by anybody or any group or any diocese to leave Church of Nigeria, I would be the first to put my hand up and say, my vote is no, asleep, no, awake. Right? Now, it has nothing to do with, it did not have anything to do with Bishop Orji. There are churches, there are priests who are very loyal to the Church of Nigeria. And the day you tell them you want to move out of Church of Nigeria, you can as well tell them bye-bye, because they will not follow you.
Okay, thank you. There's somebody here who doesn't he doesn't go to church. He represents the people who worship the traditional religion. So I want to give him the chance to speak to you, Bishop. Maybe you can convert somebody today.
Absolutely. Bring it on. Bring it on. I'm excited about that.
Ovia, welcome to the show. You have any question for the bishop? Be careful now. The Holy Spirit can hit you.
Mavo.
Ovia, unmute yourself, I think. Go ahead, Ovia. All right. His audio is not good. Unfortunately, Ovia, you have to join. You have to.
My worry, brother. Why now?
Your audio, Ovia, we can't hear you. Your audio,
we can't hear you.
You have to.
I really wanted to speak to you.
Yeah, he will go out and come back in. Ovia, you have a show. You should know how this works.
You can get my number from Dr. Damages and call me privately.
Yeah, we can also do the baptism when he converts.
Absolutely.
All right. So let's go to Dan. Dan, welcome to the show.
Yeah. Good evening, ladies, gentlemen. And I started with you in this show. I was half asleep, but I was listening.
Thank you.
And you know why I came in, to be honest with you, is because you said something. Doctor asked you a question about how does this church begin and all these things. You said that most of you guys are the people who started the particular church.
Sure.
Before then, you know, it's just like a business. Before now, you register it with the Nigerian bigger system.
Sure.
You know, but some people like us, you can see my hair. I'm a Rasta man.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
And and sometimes, to be honest with you, when we look holistically about, please let me just take your time, 30 seconds to just drop my case. You know, you see, when we look at Nigeria, the last time I went to Nigeria, to be precise, it's a long time ago. I went to Abuja, and in the street I was staying, I was surprised that almost half of the houses there were churches. And it has been a long time I came to Nigeria. So for me, it was a kind of strange. The time I was in Nigeria, we know where the church is. You know, every Sunday, everybody will march to that place. We know you are going to church. But suddenly, church became everywhere. So let me now land to this problem that is going on now that brought you here. Okay, this brother now who has his own church, and he decided to handle his own church the way he wants, like rubber stamping all the people around him, like you said. I mean, he feels like he's the owner of this church. And now somebody is compelling him now to join the Nigerian system, which we all know is not easy.
Let me correct that. Let me correct that. That's where the problem is. In his own case, he doesn't have that liberty. Because this church started probably when he was still in primary school. This church started in 1998, 99. Kingsley only came to this United States in 2016. So you can see there have been a series of clergy. Unuigbe was the first clergy.
But I thought you said he started this branch.
No, this one is he didn't start it. He didn't start it. No.
Okay, then I didn't get it.
No, he did that. He didn't start it. So, and that's the problem with this, because while he didn't start it, he wants to run it as if he calls, like he said, he's the CEO of this church now. Wants to run it like a CEO, founder and owner. And the people, and these people, the problem with this church, let me tell you, by the way, this church, Timothy, I hope I'm not wrong. This church is probably one of the most difficult churches in the Northeast. Am I wrong, Timothy? So it's not so anybody who's going to ever become a priest in this church, if you hear that Kingsley for any reason decide to leave that church, you say you are running there. Let me tell you, you have some work in your hand. That church is not a simple church. The church is filled with professors. Okay, you have professors, you have medical doctors, you have lawyers. In fact, at the first time when the primate spoke to me about this church, he said, "What I heard is that these people who are making trouble are just a bunch of drunkards." I said, "Primate, no, you are wrong. The people that are causing that they say they are causing trouble in this church, if you look at the list, you have lawyers, you have doctors, you have professors,
but excuse me,
engineers."
Excuse me, bro, before you just confuse me a little bit. Is it not this problem that we are facing in Nigeria, all these qualifications, lawyers, professors, they think that because they have read so many books and because they have these titles, some of them even bought their certificate like we see these days. Don't you think that is the problem?
These ones are not the ones that bought. These are not bought.
No, I'm just giving instances.
Well, again, yeah, let me tell you, so here is the uniqueness there. See, the way you pastor, this is where pastoralia comes in. The way you pastor a church in the village.
Please, can you tell us the criteria of being a pastor in that black league? What does it take for you to qualify?
You want to come to school with us? You have to go to theology. You have to go. Okay, here is the qualification. You have to go to theology.
Yeah, tell us what qualifies somebody to be, because sometimes there are some pastors that you see, you know that they are not qualified.
Anglican Church, you can't have unqualified pastors. You have to go
with all this trouble going on.
In Anglican Church, we don't have that. We train you. You have to go to school. You go to theological school, and then after the theological school, you'll be ordained a deacon, and then you'll be a deacon for about 1 year, and then you'll now be made a priest. So that's the uniqueness in our church, that we have an order and we have a way of ordering.
But you have not answered the question. What qualifies you to go to that school?
What qualifies you?
You have to
feel a sense of call by God to that ministry. You have to feel called by God.
How do you know that you've been called? Because that is our problem. How do we know that you have been called by God?
For me, I will tell you how I knew. I knew because God spoke to me, and it was confirmed by other people who also were around me.
In the dream or somewhere.
All right, Dan.
There are many ways. Okay, you can take my phone number. I'll talk to you about that.
Doctor, sorry that I'm asking a lot of questions.
No, it's an interest. It's a valid question.
This is a very sensitive issue in Nigeria, where there's proliferation of churches everywhere, and sometimes we keep wondering: is it because people are not employed, so they go into church to find a job because they are so rich many of them, after joining this church. That is my concern. I don't want to embarrass your guests, but I was just trying to see if I can get to the root of this, because like you said, Doctor, in your introduction, this thing is not happening only in that church. These are problems in many churches. If you understand, this trouble of somebody come to power and he wants to dominate, because, and if I make that last point before I drop, it's sometimes it's because of money. When it comes to the treasury of the church, that is where this trouble starts. Thank you. I will restate my case now.
All right, Bishop. You want to
not just money? I think power has a part to play in it, because some people have money. It's not just about money. I mean, if you ask yourself, somebody who has money and has bullion van for money, and is walking and shaking and still wants to be president, it's not looking for money, right? So it's not all about money. People, there's something about power. And then there's also the problem of, remember that, and I don't know if this is unique to us Black people, when we get into power, transition is always a problem. You hardly find people say, I have served my term 4 years and hand over. No. What you will find is, when it's almost that 4 years, the person will find a way of drumming up some sentiments from some people to say, hey, this man has done so well, even though it's 4 years, that is normally supposed to be the term. But in his case, is there a way we can make it? Let us extend it. Let us review the constitution, and the constitution will now state. Then they will now bring one new constitution that now says that the term will not be 4 years anymore. It is now 8 years. And since the constitution that we used to vote him, when we appoint him, was for 4 years, now that we don't have a new constitution that says 8 years, we renew his contract, but now it's for 8 years. So it happens in church, it happens in institutions. You go to universities, the vice chancellor his time is up. He finds a way of looking for some professors who will try to campaign and change the rules. So the church is like is part of the community. And some of the things that affect the community, we are not isolated. We are not isolated from it. The greed, the selfishness of man. Retirement age is supposed to be 70. There are people that, when you look at them, they are looking like 90 something, but they say they have not retired. They are supposed to retire at 70. What has happened is that somehow, and then you suddenly find out that their younger brother has celebrated 80 years, but the person who's supposed to retire at 70 has not retired. I mean, these are some of the things we find. And they're shameful, they know the right things, but they're just expressions of humans' selfishness, greed, and wanting to hold on to power.
All right, thank you, Bishop. We get a last question from Ovie, who represents the people.
Ovie is from Wari,
who worship Ifa or something.
The devil is a liar.
Okay, go ahead.
He said the devil is a liar. That guy doesn't agree with you.
Dr. Damaji is a liar. The devil
I can hear he's not agreeing with you. If you don't mind him, don't mind Damages.
He's been the fact that you have a bishop is touching him now. So go ahead, Ovie.
Get the behind me, Dr. Damaji. I mean, Satan. Let me. That's my question today.
All right, ask it.
Thank you, Bishop, for coming to.
Where are you, by the way, Ovie? Where are you calling from?
Calling in from Texas.
Oh, Texas. Okay.
Yes.
I was in Texas last month.
Oh, good to know, Bishop. Thank you for coming on to share light on what actually happened in your church. I believe in New Jersey. When that thing happened, immediately takes me back to my days in Church of Configuration, Anglican Church in Warri. Took me back immediately. But again, I also appreciate the fact that you are saying the obvious, that it's all about power, right? You're using political terms like the gay, and all that. So my question, I will use my friend format. That is Kenneth, who said we have 2 questions, but one is connected to the other. So I will do like that. So my question is, how much, now that you make it obvious that you say the reality that power is also involved, money is involved and all that, how much does the local politics, actually affect or involve in what transpired that day or what's still happening? When I mean local politics, I'm not just narrowing down to the Nigerian communities there in New Jersey alone, but in New Jersey as a whole. And 2, I don't know if you are familiar with, if you know Bishop Sunday Onoha. He's the founder and president of Vision Africa International and the co-founder of Interfaith Dialogue Forum for Peace.
Okay.
He also served as an advisor to then President on privatization. I lost the word.
Privatization.
Privatization, yes. So I don't know if talking about power here, I believe he has a little bit of influence that can actually in what is happening there, or if that's not necessary. That's my question.
All right. Bishop, he's done.
So like I said, power is involved. The truth about it is that power is the role of a clergy in the church. The clergy is the center of power in any church. He preaches every Sunday, and in a way influences people's thinking by the preaching. That's number 1. Then also, he's interacting with people, and he's meeting with them, knowing where the viewpoints of people and where they stand. And then he also has a way of being able to indirectly influence people and say, hey, and it's very difficult to have people in a system not use it. It's just that some people overuse it. If Damages was in my church, for example, and I say, hey, Damages, I see you are very good with social media and this, I can encourage him. I say, hey, I want you to be on the vestry so that you'll be the head of the committee for social media in my church. So the pastor has a way of influencing people to get them into position, which in itself is not evil if it's positive. Where it becomes a problem is when the only people you want on the vestry are the people who will rubber stamp what you believe in. That's where the problem is. Okay? And you know that is also the problem with most government institutions. People come into power, a president comes in, and he tells you, the only people I'm going to allow to come in, appoint for ministerial positions, are people who supported me when I was voted. And so he only appoints people. So for the next 4 years, what you are going to have is people who are thinking in one direction. When they finish their term, they do this, the other party takes over, they do exactly the same thing. So in the church, in a way, that also has a way of filtering in. We can't go into elaborate, you're talking about transfiguration and things that have happened in the Anglican churches in Nigeria. The reality of it is that this one is the only problem we have now is that social media has made everything so all over the place. There are churches in Nigeria that, as we speak, their bishop can't enter the church. They lock the bishop out of the church. The bishop can't enter our church. There are churches in Nigeria, as we speak. It's conflict. They have so much conflict with the bishop. They lock the church and they say bishop cannot come to their church. As we are speaking, they've not been able to resolve it.
All right. Thank you so much, Bishop. Any final comments before we end the segment and go back to
where's the Unuigbe from, if you don't mind, Bishop?
I'm from Ora.
Ora, okay. Sabogida Ora.
I'm from Sabogida Ora Diocese.
I'm from Ososo.
Ososo.
Yeah.
Wow, wonderful. God bless you.
Thank you.
Send your number to me later so that we could talk.
All right.
Maybe the young small.
We are going to convert OVA back to reality.
No. OVA is going to be one of my my lay ministers.
Oh, can I choose where my parish, my own parish? Can I choose?
Yeah, you can choose that. That's fine.
They will be baptized. I will come to Texas. Dan, what do you want to say?
Yeah, my final kind of a statement or a little question which he can just quickly answer. Bishop, you know, sometimes I used to have my wildest dream about churches and Nigeria. You know, I have this dream sometimes. And sometimes I discuss in myself, what is the problem? Why do churches have a lot of problem? Because sometimes I think churches were supposed to be a place where I'm a real Christian, despite my hair look, but I believe in Christ. I go to church. Those days, though, not nowadays that they've turned church to some kind of things. My problem in my wildest dream is that, for example,
if you actually go to church, you understand that Jesus Christ's hair is like that of your own.
Okay, thank you.
Make Jesus Christ, your hair be like your own.
Thank you. I don't know. Now I know. Okay, what I wanted to say, like I said, is in my wildest dream, sometimes I imagine if I become a man of power today, I will close many churches in Nigeria. Because Nigerians are people who really believe in God. And many people have taken advantage of this to confuse a lot of Nigerians. And then when you see people in authority in the churches, how they fight against themselves, like you said that some churches in Nigeria, they close the door to their bishop. So, and again, what the churches are doing with our education, for example, I can say that the churches in Nigeria destroy the public education because every Dick and Harry church you see in Nigeria, they have a school. And they go to the public schools and take the best teachers of that public school to their own church school. You understand? So I don't know what you people are trying to do how to tackle this problem these churches are bringing to Nigeria. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Bishop, before you answer, let me just put in my last question and then you give us a final say, your final closing remarks. I know you're a doctor, and I know that there's something that worries me about the church in terms of, I don't mean the Anglican Church now, the whole church in general in Nigeria and some African countries, where some pastors and priests and bishops basically are they have difficulties in terms of where medical science begins and where miracles and starts. And sometimes you find that a lot of people don't seek attention that they actually need because the pastor or the priest is telling them that miracle will heal them from something like diabetes, something that we know we can manage and treat. So maybe you can address that while you answer the last questions.
Okay. Here's what I'll tell you. That's a big topic for another program. So I'll give you the topic. Faith, foolishness, and presumption. Okay?
I have a bishop as a producer. Faith,
yes, foolishness, and presumption. And before we get to that program, there's a book written by Frederick Casey Price, Faith, Foolishness, and Presumption. Read that book.
Okay.
We give you. But, yes, absolutely. As a physician, I can tell you there is a lot of damages being done right now to people's lives by so-called faith preachers. And I am the first to tell you, as a doctor, I am absolutely upset about the effect of some of these things now. There's so much of denial. You have people who won't check their blood pressure. And when they come to my clinic, I check it, and their blood pressure is 200 and something over 120. What do you think comes out from their mouth? Blood of Jesus.
I refuse it in Jesus' name.
I reject it in Jesus' name.
I reject it.
Okay? Blood of Jesus. I reject it in Jesus' name. The guy is going to have a stroke next week. And before you know it, he's either paralyzed or he dies. Why? Because he went to a program, somebody told him, throw away all your medicine. But you know what I tell people? Believe it. I love faith. And I am a strong believer in faith. I'm a word of faith guy. But Dr. Damages, I just took my amlodipine. I just took it this morning with my losartan. And I'm careful to tell people. I don't like to lie to people. You're wearing glasses now, Dr. Damages, right?
I wasn't wearing it some years back.
You don't have faith. That's why you're still wearing glasses, you know. How can you be wearing glasses?
Now, without it, I can see three of you on the screen. I don't know which one is talking.
And so what I sometimes look at, when I look at the people who tell somebody to throw away your medicine, sometimes the preacher who is telling you he's wearing glasses. So you see sometimes, my brother, on one side, Dan, I agree with you. There has been a lot of manipulation of people. But that also, in everything, there's abuse. But abuse does not completely eradicate the right thing. There's still the right thing. But there are people who, of course, abuse it. The church in Nigeria, let me tell you, my brother, if the people in Nigeria don't go to church the way they are going, I don't know how they would have survived. Have you been to Nigeria recently? You ask yourself, how do people survive in this country?
But for me, I don't really blame. Let me tell you, I'm a little bit on the other side of the fence.
If you stay in Nigeria and go to church, you will go to church more than them, because some of them, the only thing they can, the only thing the only place they can survive is church, because you have no salary to eat. I mean, you have nothing. I mean, you are talking about going to doctor. It's not who has medicine that will go to doctor. You go to the hospital, they say make you drop deposit. How much is deposit?
But Bishop, is that not the problem why Nigeria is on the floor? Because the religious people keep giving us this false hope instead of telling them to at least protest for their liberty. They tell you, don't worry, like you are saying, God will come down, and God never came down.
It still comes down. Don't worry, it still comes down.
In Nigeria?
Yeah, I'm telling you. If not, by now Nigeria don't destroy you.
Nigeria never destroy.
No, we are still at Nigeria destroyed.
Sorry, you said something now that you say you are a man of faith and you believe in faith.
Oh, absolutely.
Let me ask you this question. Tucker Carlson said democracy is a faith-based system. Now, I am asking you this question because
Rudolph, you see, we don't enter the other topic now.
no, because before I spoke,
people have started logging in now. I told you the topic that one is going to go viral. Faith, foolishness, and presumption.
Bishop, I wanted this conversation on Sunday, but I know that you have to be in church. Perfect.
Bishop was taking shot at our president, right?
I didn't mention anybody's name.
Okay. I say our president plenty too. We have men. So my question now is that, as a man of faith, and we are practicing the system that is based on faith, do you have faith in Nigerian democracy? Do you have faith in our system?
Thank you.
Do I have faith in Nigerian democracy system?
Yes.
Well, if the democracy system is allowed to run unmanipulated by people, if it was, democracy, let me put it like that. Let me be honest with you. Democracy is an evolving process. Everybody looks at the United States today. United States is more than 200 years. So you know how many years it used for them to get to where we are now? I was telling somebody recently, I said, no matter how you see the election we have today, it was better than 1979. It was better than 1983. It was better than 1987. Let me tell you, in 1987, thumb printing, we were small children. They carried us to classroom to help to thumb print. As we are thumb printing, they will now ask.
So as
Bishop don't become what you mean, that one we don't deny say no talk. Butchakawa. They go call you.
As they were thumb printing, now, as they thumb print, when they were thumb printing, right? Guess what they will now say? Do you think the one we have thumb printed, UPN, this is UPN now, UPN thumb printing, some printing center. They will say, do you think the ones we have thumb printed are more than the ones MPN has thumb printed? So your winning is ability to thumb print enough.
So in other words, we are progressing.
Actually, to be honest with you, Nigeria is making some progress democratically. Because now we talk about, before you had only two parties. Now you have a situation where you have to the House of Rep, you now have Labour Party members, you have other party members in the House. Before now, only two parties, that's it. So there's some, I want us to why we are not where we are supposed to be, we have gone beyond where we were before. My hope is that the next electoral process, Nigerians will watch out for the loopholes in this one we did. The loopholes, we have some loopholes. Now we know what we are going to, where we watch now.
But Bishop, they are still in court. They don't want to pay attention to that. They are not looking for the loopholes. They are in court. I don't know.
And, no, they are in the court. But what I'm saying is, whatever the outcome of the court, democracy is an evolving process. And at some point, we are getting there. Now we now know how to use electronic voting. It didn't work right, but we have used it. It made, at least you now see people now apologizing. Now you see people, at least Oluomo apologizing that he was sorry for how he treated people. Before, in the last election, in the election before, who was apologizing to anybody? You are talking about counting votes and talking about the beavers and all that. Before the election, before was there even counting? They just gave figures. My village,
because they did not give him his share. That's why he's apologizing.
What I'm saying, so in my village, what you just have is they just say, okay, that village, 5,000. The population of the village is probably not even up to 5,000. They just give them figure, virtual figure, 5,000. So if you ask my opinion, I think that I believe in Nigeria. I believe strongly in Nigeria. A problem with Nigeria is human beings. And as we begin to correct it, we begin to insist, and everybody insists on not collecting money for votes. This election, there was a man who was a Okada rider who won House of Rep election. Where have you ever heard that before? See, we're now having people from the street win elections who had no money, who did not give money, who did not take and did not give, and they won election. That is a new progress. You now have a situation where a sitting governor, goes to the street and wears apron to be begging people to vote for him. You never had that before. You now have a governor going to do babbing people's head to campaign to them. That is a progress. People now know that you can lose election. They now know that you can lose election. That's a progress. Before now, you are a city governor, you just buy the vote and that's it. Nobody don't have to go and campaign. So I hope I have, with this few points of mine, I have convinced my co-debaters and impartial panel of judges that Nigerian democracy is progressing.
Yes.
That tells me I used to be a debater in secondary school.
Bishop, thank you so much. Thank you so much. There's somebody raising his hand. It's Mr. J. Mr. J is from Gambia. Oh no, he lives in Gambia.
Thank you very much. Please, can I ask a question? You're a medical officer, right?
I'm a medical doctor, yes.
Very good. Do you think that death can be conquered by medical science? That is the question.
Death cannot be conquered ultimately. Everybody will ultimately die. No matter the doctor we can push it, we can elongate it, but we can't prevent death. Death ultimately is everybody must die one day.
I asked the question because, let's say, last century, when you talk about brain surgery, people will tell you it's not possible. Kidney transplant was not possible. Heart transplant was not possible. All impossibilities are now becoming possible. Man has gone to the moon and has returned. Why can the same science that accomplished all these goals not conquer death? It's just a question of time.
Well, I mean, if you read medicine, if you read science very well, there is something called cell cycle. In the cycle of cells, they go through a phase of ultimately every cell will die. There's nothing you're going to do to prevent that. It's the ultimate end point of everything. So, yes, you might be able to get some genetic thing to alter and make people live a little longer. You might do some environmental manipulation that makes people less exposed to less toxins and less things and make them be. But ultimately, even if you push it, you push the person up to 120. But I'll tell you, if you see most people who are 120, 130, you don't even want God to extend life more than that. Because when you are in that age, even to poop, to even go to bathroom is not a problem.
No, but we were told that Methuselah lived for 969 years.
Well, that is what in their generation. And then when God saw the way man was behaving, God was the one who reduced the age by himself. And said, you know what, these guys, I gave you too much time. You are wasting. I gave you too much time and you are misbehaving. Let's give you less time. And that's what happened.
All right.
Anyway, thank you so much.
You're welcome, sir.
Bishop, thank you so much, and we appreciate
you. It's been a pleasure.
We wish that our bishops are like you, but they're not like you. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, everybody. God bless you, and then go to church tomorrow. Let's have a word of prayer. By the way, I'll pray for you, if you don't mind.
Okay, yeah, you can go ahead. Yeah.
All right, let us pray. Gracious Father, we thank you for this interview. Thank you for all that we have discussed this afternoon. We want to use the opportunity to pray for the Anglican Church in Irvington, Igbo Anglican Church. We pray for that church. We pray for Kingsley, the Reverend over there. You know all the troubles he's going through right now, and all the members of that church. Lord, we just pray that the Holy Spirit will come down mightily upon that church and bring a resolution to this conflict, that there will be peace restored and the glory will ultimately go to your holy name. We pray for your children who are gathered here now. I pray for every one of them. We pray for every one of us and ask that God continue to be with us, guide us, watch over our lives and our families. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you.
God bless you.
Thank you so much. And, we'll take a little break. We'll be right back.
Obiana, what are you they drink? I've been away to they drink.
Now, Zobo. Oyibo kola hibiscus. I've been hibiscus. You know, you laugh. I know they drink. I smoke, so I know I have no fit drink and smoke at the same time. So now actually now Zobo I dey drink. I like Zobo. I mean make them by myself, by the way.
Okay, we're taking a break. We'll be back and we'll continue the conversation. Let's take 3 minutes.
A man of message be go man. I dey drink. I dey drink shake bear. You are looking like an Ivory Coast man today, man of prestige.
I need some of Gogoro over here. Where can I get one?
I see I talk I don't need poison.
Where you live, is it legal to smoke?
What do you mean where they live? What are they legal?
Anywhere I they breathe, I'm legal to smoke. This is a free world today. You say what to be legal.
But America, that's why they are.
A person that they kill. I understand what you are saying, though. I understand what you are saying. It's not. I mean, America. I don't know. These days, of course, yeah, some state is not legal, right? But I don't know. They very the only difference now is
go and see what is going on. The politicians are not obeying any. They are not obeying the law of God. They are not obeying the constitution of Nigeria. They are not even obeying the laws of their own party. As a result, virtually no party has leadership. In fact, no party in Nigeria is a party, because the meaning of party is a set of people who share common objectives. But what we have is a set of idiots who each want to have an office from the party. And idiots can never make a successful organization. Every organization to succeed, the members must aim, uphold, and commit themselves to keeping to the truth. They must uphold and commit themselves to being patient. So if you are not wanted, then you don't leave the party, you die, you fight, you kill. What for? Whatever position you hold, you are not going to be the first one. And whatever position you hold is not going to be permanent. There will be a day when it will end. And what have you seen? People who leave governor today and arrested tomorrow. Why do I even want to be? So all these people fighting for offices, and not one day are these politicians coming together to ask one question. You know the one question they don't ask? What do we do to improve the people of Nigeria? No. It is what do I do so that I become governor? Then why do you want to be a governor if you are an idiot? What is the meaning of idiot? You know the meaning of idiot? It's a Greek word. It means the person who only thinks of himself. If everybody thinks of himself, who is going to have a wife? Which wife is going to have a husband? So unless our politicians accept that truth, the truth is the truth. We must set up rules. The rules are already there. Yeah, you understand? There is no party that has no constitution. And then you see them going to court to interpret the constitution. Are you mad people? You made the constitution yourself. Who do you need to interpret it? It's only that you are not honest to yourselves. Because you sat down and wrote it. If you don't know the meaning and you wrote, what will Abbas Tafida call you? You know, mad people. Because only a madman will write a thing and he needs somebody to interpret the very thing he has written. So I will tell the parties, you all have your constitution. The nation has a constitution. And you are supposed to be a set of people with common goals, common objectives. So please show us you have common goals. Show us you have rules made by your party. Show us you have respect for the constitution of Nigeria. Do not transfer the election to the courts. Our vice president himself honestly accepted that guilt. The courts have become those who are appointing the governors. In another reverse, I respect him as a lawyer, but what he's saying is, we as politicians, we have failed to act on even what we know. We know the constitution, we know the fact, and we failed, we wait for the court to judge. In many places, you see 4 people who go to a village, hide, and write the results. They have finished delegate, they have finished this, they want all the delegates to belong to one person. Then why do we have the democracy? Yeah, you understand? So the second part is they take money and give to youth. These youth are young people who are supposed to be reading, learning, and planning their future. So please let our children be peaceful. Give them chance to build themselves as young men. If you can do what is good for them, do. If you cannot, please leave them alone. The final part is to the ordinary people. Somebody come and distribute 10 naira and you jump, you clap for him. And at the end of the day, it's only the bait. You have become the fish in the water. That he's putting the bait and catch the fish and go and put it on fire. So my people here in Jalingo, my advice is, let's keep to the truth. Let everybody vote according to his conscience, and let's hit those who are trying to cheat the system. Because they are the people cheating us. They are the people harming us. If we have free and fair election, if one person is wrong, we can make another election next time and change him. But you have one donkey producing another donkey, and they will say no camel should carry lots. And can the donkey carry the lots? Sabris.
Wow. Welcome back to the show. And who is that man? Who knows him?
Guys, Emir of where?
Jalingo.
Yes, Jalingo, yes. But this question that the Eddies put on the private section, that would have been, I would have loved how Bishop would have to answer this question. He says, seeing the issue we face in the church today, why don't we Africans revert back to our ancestors?
That would have been good.
I would have not just want to hear his own opinion about that.
I didn't say that. So thank you, guys. Thank you for joining us. We typically have our guests on Sundays, but today, because it's something to do with the church, and the church people will be in church on Sunday, so I had to move it to Saturday. So we will have a traditional show. I wasn't prepared for anything beyond this, but so let's
You are Nigerian. We know they prepare.
no, you have to prepare, so that it will make sense. Timothy, by the way, before we get to the normal show, so how do you, let's do a little bit of feedback. What do you guys think about the bishop and the situation and what he said?
Are we going by the turn by turn, or?
Yeah. Or anybody who wants Dan. Yeah, Dan. Let's start with Dan.
Okay, I think he's a very honest person. I like, to be honest, he's not so religious to me. He's a very direct person, and these are the people I like. They don't dwell in that. That's what they do them for church. He's a general, and maybe because he's educated highly, he's a doctor, so he has a very big open-mindedness. Not like these focused people, God go do them. If no God no go do them, nobody else go do them. I think this is what I in him. Only that he refused to answer that question I asked him. That's
what question? What was the question?
The question was that the churches of Nigeria has destroyed. I hold them solely responsible for destroying our public school system. Because if you look at all the churches in Nigeria, no matter how small they are, they have a school. And I can tell you categorically, what they do is they go to the public schools and take the best teachers there and bring them to their private schools.
Yeah. Dan, let me stop you, because I heard you when you said that. I felt like I should ask you questions when you said that. Look at what they call in America the school choices and the charter school in America. I don't know where you are. Are you here or are you in the UK? You're in UK. You're in Europe.
Sweden.
Okay. So in America, they have this charter school system where they actually go to public school and use part of public school to start a school that is not public school. And they pay, they bring the same complaint. They bring their students, they pick up students. Most of the time, they pick up the bright ones and put them in the charter school. And then the government will still pay the school, the charter school that is using public school space. So what I'm wondering in what your issue with that is that most people, public schools in Nigeria, I was surprised in my hometown too. The public schools are basically, nobody goes there. People are now going to private schools, even in the villages, So maybe I think the issue is it's not the church that started it, and you can't stop anybody, private individual or businesses, like private universities, from taking any professor they want, they can afford, that will come to them. So how do you raise that as an issue? What is the government doing? The question is, the government is the one leaving schools to basically collapse and fall on kids. And people decided that they are not taking their kids to those schools. And anybody that set up schools, it's not just churches, there are a lot of private schools everywhere now in Nigeria.
Yeah, the issue I have with that damages is because if you look at, we complain about the problems in Nigeria. Our schools are working, it's not working. Churches who are supposed, let me tell you, for me, the church is the last man's hope, not the court. If hunger come now, you won't go to court. Go to church, whether they go drop something. So when the system of Nigeria now, when the system of Nigeria, sorry that I'm trying to be, I'm not trying to.
They drop for church now. They didn't collect for church now. Why did they call it turn around?
Okay, sorry, sir. But what I'm trying to say is my observation. If you go to any church now, Dr. Damages, to be honest with you, that church can be a one. The other toilet will be a school. So I ask myself, why should they now add people to churches? And if you see that our problem of this public school, all the public schools are not working anymore. And most of the teachers, I met some of them, they are from the public schools. They will even be telling you they are looking for churches, schools built by churches where they can earn more money.
But Dan, let me explain this thing to you. Let's be factual. Growing up in Nigeria, I see you for somebody who I can say you happen to be somebody of my age grade. So what do I mean by that? Growing up in Nigeria, when it comes to banks in Nigeria, we know about Union Bank, UBA, and First Bank. These are the big banks. When we're doing school runs those days, AfriBank comes in. Now, guess what? Somewhere along the line, we just see the 91 guys, the 91 Bank, the Zenith Bank, the Standard Trust Bank, the GTB, they came and everywhere. Are you expecting that when Zenith Bank was starting, they go look for bankers from schools, from marketplace, from cooperative? No, they get bankers from other banks and every other thing. So what do I mean by that? You see graduation here in the US. The police will also go and look for the best of the best. So our public school, they fail themselves. It's not about the private school go take teachers from there. If they are so concerned with what they have, the way they train those old teachers, they fail somewhere along the line. They would have keep training more and more, because naturally people will age out, people will leave naturally, people will do so many things. They already have a system that they are training people.
Please, I'm not trying to debate with you about too short. Okay. I'm just trying to, my argument, what I'm talking about the churches destroying the public schools, is because it is a fact. When you say that the Zenith Bank went and took the ready-made people, what happened to that old school, all those old banks? They collapsed. And which system?
They didn't collapse. They didn't collapse.
If they didn't collapse, they were anymore. Nobody was there anymore. So what I'm trying to tell you is that why I pin it on the churches, because there's a lot of churches everywhere. It's not like one church. Every Dick and Harry will open a church and build a school. And so what I'm saying, now Nigeria has a fundamental problem. No public school works anymore. So, and we are complaining that there is strike everywhere, public school. And when I talk public school, I'm not talking only about primary schools or secondary schools. Even public universities are dead. And when you see the churches, those days churches, they used to have nursery schools. But now they went up to the tertiary institution and started building universities. So this is my fear, and this is why I'm complaining. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Prince, keep your hand down. Keep your hand down, turn by turn.
Ovie, we're coming to you, Prince. Ovie,
no, I wanted to give a kind of like a feedback to Dan.
That would
if I'm allowed.
Wait for your turn.
That would make him want to say something, and then it to be.
No. It's just something quick. Am I allowed?
Go ahead.
Okay, Dan, we all understand where you're coming from, but from most of us that are in the diaspora, you understand that the school system is handled by what is called unified school districts. And what is unified school district? Unified school districts are being managed by the counties, which is equivalent to local governments in Nigeria. But the problem with Nigeria is that our educational system is kind of like handled by the federal, which is not supposed to be. Okay, the primary and secondary school is supposed to be local government handling those people. You understand what I mean? So take aside the church, take them aside. The government also owns the grassroots ownership of schools. I rest my case for now.
All right, thank you. Ovie.
Yeah. Let me start with the question that Dan would have loved to ask and the way he responded. I think in a way he also tried to the question that Eddie would have wanted to ask. Why do I say that? I think for me, from my own perspective, where I'm seeing things from, these two the mainstream religion, two mainstream religion, they are the most successful instrument in spreading civilization in history. I think apart from, it's number that first, then education. Because if you now bring it down to Nigeria as a country, how were they able to actually that's in up to today, we are still able to conquer us? When they figure out those way they say, quote unquote, slave trader, the merchants and all that, they all figure out, okay, these people who can always buy them off with money. But the question now remains that, what about the followers, the ordinary people? How do we do? Right? Is to make sure we change their way of life, I believe. And the easiest way for them to do that was through religion, not just the Christian religion, even those that were coming from the north to the Muslim religion. Right? This is how they were able to make us the think me and you the way me and you they think today. But again, we should also pay attention that, especially those of us where they live for America, racism and all that. To me, at this point, racism is just banner, right? Classism is the in thing now. It's about class. We have to belong to social place. We have to be in social. We have to belong to social bracket to take benefit of this, to access this and all that. And that's exactly what we are consciously practicing in Nigeria. That is where when Rudolph was saying that people don't want to go to government school, right? They want to go to this social school. If you pay attention to the parents who are sending them to that school, there's a reason, right? They are privileged to have access to consultancy. They want to speak speak like the Americans, British. They have access to consultancy. It's more like a clique. So it's become like a class thing. And again, they say government is now we they produce our governments, right? So they too understand the way they behave, right? So they also have to invest. They need share of the money too, because how do you usually get to power, stay in power? You need money. So they invest. In order for their investment to flourish, they have to enact policy that will deliberately destroy the one way we give them to manage, so then to make money. I mean, it might not be directly the way I'm putting it, but that's exactly what I noticed that is happening within the Nigerian society. Again, come to Bishop. To me, he is a teacher, not a preacher. Right? Preachers will tell you exactly what the book they gave you, what they say you should say. And you do everything within your own little power to polish that thing that you were given. But a teacher will use you to teach you what is actually in the Bible, how that interrelates to you. And again, somebody say maybe because he's an educated person, he's a doctor. And that's why we can easily understand him. And no matter the kind of question you throw at him, I noticed that he will find a way to put it in he will even laugh about it rather than getting angry. Right? So that's a teacher to me. And they are bound in every religion, even the Muslim cleric too. There are some of them. If you pay attention to them, you know, say, okay, these people are actually teaching. They are telling you exactly what you can see, what you can feel, and what you can touch. I think that's what set him apart. That's what I noticed from the bishop. But as far as that of education, if we don't take, as far as I'm concerned, we just have to actually take a drastic measure to alter the system of our education. What we are teaching our kids, the system and everything, we just have to actually take a pause and reevaluate it, because we are behaving exactly how we are programmed to behave. And just imagine those that will come from us. They will be worse in terms of they will be further from where they are coming from or where they are going, because we are programmed and we are. If you pay attention to Bill Gates' speech when it comes to Nigeria, when he was actually arguing in favor of Japa, there is nothing wrong with that. But if you go back in the about 2008, 2009, he was in the Congress making case that it doesn't make sense that the American education system attracts some of the best brain in the world, and after they graduate, they will send them and go back to come and start competing with us. So there's a reason why he is in support of Japa, because he has incentive. After all, with everything with the love for the Nigerian school system, you can only make do of it if you actually come up with that system, especially his own field of software engineering. study software engineer in any of the Nigerian university, you want to go to America, right? So all these things is happening before us. Now, so they take on before us, Google our parents, right? Now, see the same way is happening. Now, this education, it is. I was even surprised. I think last year, some of our state governors, they give back the schools to religion institutions. The religion, our medicals, our healthcare facilities is under foreign medic. I mean, there's a lot of things that we need to start questioning. Why? We are old enough to start thinking how to take care of our own self, or how to reason differently from every other people. But that's the only way they can either respect us. And if we have any chance at all to dominate again in the world, that's the only way.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. If we have any chance to dominate, I think the time is coming. You know, the African time is coming. It's not about if, it's about when. Prince Akwachi, go ahead.
I guess for me, I will start from the bishop. To me, the bishop, I love the fact that bishop is the kind of things that I look, you know, when I talk about people becoming pastors and all these priests and all this kind of a thing. I believe that they should be able to walk. I believe that they should be able to have something doing, not depending on the church money. So for me, the bishop, you know, is a top notch for me. That I love what he's doing. Secondly, you know, I don't know how to put it. Christianity have deviated from being Christ-like to something else. And you know, I had the opportunity, you know, to learn from my dad, and he has always said that the temple of God is in the heart, your heart. What you do to your next neighbor, or what you do to other people who is around you. You see somebody who is a priest, who is a pastor, he will go to church on Sunday, preach all about money, 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 money. Look at him during the week, he's something else. He's into politics, he's into different kinds of things. And that makes me, I don't know, I'm not saying people should not be going to church, but for me, the way I do my own church thing, I don't depend on no pastor. You cannot pray for me, I pray for myself. You cannot, you know, we can study the Bible together, and I take what I take, but you cannot try to convince me or bamboozle me into believing in something that is, you know, I don't know. Let me leave this one now before I go into, you know, a different thing. Let me leave this one now.
All right, thank you. Man of prestige.
Yeah, thank you. I have a little bit of view about this man. I mean, I didn't quite listen to him. You know, Dr. Rudolph, I was here earlier, then I left, so I just came back when I rejoined. So from what the little that I had from him, he seemed to be an orthodox. What do I mean by orthodox? Somebody who believes in a traditional religion, you know, it doesn't deviate, it's not more liberal, it's not conservative. So he seemed to be an orthodox, maybe because of he's a doctor. I don't know what area of doctor he specialized. Maybe he's well educated, has shaped, you know, his philosophy, you know, when it comes to church. So that's what I really understand from where he's coming and what went on in that particular church, which I wasn't privy until you actually brought this topic. But it's a shame that something like that happening, you know, we bring in some kind of decay that come from Nigeria and bring it to this country, which is not the same. You know, I'm not saying, you know, they are perfect here. So they're supposed to be different. I mean, like I go to church. I used to be an Anglican before, you know, I even was an altar boy, but that was a long time ago. So, I mean, in a church, there should be a division of labor. There should be, you know, different area. The church, I mean, the pastor is not supposed to handle anything about money. If it's money, it's the problem. Initially, I thought it was more of a social issue. maybe they have conservative and liberal, so they kind of clash because they have, they have different beliefs when it comes to conservative. They want the church to be structured, no gay, no something, but liberal, they want everything goes, so they don't really care. So I thought that was the main issue, but I later on find out that they have other issues, particularly when it comes to money. Money is a devil, so it can pretty much disrupt any church. So, but it's a shame that just that has to happen, in this kind of in this particular situation. So, thank you.
All right, Paul.
Yeah, I asked him one question, but funny enough, I think you put two questions to him, so he answered one and then he answered the other one. Like I said, Christianity, like they say, Christian is Christ-like, so bringing the way this kind of conflict resolution, the way you answer it in the corporate world, you don't want to, if you treat things like that in the church, I don't think you might get the best answer or trying to play politics with it. I don't think, because most of Christ and his apostles, we all saw all the mysterious things that they did, and these are how they passed on and every other thing. They went through a lot of trials, you understand, and tribulations, and that is how the Bible is being written. And if we follow these people, we want to believe that if we are going through our own trying time, for people like that, supposed to understand that, then which means there's nothing new coming. You understand? These are things that is already embedded in the Bible, and the Bible supposed to be their constitutions. But what I don't get, things are just being changing in the church today. You understand? We pray for God to give us money. And while we pray so much for God to give us money, the same Bible again, Christ still tell us again, say for a rich man to make heaven, it's like for a camel to pass through the eyes of a needle. So which means if my pastor is praying for me to make money, my pastor is equally praying for me not to make heaven. I don't get it. Yes. You understand? Because the master of them all, like this Do Pikin comedian will say, the Oga Pata of them all. Christ said it. He said, for a rich man to make heaven, it's like for a camel to pass through the eyes of a needle. I'll use American lottery team. They say for you to win the mega millions, the billions, your odd is like 225 million. Why would I want to pray for 225 million people to play a game? And I will believe that I will be the one to win. It's like my cousin will say, my cousin who brought his daughter from America, they'll say, go and have another child. He said, he don't care. They say, oh, boy, your child can't be saved. That guy is already a citizen. And they said, no, he can't be a president. How many people children can make a president? And beside that, I don't even want my daughter to be a president because the whole country will be swearing and cursing my daughter. I don't want that. So the Christianity thing these days, it gets me tired. The way we preach money, and Christ said, for you to make that money. Look at the thing that Christ said about money. So money shouldn't be the problem. But what is going on in that church today, you can hear the bishop said the same thing. They needed to audit the finance. So money is part of the problem. So which means I think we've lost it. The way we pray, the way we do things right now in this Christian world, we lost it. Christianity, in as much as we want to lay much emphasis on this Christianity thing, Doctor, I keep saying Christianity is more or less like our so-called culture and tradition. Because everything the Bible, the Quran tell us, our culture, our tradition tell us the same thing. Don't sleep with another man's wife. Don't steal. Greet people. Respect people. Our culture tell us all these things. This is the same thing Christianity also tell us. You understand? But we choose to throw our own away to believe in this so-called Christianity. Don't get me wrong. Our culture too also failed us in their own ways too. You understand? But we would have taken the opportunity to balance it. Like what some of us are doing here, Doctor, what you are doing, what I'm doing. I take some of my culture to raise my kids in the West. You understand? And I equally take some of the good part that I see in the West to also add it to become an added advantage for my kids. Which means I didn't throw my culture away and I didn't take the old West hook, line, and sinker. So that's That's my take. I don't want to pass through the eyes of a needle doctor. I don't want to make too much money.
All right, thank you. Eddie.
Hi, Doctor. Good evening, everybody.
Yeah, how are you?
I'm good. I'm so. Unfortunately, I heard the conversation, but I wasn't privileged to ask a question. But yeah, all the same, yeah, it's quite unfortunate listening to everything happening like in the church. It's quite unfortunate. But I wanted to ask the question. I wanted to ask the bishop. And Dr. Damage, first of all, why didn't you come with the High Reverend his? Why didn't you?
Gideon. Gideon Otondo. Anyway, I wanted to ask him, looking at the problems the church is causing to society, with all the it appears you're taking religious matter to God you're taking God now to court to settle. Are you not supposed to carry worldly matter to God to settle? Now you're taking God matter to listen. So it's just, why don't we go back to our DBS and Shango and all those things? It would have been a wonderful question to Because,
ask. I'll bring him back another day.
It's just for me. I don't attend church, but when you look at it, you like my father-in-law. He says we brought Christianity to you guys, but every Sunday people come on our street and come on the street, and they're trying to sell him back the Christianity. So it's like, so yeah, it's really it's quite revealing what's going on in the diocese in America and all over the world. But yeah, it's a shame that Christianity that is supposed to be how would I say? That's supposed to be is it the watch, like the light to the world is now something else. But
all right, let's go back to our regular show.
Yeah, Dr. Dameji, I don't know, this news is true that Abdulaziz Yari has been arrested by the DSS.
I don't know.
That's true. I read it today. You're right.
1 week long historic sit at home for the demand to release Mazenam Canon, and of course in preparation for our Biafra self-referendum. I am sitting at home. When they tell you Simon Ekpa is in Finland, no, I am sitting at home. This is me at home, and I will sit at home for as long as the sit at home lasts in Biafra land. Thank you very much for this historic moment that we are making in our Biafra liberation. Woto Woto, remain the code. And very, very soon, everything about Nigeria will be evicted from Biafra territory. Mark the word, evicted. These are the people who facilitate the murder of our people. These are the people who facilitate killings for our women and children. And we will no longer allow them to stay and sleep and wake up while they mastermind the killing of our women and children in Biafra land. So today is the second day of the historic sit at home, and I thank Biafra people for taking up this challenge and making this sacrifice for their future. Thank you. See you in the evening. I am sitting at home. Whenever you see that man with our phone called Ifanyoba, tell him that Simon Ekpa is sitting at home. My warning is going to receive it very soon. Thank you.
All right. So part of the subjects that we're going to talk about today is the sit at home, 1 week sit at home. What did he achieve? Because I think today is the last, Monday, I think is the last day. What did he achieve? We are going to talk about Mesoma Ejikeme, the young lady that came up with Jamb result that is now acknowledged to be fake. How did it happen? Someone like Reno Mockery is saying that that some people who back Mesoma were the same people back in P2B. Then we have to talk about Tinubu and INEC, the defense they put up in the tribunal. You know, what does it look like? How did people see see that. And then finally, there's something going on with the DSS. I saw that last week they invaded EFCC and took away some files and folders. I think today Sahara Reporters is reporting that they invaded ICPC and CCB. And some people are saying that they are trying to take files of any files associated with Tinubu and his friends. I don't know. So we are going to, this is what I have on subjects that we're going to talk about today. Anything else happening over here? You were saying they arrested Yari. Why would they arrest him? What happened? Who is he? I know him, but what's going on?
People Gazette are saying because he ignored Bola Tinubu, that's the president's call now. During the, he was running to be the Senate president too. It was the other guy going against it. So I think, according to People Gazette, there were several calls to him directly from the president, just to talk him to step down so that what happened during Saraki time will not happen again. But according to People Gazette, the guy ignored his call. So I got a call from DSS on Thursday that SSS, that I think the director wanted to see him all that. So when he arrived, they said the director is out of office. So they kept him waiting, and around 10 p.m. they told him that he cannot leave. Yeah, he's under arrest. So that he's been there for 2 days. So I think the guy, they said he said he wanted to challenge the process that brought the Senate president now. This what's his name? Akpabio.
Yeah.
In court. So that's what People Gazette are saying.
So by arresting him, they stop him from challenging the process.
Oh.
All right. Interesting. So
a power game, not them.
Yeah, there's nothing going on there. All right. And if anything else happening, anybody has anything else that we may?
Yeah. Let me second what Obiorah said. I think I read it from Tribune too. The same thing exactly how Obiorah narrated it. But I'm kind of concerned about Nigeria. I don't know where Tinubu is heading, because this is not the only one. And Mefele has been arrested. What crime did he commit? Forget about what he did, all those shenanigans he did before the election. Why are they arresting him? Why is Bawa being arrested? There's a speculation. If any one of them commit crime, they need to table it out and let us know. There's some speculation going on. The reason why Bawa was arrested and detained right now, because he investigated Tinubu, about a year or something like ago, so it was still under investigation. Nothing really came out of it. So maybe he's trying to teach him a lesson. So those three people right now, like Yari, been arrested. So how are we going to have another impunity in Tinubu administration? Maybe worse than Buhari. So let's see. I don't know, but it can't just be arresting. What kind of democracy? Is it autocracy that we're practicing? What kind of democracy is that? It have to, there has to be a reason why you arrest somebody, not just because he disagree or he did something you don't like. But let's see what's going to happen with all those triple. Right now, 3 of them are in custody. Definitely confirmed to that.
All right, thank you. Someone said on the comment section, who was that? Oh, Femi said that Abba Kyari has been released. So
yeah, 50 million fair.
Oh, 50 million. Okay.
Yeah, they granted him a 50. I don't know if he has been released, but as of yesterday, he was granted a 50 million bail. So I think he can afford it, in my own opinion. Yeah, they granted him a bail. So.
Okay, good. So any other thing that we're missing that is big? Oh, by the way, Tinubu is most likely going to be named the president of EFCC. No, not EFCC, of ECOWAS.
He's already gone. I saw the plane.
He's going to the meeting. He's starting today. Today is Saturday, yeah. So they are saying that he might be the next ECOWAS president.
Well, I had one more thing. I heard that they tried to promote ECOWAS, one currency. So I don't know how that's gonna work. Yeah,
he's been on the table for a while now.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Why it's not there already? Yeah, but it's been on the table. So that will be interesting. So where do we start? So let's start.
I don't think they released the Abba Kyari yet.
Oh, but they have not.
But they give him on. I think court got him bail, but yes. Okay. I guess the other reason why they can't release him, but I don't know yet. Other news is coming out from that.
Okay. He has multiple cases, but it's just about bail bond for now.
Mm-hmm. All right. So let's start with Meso. Who knows anything about that kid and Meso Oma and the Jamb thing?
I think to me at this point she's a victim.
How?
No, he's not. She's not.
At this this is why I said at this point, because I mean they're just they're politicizing it now. It's just that's why I say at this point, right? Because if you look at the personalities that actually take this for carry on for head, as if saying it's ridiculous, right? I think if there are better way to go about what she did, and
did she do it herself or did somebody do it for her? Did she do it herself? Do we know?
From what I read, she claimed that she did it with her, with her phone. So I don't know. And the father has came out and said he didn't let her to do that. So they said she did it by herself. I don't know. That's what she said.
All right. Sure. Welcome to the show.
I think the thing is that the girl never knew that this thing going to trend that much. Why she did what she did, because what she did was really, really clear compared to what Jamb has. It was completely clear that the difference is just there, and it's simple, something that anybody can do. Just put the barcode here and there. Truth be told, I will tell you how funny it is. I myself, you understand, I have seen people did that a lot during COVID time when people were going to Nigeria. People did that a lot. Why do I go in during COVID time not to go get a COVID test? I see a lot of people who do that when they were going to Nigeria. So it's just simple something because of the barcode. They don't really. But in this case now, she never knew that she going to trend, and I think she give herself that number. Never knew that mark now turned out to be the highest score. That's how things just went out the way she planned it, trend, and before you know, the whole thing just leak. And even though when the girl we were granting interview, you see the girl that somebody is trying to coach the girl, somebody is talking behind the scene.
What are they aiming for? What is the goal?
The thing is that
politics.
The thing is that the girl never knew because of probably let's tell her said the truth. And Jamb themselves may have their own issues here and there, but the girl never I would just oppose this with politics. For example, look at the situation room, the way Obi will ask to say, INEC, give me these files and everything, let me look. In your own situation room, do you have all your copies out there for you to do compare and contrast? You understand? Do you really collate all these things? Do you keep your own record? I always say this thing, you cannot be a general manager and not have your own confidential secretary to keep your own documents. So this thing that we'll talk about, INEC, Tinubu, go to EFCC and everything. At this level of cloud and everything, if you break into an office and carry all your computer, you don't carry what is in the cloud.
Exactly.
You don't take.
All right, let me hear from Sho. Sho, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Rudolph. Yeah. Good evening, everyone. Good afternoon to those of you in America. Well, I followed the story initially, but it was quite obvious that something was wrong from the onset. I'm not sure if the girl on her own was able to do that. I think she's 19. I mean, 19 is not young, but at the same time, it feels like there might have been people who probably had an agenda. The reason is best known to her. I know she was promised scholarship and all of that. When the story first broke out, I'm not sure if the guys will still honor these promises they made to her.
Innocent Moto just withdraw the scholarship they gave her.
Okay, so there were some other guys who promised, and I hope that they all withdraw the scholarship. Because we shouldn't be rewarding such. This is part of the things we've complained about, people not being upfront about their qualifications or who they are and all this, all these things. So if we can nip in the bud from when they're young, let's do that. I'm not sure. I mean, they presented a result from primary school was common entrance results. And, she had very good grades. So she's probably someone who's brilliant. Even to score 269 or 260, whatever she scored, it's not an easy feat. So she's probably, an intelligent girl, but she didn't need to do what she did. Let's hope the scholarships are withdrawn and she should just go to a regular university that she's qualified to go to. The only thing I was, welcome to the show. The only thing I was going to add to the news, which probably wouldn't be big, maybe on your side of the aisle, is the event in Kwara State, where someone shared flyers of them wanting to have a Yoruba celebration. It's like traditional celebration, Isheshe, in Kwara State. As soon as the flyers were shared, an Islamic group, like an organization, went and warned the person that, that cannot hold. They told the lady that such celebration cannot hold in Kwara, and Wole Soyinka wrote an open letter to the emir, but the emir said, the celebration cannot hold. It's a standard Yoruba celebration. There's nothing, big about it, but they said it cannot hold in Kwara for the sake of peace and all of that. So, that's one thing to keep an eye on. Hopefully it doesn't develop into anything major, but, I thought I would drop that there. And I'm really hoping that, some of my Yoruba Runu brothers who were quite vocal during the election and all of that, pro-Yoruba, which I am, would speak up, in circumstances like this. Don't let's make it once in every 4 years to defend the Yoruba tradition. People like us pay attention. I've picked this up. I'm interested in it, but this Yoruba, most of them would not be interested. They will come up, in 4 years' time and disturb the peace and call us Somali and the rest of it. But yeah.
That's very important. Thank you.
Dr. Rudolph, why I say yes, if you follow Shehu Sani, he has a very interesting take on this thing. And I think it ties on to what Shehu is actually, talking about. Because he's asking a question that, yes, some people are actually verbally criticizing it, but deep down in their heart, it's still politics. And he drew an analogy that if this were to happen somewhere in the north, the boss will not be up to this. That the woman stabbed her husband to death a couple of days ago, nobody is talking. But if that happened in the south, either southwest, southeast, it would have been a big thing like this one. That people who are actually coming out, if you look at the figures that are coming out and just pushing this here unnecessary, we will ask, is it actually what this girl did or just more to it? Because even according to WAEC, it's not just her. This happened. There are people who fuck the same victim, just like her in the north, in the south. I'm not saying they are innocent or whatever, but it's not just her, right? But
when you say victim, hold on. When you say victim of what?
That's what I'm saying. I'm the victim of people who took advantage of them, not necessarily WAEC now, because I think it's like a syndicate, right? Now, come on, all of us in Nigeria now, centers, they all those guys, they are way to do all these things, within our own community. We know, right? It's not just her. A lot of people actually fall. When I say fall victim, now not to say high neck or to them, but now if now runs we no work, wait till you go talk. Even if they did success, we also use that one. So that's what I mean. That so the fact that some personalities are coming out to just like you begin to ask why.
In our house political undertone.
Yeah.
He has political undertone. Rudolph, not even if you remember, one of the things that people praise Peter before is the educational reform in Anambra. So with that sort of result, of course, a bit of envy, jealousy must have followed.
But
because
the result is even coming from Ogun State.
No. I'm saying, this girl, did she write the exam in Ogun State?
Yeah, she's a student of Ogun State. The school, all of them.
No, you are missing it. The original person is the one from Ogun State. She's from Anambra State.
Hold on now. The school, it's not even.
The school is from
Ogun State. The top four WAEC are from our school.
No. Okay, you're wrong.
No.
The person that got the highest went to
Our school is in Anambra State. Our school is in Anambra State.
It's Anambra State.
From Anambra State.
The overall highest that's got 360 is from Anambra State, but school in Ogun State.
Deeper Life Secondary, Deeper Life, something like that.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is, because the students are from Anambra State, they sat the exam in Ogun State.
Yes, the overall best. That's the girl that's got 360.
Okay, clear the matter.
Hold on, our school is in Mowe in Ogun State.
Okay.
He just happened to be somebody who from.
That's exactly what I said. She's from Anambra State. Wait.
Let
Ovie talk.
Wait. Arise News yesterday interviewed the girl that had the highest 346. She's 19. She's 16 years.
Yes.
She's 16.
Yes.
And the other girl is 19, which is in Anambra. And this also gets also from Anambra State also.
Whose school? What's the name of our school? This girl.
Deeper Life Secondary School, something like that.
Where is the school located?
In Ogun State.
So, what are we talking about?
No.
So it has nothing to do with Anambra State in terms of schooling.
That's exactly what we are saying.
Isn't
that what I was saying?
Guy, no, the first guy was going to school in Anambra State. One Catholic school in Anambra State. You understand me? That was the guy that came and said that Azot is fake. Oh. That's a different person together. The one that arrested this interviewed went to Deeper Life secondary school, something like that in Ogun State.
See,
different people.
No. The point I'm making is because the two girls, the top two girls, sorry, not the top two, the girl, the one that forged that result, and the new champion, they are both from Anambra State.
Yes.
Because they are both from Anambra State, the minute that girl's result was proven to be fake, now people started attacking it, saying that, oh, you know, the obedience, Peter Obi Anambra educational legacy is a fraud. It needs to be investigated. This is no. Honestly, this is what some people are saying, and that's why you see some of the big guys. You know, people like on a good day, people like Bayo Nonuga. Why would they be interested in a girl forged result or not? You understand? So people are weighing in. Ordinarily, that they won't weigh in. They are now weighing in because it now has political undertone. If that girl was from Kwara or Kogi or anywhere else apart from Anambra State, it will still get this, it will get attention, but not this much. So the Anambra thing that Peter Obi is linked to, and that's one of the biggest things Peter Obi did in Anambra, education. People are now attacking it, saying that that's the legacy of Peter Obi's educational reform in Anambra. It has to be investigated. That is what. Sorry, why do you think Dele Alake is interested?
Wow. So if it's only left for me, I will ask Dele Alake and Bayo Nonuga to tell their principal to give us his own.
Sorry, not Dele Alake, Bayo Nonuga.
To give us his own results. We don't even know his result now. So I'm
just saying that to buttress what Obi is saying, that politics has entered it. It's gone beyond the girl forging results.
When was Obi there? How many years ago since Obi left Anambra as a governor? How many years ago? More than 8 years ago. You understand me? Continuation in government is not easy. Obi left, he did his own thing, and at his own time, the school were the best. It was recorded in Nigeria. You understand me? When he left, now we have the second governor after Obi. So what does that got to do with Obi? Nothing to do with Obi. So Obi's legacy is ended when Obi left Anambra as a governor. You understand me? So the other governor has to take over. So let us talk what is now, not what was in the past.
And besides that, said the Mason said that forged the result too. Did not school in a public school. She's school in a private school. She's school in an Anglican and secondary school in Newi.
And the girl also had the best. The girl also had the best also from Anambra State. What is the big deal about it? The girl also had the best. 16 years old there at 346. And also from Anambra State.
Even somebody else from Anambra State, a boy.
I think they should invest.
I
think she confessed under duress, if you ask me.
No, we leave that one.
No, this last confession, not the first one. This one that saying that she do that she's saying it, but I said that she did it. Something is now all is not well.
There's an independent body that investigates the whole thing, and I just think
no be government, no be Soludo set up the investigation. A Soludo now.
Okay, so there are several things to look at in this instance, this case. So one, the government of Anambra State set up a committee to look into that, which is good. How come the DSS was involved in this? What was it?
Even National Assembly, can you imagine?
No, it was when they asked the girl to report in Jamb. So the girl report, that's how they contacted the DSS.
But why DSS? You don't mean police can investigate everything in DSS?
Wow. I thought you see what was happening in
National Assembly.
That is a fraud.
Because of
it's part of DSS job when you try to fraudulent big organizations.
So are you telling me in America, FBI will investigate something like this? It's not just a common set up an
Yes,
event.
that's no job.
Nigeria,
That's what they have no job. That's what they are closing their nose in every single.
No, the DSS investigated the school admission scam that took place about 2 years ago in California. What are we talking about?
All right,
FBI.
Nigeria, let's hear from a Nigeria man.
Good evening, good afternoon, everybody.
Hi.
But the girl, that one is over now. The girl have confessed now, but automatically all of us know that somebody are pushing because of the scholarship and all those things. But the girl is from Anambra. That girl that have the result. But the school is in Mowe, Ogun State. So is there?
No, you're wrong.
Anglican Secondary School in Newi.
I think we're mixing too many
Deeper
things.
Deeper
Life was the original girl.
Yeah.
Lesoma School in Newi, Anglican Secondary School in Newi.
That's the one that get the 360 now.
The 360 is from Ogun State. What state of origin?
Dr. Dame, there is something else. There is something that is happening with the governor of Labour Party. Because I saw something on social media, but I'm trying to. I've seen in the news. They're saying something about his forgery. Don't know why everywhere is just.
No, which governor?
That's PDP.
No, Enugu State. Sorry to say.
Okay, yeah. Oh, yeah, that one. Mba has an NYC
for a very long time.
Yeah, he's been there.
But I say court. Because I saw people celebrating that court. Because court have declared that the result is forged. But that doesn't mean anything. I don't know why people are celebrating that one. But that doesn't. Constitutionally, you don't need those ones to become a governor now, to be elected. You only need school, primary school or secondary school cert. So people, I don't know where people are not reading the constitution. Why are there all this internet?
Sorry to interject you. If you submit a fake document, if you submit a fake document, I have primary school certificate, and I go submit secondary school fake document.
But if you submit a fake document, Paul, look at the constitution. What it said. At least this thing has passed even when Tinubu was when he was a governor. This forgery. Constitution demand only school start, secondary school or primary school. Finish.
So why not submit your primary than for you to tell them?
Can
you go to bank with fake currency and not get arrested?
Hold on, guys. Let's have a
constitutionally, there's two things there. Constitutionally, for NYC result is not demand to become any elected office in Nigeria. Number two, constitutionally, he has impunity. He's already a governor. They have to, if they want to try that forgery, it should be after when his tenure is over. So the Nigeria constitution cannot try a president, cannot try a vice president, cannot try a governor. You cannot try a deputy governor for forgery, for any criminal offense until after his tenure. So that is what makes Tinubu, that school certificate that brought to court, that is what gives him victory in Lagos. So I don't understand. They are saying that they will remove Mba because of NYC fake forgery result. They should forget about that one. I don't know why they are just making everywhere fire.
Najaman, just a quick rebuttal. Okay, in Tinubu's case, he connived with the national with the state assembly. Okay, it's not that they couldn't remove him. He connived with the state assembly.
You didn't even know the case. You didn't even know the ruling.
Can I finish up? Can I finish up, please? Can I finish up? Can I finish up, please? Now, what happened there? What happened there is that before the court could finish, the state assembly sat and said that they have confidence in him. That's all. That's all. But in Mba's own is just beginning. His NYSC. He lied that he did NYSC. How can you do NYSC while you were still a chief of staff?
He has impunity for now. Nothing will happen to him. He's a governor already. Let's forget about that.
All right, hold on, guys. Yeah, hold on.
Please, the sharing formula of the loan, 483. This he didn't put it there.
Okay, Najaman, hold on. Welcome, Mazes, okay?
Yeah, good evening, Rudy.
Yeah, how are you?
I'm all right. I think I don't know what's happening. My internet appears to be. I think all our politics is attacking me somehow. It doesn't want me to correct him.
Where are you? Where in the world are you?
Well, I am still in some part of the world. Never mind where I am.
I only attack winners. Me and you lost. So why I go attack you? What benefit? We lost.
We didn't lose now. You were beaten. You were beaten Balablu. You know? Sorry guys. I think I've been watching you guys, but I just wanted to jump in to make to correct some things. I think you guys were mixing a couple of things regarding the Jamb issue. Ovi, I think you got one or two things mixed up. You have Miss Amachi, who is from Enugu, right? She is from Enugu State, but she lives in Anambra State. That's where she went, she go to school. Then you have the 16-year-old who had was interviewed by Arise, I believe on Friday, or no, on Thursday morning, I think.
Yeah.
That girl is from Anambra and she goes to school. Obviously, you got it right. Okay. So these are two different individuals. Now she's called 360. That is, if you want to use the language, the authentic one, she's called 360, 360. And she, I think she attends the Kumuyi, I can't remember, the Kumuyi school.
Something deeper life.
Exactly, the deeper life.
Yeah.
And she said that she was influenced by Ben Carson in the United States and Reverend, or rather Pastor Kumuyi. So now come to Miss Oma, the girl that, took everybody for a ride. I think there is a takeaway here. And that, on this note, I speak to all of us. It is sometimes painful when something like this happens. What many of us that ought to be adults, what we write sometimes is really sad, because many people went into with their leg, head, stomach, chest, defending, wow, this is, it's not possible. Jamb is this and Jamb the other one. And I recall on Twitter telling some people, can we wait without taking side until an independent investigation is conducted? And some people even attacked, oh yeah, you are, XYZ. But now we know that the young girl took her parents and everybody for a ride. I do not know what she was thinking, but it's really sad that at age 19, that she could lie to the point, even meeting, I don't know, at age 19, I will see police officers. Honestly, I don't know if I can still, barefaced telling the same line, because when she met the DSS, she was still telling the DSS, that this was the result. But until Jamb began to publish the audit trail, that means she sent from her Airtel number, the right result comes in. She changes it to 362, the right result comes in. So each and every time she goes back to Jamb server, there is a communication, and there is, a timestamp as to the communication with the backend server. And that brings us, again, which I will never leave until I also say this. That brings us to how come we conducted an election on in February. Now, let's take Ms. Oma as Jamb, in this case, can represent INEC. And let's take Ms. Oma as the, obviously, people who got involved in the politics. So
Good evening, sir. Yeah. Fine, you on your phone.
Sorry, can you mute yourself, please?
Yeah.
I thought I was talking.
Yeah, you are talking. I think.
Okay. So now, if we just oppose this, my analogy here, INEC conducted an election, but was not able to do what Jamb did, because when he became critical and Jamb's integrity was on the play, Jamb went back to say, guys, it's a lie. This is about our integrity. We can show you the audit trail. We can show you at each point in time the communication between Mmesoma and our backend server. It comes to INEC now. We're saying the time that presidential election was happening, National Assembly, that is the National Assembly, and the Senate was happening. Senate went well, National Assembly went well, presidential was switched off. Can INEC, if they want to defend their integrity, do what Jamb has done? Can they put it out there? Say, Nigerians, in order to defend our integrity, this is, at this point, it started, at this point, it ended, and at this point, somebody, or maybe a rat, went into the server room and ate one cable, that something stopped working, you know? I think it calls for integrity of INEC here. And in conclusion here, I think Mmesoma, again, I would, on this occasion, agree with what Festus Kayamo, whom I don't necessarily agree with, but on this note, I would agree with him. What he said on Twitter, that in as much as this has happened, but he thinks that, Mmesoma should be pardoned because obviously many people growing up, engaged in one thing or the other without necessarily knowing the consequences. Ovie alluded to that. Many people who took WAEC in Nigeria would understand what it meant to be centers, and some of them in Igbo is called Eto Akwukwo. When people used to stay outside, write some things in a kind of paper and throw it in the hall. So these are things that within that juvenile time, people didn't really understand the consequences of such action. But nonetheless, because of the way this has gotten to, I think she should pay some price. Obviously, like the committee requested, that she writes an apology letter to the principal, to the state, to INEC, to Jamb. Also, this evening, Innocent Motors has withdrawn the 3 million cash prize given to her, and that, I believe, will now probably go to the right person. But one thing here is also that I believe there is a motive. That girl is smart. I believe she is extremely competitive. That means maybe one of those individuals that want the world to revolve around them, where she would always think, it has to be me, it has to be me. I believe, if you ask me candidly, I would think probably that's what drove her. Because to score 249 is also not an easy feat.
Spirit of Emilokon.
To score 249 is also not an easy feat, because you recall that some universities take, individuals that have scored 180, 185, 183. So for you to have scored 249 is also not an easy feat. And I believe that she would have probably gotten her, the course of her choice. But however, wanting the world to revolve around her probably drove her into such. Rudolph, thank you very much for having me.
Yeah,
sadly, I couldn't show my face. My dictionary is still rolling. Maybe Airtel is not allowing me.
Mazi, thank you for the clarification and the correction about where she.
You're welcome, my brother. But now, you still owe me money because you lost my bet, and it was on this platform that you guys are going to lose, and lose very well.
Well, we are in court. Let's move. When we come out from court, we will see who lost and who they cheated. Anyway, my question to you is, Mazi, is do you deep down believe that? Now, I'm not making an excuse for this girl. She's she's 19 and all that. Do you really believe that this last confession is not under duress?
No. I don't think it was anything to do with duress. You see, the issue is that I think she initially, honestly, without knowing her, but having carefully, I've read this morning when I woke up, somebody forwarded the report to me. I took my time. For the first thing I read when I woke up this morning was that report, every single letter in it. So having read that report and understood one or two things by the people I've spoken to in Anambra within the week that were involved in this, I think what has happened is that at some point she kind of realized that I am taking this joke too far because the evidence are there. Each time, let's say 1:25 p.m., you sent a text message to that SSD number. She knows, even in her phone, that she did that. The other time, whatever thing she sent, it's written down. It's, the auditory, you can't fake it. And another point, she now changed the individual numbers, the scores, right? Sent it back because I believe what she was trying to do, again, because she doesn't understand technology very well, she was thinking that if she sent that to the SSD should be able to maybe kind of return back the figures that she sent, so that she can now go, in the text message, you can now delete the first, second one. You can now go back to your parents and say, okay, this is what Jamb sent me. But Jamb probably being smart in the second.
This is a solo doing, just alone action. That
Yes, I believe so. There is, many of you that use Android, there was a demo somebody did. If you go to what's it called? Android store or Play Store, what it's called, yeah. It check for fake Jamb. There is an application. There is an application actually on the on the App Store that people can actually put in their names and just, you understand, and you get these things done. So you don't even need to be too creative. It's there. They do it for fun, but in her funness.
Mazi, are you the one speaking or is AI? Because in a picture you put before us, this is no be you with this. Are you AI or this is Mazi?
Ovie, AI know they speak Igbo. Him and AI rasi.
All right.
For
now.
So thank you. Thank you.
Mazi, I have a question. Okay. My question is this. It has to do with communication. Okay, why do I say it has to do with communication? Now, in the first place, who announced that the game have 362? Was it Jamb, or was it something else? Because the impression I got from the beginning was that she was 15 years old and that she scored 362. Now, what led her to innocent, and all that stuff? Is it the newspaper? How did he get to the newspaper and all those things? I'm just trying to figure out what was the motive in all this.
Okay, let's backtrack a little bit. I think I've explained some of this before now. It has nothing to do with Jamb. You see, Jamb, when they issue result, you go collect your result. If you want, you can say you score 500. It no concern Jamb, right? It just is none of their business. But the girl changed it, and in changing it, now began to say, I am the highest in the state, or rather in the federation. Approached innocent bought into that, sadly has come. Now, the state, obviously, when it became news with Innocent, the state got involved. The state wanted to also give her scholarship. Who doesn't want to celebrate good things? The governor of Anambra State is a professor, so who doesn't want to associate with good things? So, in reaching out through the Commissioner of Education, okay, this girl, you've done well, you've made us proud. But again, and this is where you see the difference. Innocent bought the face value, but the state government went through due diligence. Before we get ourselves involved, can we reconfirm from Jamb? And that's how Jamb got to know. They sent a communication to Jamb. Please, can you reconfirm this? Jamb says, no, this is not from us. This is fake. And that's how the whole thing blew up. I hope that explains that.
Okay.
But I thought Jamb publishes, after everything, they publish the highest post or whatever it is. Because for the girl to figure out.
Let's move. I want to get Mazi to talk about something before he leaves. I know you have your contacts in the Southeast and what's going on. What is going on today? I've not made any call to Nigeria about the sit at home. What is the situation today?
I can tell you free of charge, I'm not in the Southeast because some of our brothers that have gone rogue want all of us to die of hunger. They want us to sit at home while they sit back in England, America, and where Ovia is sitting now, and Finland. And they all go to work on every Monday, buying their Gucci's and whatever. But they want us and our mothers at home to sit at home and die of hunger. I mean, if there is anything called insanity, and any of us don't know what that is, and this is a clear definition of insanity. Sorry, I have no apologies, but that's what I keep calling it, and that's what it is. Now, as to what is happening, Monday, obviously people came out, according to report, Tuesday, Wednesday, before they thought, okay, you guys are not listening to us, and they went to the street. And we saw where some primary school pupils were, flogged. And I told people offline, we must all condemn that, and we must, frown on such nonsense, because this is not a joke. That's how Boko Haram started in the Northeast, and people, if for whatever reason, whether they were against their leader that was killed, Yusuf, or whatever their reason was, and that suddenly girls and boys and children cannot go to school, and even if you link it to their name that education is whatever that is, it is pure madness. The trauma that those kids may have undergone that day breaks my heart, because we as adults may not actually understand the consequences of such in the future. Some of them may be bright, and because of that action may begin to hate school, develop some level of trauma. I recall while living in Lagos in the late 90s, I think around 1999, at Okota, we had armed robbers come into the house, broke the protectors. While they have hammered and chiseled the house for about 2 hours, 30 minutes, there was no rescue. And they came in and they robbed us. My brother, I can tell you, up to today, as an adult, that experience still haunts me whenever I hear some certain loud bangs on the door and stuff like that. Now, just opposing it to these kids, I do not know. And I pray if we get access to these kids and we get to know them, that we will have to seek that they undergo psychological help. Now, in the Southeast, especially in, the madness is continuing. We saw in Imo State where market was set ablaze. In Ebonyi State at Isieke, we saw Keke. These are videos, and the sad part is that the perpetrators are actually recording this, sharing it, where people who are suffering the 550 naira per liter fuel of no fault of their own, people who come out on a daily basis to make a living, you see them being shot. The other one, Keke, burnt. The other one shot. The other one, But as luck may have it, on Thursday, the Nigerian police force were able to, get into some of the hideouts, and those you saw in long red robe, walking down majestically as the enforcers of madness, suddenly became puppies. Now having their legs and whatever chained. Sadly, we had yesterday in Enugu, some of them called enforcers, about 4 shot dead. When I say sadly, because it hurts me. It hurts me that some of my siblings are misinformed and has taken this route to life. It hurts me because no matter what, these are our brothers and these are our sisters, and we cannot deny them. It hurts me that out of ignorance, they are wasting their lives. You know, it's a terrible thing. But here we are. We hope that things will change and that engagement are happening. I hear that Olisa Metu and Daniel Pius Anyim went to see Bola Tinubu, and that part of the conversation with Bola Tinubu is how to secure the Southeast and how to have Mazi Nnamdi Kanu released. And I believe and I pray that within the shortest period of time, that there are going to be headway regarding this, that the most peaceful region in Nigeria will return to its rightful place, where we used to sit, and I love to sit with men of red cap and drink palm wine without looking at my back, who is walking behind my back.
One last thing, because a lot of people watch this and a lot of people say things. I want to hear from you. What was achieved by this sit at home?
Honestly, I believe I believe that question is best put to the one who calls. Again, Rudolph, even in private, I keep saying this. I don't think anything aside sorrow, tears, is being achieved by this. When I tell people this sit at home can be likened to you, Rudolph Okonkwo, going to your Kingsmen meeting and you have a disagreement with someone within the Kingsmen meeting, you go home, call up your family in anger, you lock them up, throw away the key, and do not give them food. Isn't that insanity? Of what? I have listened to the arguments being proffered to this, but someone who sits in another man's land, I mean, that's the one that drives me nuts. And I look at adults that ought to know that what they are doing is evil. The Southeast is being destroyed gradually. People don't know it. You're hurting yourself. If you look at, these are a people, majority of the people are people that, they go out on every day to make a living. They go out, they are bricklayers, they are Okada riders. If they don't go out, they don't eat. And someone is sitting somewhere collecting maybe social service, I don't know. Some of them don't even work. They never call their government to say, if you're paying me the unemployment benefit, do not pay me for Mondays. Remove the whatever you're going to pay me, don't include Mondays. Some of them go to work and they work on Mondays and they collect fees and they shout there and they sit there and shout, oh, you must sit at home. Sit at home for what? So, Rudolph, I do not, and I have not seen a single meaning to the sit at homes. I have not seen any. If there is any, I mean, please, people are here, let them tell me, but I have not.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mazi. Okay. And, if you have any chance, you can still join us. We'll be here. And I want to welcome our forefathers to the show. Forefathers, welcome to the show.
You mean, Mazi, you don't respect constitutional authority. You know, they respect President Bola Tinubu. You don't respect the Mazi Simon Ekpa authority. You run away.
Is that a question? All I know is
why is it that you don't respect constituted authority?
Which one am I not respecting, Biko?
You run away from. You are not respecting Mazi Simon Ekpa authority.
Okay, Ovie, hold on, Ovie. We have to move on there. But Mazi, now that Ovie brought something, I wanted to hear from you. Sorry, forefathers, I'll come back to you. The submission by INEC and the APC, Tinubu, at the tribunal, what did you make of it? I don't think we spoke.
I think, the APC I read what Bayo Ononuga said. They said they are because they have everything covered. That's why they didn't need to waste their time. That what Labour and PDP was bringing up was frivolity. Well, now it is time for written statements. This is now when the time when arguments and counter arguments will be made. But I must say this, that it is a clear indication that APC, Bola Tinubu, and Shetima does not want to implicate themselves. That's why they only brought one witness. Sadly, they eventually ended up implicating themselves, because even the man, a senator and also a lawyer, who said he practiced in New York, incidentally, that is a place where Rudolph is, and he was asked, or rather, at the end of the day, it was established that the $460,000 forfeiture was a criminal one, So let's see, without diving into an issue that may be before the lawyers, whether sub judice or prejudice, whatever one it is, before una go knock me akpako. Let's wait and see, Rudolph. I think it's getting interesting. Okay. Nigerians will be shocked as to what is going to happen in the next 17 days. No, okay, about 15 or 14 days now, I believe. So we will be shocked.
What happens in 14 days or 15 days? What's
we will be looking forward to the
judgment, the
submissions, and yes, the judgment and whatever. It's going to be an interesting time because they cut down. This thing was planned that it's going to take for 2 weeks, but the way APC just ran, they zoomed off, so they took only 1 day. So we now basically dashed 2 weeks plus. So making now the thing will be speeded up. But bear in mind that you can also see a lot of panic in their camp, and you begin to see Nigerians will not be surprised. Some populist policy in order to curry favor.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us. And if you can hang around, good. If you can come back, good. Anywhere you want, just let me know. Forefathers, welcome.
Yeah. Greetings, Dr. Dami. Thank you for having me. Greetings to everyone on the panel, the chat, and to the viewers. Regarding this, Jamb issue, I didn't pay attention to it at first until I saw the lady, the young lady, in the Arise interview, and I must say I was quite impressed. What that tells me is that this is why I think maybe the previous the guest, the pastor, was correct. There are people doing good work in Nigeria there, and this young lady was very impressive. She was on the TV probably for the first time, being interviewed by journalists, and she was able to hold her own. The questions from the journalists were excellent, and the way she approached the questions were proper. I was educated to an extent from the interview. So there are good things happening in that country, and this is why sometimes when we talk, we really have to be careful. There are what I prefer to call angels on the ground doing good work, and we just lambast the country as if hell is being raised every day in that country. The only regrettable part is that what brought this girl forth was because of somebody that cheated. Reflection of the problems we keep having in society. Personally, if she is a minor, yes, they should reprimand her parents. If she's a minor, then they can take it out on the parents, because an example needs to be said that certain things are not unacceptable. You can't go and try to cheat somebody that has done the hard work. And isn't that what we complain about our politicians all the time? The people that are supposed to lead are not leading, and then the idiots that didn't pass this thing go and try to cheat their way to win, to get the award that they don't deserve. So I must say I commend that lady and the people, whoever is responsible for doing the job that they did. I commend them a lot. And I've seen a few things. Even this week, I saw from a Kenyan some areas in Abuja where she was, and I was like, oh, I didn't even know Nigeria had that. And there are some Nigerians going to the north, different parts of the country, showing different parts of Nigeria that we don't know. I didn't even know some parts of Nigeria, fellow Nigerians are showing me. And then the only regrettable part when I looked at during that interview was when the young girl, when they asked her what her plans were. We all know what she said. She was like, she's planning to go overseas to go and get education there, do her PhD there. That girl may never see Nigeria again when she leaves. This is emblematic of our best brains leaving the country. You can't make it up, literally. That's what she's saying. Not looking to be in her own country, wants to go somewhere else. And that's the only shameful part. And regarding what Bill Gates said, I think Ovi addressed it earlier on about this Jackpa disease syndrome. Clearly, Bill Gates knows that having these brains in their country favors them. That is truth. That is the truth. But he also said something that I find interesting, which is what I've been saying here. He said it's not only about them leaving Nigeria and going over. It's what Nigeria is doing to bring them back. Nigeria is not tapping into the minds that are leaving the country to come back and fix the country. If they come, they come. If they don't come, they don't come. That's the approach Nigerians take. The government doesn't want the diaspora. They don't even want them to vote. These are the kind of things that needs to be fixed. The diaspora is also an asset if we make them one. Because I also believe that it's not only about work. It's also about starting a family. It's also about procreation. Some of these people that are going overseas, they are never to return again. Their bloodline will be gone. Our best minds are going on to join with other people.
All right.
That's how I look at it.
Thank you. Let me play a little bit of the girl speaking. And then
Scorer. Good morning, Kamsi. Welcome to the morning show and congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
So how did you check your result? And when you saw that result, how did you feel? Because there's been so much talk about how people check their results, whether the result will have a photograph embossed or not. Take us through that process before we now focus specifically on you yourself.
Okay, when the results came out, I was in school and they announced that the results were out like 7 days after I wrote the Jamb. It was a Tuesday when they told us that the results were out. So that Tuesday, I went to my guidance counselor and I asked her to call my mom for me and tell her that the results were out and that she should check it. So that Wednesday morning, the guidance counselor called me into her office and then she phoned my mom. So I spoke to my mom and then my mom was the one who told me my results, my score. So I was not the one that checked it personally. It was my mom.
But the results slip. Your results slip, what does it look like? Because Jamb, put out a statement. They are saying that the results slip must have the photograph of the candidate.
I haven't seen my results slip personally, the Jamb printout. I haven't seen it. But I've seen the slips of my other classmates who have printed out their own results. So yes, there's like a photograph of them. I think about 2. One from the N9 and then one from the Jamb registration photo.
All right. That's a little bit of Kamsi. Is that Kamsi?
I think in a way, that's she also had to say thank you to, what's her name? The other girl, Issa something, right? I mean, if not for our own Obasabi,
yes,
she would not be on TV talking to the Rubens about it. So she's been celebrated more than she, this would have.
The lady was impressive, and this lady hasn't jackpot at all. This is Nigeria that did it. And tomorrow, tomorrow she will be brainwashed to think that Nigeria never did anything for her and she will hate her country and go and serve other people. This is the thing that we really need to be careful about, because many of us that are overseas, many of us complain that, what has Nigeria done for me? Nigeria gave you something. Somebody educated that girl to where she got to. Tomorrow now she will leave the country, she will be brainwashed by other diasporans or maybe family members that Nigeria means nothing to her. And then she goes and stays overseas.
Papa, she said it. Papa, she said it. She said she's applied to go and do a master's in abroad and a PhD in abroad. So already having that jackpot syndrome.
That's exactly what I'm saying. Because this is the culture in Nigeria.
She said it herself. So she's
No,
going to do.
I know. That's what I'm saying. Where do you think the brainwashing is coming from? It's from the adults and the environment. It's the environment that is creating that kind of behavior.
So, forefather, maybe you need to get your education straight. I mean,
it's education, not matter of anything.
I don't understand.
No. There's a point there.
Talking about
There's
this.
a point there.
Nigeria was good enough to educate her to this point, but not good enough for her to serve.
Where's the job for her?
So everybody,
even if she decides to stay in the country, where's the job for her to?
We can't jump like this. We have to have order, please. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon.
You're welcome.
Well, people did have to and fro here, several for a few 30 minutes or so while I was busy checking all the stuff. But we start having ours. We are being muted now. You want me to
allow me to speak now?
No, forefathers, I'm worried about. There are people who are here. They've not said anything. There are people in the backstage, and we have to have another place. I know what you're saying. Sometimes I let it go. There were sometimes that people were not many here, and that wasn't a problem. Go ahead. But we want to finish this conversation and go to other ones. Go ahead for Andubisi.
Okay, concerning the Jamb result and the students' performance. Well, now that it has been proven, following some further investigation, that the lady from at least in Anambra, her result was fake. I hope she has rated her actions and probably will appeal to Jamb to not to be too hard on her, but let her realize that she cannot use that avenue to achieve success. I don't know at what point she decided to follow that path, whether because she feels she's intelligent and if she pops up that result, she will go through. And I don't know, she must have, maybe some people may have gotten her involved in those things again. And that goes to tell you that we need our younger ones to be taught the virtue of hard work, not looking for the shortcut, including those who are intelligent. Like some of these boys who are being caught in Yahoo stuff. Some of them are talented. We need to teach them the way to channel their talent towards the right path. That is one. Then for the girl that got the original and the true result, I wish her success alongside others too. But there's nothing wrong in her trying to study outside, even from the word go. We know how our education system is. She went to a school that is well organized. You saw when they were asking, I listened to the interview. She said that her school is well organized. They provide them a very conducive atmosphere, and there is enough time for reading and all that. So government may have to go to that school and learn some things on how to improve the public schools as well. Then if she finds her way out, let her achieve her full potential. Because within Nigeria, I don't know as Nigeria is presently considered, she may not be able to achieve her full potentials if she's there. At some point, politics and all that not will come in. But if she finds her way outside, she might do well. And God willing, if Nigeria gets better, she can come and help out in making the country better. She can come to serve and give her talent back. Some have done that. That is for her. Then I want to say something, Dr. Damages, if you allow me. When Niger man was here talking about the Enugu State governor's certificate and Tinubu's own issue when he was governor, there are different things. Tinubu has already become governor. All the cases have gone and have been over in the tribunal. It was Gani Fawehinmi and probably some others who are looking at his credentials and decided to take the matter to court. For this one, he's been challenged in the tribunal, and he submitted those documents, including the WAEC, the fake Jamb, NYSC certificate. So he's been challenged in court. If he's found to have submitted a fake certificate under oath, the court will throw him out. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Let's go to CM, I can't see a question. Yeah. CM, go ahead.
Okay, thank. Good evening, good Rudolph, and good evening, everybody. Thank you. I think I've listened. Just a quick take on the issue of on the issue of the Jamb result falsification. Probably the girl was ill-advised. I mean, the ghost is the one of Anglican Girls Grammar School. So I think she was she was ill-advised with a score of 249. I mean, that's more than 50% of out of 400 or close to 60%. So that's a good performance. I don't see why not. She may not get her first choice, but that doesn't mean she could try next time or do any that thing. So without having to bring a shame and the opprobrium to herself and to her parents, I don't see why she should have even contemplated doing that. However, I don't think that type of practice is widespread, so I condemn it. Whatever penalty she's giving is deserving, because there's no point encouraging such things. You never know who is looking up to her as a hero if you do not punish her. So to that extent, she should go and reflect, and then sort of turn a good leaf. She's still young; she can still make it in life. She's not a dunce, but for her to try to be, I mean, to cut corners. That is what I do not like. Then the one that scored highest from I think Nkechi or so. Congratulations to her. One thing I've learned is from her success when she was being interviewed, she made mention of guidance counselor. It's important, particularly at that age. It's very, very important, especially if you get the one that is really a Christian, doing it with moral, with all the moral upbringing, counseling them. I think that's what makes it. She also said during the interview that they were giving mock exam to write, put them under exam conditions, stress them to see a couple of times, studying 6 hours a day. I mean, it should pay off. If you're an average student and you study that hard, you should become above average. So if you're already above average and you are exposed to that type of intense studying and everything, you should be able to become first 10. I mean, between the first 10%, with extra effort, you can be top 5 or top 2. So that showed in her own case. Success is never a fluke. You have to work hard. And from the interview, she worked hard, and I like it. So I congratulate her. I wish everybody could take a clue from what she did. However, Nigerian politicians, they will always like to bring politics into everything, starting to say P2B's legacy, Nigerians. The thing is that they don't go deep. They don't like examining facts. A group of students from Onitsha went to California and USA and beat the whole world, hands down, in Technovision. They are from Onitsha Secondary School. That's P2B's legacy. Is that forgery? Was that forged? From the same Anambra State, from St. John's Technical College, Yalo, where Ngige comes from, the students they went to Singapore on a World Youth Exhibition and contoured all over the world. Was that also forgery? And the same Anambra State. So, when politicians want to talk, they always see the backside of anything. To me, this forgery is a one-off issue. The girl that did it is not all that. It's an average student. 249 is a good mark. They admit people with 120, 180. She got 249, so which is good. I don't really know the devil that entered into her to start to manipulate. Otherwise, it's a one-off issue. But people should not extrapolate it behind, because the foundation of education in secondary school in Anambra State has a lot to show. Not really conquering national scene, but going beyond. I don't think any Nigerian secondary school has ever achieved that. I stand to be corrected anyway. So to that extent, and there is one again that came from QRC Onitsha recently. I have forgotten the same Onitsha again, and the other gay school. So when people, politicians want to be myopic, they go to the area. I think is there any other issue to stick on? I think that is the only thing I hear. Rudolph, is there any other?
No.
Are you sure? Or you want to cut me? Okay,
No.
okay, thank you.
Get other people. We will get other issues. We want to make sure that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, Ify. Newe has been in the news this last few weeks. If it's not a fan you buy, it's Mesoma. What's going on?
Are you not from Unubi? From Unubi to Newe, do we not have a common boundary? You can't even tell Unubi from Unubi. So what is this? You keep calling me every time here. All of us.
Newe.
Anyway, actually, I just called my uncle back home, and I was asking him, what's going on back home, and he said that Ifeanyi Ubah has created a problem for them. He said that they are actually living in fear.
Why?
That Ifeanyi Ubah, what that thing he said, I think he said that they are running away. I think for the past 2 days or 3 days, people were just packing and running and, going back home. Yesterday, he has to close around 11, 12, and all of them went back home. So, and I think I said that here, that Ifeanyi Ubah need to be very careful. I don't know what is going to happen. There are some things he told me that, I rather not say it on the platform, just keep it to myself. But he needs to be very, very careful what he says. I said it here that he was accused of sending his private jet to go get Nnamdi Kanu. And people are really angry. A lot of people are very, very mad at him. And he's not even doing anything, to see if they're going to release him. Instead, you are threatening people. So people are taking that threat seriously. So I don't know what's going to happen in the next few days, with this thing. People are listening to Simon. Nobody's listening to anybody in the government. None. Nobody's listening to them. So just everybody, I'm just saying the people in the Southeast, you just need to be very, very careful. Let me leave the other stories aside. Forefathers, this thing you keep saying, the product of Nigerians, the best of Nigerians are leaving the country. Where are you?
Okay, yeah.
Are you not part of the best of the country? Why are you in London? Why you keep criticizing people?
You want me to answer that?
Hold on. If Nigeria is working for them, we won't leave. I want to stay in Nigeria, but I have the opportunity to leave.
I forgot.
A lot of people want to stay in Nigeria. But how can you finish school? It was on this platform that I told you that my sister studied economics. First of all, she went to learn how to sew. From sewing, she's now a carpenter. When you ask her, she will tell you, I am proud to be a carpenter. And you are telling me if she has opportunity to come here or to leave the country, she will not leave. There is hunger in the land. Yeah, because Nigeria has failed them. So when they have the opportunity to leave, I support them to leave. If you have your way, leave. We are not making any effort in that country. All of us here, we are all in diaspora, all of us. Let us go back home. Some of us are afraid to even go back home. We keep talking about security. Why you keep, chastising these people about not leaving Nigeria? And while you are in London, why not pack your stuff and go back to Nigeria? So if you have Nigerians, if you have the opportunity to leave, leave. I can tell you to stay when you have the opportunity to go. Even those two girls, they already started talking that they're going to leave the country. If they get a scholarship, you're going to tell them to stay in Nigeria because they are the best in the country. A country that doesn't even have anything to offer them. No security, nothing. Even the education. How many people can afford to send their children to private school? These kids that did well, most of them didn't do well. They are in private school. They're not in public school. Apparently, Mesoma, maybe lucky. But the rest of them, so please stop saying that. Stop discouraging people. Well, I know none of them they're not listening to you. People will still live when they have opportunity to live. So you can't tell me otherwise. Yes, I want to live in Nigeria, but I'm not going to live in a country like this. Please stop criticizing people. If
so you will rather go to when you finish, I will talk.
I am in diaspora. Please don't tell people that. Until you pack your stuff and move back to Nigeria, talk to people who listen to you. But for now, you don't have anything to tell them.
Okay, good. See, I came to the UK here, just like everyone else, the mistakes that we keep making. We come to the UK to work, stay here and forget our own country. We forget that people that are here, they worked hard to build their own country up. It makes us even lesser of a human being than they are, because we run away from our own land to come and help them inherit what their forefathers have already fought for. I'm one of them. I'm not here denying that, oh, I'm happy to be here and all the rest of it. The truth is, my eyes opened to some of all these things barely 3-4 years ago. You don't tend to know these things until the consequences start raining in. And I believe I'm one of those people that went deep on the other side. But what you have to recognize is that just because you made a mistake doesn't mean you should encourage others to make the same mistake. Or you should encourage your nation to approach the problem the same way. Because what I'm saying, I'm not criticizing her directly. I said the sad thing is that she is looking to leave the country because the nation is, we have come to a point whereby Japa is the next thing that is the reigning stuff. And our leaders are not doing anything to encourage people to return or stay in the country. All those people, the lady is talking about going now. You see the federal government saying, oh, let me do what I can see what I can do to keep her in Nigeria. No, they're not going to try anything. They're going to let her go because these people, they are glorified slave traders. They sell us to foreigners. The way they sold our forefathers to foreigners into slavery, they want us to keep working here. They educate us. They will go and work for their masters overseas. They never, do you see, what kind of people never make an effort to bring their people back into the country? The Chinese did, the Taiwanese did, the Japanese did, other Indians did. They bring their people back to their country to come and invest. But we are our leaders and our people, generally, is the people, because it's not only the leaders, the people who go on to become the leaders. We don't have a culture of trying to build our nation. And there are people doing it there. Somebody educated this girl, stayed in the country and did the hard work. That's why I appreciated them. You are not appreciating them. All you are saying is that let everybody run overseas. Somebody has to build the country eventually. That is just the truth. Somebody has to. We can't just all be saying, oh, let us run overseas. I can tell you that I'm not just talking about it. Every money I get here, the little money I have, I actually invested in Nigeria. Some of the people I've trained in Nigeria have ended up overseas again. It's circling back again. I've seen the vicious cycle happening repeatedly. What good is that to us if we keep creating great minds and all of them get up and go and work for the same people? What is the difference between now and during the slave trade?
Can I respond to you? The same politicians you are here defending are the same people that their kids are outside the country. So what are you talking about?
But we need to fight. That is what you need to change. If we keep leaving, if everybody keep leaving, who is going to change it on the ground?
And what are you doing in London? You haven't answered my question.
Like I said, see, the reason why I'm here right now is the same thing. Let me tell you something. The reason why I'm sitting here right now, the reason why I'm sitting here right now is the same thing. It's the same reason why Oyibo man is in Nigeria ripping our oil out of the ground. You can be overseas and use it to favor your own people, like the Chinese did. The Chinese from overseas, they will buy Western companies and transfer the intellectual property right to their country. What do you think I'm doing here? Do you know how much knowledge transfer I'm doing to Nigeria? You don't know. You just talk.
Do you know how much I'm sending? You don't know. You just don't talk. Shut the fuck up, please.
You are the one telling me that I shouldn't be doing what I'm supposed to be doing, that I shouldn't be here in the UK. So you are the one saying everybody should leave Nigeria. I'm saying they should go back and build the land of your own forefathers, and you're here telling me that I should encourage them to be going overseas. All I'm doing here is that I admitted it. I am one of them. I made the same mistake. So we have to start fixing the problem, not...
All right. Calm down, everybody. Who is still here?
Are they
my turn. I've not spoken on this.
No.
You know, I forgot there's another issue. I didn't know that this was pending to Rudolph.
You didn't forget anything.
No, I only talked on Jamb result now. I asked you, you cheated me.
This debate,
I don't like the tone that is going. Hold on, guys.
You rigged me out.
All right, so let me go to. I'm not. We don't have to get angry over these things. These are conversations, please. Where is Ifi? Okay, she's still back. She's back. Okay. Who is the next person on the line?
I am.
One of Prestige. All right, go ahead.
How did they jump me now?
Ovia hasn't spoken on this.
I don't know. Ovia talks about everything. Go ahead, man.
I'll speak last. Maybe go around. Let's go around. I'll wait.
Okay.
But I
you.
think it's
Thank you very
important.
much. Forefather, if you're going to be speaking about this, what are you doing there? This is another question. Why not go back to Nigeria and become the exemplary, become a benchmark what a Nigeria should be? You can't stay in a foreign country and and be talking, and you haven't done anything. Go back to Nigeria, and handle things down there, because whatever you're doing abroad, it's not gonna have any input in Nigeria. So this is what I'm have to say. If somebody has the opportunity, they need to leave because Nigeria hasn't provided an enabling environment. Tell me any university, that can afford what the guy wants to do. He said he's going to finish his university, bachelor degree in Nigeria. Then he's going to go for his master and PhD. That's what she said. What's wrong with that? But I mean, that's what she chose. So you can't discourage anybody until Nigeria, started providing the enable, environment for people to educate. Having said that, I'm just going to say a little bit about what happened. I think I'm going to go from what's happened after this tobacco that happened. There's a guy in Port Harcourt, I think his name is Richard Ejimofo, whatever, something like that, He scored 300 and I think 353. Yeah. And he got 99 in maths. So a lot of people are striving. They're not the only ones. Speaking about this guy, there's a lot of places it happened. I think about 5 places, people that manipulated their own result. But I look at it because the way she took it to a different direction. So if there's any kind of penalty, she needs to be paid for it. I mean, she's an adult, she's 19. So she needs to pay for it. I don't know what the penalty is going to be, but I hope they have mercy on her, but she deserves any kind of penalty that is meant to her because she cheated. So that's not warranted. Try to deprive the girl that, have the highest result that merited. I watch her on her rise. She's a very intelligent girl. So may she obtain what she wants to do. But let me take you to a different angle right now. I'm just kind of concerned about where we are in Nigeria. Because of what just happened, it has taken a tribal connotation to it. It's very sad. I know what the former education minister, I think, Ukwezi or whatever, what she said and everything. She should have waited until the result come out, Anambra State finished and Jamb finished before she made the comment she made. I think Obi Ukwezi, she made a wrong comment. I think Charlie Boy, I don't really know exactly what Charlie Boy said. He should have waited. But Bayo Noniga has taken it to a different level right now, Try to claim that Obi had a hideous education or something. That doesn't make sense. So everybody, it has become a tribal connotation for something very simple like this, that should have been handled nationally. And we come up with a good result. So it's very sad where we are in Nigeria without putting any kind of tribal connotation in something very simple like this. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, I think a lot of people. Let me just address this very quickly.
Hold on, please. I know you want to respond, but it's not over yet because once you say something, other people will say something. Let me come to Mazi. Has something information here. He has to pass on to us.
No.
Mazi, go ahead.
Rudolph, thank you. It's not necessarily an information, but I think
we can hear you, Mazi. Can you guys hear him? Where is he?
I can hear him loud and clear.
Okay. Okay, go ahead.
Rudolph, you can hear me.
He's in New York.
We can hear you, Mazi.
Okay. Maybe the FBI is monitoring Rudolph's internet. That's why he can't hear me. Rudolph, you can go out and come back. My dear sister, I want to engage you respectfully. Ife, I presume that is Ife Inwa or Ifoma. Rudolph, you're echoing. Okay. So I think when it comes to the insecurity in the Southeast, there is one thing that myself included have done in the past couple of years is to hit hard on our political leaders for not speaking up enough. I had a conversation, I won't mention name, with someone whom many of you will know who that individual is. In the course of my interview with him, I asked him, why is he not speaking up against some of these things happening in the Southeast? He said something that shocked me. that if he speaks against it, those perpetrating it will threaten him to burn his house in his village. But if he speaks for them, the federal government will come after him. Does that then explain the dilemma that you see some of those we expect to speak up and they're not speaking up? Ifeanyi Ubah spoke up. Not only that he spoke up, he took some actions. You know, there are things that I have come to know that ignorance, especially some of us in this part of the world who are not entirely exposed. When I hear people like my sister said that she rang home and an uncle told him that if anybody should leave him, he shouldn't put mouth into this. Exactly what got us to this point. Because we did not, we didn't take care of this water when it was still in our feet. Now it's gone beyond our waist and it's now getting to choke us here. What did Ifeanyi Ubah do? Anybody who believes such nonsense and idiotic statement that Ifeanyi Ubah brought plane to go to Kenya to bring Kanu back, it's not. I mean, the person must have to visit a psychologist. I don't know what to even say. Nigerian government has 11 jets. I believe at this last count it's now 13. And Ifeanyi Ubah, for the last time that I know, does not own a jet. So how come some of us will hear some of this nonsense and cannot even caution those that, write such junk? Then again, you then ask a man whom his people are known for business, they thrive and everything they do is entirely about business. They are traders. They've taken this concept of akulono and they've taken it to heart. They trade, and someone will sit somewhere in a foreign land and tell them not to open shop. And for Christ's sake, he is a senator and he has taken it upon himself to say his people, I'm going to rally with you. We must open our businesses and damn the consequences of Monday. Then someone whom you say is an uncle will say, oh, he's bringing this to us. You see, this is the problem. We want to have peace. We don't want to bear the consequences. We want to make eggs. We want to make omelets. We want to make omelets without breaking eggs. It doesn't work. There is no way. I have sat down here when I listened to you, my dear sister Ife. I thought, what is it that this man has done that is actually not right, that warrant the people criticizing him? I have seen in Nnewi now, before you drive into Nnewi, you are monitored. There is CCTV in every single angle. Even as Rudolph is talking, Rudolph is from Nnobi. Nnobi is doing the same thing. Nnobi came to America to raise money to secure their place. The next town after Nnobi is Alo. Alo has done the same thing. And here in Nnewi, Ifeanyi Ubah has spearheaded the community policing. It beats me and it beats me silly that people would have issue with where we want to know who is behind the mask, and we say, oh, we don't want to know. Then I must suspect the individual to be among the culprits that makes us not to sleep at night. This is a case of security. Anambra State, especially Nnewi, is in the axis. If you live in Nnewi, you want to go towards Osumoho, where, between Nnewi and Amici, where you have the military checkpoint. This is where we know that these people invade sometimes from Imo State or from Osumoho. And it beats me that somebody will sit down on the Nnewi say, Ifeanyi Ubah is bringing. Ifeanyi Ubah, listen, I said to you, DKK, for the things you have, and for the things you have actually come out to do. If I have the resources, I will do the same, even more. What do you mean? Some of us who do not live in our villages will have street lights littered in the streets where we have our houses. Do we live there? Why do we have those street lights, solar street lights? It's because so that our mothers and our fathers who might want to go out of their houses at night, so that it's not like when we were growing up, so that we don't step onto serpents or python or whatever. At least they will know that they feel secure, and that's why they move. Sorry, my dear sister Ife. Honestly, I think you may have to go back and educate your uncle to say that it is wrong, that what the insinuation he has, they must, and your uncle must join hands to help to rescue Nnewi, because if Nnewi is safe, Nnobi will become safe. Ichida will become safe. Ekulumele, all the surrounding cities will become safe. And we'll have to come back to the place where we will say that the Great Igbo Nation is one of the safest places to live on earth, not what we have now. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Mazi. Let me go to this Blackstone. Blackstone, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Rudolph. Anyway, I just about the Jamb result. So for me, like you said, it is the controversy of this other girl that actually resulted to all these issues, you know. And in Nigeria, Nigerians are very brilliant people. Even this time, Nigerians are very brilliant people. Even the younger ones are very, very brilliant. So, and I congratulate Ume that's got 360 or 360 something, right? And she's just 19. My niece graduated at the age of 20, right? Even with 1 year strike. At the age of 20, she already graduated. So there are other people who are very intelligent, and if not the controversy, I don't think nobody will have even know that she was there or be interviewed, right? But with the other girl who forged result, that's very bad. At that young age, you can get involved in forgery. Coming out with a result that is not a result. I don't know what was in her mind. I don't know who advised her. That's very bad. And as she has been advised that she should apologize to the state, the school, and to Jamb, and she should do that actually. And the punishment that Jamb is proposing to ban her for 2 years for me is too much. And so we should also realize that many people are doing these things. Not that she's just a victim, like what you say. The one that the thief who they catch now be thief. So that's just it. So they should be able to give her some leniency, and she had 246, which is a good mark, and that she shall let her give her that leniency, pardon her, and let her go to her course what she wants to study, you know. So like I said, we have so many Nigerians that are very, very intelligent. These young ones are very, very intelligent, and these days you hardly see any Nigerian young ones who don't even finish their SSS at the age of 16, you know. So it is a trend. Like so let us encourage them, let us give them at least a helping hand, support them in any way, and if they feel that they want to travel to abroad to go and do their studies, they are very free. It's a free nation, you know, and everybody has a part to play in the building of Nigeria. If you have that mindset to contribute to change Nigeria, just do it. If anybody doesn't have that mindset, let the person leave the person alone. Let it do what he or she want to do. So if you have that zeal, go ahead and do it.
Thank you. The Blackstone. Prince Akwachi, you're next.
Okay, so let me differ a little bit with forefathers. Why would I say so? Forefathers, you know, that somebody is promising to take the girl to Cyprus to study, you know, it's what's encouraging. Why am I saying that? Now that she's going on that scholarship, the person is the one to pay for it, and the person is, you know, sending her to go and acquire knowledge. When she finishes, she can come back to Nigeria if she doesn't like Cyprus. Why, you know, when you mention the Japanese and the Chinese, I don't know about UK, but every summer in California, we do have droves of Japanese and Chinese students who come here on a what do they call this stuff? Kind of like some kind of like exchange classes to do some classes here. You know, I'm not saying, yeah, you made a point when you talk about that it's not what everybody live in Nigeria, but the educational system in Nigeria right now and with what is going on, it's not encouraging at all. Okay, look at the school fees. Almost all the schools are increasing their school fees. Edo State, for example, Edo State government have just increased their school fees by 300%. Those paying about 100 and something now will be paying about 700 and something. Okay, how many parents have that kind of money to do that? Except when the educational system is restructured in such a way that 4 years is 4 years, then if you talk about people staying back and studying in Nigeria, that's fine. But I'm not gonna say if anybody have an opportunity to leave Nigeria, they can leave Nigeria. I don't know the work you do, the work I do. I love the job that I do. And guess what? If I'm gonna be here 100 years, I'll be here 100 years. Okay? That is what it is. You just have to do what you do. And if you love it, you love it. Going back to Nigeria, what am I going back to Nigeria to do? In order to, one, politically, I'll be stressed. Emotionally, I'll be stressed. And socially, I'll be stressed too. Insecurity and all those things going on in Nigeria. And all that. Let me rest my case at this point. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Lexi, I wanted someone to address the issue of when this happened. I know some people mentioned it in passing. When this happened, a lot of people immediately came to her defense. A lot of people thought this was another of those instances where they're after her because of this or that. And some people have said this here on this program today that, I think someone said that is a question. Maybe Obi should have waited before commenting, because now Obi is now eating her words. I think I don't know the details of what she said. I've not followed that very closely, but what we do here, especially us, every Saturday or every whatever day or whatever program you go on, is respond to what's in the news. I've never called on anybody to say something and say, "Oh, let me just wait." We need to hear. Let's investigate. People respond based on what's out there. All right. I want someone to weigh in on that along the way. Let's.
I salute all of you. I'm joining you a bit late because I normally worship today, and I came very late to now meet you. I haven't really fitted into what we are discussing about, except that I can take it from what Dr. Damage just said, that what's happening and so on. So the trend of news. Well, two things caught my attention, and that is the speaker who said that we should all come home and save Nigeria, and then the one who
Lexi, your line is not very clear. Your connection is very, very poor. Yeah, we can't hear you. So maybe you can leave and come back so that we can hear what you're saying. All right.
Okay, I think that's better. Thank you. So that I don't waste my words. I will come back again.
Yeah. All right. So I will skip you for now. We'll come back to you. But let me go to Femi. Femi, welcome to the show.
Yeah. Good morning. So quickly to the issue of the girl with the forged Jamb score, as we know it now. Candidly, I was almost gonna swear that it was just Nigeria happening all over again when it happened. And just like you said, we all have opinions when certain things happened. I just could not believe it by the time one realized that in the face of the overwhelming or semi-overwhelming evidence that it was otherwise. But in any case, just to the point for regarding the real highest Jamb score, the girl with the highest Jamb score. I saw the interview live as well, and I'll count myself lucky to have watched it live too. Because
do they give you a prize for that, Femi?
No, because the way it, I know you're messing with me, Doctor. You always do that to everybody, which is fine. Don't let me lose my train of thought.
Okay.
I like to watch some. I like to catch the interviews live, only because it's it just rings truer to me than. I mean, I don't know if that makes sense to you. I just like that. Yeah. So anyway, but to the point, and I actually got that. It kind of like sent me thinking when she mentioned going abroad. I mean, she's not even started school in Nigeria yet, but it's kind of interesting because I saw myself in her. And the reason why I say this is because sometimes the way I kind of process things, I like to look at things from a personal angle. What has happened to me? Because we all have individual experiences in life. And that's not even speaking to the general experiences. And of course, if you juxtapose that with the fact that irrespective of wherever we are in the world, everywhere in the world has its issues, right? But even at that, the reason why that kind of speaks even true to me, and I agree with if she's already thinking that way, I can see where she's coming from. Because I once told this story of how when I went back to Kaduna after taking the ND exam way back when, I had one of the best results in the entire country. But the kind of things that happened then, and the how the likes of myself were weeded out in favor of people that doctor, we are not serious, first of all, because I was lucky. I went to a very, very good primary school, but when we moved to Lagos, we went to a public school that wasn't, it wasn't the worst, but it wasn't the best. So I practically taught myself. So sometimes I try to look at what Nigeria really did for me. I don't know what Nigeria did for me. It is just me, and it's my opinion.
Femi will verify you.
Well, you can verify. It can be verified. It can be verified. But in any case, so the kind of things that happened, and especially when you're in teenage years, when you see certain things happening, it's part of what you start that shapes you. Because then now you're facing the real world. Because I can't understand how people with 3 credits, for example, and because we saw these things happen, and as far as then it was ingrained in me, I already told myself I was going to leave Nigeria. Because it's not enough to say that people are leaving. After all, migration, there's always been migration, and everybody has right to free choice. There's things I'm doing to help change the narrative, to help people in Nigeria, certain people in Nigeria, even educationally as well. But for me, if you have a chance to leave. That's my own personal opinion, and I have no regrets, no apologies for that.
Thank you so much, Femi. Ikena San Antonio.
Thank you, Dr. Jacqueline Damages. Thank you, everybody that is in the panel. I really expect that this is what we're going to be talking about this weekend. For me, let me start with IPOP thing.
No.
Okay.
We go to IPOP next. I don't
Okay.
want to...
Okay. So let me talk about the Jamb thing. Actually, when that kid presented her result, really, I thought Nigeria all over again. I thought about the election. I thought about so many things were going up in my mind. But when they deciphered everything and said that she forged, I was so disappointed. Even though she didn't make the best grade, but she still made 200 and something, 240 something, I think. It's still a good grade. At the end of the day, life is not hurdle. Life is marathon. She will still come out on the end. Jamb, Nigeria, unfortunately, put this stigma that you can be a science person, that you can be a art person. For me, for people like me who didn't go to high school, who didn't go to secondary school, we don't even know where we belong. We have to learn it in adulthood. From being a servant to become what I become. I would tell you, if I was in Nigeria, I will never become what I become today. I would tell you that, because people like me can never get to where I am today. But these kids, I will tell you, both the kid that forged the result and the kid that made the highest grade, I will bet you money Nigeria doesn't have anything to offer them. I'm sorry to tell you. The current Nigeria will not offer these kids anything. So if they have opportunity to Japan, to go wherever they want to go, they will go. People like us who become what we become in Western world want to go to Nigeria. But what is happening in my own state, Anambra State today, cannot make me go back over there. I have 4 kids in America that I have to live for. I cannot go to my Nigeria and put my life on those people who doesn't have anything to lose, who somebody in Western world is manipulating. So for me, the 2 kids, they still have a bright life. They still have a bright future. They can still come out on the other end, be the best at whatever they want to be in life. So to me, that would be the way to approach it. But who have asked the leaders who bring forged results, who are asking them, what's up with your result? We are in court now because of the result. These leaders, Enugu State Governor, from what we heard, he presented the wrong thing. So who are holding them responsible? I don't think Jamb should ban the kid for 3 years. They can give him some punishment, but not to ban her, not to. If she wants to retake that exam, say, okay, you can retake that exam in 12 months. I can accept that. But saying that she cannot have anything to do with Jamb in 36 months, I think is wrong. I think she was misguided by a certain individual. I don't think all these were what she wanted to do. Maybe somebody misguided her. That's my opinion.
All right, thank you so much. Let me skip NWC and CM. They've weighed in on this, and let me go back to.
No. Why you want to skip me now? Sure.
Why
are we fighting?
I'm not talking about you. I didn't even get to you. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to forefathers. I'm saying that forefathers wanted to respond.
No, I wanted to actually respond to forefathers because he put a conversation before us, right? And I also understand how if he also respond to that. I think the bigger conversation, the bigger issue that forefather put before is that it's not. I don't think forefather is saying the girl should not leave or anything. He's saying that with everything that she has achieved so far, if she leave the country 20 years down the road, some people will brainwash her and she will start saying Nigeria did not do anything for her. And I think that's what Nigeria did not do anything for her is what all of us are kind of either against or speaking for here. Again, most of the time we want to see that thing Nigeria do for us. We want to touch it, we want to feel it. I don't blame us, right? If I have to use myself as an example, you see this rock within my back, not be Photoshop. My day I grew up. No, for real. During school break, when you get break, would they run go that place? That's to tell you how close we are. From after my school, now bush then that rock. What am I saying here is that at a point, you have to start asking. I have to start asking myself, right? Start finding myself cities and all that. What opportunity this country have that I can take advantage of, right? And that's where sports presented itself. When sports starts taking me out of Nigeria, the first thing I realize is that I'm not appreciative of my Nigerianness enough. I have to see it through outsiders. That same village, Oyibo people, they come back in the days, they run, they follow them. They follow their cars, they won't come climb that rock. So I remember the first country I visited was Qatar. To join Qatar club, hopefully to nationalize. From there, they take us to go and train in Germany. I remember when we dey leave Qatar, Doha Airport, they go Germany. Now only me we're native. Inside airport, everybody gathered begin ask me, I like your cap, I like this, I like this.
We go like see that picture. We go like see that picture.
After then, I begin ask myself, say, come, what's so special about this? When I got to Bulgaria, a place called Slivlin, that's where my coach from. If we go train, kids they run after us because they never see black that close before. Then I begin ask myself again, I was like, oh, this was me many years ago. When anywhere I go, they ask me, where are you from? I say, I am a Nigerian. Immediately, I see reaction. Because of the confidence what they talk on, no matter bad, negative thoughts you have about Nigeria, you have to rephrase it. Whether we like it or not, we will live for America. If we compare ourselves to other nationalities, we go say, thank God I've been Nigeria. We know this. I remember going to Kenya to go compete. Everybody in the shout, brother, baba, like the way they are appreciating us. Not because we won't go win, it's because we are Nigerians. Other countries like Cameroon Niger, they come beg kits from us. And we will fight our government every day that we don't have enough because we are looking up to the American athletes. Just little things that we know they appreciate because I understand that all of us, Nigeria is not working. That's why we are here outside the country. If Nigeria they work, I would rather be sitting under that rock, very chill. They experience nature, see they talk to you guys from that place. But I can't because of insecurity and all that. I understand that, but that will not overshadow. Our people say who they cry, they see road. I always make them as a joke. Say if you go Idaho, if you say you know be Nigeria, you know be black, nobody will need to tell you once they approach you. Yeah, so tangible things that we don't appreciate about that girl, whether we like it or not. It was the fact that there's some facilities in place that was able to make her excel among her peers. That's what Nigeria is giving her. We are not saying if she go, she has to come back or whatever. But what to Nigeria is saying, some people will say, oh, Nigeria did not do anything for me. For God's sake, a Nigeria passport you take come out for Nigeria. Go and be Ghanaian, go and be Cameroonian, go and be Niger for 1 year and come back. Tell me, say, you know, like Nigeria not do anything for you. We come Western world with a fitting easy. It's because we are Nigerians. Nigerians give us something. We call it Western education. We all got it from there. Our smartness, our move, our decadness. Our people from the Southeast have something that the whole world should study. When you go borrow your kids, carry your brother, go to the trainer, those are the things that you will not find anywhere. Yes, Nigeria no good for all of us. I keep saying it. I'm not a millionaire. I'm not a billionaire. If I check my account, I maybe not negative $14 9 day there. But guess what? Nigeria, there's something about being in it.
Oh, yeah, stop lying. Okay.
All right,
I'm telling you my experience.
Okay, that's okay. Thank you, Obiorah. Let me go to forefathers, then I'll come back to you guys. I see you guys.
I think, thank you, Obiorah, for trying to clarify. I never said that she shouldn't go to.
I think I used Toby as an example here too. Toby that broke the world record. Where it was, oh, because she should come American. No. Toby was discovered and nurtured in Jamb. She was good enough before American school sent for her. I was good enough in Nigeria before American school sent for me. If I wasn't good enough in Nigeria, they will not go send for me. So Nigeria give you something.
All right, Obiorah.
If you go embassy, if they know that there's nothing they go feel attract from you, they will never get that visa. I don't care who you are. They know that there's something they can take from you. That's why and Nigeria give you that thing.
All right, thank you, Obiorah. Go ahead for furthers.
Yeah. For one, I never actually said that the girl is not free to travel overseas. And just to address the lady that actually tried to deceive people, I think the 2-year ban is appropriate. This thing that we do where we just say, oh, when people commit serious offenses like this, we should pardon them. We want to pardon them. We feel empathy that, okay, she's a human being. She's not going to be able to do that exam for 2 years. But what exam signal are you sending out there? You're saying some other people should do the same. Maybe get away with it. That leads to a systematic decay. And we can't keep encouraging our behavior. There's nothing anybody will commit in Nigeria. Some people will not still say, leave them, let them go, because it's Nigeria. But in foreign countries, if you try that, go and ask for forgiveness and expect that judge to forgive you. You saw what they did to Ekweremadu. So they will not forgive you. You will go down for it. Even parking tickets, parking ticket, they will not spare you. So that is what we should be encouraging. In terms of her going overseas, I'm not saying she should not go overseas. I'm talking about the systematic problem that we have created, that when I interview people in Nigeria, now I have to bring up Japa. This is a corrosive thing that's going through everyone in Nigeria. And because everybody, their eyes overseas, or they are already got plans to, they've already got process to go overseas. This is the issue. I feel like our government and our people, our elders, are not doing anything to counter that this trend. Because if you ask me, 400 years ago, 300 years ago, 200, we're selling our people overseas, sending them. What is the difference between now and then? It's just because we are being treated more benignly. But in reality, what it serves is the same thing. You take your people, your best brains, you send them overseas, let them go and work for other people for how many years until they die. Then the few benefits you get, like they send with remissions and all the rest, that's all we get. With the little money we get, we never develop our country. And in reality, what we need is people that can develop the country. It's like our forefathers selling human beings that can invent that gogoro, that umbrella, those things that they were taking from Oyibo man. They were selling the human beings that can do it. And you wonder why we fell, why we lost, because they were getting the better end of the deal. I'm saying that's a system that does that has a problem. And some of us that are overseas, we encourage it adamantly, not understanding that we are damaging our own heritage. How can a land give you life that gave your forefathers life and everything, and you damn it, and you think you're going to get away with it in this world? You will not. You will pay a dear price for it. Wherever you go, you are going to find out that those people will recognize that you are not one of them, and they will ditch you. And believe me, if I was one of them, I wouldn't want somebody that curses where they are from to come and join my bloodline. I will never let that happen. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Maz, it's okay.
Okay. I think that might be my last intervention before I allow you guys to crack on. My good brother, forefathers, I think, there is an adage that, anyway, let me leave that one. Some people might find it offensive. But what I'm trying to tell you, my dear brother, is it may not be too wise for us to, we all have our what the Germans would call Offenbarung. That is our what's Offenbarung again? When we begin to see things differently, we all have our own different point of getting certain knowledge. You are in a place where you are beginning to appreciate where you came from more than where you are currently in. I would say, welcome to the club. However, that people who are still in the motherland, who haven't visited the other side of the world, to begin to tell them that they shouldn't do that, where you yourself is still sitting down there, it's probably like not going to work. I'm not saying
I didn't say that. I don't know why you are misunderstanding this. Again, I didn't say individually they should not go. I said systematically we should be encouraging them to stay in the country.
Yeah, but how do yeah, systematically we should encourage them. But you see, where the challenge is, how do you systematically encourage them to, whereas the system is almost kaput. Let me give you this example. You see, the thing is, whether we believe this or not, brain drain is happening in Nigeria. It would eventually come to the point of brain gain, because there are things that Nigeria will not continue in this trajectory forever. There are things when they get, when we get it right here in Nigeria, automatically it's given, because there are countries before us. We had the Chinese, we had the Indians, that it became, at some point, it will become a choice. If you want to live in America, you want to live in England, it will now become a choice, not because someone is, the other side is not entirely, up to speed. The moment when Nigeria begins to have, proper electricity that would aid a lot of things, because the young girl in question, one of the reasons why she was able to do so well in her exam is because of the school environment where she found herself, that had these gadgets, made it available for her to learn to do many of those tests. Now, if that begins to happen back home, which again, no individual except the government is able to do that. You talk about security. Why is it that many people in the diaspora don't want to go home? Not that they are rich. Actually, when many people come from diaspora compared to many people here in Nigeria, they actually poor, because highest they come home with $3,000-4,000. Convert that, that's no money.
I'm one of them. True confession.
So that's actually no money compared to what a businessman makes in 6 hours or in 10 days, in a day. But this notion that, this person is coming from a place where, because you look at the skin color looks right, and in his mind, he's already thinking, I'm a security threat. They will begin to look at me because I come from here, they kidnap you. They kidnap you. You've actually kidnapped someone who hasn't got money, because his house in America, he's still owing 60-80% of the mortgage. He hasn't paid it. His car is on car note. Is a lot of things. It's the debt is strangulating him. But yet, in all those debt that he accumulated and that he owes, he can come back home and sleep. He can on the light and the light goes on. If he has any emergency, he can ring someone, in a 911, whatever it's called, and someone can come and take that individual, and that individual gets treatment. So the bottom line here is, I understand where you're coming from. I also, however, think that what we all collectively should continue doing is hold the government to account. And you know what? Sometimes he who sits down in a shitty place no longer hear the smell of the bad environment. It takes, and I believe that there was a time, I think in May, that Dati Baba Ahmed made one statement in England that I think I picked something out of it. Redemption of Nigeria actually is likely and most likely to happen. It's going to come from the diaspora. A clear example, in the last election, the diaspora propelled the third force. The diaspora put their finances to propel what Nigeria saw that happened in that last election. It means that they are beginning to wake up. And in their beginning to wake up will now mean that over time, 1, 2, max 3 electoral cycle, by the time they begin to have their voices, that they begin to vote, their finances begin to work for them. Because someone who earns $2,000, whether you like him or not, he earns more than top bank manager. It could be a security officer, but who cares? That money gives him that confidence. He can ask you questions without minding whether, this person is going to sign my check. Therefore, let me rephrase the question that I'm going to ask. When the diaspora joins the fray of holding the elected leaders to account, that place where we are, that those that have gone out to learn new skills will begin to be uncomfortable based on their levels of success, to begin to want to come back home, and nobody will stop that brain gain to happen. It is a question of time. It is not a matter of if. I do strongly believe it must happen. Therefore, if people want to go Jakba, do this thing, as they want to go and study, I beg, let them go. Let them go and Jakba and do whatever. It's not the same as talking about slave trade. People were forced into. If the lady in question, the little girl in question, she's very unlikely to come to America and pay school fees. Somebody is likely to pay her school fees. Now, and she finishes, she becomes whatever she wants. A good and sensible government would eventually bring something. We knew when Okonjo-Iweala was to come to have her first thing in Nigeria during Obasanjo's regime. She had a very simple demand that many people freaked out with. She said, I work in this country, I earn in dollars, I would want to come and serve my country. However, I would want to have my money paid in the same currency. If many of you in this platform who are in the diaspora, who are high flyers in whatever you do globally, if you are offered the same, why won't you come? But again, there are things, and this is realism. This is this is real. Not many of us would want to go if you're earning before now $10,000 a month, and someone is asking you to come and earn 500,000 naira to come and fix Nigeria. He's not even going to pay anything for you. You may find out that you are not going to take such offer. But there is one thing that I do strongly believe, that over time, the brain drain that we have today would metamorphose into brain gain, and Nigeria will be best for it. Now, Rudolph, that's on that, responding to my good friend forefather. But there is something I always want to correct. And Rudolph, you may help me here, please. On this platform, whenever we do speak, let us always fact check. It helps us to not to sound somehow. Some people, I can't remember who, but spoke before now, saying that Obiorah Ezekwesili took her tweet into ethnic dimension. I think that is not right. Again, you can go to Twitter. These things are there. You can read it. What Obiorah Ezekwesili asked for, she called it the Jamb Mesomachi debacle. She was demanding for an independent. So, and I believe, myself included, I also demanded, because I didn't want to cite Mesoma or cite, Jamb premature. She demanded for an independent. Rudolph, I had a snippet that I forwarded to you in order for us to, be very well guided here. Aside that, I think I've done the needful now, and I say thank you guys for having me.
Yeah. Before you go, this Obiorah thing. So you were saying that what was the original tweet? Is that the one you sent to me?
No, the first one I sent you is, let me read it out here. I have it in front of me. It says, this saga between Mesoma Ejikeme and Jamb HQ requires an independent tech investigation to unearth all facts. Listening to her in the video, it is reasonable to request a forensic investigation to help review what really happened. I have reached out to the Jamb registrar. That's what she said. Then she now had a second tweet. An independent investigation would turn this curious episode into a learning opportunity for Jamb HQ and everyone, especially students. I frankly see no downside in asking a team of independent technology folks to investigate and publicly share their findings. Let's do this, unquote. Now, any one of us who watched that video from Mesoma at that point would agree with what Obiorah Ezekwesili was saying. Because to be honest with you, it's just that I had my journalistic mind. Because I always want to work from a point of unbelief. You tell me this is 2.2. I'll say until either I point my calculator to begin to agree that this is 2.2. So because of that, If you took on the face value that a child of 19 years made that video, was busy showing something like this, oh, this is what I printed, this is what I printed, it would have been believed by anyone. And though she then said, having watched this video, I want, and she demanded for an independent. So it will be very, very unreasonable for the Agbado gangs, the Onanugas, who will now want to make this an ethnic thing. Sometimes it beats me where something that Nigeria should learn from, we reduce the impact to, oh, she's Igbo, she's from Anambra. The question is, one, fact, she forged the result. Fact, she acted alone. Fact, she is now accepted that she forged it. Fact, that we are now, and the Jamb or whoever will now need to agree how long she be punished. 3 years, I don't know. Let's not get too much in, but at least minimum of a year that she can now have time to think. And not only that she gets minimum of 1 year, she ought to also, like the reports suggested, undergo some psychological counseling, because for her to have done that, it's really mind-boggling. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Mazizoke, for joining us today and for your interventions. Let me go to Lexi. Lexi, you go ahead. After you, KJ. KJ, I know I see you, but we have to, I know, I'm sorry. Lexi, go ahead.
Oh, thank you for letting me in. Good evening, everyone. When I started the first time, there was some kind of situation with the technical operation for me to be heard well, but I hope you are hearing me now. Okay, I came in late, but I met quite some interesting discussion going on, and I'll take it from there. I can see the yearning of forefathers wanting to build a good nation and wanting people to join him in his kind of vision. There's nothing wrong in wishing for a good thing, but if the good thing you are wishing for has all kinds of obstacles that will make it almost impossible, what's the point using it and pushing it? Because, like Chief Mezroke, who has left the scene now, the things he was explaining to you, those are realities. Seek first a good, peaceful, honest, plain field country you call Nigeria. And I'm afraid it's too late to get that dream country of Nigeria you are wishing for. You all may disagree with me, but I know what Nigeria was and how it went down to where we are now. Nigeria was great. Again, Chinua Achebe wasn't joking when he said there was a country. We didn't have a perfect country, but we were much, much in a better structure. We were let's say the railways, for instance, where my own father worked. That was a typical example. It was a microcosm of Nigeria. We had people from all over the country in positions, and the railways that we had performed perfectly. The only thing it lacked was that it was originated by the British, and it was for their own interest that they laid the lines, linked the places they wanted it to go because of what they're going to get out of it. But engineering-wise, we had engineers who were able to handle any challenges that the country, the system was having at that time. Now, Nnewi that we are talking about now, they're trying to build a foundry. Foundry is metal technology where iron and things that required foundry can be forged. No nation can develop in that regard well without having iron and steel industry that is functional. Not this one we have been toying around with few years and we are nowhere with it. You know, Now, Navy wants to establish that. We had that thing in Nigeria, in Lagos, in a place called Loco, which was a part of the railway compound. From us authority, from all the other companies, they used to bring things to be forged in that foundry. It was in a Butemeta in Lagos. And things were working. Spare parts were being forged and all that. Why am I saying this? Things were going on in a way that at least you can begin to hope that there will be an improvement. But what we have now just took us down the drain. Even the train itself, what people are celebrating train today, there was a train. That train could meet all there's a time to wait for it at the certain station. It will come and it will move. And the railways were training engineers in Canada, in America, in Britain, and we had it going. So the country are wishing for, I'll tell you, mark my word, it's gone so bad today that which we are talking about has a long way. That is if at all it will reach there. We are killing ourselves in what we call peacetime. We killed ourselves in wartime, and we are still killing. And you expect people to now relax and say, okay, Nigeria is the best place to stay and build. What Nigeria are you building? That is why the best thing we can do is to have a referendum for Nigerians to say what they want. If what your dream is what they want, who am I? I'm just one person. But I'm telling you, some of us and many people have so much been hurt by this thing we call Nigeria, and we are still being hurt by this thing we call Nigeria. And the few people you see who are thinking maybe, oh yeah, let's give it a chance, is because they have something that is in operation, that Nigeria will become something. It's not going to be anything. You talked about politics. Obi joined. He's from the area you think, oh, they are not doing politics. They don't know how to do it. Obi won the election, but who is giving it to him today? Look at what he's going through. Abiola won. It was not given to him. And the hope that you will have is good, but I don't see my way through in all this. So let Nigeria give a peace a chance. Let those who want to build. We can come together again. We're not moving away from the land where we belong, but give freedom to the people and let them choose how to build a nation and build it well. But that must happen first. The referendum. Let's agree, and then we can begin to think along the line of what you have been saying. I can say more, but the bell keeps ringing. But I met this conversation, and that's why I'm talking about it. Now, the same okay man was trying to defend Ifeanyi. You see, that is the problem we have. We, as a people, cannot be dividing and at the same time calling for unity. I was going to ask him a question, but he's gone. When they were burning these places of market in Lagos, did they go there to ask, are you Imo or Anambra? Because that's the question we answer all the time. When
let's see. I want us to round up this topic on
now.
and then we can come to.
Okay, let me just round up. When they were burning those marketplaces, did anybody ask for Igbo or Anambra before they start the burning? Did they limit it to any state? But yet we'll come out here, people coming from Imo to Anambra to cause trouble. Where else would they come from if Anambra is next to Imo? And who are those? Have you identified their origin? Now, what I heard him saying is one of those things that must not continue, where people will sit and just think about themselves alone and perhaps their own state alone. That is not going to help with the kind of freedom and fairness we need in Nigeria. Why were the states created? They were created to divide and rule. And Umezuoke, is one of the victims or culprits of allowing divide and rule to keep dividing us so that those who are controlling us can control us. I'll rest my case there.
All right, thank you. KJ. You are muted, KJ.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Damages, and everyone in the panel. I have an event, but the discussion was so heated up that I just needed to sneak out and make one or two contributions. So please, if you allow me a little bit more time so I can just hit and then go off. Now, I want to push back on, first and foremost, I want to ask those of us who are on the panel who have watched that video of those little children being flogged. If you have a big screen, please, can you project it on your big screen and look at it very properly and analyze the video? I'm a videographer, so I can tell you where pictures are played. But however, I leave that to your opinion. Put it on a big screen and look at it. Now,
what did you find out?
Want to push
KJ, no. What did you find out?
Yes.
I don't have a big screen.
It seems to me, it seems to me that it's staged. It seems to me that it's staged. Because if you look at the kids, some of them were rubbing their backs and crying when nothing was even being flogged, nothing was touching them at all. So go put it on the screen if you have one and tell me what you see at the end of it. Now, there is a constant barrage of different styles to try to paint the evil man a troublemaker and an evil to himself. I will not be part of that, okay? I'm not saying there are no bad characters in the East. There are. But sometimes there is also an advanced team that is in the East helping to paint this picture the way they want Nigerians to look at it. Okay, that's one. Two, I want to also push back on Chief Ezoke. I listen to some of his media postings. But in this one, I totally do not agree with him. Now, and these are the reasons. One, you see, the Igbo leaders and those of us who are also, who have some levels in the Igbo land and maybe platforms, sometimes don't cry out to those things that are making these things to happen. This last week, I said here on this platform that the money is being extorted by Igbos, started from the Igbos in the East, is 100 billion naira. 100 billion from the checkpoints, from the police, from the whatever they put on the road. This is an extra money forced out of them. No, these Igbo leaders don't organize and go to the presidency or go to the police and say, look, checkpoints have to go. No, you cannot militarize the East. No, you can't have roadblocks for both the army, the police, the civil defense, the boys brigade, the guest guide. No, this have to stop. Nobody, they don't go there. They don't speak on behalf of the people. Okay, this goes on. Now, if you watch the interview, and I'm still dealing with Igbo leaders, the brother of Ojukwu was on Arise News this week, and he was asked, "What is it that you want to be done for the East so that there will be peace?" You see, he found it difficult to answer that question. I'm not a leader from the East, but I know what can be done and the East will become quiet. He couldn't answer that question. He was dancing around it. Then we want maybe an addition of one state. We're not looking for states. No Igbo person is crying for state. Okay, you know what the East like, and that is what we're asking for. Make it a conducive place for people to hold their business, import their goods, be able to clear it. It's as simple as that. I want to fly and land in my village, or rather in the close to my place where I can simply drive home. It's not a rocket science. We know what the Igbos need. So when leaders from the East do not know, and they seem to be speaking on behalf of the people of the East, it beats my imagination. Now, if you have so much money to organize boss and pay them and go all out as against fighting Simon Ekpa, who we all have agreed is not following the process the right way, okay? What is your own way? You, the intellectuals, you, the senator, have you called the senators of the East and gone to make a demand of the federal government? No. But you can simply go to your village and mobilize other boys and form your own armed wing that are going to use to fight for the next governorship election. And you are coming in under the hype and the sense that you are coming to fight Simon Ekpa. Come on, guys, let's wake up. And then on the issue of the little girl, okay, people are calling for her head. Why didn't you call for the head of Tinubu, who forged, and we all know from record that he forged all his certificates? Nobody has called for his head. He's leading you, okay? And any of us who live in Nigeria and practice in Nigeria, and I'm giving myself as an example. Are you saying that forgery is a new thing to you? I know how many proposals I wrote, some to UN, some I wrote for government, and the people who are there remove the top of it and change some words and put it under their name. And such projects come and they're executed. Who is it the first time? Is it the first time? It's not the first time. For crying out loud, let's not overburden this issue. And I'm not saying that the girl has done something right, but I'm saying that if we need to punish, let's start from the top. The man sitting in Anambra State, NYSC have testified in the court that they are not the ones who gave him the certificate. Why is he still there? Why are we not calling for his name? I mean, the governor of Enugu State. We're not calling for that. Instead, we're looking for a 19, a 17, or whatever girl to discipline and asking for punishment for her. Whereas some of the people sitting in your offices are all in your elected positions are all certificate forgers. Some of them not even have any certificate you can rely on. And we're not dealing with that. You see, that is my major issue. That's the reason why I came back to this platform. I wanted to just listen for the background. You see, this thing have been going on in Abuja. I can tell you, I know the people who wrote what they call it, the project that was handled by Lai Mohammed, the rebranding of Nigeria. Okay, I know the people who wrote it. There are 3 of them, and I won't mention their name here. They submitted it because they believe that Lai Mohammed was their friend, and that project was taken and given another different name and is executed. So what are we saying, people? Is that you guys left too long? Active fresh. You left too long. Okay, it's going on daily. We have ghost workers in Nigeria, in the federal government, in the state government, in the local government, collecting money. Even to this month end, they will collect money. Is it not forgery? Why are we not taking them to court? Why are we not crucifying them? The system that brought up the girl to be able to forge, is it not in Nigeria? You think she was able to manipulate the computer to get that result? No, somebody did it for her. Those places still remain. You live in Abuja. I can tell you, Rodolph, if I want to forge your certificate, I can just go to the attend, and all I need to do is see a sample of it, and they'll give it to me. So let's not behave as if we don't know these things exist. And then when somebody, the poor ones come up, and then we want to kill them. No, it's.
Sorry, are you advocating that we should not punish crimes anymore because some are committing crimes?
Listen. I am saying that let us start from the top. Let us start from the top. INEC cannot accept certificates they're not real, they're not genuine, and they know they're not genuine, they're forged. And they still will go ahead, and those people are saying that the office are making laws for you, and you want me to come out and condemn a little girl? She has done something wrong.
So you want all criminals in prison to be released then by that standard? All criminals that are poor should be released from prison.
No, I think poverty, you are taking it to an extreme. You don't seem to be hearing what I'm saying. Because
you are saying that a crime should not be punished because the people at the top are corrupt too.
No. I am saying that since you have discovered you discovered that she committed a crime, right? We also discovered that Tinubu committed crime, right? We also discovered that some other people committed crime. Let the police do their job. Let the police do their job.
They should all do their job, and everybody should accept their own. If I commit a crime, I should be punished. If you commit a crime, you should be punished. That's how you fix a system. Everybody that is guilty of law breaking should be held accountable.
All right.
No one should be spared.
Let's hear AY. Welcome.
I don't know.
Thank you.
Let me finish so that I can go off like I said. I think you're done. Like I said. Okay, go ahead, sir.
No, I said I thought you're done. Okay, KJ, hold on. Okay, AY, go ahead. KJ,
thank you, Rudolph. Good evening, everyone. So, KJ, my brother, I'm coming for you. So last week we had discussion around these issues. Like, here is the honest truth. We need to face issue as they are. First of all, the issue of Boko Haram in the northeast, when it started, you know what was going on? The community somehow, they were supporting these people. They were giving them a lot of emotional support because they feel, oh, even when the soldiers were coming around, shooting, killing, oh, you kill our people. That is exactly what is starting in Southeast. Last week, you insinuated that, no, the people killing people in the Southeast, some of you, oh, they are from South, they are not really Igbo, they are Igbo in South. These are stories. When you watch this video, what just happened, and now you are telling us, oh, put it on a big screen. Even the people that were killing other people on the street, destabilizing the market, they were also non-Igbos. Let's put this in proper perspective and face the issue. Because if we don't face the issue when they are starting, sometimes they're gonna consume us. This is the point on that. The Jamb issue too. To be honest, call this thing what it is, call it what it is. Here is my fear. That issue almost degenerated to tribal crisis. You see, like when it started, a lot of people from the Southeast, what I noticed online, were supporting the little girl. You know, look, if the original girl that scored the highest, that got the highest scores, if she was from another ethnic group, like say Yoruba or Hausa, it would have caused a big problem. The truth here is somebody committed a crime. That is a big crime. She's 90-year-old. Let her be punished. She would have taken somebody's position. Why are we trying to pet it? We should stop petting it. If the president commit a crime, we call him out. You committed a crime. This is the honest truth. So let's stop petting stuff and try to make it look. How can a little girl like that commit a crime? In my own understanding, let the DSS come in, investigate that girl. They need to investigate. There might be somebody that is doing that evil. You inflate scores for people to get to the university. There might be somebody doing that evil. Investigate him. Investigate her. If her parents are involved, investigate them. Get to the details of the matter. Let it serve as deterrent to other people to learn from. Then on the issue of Japa, forefather, if you are listening to you guys, both of you are right. Even the Mazi is okay. I really supported all of your opinion. But the thing is, we see this thing differently. The way it's just basically an opinion. What forefather is saying is true. What if he say is true? But here is it. It depends on how you look at it. However, I will just summarize my opinion. Nobody, you will not stop people from traveling forefather, in my understanding, except you freeze the country. From my discussion from Nigeria, abroad, all over, if you freeze the basic amenities in Nigeria, Nigeria will take their money, they will go back, they will start investing in Nigeria. What I discovered in Nigeria, Nigerians, they love Nigeria. This is the honest truth. Nigeria, that is why you see us shouting on this platform. That is why you see a lot of Nigeria abroad shouting. Nigerians, they love Nigeria. This is the honest truth. If you feed the country, you give us
is the sound coming from you?
Yeah, it's coming.
Man, I think I need to stop. How do you manage to stay focused?
All right. Dr. Damages, if you don't mind, let me just intervene and move out. AY, you seem to always misinterpret what I say. Please, don't put words. Maybe I speak too fast, so you don't hear me. Now, when I started speaking, I didn't say the girl should not be prosecuted. If you commit a crime, you should be prosecuted. Okay? But I'm saying that the girl does not have that knowledge to be able to manipulate that certificate the way it is. And that so there should be an investigation. But I'm saying that she's not even the only one. That is a general practice in Nigeria, including the man who is sitting at the highest point of the highest seat in Nigeria right now, forged certificates. And I'm saying that if you are living in Abuja, there's a place called Area 10, okay, where they print. You can go there and do all kinds of stuff. people have been doing it. And I'm saying, I'm giving my own example that I have written numerous documentaries, okay, and proposals that were taken by authority figures and my name removed and certain words changed, the title changed, and those programs were implemented without me. No kobo came to me. Nobody even said, okay, let's pay you for your intellectual property. My brother, I'm saying that the government of Nigeria themselves are forgers. I'm saying that. I'm saying
Are you saying that you
best
did these things yourself? Or I don't understand. Are you saying that you broke the law?
What are you saying?
I'm
I'm
a bit
saying that
confused.
I wrote proposals. I wrote proposals for certain programs, and they were taken. Okay, they were submitted to, I won't call the agencies, and eventually they were all taken off. My name was taken off. All the consortiums were taken off, and these things were used. It's not a new thing. That's what I'm saying. So don't get me wrong. I'm saying that if you want to prosecute her, let us start from the number one, A, B, C, D. Let's start from A and prosecute to Z. Let's not look for one girl and make her a scapegoat. That's what I'm saying. And it has no, excuse me, sir. It has no ethnic correlation for me. There's no ethnic correlation. The one who won the highest prize is Igbo. The one who is forged this thing is Igbo. So there's nothing ethnic about it, as far as I'm concerned. And I made that point clear. And I said again that, you see, let's not get sentimental about the things of the East, please. I said, go and watch the video. I'm not even giving you an opinion. What I'm sharing is my opinion, and I have the right to it. Go and watch the video and make out your own, whatever you want to make out of it. I'm a videographer, and not only one, I have practiced for 17 years. Okay? So I know what I'm talking about.
I don't know. What video are you referring to?
Sir.
I don't know the video you're
the
referring
video
to. Maybe
of
the
the
viewers
kids
don't.
that are being flogged. It has nothing to do with the guys wearing red. It has nothing to do with the guys wearing red. Although I don't know if I was the one doing that, I will be videoing myself.
Flogged in Anambra or
unless
KJ,
I'm coming.
KJ, what about that video?
Because I need to know what you are talking about.
I'm not talking about other videos, so please don't put words in my mouth. See, that's why I came back. I would have left.
Hold on, KJ. Let me ask you a question, okay? Yeah, because sometimes we have to deal with reality. During this election, during the campaign period, we complain about Bola Tinubu, everything. You know, there's something that wasn't talked about in the media. People complain about his name, his date of birth, everything. At the end, he was named the president of the country, and he's governing the country. So are you saying now that we are going to leave Mesoma and her case until we go and punish Bola Tinubu? When you know the process, it wasn't like we are surprised now that Tinubu is the president, that he didn't have any certificate, didn't show us his certificate. What are you saying? What should be what do you want us to do?
Thank you, Dr. Damajic, for that very, very reasonable question. Very reasonable. You see, what I'm saying is charity begins at home. Okay? A society throws up the people, or the system throws up people of like minds. Now, is it that this girl has done the best? I mean, she's brilliant for crying out loud. She was able to score that 249. I think when I wrote Jamb, I scored 240 or 40 or thereabout. I can't remember right now. Brilliant to be able to do that. So it's not as if she's a pushover, okay? It's not as if she's a pushover. All right. So what I'm saying in essence, because sorry, my attention is needed. What I'm saying in essence is that whilst this is going on, let us also bring up the other people who have been involved in this kind of thing and deal with it. Hold
on.
That's the only way the society can go forward.
KJ, bring it up how, and how do we deal with it? Be specific. We are talking about Tinubu.
Forging certificate is a criminal offense.
Yeah.
So forging certificate is a criminal offense. The DSS, the police, and all the intelligent people who are in the Nigerian system know that these things are not correct. There are more than enough empirical evidence to prove that some of the people sitting in the government offices today all have fake certificates. What stops them from being prosecuted? If you are not going to prosecute them, then you shouldn't be so bothered about this little girl, okay, who yet is not earning Nigerian money, is not forging, is not taking from our resources yet.
So you are saying that we shouldn't do anything to the girl because you know that the DSS and all these people you are talking about are not going to do what you are saying now. You know that.
Okay. Let me even go that way. You are going, Rudolph.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Go ahead.
This same Jamb we're talking about, Snake swallowed 38 million from the office. Have they been able to investigate and find out how they managed a snake swallowed 38 million up to today? Nobody has given us any answer. So you can see the systematic corruption is coming down. It's coming home to roost. Oh, you can prosecute her for all I care. But I'm saying that this is a systematic thing that needs to be dealt with. A snake in Nigeria swallowed 38 million, and I'm imagining Ghana must go that snake, and they was able to swallow it and disappeared. But we know that that's not true. If a snake swallows something of that nature, it will remain there for more than 7 days before it can move because it has to start digest. And will it digest money? My brother, this is the system we're talking about. I have a friend working Jamb. I told her that, look, this is just the system is rotten. Let us accept that. And then if you want to prosecute us, okay. But the system has more to do than Somasi, or what's her name? This little girl that came up. The system has more to do than, her own issues. That's what I'm saying. Let's treat it. That's what I'm saying.
All right, thank you.
Dr. Rudolph, let me correct something about AY, what he said before he left. It's not everybody in the Southeast is supporting what the girl did. So a point of correction, AY, if you're listening, don't come here to make it that ridiculous statement that everybody in the Southeast supported the girl.
Rudolph,
so I just want to correct that what he said.
Rudolph, please, just 1 minute.
Yes, same guy.
Please, Rudolph, 1 minute. Let me a very important information.
Go ahead.
For anybody, just regarding what one Thomas said, when you say Southeastern don't condemn, what condemnation is more than Anambra State governor appointing 6 or 7 professors, a committee to investigate it and report back? They interviewed people from Jamb, interviewed Mesoma, sat with the school principal and so many people. After that, they published their white paper condemning what the girl did and blamed her and found her guilty. A state government, what condemnation is more than that? Why are people, when they see this, they want to be swimming in ethnic dirty water? Anambra State, no state government in Nigeria has ever taken this type of action. Officially, so Professor Soludo consulted a committee, tell them look into this and then report back. You want the whole truth. Commissioner for Education, everybody interviewed the girl, sat her down. Everything is a white paper, is everywhere. So is that not enough to show that the Southeast, we do not encourage forgery? You may forge and go free, but if we discover it, we publish it in the open. We don't hide it. But some people, some ethnic group, we like to massage their own. If Soludo can do this, what else do you want? At the highest level of government in Anambra State, this type of action was taken. I'm not making it up. The result, in fact, that is commendable. Why can't other states where they have all these things constitute a committee? Even they invited the SSS in Anambra State. They looked at 6 or 7 professors, committee from different walks of life. They did the thorough job, even better than Jamb. Even invited the Jamb registrar of publication, Dr. Benjamin, somebody. Interviewed him, saw everything, looked at even a 90 years part was part of it. When they finished the investigation, they published their own. Come and see the strong word they used to condemn it. Come and see the strong word. Innocent from Nnewi, because of one Thomas who is writing rubbish. Innocent from Nnewi, the only Nigerian, the first Nigerian to manufacture a car in this country, a billionaire, awarded the girl 3 million naira scholarship. But when she had this, he will do it back. Is that encouraging it? Is that not condemnation? When the likes of Thomas will be talking nonsense, is that not condemnation? Innocent withdrew the money, said you do not deserve it. I was misled. So is that not a good example to follow? That is the best example. So when people stay behind the keyboard and be typing rubbish, let me tell you, I'm proud to be Igbo. We don't condemn evil. You may do it and go scot-free, but if we know it, we publish it up. In so many platforms I've spoken, I keep talking about Ekweremadu and 40 houses. I keep talking about it and I can never stop. I have the list here. Every time I say it as an example. So we don't condemn it. But when people sit somewhere and they start to spew nonsense, there are so many forgery everywhere. Why can't people arrest their own? Even at the highest level, why can't DSS arrest Tinubu? If that is the case, before giving NYC discharge certificate that he served and the NYC exemption, the same person, is it possible? It's not. If you serve, you get discharge. If you do not serve because of overage, they give you exemption. Tinubu presented 2. He had 2 to his name. So when people come and talk of forgery, let me tell you, particularly Anambra I'm from, I commend my governor. If not anything, I gave Soludo 1,000,000% for taking that initiative, did it, published the result, condemned it. So if Anambra will condemn one of their own, who are you now to accuse us that we don't want to condemn, we are covering him? We are not covering anything. Rather, people are covering their own. Let other states do what Soludo did. Let other states do it. They are forging documents here and there. Let other states do it. Can anybody talk of Tinubu and people are still covering him? Look at what is happening in Enugu State. The Igbos have already taken out Mba. They're only waiting for what is it called? The tribunal to remove him so that the Labour Party man who came second will just take over. We don't condemn evil. We don't condemn forgery. You can do it and go scot-free, but the moment it's out in the open, people will tell you to get out. We don't do it because it's a shame. I condemned it here. I said, look, somebody who scored 249 and from her track record, she's been a brilliant student. Maybe gotten 249, she felt it's not enough for her. 249 is a good score. Why should she do it? I condemned it. Whatever punishment she's giving is deserving. That's what I'm saying. I said it here before. But for people to now come out and then sort of widen it, they were not forgers. From that same Anambra State, no Nigerian secondary school since his record began in Nigeria has ever gone out to go and win laurel for Nigeria, if not from Anambra State. Technovision in California. Let somebody correct me. Second, they beat the whole world in California. I've forgotten the year. 2017 or 2018. Recently. And the students from Onitsha. The same Onitsha, the same Anambra produced people that went for another international competition in Singapore, represented Nigeria, and won bronze. Somebody from Anambra State is representing Nigeria in a quiz to be organized by International Union of Pure and Applied Chemistry from Anambra State. Soludos waved him off, said, go and represent Nigeria. He comes up in Nigeria. Since records began, Anambra has been producing the best teacher in Nigeria. These are records. We feel so ashamed what she did. But then it's human nature. We condemn it. As soon as Anambra State kept quiet, it should have been a different thing. But Soludo came out, high-powered committee, dealt with it, we dispatched, condemned it, published the thing. What else do you want? What else do people want? We've condemned it. What Jamb gave her 3 years not to write, nobody's appealing it. Jamb has given her own punishment. Everybody welcomed it. Soludo has done his own as the governor of the state where she's schooling. Everybody welcomed it. Is that not enough? How I wish others could do this. So somebody should not come here and then tarnish and then start to be politically correct and wolf something or this. No. Anambra is not a pushover. Despite what the girl did, it's not a pushover.
Because of this, I'm not aware of anyone.
Yes, there is. Tell Rudolph to bring it up. One comment by Thomas. He said the Southeastern, instead of them to admit to fraud, they are covering. Rudolph, bring it up by Thomas. So that's why because I know they are listening. That's why I'm surprised. What else do you want? A state governor at the highest level of government, something has been done. Everything they could. Get to the bottom and say, look, you are wrong. OBS was leaving tweet and then wrote this again to support, say, look, what she did is wrong. That there's no way you cannot punish something like this. She shouldn't have done it. This is condemnation. And there's evidence to show. So when people come and they start talking, what about Tinubu? Nobody talking. Somebody who forged since he was born. Everything about Tinubu is forgery. Even at that age. You can excuse this one because he's so young. Probably under 20, but look at an adult, even the age, everything. So when people come and they start condemning, that is what I don't like. If you want to play ethnic card, If you want to play ethnic card, have your aces up. Let us examine. You cannot, because of maybe a mistake, somebody say blip. It doesn't happen all the time. By the way, Anambra has been a champion in education in Nigeria. Is that a fluke? It's not a fluke. If I win the local league, you felt I cheated. I went and beat internationally all over the world. Is that cheating again? Is that cheating?
No,
Is that forgery? When they went,
the Techno Vision one that the Anambra students won, they've been doing well in various competitions.
That's what. And these are local students. Even the other one, there are people from QRC on the latest one now. Apart from the one, there are. If I go into details now, I can bring you many schools in Anambra. They are coming tops, international competition representing Nigeria. The best teacher in Nigeria, nearly Anambra wins it every year with this thing. I mean, these are facts. So when people come and they start to talk, because I hate for people to just deviate and start to tell everybody, I'm from Anambra, I'm a proud Anambra man. I know what my state is made of. I know people I recommend to go to school in Anambra State.
You heard what the student said now. The student, how she talked about her teachers. And that's why I thought the interview was brilliant, because she talked about the sacrifices that teachers make for them to get that good education.
No, it's not. So I'm not talking about deeper life. I'm not talking about deeper life. Is a different. No, I'm talking about the forge because I want to stay on course to the forge. After Anambra has been, I've been beaten everywhere. So for people like Thomas that are narrow-minded, I want them to tell me that what Soludo did, we could have done. What do you want us to do? If Peter Obi is in charge of Nigeria, he will even set a national panel for it. That is the way we are. We are very clean. If you are from another state, be proud. This is just a blip. There are people that had in their domain an industry for forging certificate. We know where Oluwole existed until due to public outcry by United States Information Service, USIS in Lagos. They had to use information and then say everything. In nearly treating the diplomatic relation with Nigeria and the America, because everything they forge ends up in US Embassy. They have to shut it down. Now probably they've moved base to Abuja. So please, if you are from Anambra State, don't be discouraged. We are the shining light. I have an example to show. Out of 36 states, how many states can beat Anambra in education? Is it because of this thing happened? Yes, let's put our cards on the table. Out of 36 states, how many states in Nigeria can beat Anambra in education? No. All right. How many?
That's enough. All right, guys. We have about 6 topics. We are still talking on one for the past 3 hours. That's not progress. So I think.
Sorry, Rudolph. You know what KJ was talking about? Those flogging those children and women.
Yeah.
I just went and saw the video, and I don't know. These people, they think they are helping their people by humiliating their women and children like that. You know, the women. I don't know, man. I don't just like to see things like that. Men putting women, children on the ground, flogging them. Man, I don't understand how people.
Thank you. That's the segue to the next topic, which is what did the Simon Ekpa's sit at home achieve? There is one more day, I believe, on Monday to make it 7 days. So we're moving the topic away. We don't want to talk about this semester, but let's touch on other issues. What did it achieve? The sit at home. Let's start with his triple man, then Isimile. Triple man, go ahead.
Yeah, good morning, Dr. Rudolph.
Yeah, welcome. Good morning. What part of the world are you?
Good evening. So, what I wanted to say, because there are some people, some listeners who are also, is now their morning. So good morning, good evening, good afternoon.
Okay.
So, now you have moved away from
let's
the other topic.
Leave that topic.
Actually, okay.
So I know you like this new topic, yeah.
I actually wanted to just give one scripture, one biblical scripture to the church in New Jersey, the church
that
had issues.
Yeah, watching, yeah. Are you still here?
When you read the 1 Corinthians chapter 6 from verse 1, there the Bible says, "And how dare you take each other to court when you think you have been wronged? Does it make any sense to go before a court that knows nothing of God's ways instead of a family of Christians? That's a question.
Oh, you should have come when the bishop was here. But thank you for that.
So it's it's something that I wonder why they did that, and the issue that should be settled in-house has to end up in court. That's by the way. Well, like I always say, Nigeria is a fiasco. I always say that, and the issue of ethnicity has always been in everything that follows Nigerians. Even on this show, you can easily tell who is Igbo here and who is not, you know, and that is not the way to go with if we want. I came late. I would say that you asked how did they sit at home?
Yeah. What did he achieve?
What it achieved? Well, to those who are pushing it, they believe that it must have achieved something, because at least they were able to bring to attention of the situation in the Southeast through this sit at home to bear to the hearing, to the knowledge of so many people, you know, both in Nigeria and outside Nigeria. So they went on the news. You could hear about the arrest and the enforcement of the sit at home and all of that. So to those who are pushing it, they believe that they achieved, because while there are so many cities that did not really
Is it only me, or are we getting
something?
You're in and out, Triple Man.
It's Nigerian Juju.
Where is Triple Man? Where are you, Triple Man? He's not in Nigeria.
Sometimes we are looking at the sit at home.
All right, we have to come back to you, Triple Man. Let's go to Isimile, and then
one question that so many are not asking: what is root cause of the sit at home? You know, and those who are pushing it are campaigning.
All right, Triple Man, we have to let you go. We need to run the whole sentence from you. Isimile, go ahead.
Hello, Dr. Damages. Hi, panelists. Hello, viewers. Dr. Damages, one of the reasons why I've joined this late, I want to air my view regarding the young lady Mesoma, if you will allow me. It is important because I'm Igbo. I need to say something about it, please. Just permit me. I won't be long. I have a voice that needs to be heard. So, where is Abba Kyari today? Where are all the criminals in the rest of Nigeria? Where are the Boko Harams, repentants that are in the military in Nigeria? Where are they? Where are all the politicians that have done forgery to ascertain or to attain whatever positions they are today? You cannot get a good outcome from a rotten foundation. Nigeria has a rotten foundation of various crimes. I am not here to say what Mesoma did is right. It's totally wrong. I condemn it. But in a country that breeds crime, use poverty as a weapon during political periods, there is no way that this thing they've done to this girl, Mesoma, is not ethnic. I don't care what anyone says. They can investigate it and punish the girl. Why put her on the national TV? I know that she's committed crime, but she's still a minor. And it's going to give her a lot of mental problems. It's stigmatizing the girl. I know she's done wrong. In other countries in the world where young people commit crimes, where do they go to? Do they parade them in the national TV to show that this set of a person from this region is a criminal? After all, when you even check it in the whole of Nigeria, the Igbos are excellent in academics. But inside Igbos, we have criminals as well, just as we have in other tribes in Nigeria. So for me, this is personal. Why? Why? What did they gain parading the poor girl all over the TV? Give her the punishment, write it in the newspaper. But I don't want to see such girl traumatized because she's done forgery, because the country that is supposed to support her in every other way make a conducive environment that does not promote crimes. Some people get away with crimes while some people dare not commit crimes. Who the hell do you think you are? Whoever that is making such decisions, who are you? Are you God? If you commit crime, whoever you are, you should be punished. But do not punish. If you lay a standard, let it be for everyone. That's my own. I don't care whoever that is being punished for crime. If my mother commits crime, if I'm in position and say, if anyone steals, I chop off your right hand. If my mother does that, I will chop the 2 hands. How dare whoever that is talking rubbish out there about this girl? I support her. Yes, I support her. Because she should have been, treated fairly. Somehow putting her on TV actually has taken away some dignity from the politicians, from Nigerian institution. Yes.
Similarly, hold on before you continue. I thought she put herself on TV. I don't know if she was interviewed.
She was interviewed on one of these TV stations by Judicial and one other person, and they even interviewed the dad.
Okay, yeah, on channels. Okay.
And she was made to speak for herself. That's fine. She needs a lawyer. If she's committed such evil crime, someone that is an adult is involved. Why are they not parading that person? I'm not saying she's done well. If it's someone from my own line, hell, I would tell her off and let her get punished. But I don't like injustice, because if you are pointing one finger at certain race, the rest is pointing to you. Who the hell do you think you are? You own Nigeria. Where is MC Oluoma? I'm asking you people that are doing this nonsense. 3 years banning her for what? Did she kill during election time? You're taking her future away from her for a stupid country that you have created. Let her go elsewhere and get education. I support people that are fleeing from Nigeria. If that country is not conducive for you, who will they put in hot water and you stay in hot water? Everyone wants to survive. All of us are abroad. Why are we here? Why are we here? Why can't we all go home? Why are we here? Why are we being hypocrites? Why are we here? Why? Call a spade a spade. Speak truth. Be honest. Don't be a hypocrite, please. I'm very annoyed for parading that girl alone. As if she's MC Oluoma. Where is MC Oluoma, for goodness sake? Where is he? All the people that were... where is Asadi Dokubo that is showing AK-47? Where is he? It's injustice. If they are punishing Mesoma, punish everyone else that is a criminal. That's my point. Thank you.
Ishimili, she's feeling suicidal now.
Let anything happen to the girl. God will deal with those people.
She's feeling suicidal.
In that situation. What? The country is very, very harsh. The environment is hostile. For you to survive in Nigeria, you have to work hard. That's why when you see Nigerians, they come abroad, they succeed because of the kind of conditions we go through back home. No other African countries go through that. Nigeria is hell. But I'm still proud of Nigeria as a country, because without Nigeria, without them putting me through hell, I won't be where I am today. So it makes us, it's like when you go through fire, you become stronger and tougher. That's why when they say, see Nigerians, my friends say Nigerians are loud. I said, yes, because what we go through is louder than our voices. So please shut it.
All right, thank you, Simile. Let's see.
All these people that are so happy to rail the country and say Nigeria is hell. You've not been in China when they had to go to build what they build. You've not been in Cambodia. I'm just trying to highlight my own points about these things. I don't want us to sell to our children that our nation is hell. No, I don't want us to. I know. I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to you. I don't want us to sell to our children that our nation is hell. That's not what we should be sending to our children, because other nations have gone through worse.
Yeah. Which children do good at? Which children?
There are millions of Nigerian young people out there that we don't want to be selling to that our nation is hell. because we have a great inheritance, and other nations have suffered far more than us, and they are still fighting for their nation. Everything, just because we suffer a little bit, we act as if the whole world is. I agree with you on those points. You are mixing two different things together. And there is a lot of injustice.
I
It
am
doesn't
not
mean
a
that no
confused
justice should be
individual.
done.
Don't insult me directly. I'm not confused.
I'm
I know what I'm
meeting
saying. My
everybody.
points are very clear, but don't pick and choose the ones you want to use to argue. Please, I'm not here to argue with you. And I never ever challenge you on your points. My voice, I've told all of you here, my voice is my voice, and I must speak it. I must speak my voice.
Thank you, Simile. Thank you so much. Lexi, Yanis.
Yes, Simile, thank you. You are well heard. Okay. Now let people say what they want to say. I went to school in Lagos. If you fail in one subject, you could be allowed to be promoted in the system then. An Igbo family or father will come to school and say, because my child failed in mathematics, you should not promote him. I want him to repeat this class. God is my witness. The Igbos had that attitude in the educational system that we were in then. But guess what? Some other parents will come. Their children failed in many subjects. To say, please promote him on trial. Go and ask. Go and ask. They will say, promote him on trial. And that person will fail again in the next class. The same parent will come back to say, oh, please promote him on trial. And they kept promoting these people, and they kept going on. But the Igbo father said, why did you fail math? Why did you fail English? You have to repeat the class. He will come to the school to tell the teacher, I want my child to repeat this class. They were all looking back to say, what was wrong with those parents? Because there is this condoning of evil that has been in Nigeria from time immemorial and has grown to a wild oak today. And we are talking. Why do we tolerate these evils? And then when it's some group somewhere, or the group that is best to be removed, the endangered species of Nigeria, you see them all coming. It's like the vulture. It's time to devour the dead meat. So I personally think what our last speaker said is something to think about. Now, Dr. Damages, you asked about the sit at home.
Yeah, I'm happy we went back to that because I want us to actually keep moving.
Okay, did we just wake up and start sitting at home? There was no problem in the East. All this, when they talk about security in Nigeria, guess what? All the arms and things they want to use to do security is they're thinking about the Southeast to go and kill as they have been killing. Nobody talks about the people that did horror and they absorbed them into the Nigerian army, and they are sending the same people to go and kill. Let's face this truth, my people. Something is wrong, and it will never go anywhere. For those of you who are Igbos and you are trying to kind of marinate this whole thing as if to say, oh no, it's not so bad. Well, I think the future will determine what you are doing to your people. And by then, the shame will come. We must not continue to be victims of the wickedness of Nigeria. We cannot say that Nigeria is good, let's fix it, when we have not decided. It's not only the Igbos who are saying it now anyway, even in the West. My dear Yoruba, sincere, honest friends and connections, they know what is happening and they say it shouldn't continue. Whether you like it or not, people will be who God made them. Don't even fight them for recognizing their strength. Recognize your own and use it. Don't stop suppressing or oppressing so that you can be on the same level with everybody. It will never happen. They say that the 5 fingers are not equal. You can't, unless you want to cut it and even then, you will be leaving the thumb. It will still be an ugly sight. Unless you want to cut all the fingers and then there will be no finger at all. This thing happening in Nigeria must stop. And we should not be discussing here as if it's okay to be politically correct when it's not going to help us. So that is what I just want to contribute at this point in time. Thank you.
Najaman.
Good evening, everyone.
Yeah. What did sit at home achieve?
Dr. Dame, let me use my time for the other because I'm not from the Southeast, so I don't know anything to say. Because if they really need Biafra, I don't think anybody's supposed to be in another place. Everybody should be there now, so that we work very quick. Thank you, but just thank you for that. I can't really say anything about that, please. I just want to give you a little contribution on my own. But sometimes I wonder why we in Nigeria, we are just problem, but we want to use our own for we to take charge of our mistake. We want to blame it on other people. I wonder how somebody you are in abroad where rule of law exists. If 10 people pass this street, 10 of you doesn't have insurance, and police must only one person. So you will tell the police, 10 people are passing, they don't have insurance. Why don't you go and hold them before you come and hold me? This guy, he go and write 362, where the real person that have the score is 360. If assuming this thing have gone, he claimed the price, the real person, nobody is thinking of the real person that have the real score. Innocent and giving 3 million. Anambra state governor wanted to give different things. They wanted to give this, and this guy was still doing video saying he's traumatized, is the real result, he's clever. What about the real guy that came out that have the real result? If this guy he used 2 points, that means automatically she was the one. You are saying they should go and find the person that manipulated. Without this guy, will they get the person that manipulated the result? If the DSL will not drill this guy, will they know the person that manipulated? Please let us be realistic. I never see where police will hold
point of correction, please.
Please.
Point of correction.
The main person, what would be that guy? If that 362 have gone,
point of correction.
Would have missed everything.
It's 152.
Najaman, hold on. Najaman,
point of correction.
Go ahead. What's the
Innocent has withdrawn the has withdrawn the 3 million.
Yes.
Hold on. You see, ordinarily, unless people want to decode, the fact that Anambra has investigated it and found him to be guilty and published their thing, that should have ended it. That should have ended it.
Yeah,
so all these side talks people are talking now, this, they are mistaken. You said Innocent gave money. You should have said Innocent has withdrawn money. That is condemnation. For Innocent to withdraw the 3 million, it means he condemned it. That's what I'm saying. Then for Anambra to investigate it. You see, your submission has been overtaken by events. That's what I'm saying. Thank you.
Let him finish. Go ahead, Najaman.
You have to be listening, CM. All this you're thinking by crying on platform will not help you. You just go home and take paracetamol for nothing. Everybody here, we just come here and talk. We don't have anything. I said the person that had the 360, the fake guy is 362. Assuming he have gone well with that 362, with that money, the innocent I gave it to him, everything he's supposed to get, will it have been returned? Please, okay, what about the mega that have 360? Would that get been in television today? We would know the reggae. The person who have worked hard would have lose it. The person who didn't work for it and forge it would have been the bright, the star. What he did is wrong. Nobody will go and be saying because he's underage on this and that. Don't you know? If they have collected all those money, assuming you have gone away with the 362 and he left the main person that have the 360, by now we will be celebrating her. You have 362. The main somebody, the other girl that we have 360, if he's talking on television, nobody will believe it. We will say, no, but you have 360, you have 320, and we are shouting Tinubu stole mandate. And we are supporting it. Is it not the same thing like here?
Nobody is supporting her. Nobody is supporting. Who is supporting her? Nobody is supporting her. It is you that is even crying because you use the word against me. Nobody. For Anambra State to investigate and publish, that ends it. That tells you the state governor or the state government is the custodian of the people. So he's representing Anambra people. They condemned it in total. If your governor does something and condemns it at the level of governance, it means he has been condemned. So I don't know what all this you are bringing up. Tinubu should be investigated and then the discipline. That's what we are saying. That has been gone because someone has been dealt with. Her own is gone. Tinubu cannot be in Aso Rock and we are talking of corruption or forgery. What are you talking about? What is your take on Tinubu's double NYSC certificate? Let me ask you a pointed question. What is your take?
CM, please. And Niger, where is Niger man? Is gone. All right. I think I need to play a video and then we'll be right back.
Persons they say were responsible for shootings in parts of the state last Friday. Operating the suspects at the command headquarters in Abakaliki, the state capital, the Commissioner of Police in the state, Faleo Olaleye, says his men apprehended 15 suspects, including a herbalist who prepares charm for the gunmen. The police had said it was on the heels of the hoodlums who attacked the Ohaku Police Division, burning down a patrol vehicle in the process, as well as the gunmen who invaded markets in Isheke and Okwachi environs in Abakaliki, shooting sporadically leading to citizens scampering for safety. No life is said to have been lost in both incidents.
On the 2nd, these people attacked my area commander team, burned our patrol vehicles. On 5th, they came, went to Isheke, went to Akaize, firing sporadically. Today, I want to tell you that 15 of them have been apprehended, even with their herbalist. You can see their board. You can see the red clothes they were wearing that day. You can see all their paraphernalia. This also includes the women. They were preparing for another attack today when we carry out the strange operation and arrested them. I came in February. No single person who has given me information has come out that the information leaked and they are after them. Nobody. So let them have confidence. Even in the Commission of Police that are coming. And all my men, we are honorable person in Ebonyi State. This command is one of the best, if not the first in this country. We are ready to do our work and we'll do it excellently.
All right. And in Enugu State, we also read that four of the gunmen that were dead. They were shot and they were found dead. There were pictures and other videos that came out in the last 1 week. There was this incident where women who were selling things, vegetables in the market, their products were being destroyed by these men. And then there were also an incident somewhere in Anambra State where vehicles were set on fire along the road. So I ask again, and I will go around, what did the sit at home achieve? Let me go to you, Ifi.
Papudoka, first of all, I have to apologize to you for using the F word in your channel. This is not a word I use, but when you push me, I will give it back to you. I try as much as possible to respect everybody. I'm not a troublemaker, but you can't come here and just open your mouth and think you can shut everybody down. You can't do that. We all have our voice, just like Ishmael said. You can't shut me down. And I don't think anybody on this platform, nobody ever had a right to shut anybody down. I'm entitled to my own opinion, just like anybody here. So with that, I sincerely apologize. I don't use that F word. It's a word I hate. But when you push me, I will give it to you. Anyway, like I said last week, concerning the sit at home, I don't understand the benefit of that. There are people who have to go to market on a daily basis in order for them to feed their family. If they sit at home, if the government of Anambra or the Southeastern governors, if they want it to stop today, it will stop. Like I said, all they need to do is to all the 5 Eastern governors with all the Southeast politicians march to Aso Rock talk to the leaders, talk to other politicians regarding releasing Nnamdi Kanu. And all these things will stop. But they don't want to do that. Everybody's playing games. And who is suffering? The citizens, the masses are the ones suffering. And also, it's one way or the other, it affects us indirectly because we have to send money back home to support as much as we can. So again, I'm saying it again, over and over again. All the 5 Eastern governors, if you feel that this is affecting your economy of your state, do the needful. Go talk to your leaders. Go talk to the president. Go talk to the Senate. Go talk to the House of Reps. Don't threaten people. Don't come and think just like my brother did and start threatening. You can't do that. One person cannot threaten the whole of, majority of the Igbos in the Southeast. I know what this releasing Nnamdi Kanu. He is not the worst in Nigeria. He is not the worst. You have repentant Boko Haram, whatever. You have MC Olomo that threaten people. Asari, whatever, Doku Bori, whatever his name is. They're still parading around. And you lock this man up. Let him go. Or free him on bail. I don't see, it's only in Nigeria. It's only our judiciary system. Other developed countries, you can't just hold somebody without trying the person and sentencing the person. Or, this is going to 2 years or more than 2 years. So we can never get justice in that country. Let us tell each other, let's not tell ourselves the truth. The truth is that once you release this man, just like the people are asking, everything will stop. But as long as they're keeping this man, holding him hostage, because that is what I'm calling it. I'm not a fan of Nnamdi Kanu. I've said it like 200 times. But what is fair is fair. Don't let everybody walk and still hold this man. And you're complaining that your economy is going down, that you're losing money every day. And it's very simple. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Femi.
Okay, so straight to your question. So first of all, I find it interesting that Simon Ekpa, I didn't even realize that he had actually ordained himself the Prime Minister of Biafra. So I found that really interesting because I was wondering when the election was held and who voted and who did not vote. And on the other hand, something else I didn't even realize was he actually titled each day. He gave us each day a title. Monday was supposed to be total lockdown. Tuesday, no movement. The Wednesday for sit at home. Thursday for opening of markets. Friday, don't come outside day. Saturday, ghost town day. Sunday, stay indoors day. Now, I don't know what exactly. Sometimes you only wonder what goes through people's minds. Because again, it's just commonsensical. How do if his idea of change is making people suffer, and you've been doing this thing for only God knows how long now, and it's not achieved any results. People are suffering, and you're somewhere in Finland contesting, or probably, but I don't even know whether it's still a council or something, and you just stay right there. Why don't you go back and be part of the whole shenanigans that you're practicing? Because what is cheap? It's unfair because not only, as a matter of fact, I did notice there's reports in the news that people are already tired now, to the point where, who knows what might happen next? I think it's going to that point because when there's only as much pain you can take, even as a human being, before you even dare anything that will happen. Because at the risk of dying, because this is like death while still alive. How much longer can it go on? It's not changed anything. There's other avenues to exploit. And again, just the fact that it's just so uncertain, knowing that it's somewhere in nowhere near where these sufferings are going on. And I wonder how people sleep sometimes when they commit certain atrocities. It's really insane. I'll just keep it that way. It's really annoying.
All right. Thank you so much. Iken San Antonio, you're next.
Thank you, Dr. Jacare Dameji, for giving me opportunity again. Unfortunately, it's sad. I got a phone call today. Somebody during the one bridge, she was going to walk and on the stepping out to run, and she fell. People have to drag her. But for me, it's really, really sad if we continue killing our people and destroying our own. When we get the Biafra, who is going to be in that Biafra? Because for me, the rationale doesn't make sense. We're killing our own and we're destroying our own. And at the end, if we sustain and make to get that Biafra, who will be there? Nobody will be there because we have killed all our people. For me, I believe because of what this is happening in eastern part of Nigeria, we made them even to kill more. Not because we are self-destroying ourselves. We are self-destroying ourselves. What did the old people? The smashing of watermelon, smashing of people's goods in the market. What is the outcome? Why don't you go to Abuja and fight that fight? Take the fight to Abuja. All these people that are doing this, I don't want to. I think we are giving him so much power, and it looks like he have gained so much power to control all the eastern part of Nigeria. This guy in Finland, I think he's a failed guy. When you live in abroad and you fail, you go and learn people's psychology and you use it against them. Because if you have what you're doing in abroad to take care of your family, you won't be having time to be doing this. I saw a video where he was wearing Versace nightgown and talking. Versace nightgown, I think it's up to $900. So I don't know how much. I don't wear Versace because I cannot afford it. But he's living big in Finland because somebody is giving him the money. I want to know the Igbos that are contributing the money. I don't think the Igbos are the only people that are contributing the money. I think there's somebody that is financing all this. But to me, I don't see what the terror that we have descended in our people. These people are lucky. It's happening in Nigeria. It is in Texas where I live. You come out and shoot on the air, drop you right away. Not even police, anybody's in the will drop you right away. But they are doing that, causing mayhem to our people. And if you are living in abroad and you're Igbo person, you think this is not affecting you, that is a lie. Because all of them send that money. All of us, the money we have been sending in the last 2 years to cover this seat at home is beyond what you can even imagine. So to me, we are self-destroying ourselves, and it's unfortunate this is what we have turned out to be. If we are waiting for politicians to help us, then those people are there for their own money. They are not there to help us. They are there for their own money. Why can't we take the war to them, to their politicians? But nobody can do that. But unfortunately, to me, this is self-destruction.
Thank you, Iken San Antonio. Matt, I can see you in the studio, in the backstage. Please put on a shirt. That's why they are not letting you come on air. You are not. We have rules here. So put on a shirt. You can come on and you can air your view. All right, Igbo basics. What has been achieved?
Dr. Damage is not much. Not much. Instead of some people have been scared very, very much. Scared for life too. And I'm talking about children. Excuse me. In my earlier submission today, by the way, thank you for your garden. I failed to start my own earlier, but I'm still going to try to plant something, including the Godo okra. In my last submission, while I was actually in a restaurant, I ended up with a barrage of Ilulu proverbs, if you remember, still on the tape. and that was about the Igbo Anglican Church. And I stand by everything I said there. That's a fact of life. It doesn't matter how big you are. If one person cooks for the public will finish the food. But if the public cooks for you, doesn't matter where you are or your clique, you will not be able to finish your food. And that translates to what's happening in Igbo land. The last time around when Mr. Ekpa, who by the way, every now and then you see him wear his borrowed, Igbo man in a borrowed robe. He wear his onyeze na ago. When you put on that cap, king, it gets to your head. You think you are not a king. Sorry, you are not a king. On a very serious note, you can wear all the ishiago that you want to wear. That does not make you a lion. And that translates to those whom, when I observed yesterday, children somewhere in Enugu being flogged. Who the hell are you to flog those children? It's not by force that people have to follow anybody. And the last time around when the man was in Finland talking about there'll be sit at home, no elections, what has happened? Elections have come. Both in Anambra, elections took place. And that was the last time I came out talking about Mr. Ekpa. I believe in that time I said to him that I'll challenge you to come to anywhere in Igbo land for a wrestling match. That is symbolic. If you are such a hero, if you are just a strong man, come to Igbo land. When was the last time did a man go to Igbo land? From the comfort of somewhere in Finland, you're issuing ultimatums. And people out there flogging little children. You can't do that. You're scaring those children for life. And you are not showing your face so that we can see who you are, who is doing the flogging. If you are such a dickhead, show your face as you flog those children.
And I have women lie down, the teachers lie down with the children like the children too. And the women are there acting, being treated as if they are children too. Humiliating the teachers in front of the little ones.
So it's my humble submission to those who are on ground, because if I was on ground during our own time of Ishike, some of these people who are doing these things, they will not do it. But God has a way of putting, Chineke has a way of putting a lot of us in wherever we are. We are still who we are on the inside and outside, any day, anytime, until our last day on earth. We are not cowards. Igbos are not cowards. Like the Igbo said, the Bishop Unuigbe said earlier on that the Igbos are the people that if you take a gun and face them, if you bring out a gun and threaten them, they will run after you with a gun instead of if we go die today, make we die today, not tomorrow. That is in our character. So it is my appeal to those who have been brainwashed to go out there. Like you said, what has been achieved the last 1 week? Nothing. Nothing has been achieved. Instead, we as Ndigo, or whoever that is sponsoring these people, we are the ones you are scaring the children. I once said a story of how I refused to take communion in the church up to tomorrow. Why? Because a brother of mine named Chuku, a half brother of mine, he was flogged in Jos, in Teresa's boys' school, Jos, because he took communion in the church without going through the normal process. And on Sunday, on Monday morning, Mr. Keynes brought him out. The headmaster lined him up from class 1, class 2, any class we get to, they will give him strokes of the pain. And you think that me, as a grown-up man now, that I'm scared that you put in my body up to tomorrow, you come and ask me. So tomorrow you say, Biafra, those children will look at you and say, what the fuck is wrong with you? It's my language. Because you're scaring them for life. So my submission is an appeal, once again, but I'm quite sure something is being done about it. Those who have gone on to scare innocent children and the women, even if you are what we call a fiat amisi, the mad cow, your day will come. Your day will come.
All right.
Thank you for giving us the opportunity. Once again, Dr. Damages, and for the situation in New Jersey and the Igbo Anglican Church, sooner than later, it will come to pass.
All right, thank you. Let me go to Matt. Matt, I know that last week, I don't think it was communicated to you why you were not allowed into the studio was because you were not properly dressed, you know, so.
Enough is enough. Let's all put hands together and make sure that this got to stop in Igbo land. Are they doing that in the West? Are they doing that in the North? They are better off. If there is a war in Nigeria again, it's not going to be the same kind of war that there was before. It will make everybody, so that let everybody feel what is called a war. After that, you want to go fight war, go be Ukraine. Please excuse me for now.
I've had, in the past few days, I've had people say to me that we are looking at Afghanistan in the East, that this is the interpretation of what they're saying. If people, students are being flogged, that what will happen next when these people take over? Who will stop them? So this is, and people are saying, I don't want to live in that country, even when you get it. So the question I'm asking is, for those, I mean, people have different viewpoints. What do you think that people are thinking about when they see this? Do you think this will make them embrace the drive, the quest to get Biafra? Do you think that people will see this and say, I like what these guys are doing. I think I want to live here. They will fix this country for me, you know? Matt, what was achieved?
Okay. God bless you, Dr. Damages, for the opportunity. I greet everyone that is on the platform. Concerning indecent dressing, I don't think that is that same thing that we are still saying here. I don't know what is indecent when I wear singlet. I don't know what that thing means, because in the office where I work, people wear singlet to come to work. I don't know, because now everything we take it overboard. Wearing singlet to come out on a television, I don't see it. Nobody is seeing my nipple. I don't know why it is indecent. Understand? All you are seeing is my neck. So I don't take that. Because of my children, I have stopped coming to this platform because I want to respect the rules and the regulation. And no one, I've never heard that someone shouldn't wear singlet to come here. So that last week, I was not happy with you, Dr. Damages, I must tell you, because I believe information is power. If you know that I have done that, you should have told me, pop and play, Matt, please, you can wear dress and come back. But you didn't tell me. You push me out. Whenever it get into my turn, you push me out. Whenever it get into my turn, I had to go to the comment section to ask you, Dr. Damages, what did I do? Because it is suspicious. It's better you tell me, but today that I'm knowing that is because of that singlet. So you should have told me that day to know this, because
so
there is heat.
Matt, let me stop you there.
There is heat.
Matt,
there is heat to say now if you don't know.
Matt,
there is heat. People doesn't wear suits or wear ties now.
Matt,
what we wear here is singlet. There is too much heat.
Matt, hold on. If you go to the private chat, so when people come into the studio, okay, you have access to the private chat. If you go there now, I've been sending out messages to you, but I don't think you look at them. And last week, not just me, there are many moderators here. They send out messages to you, because what we're doing, we can't do this on TV. You don't watch CNN when people start talking about what's happening behind the scene. We should be talking about the subject of our conversation, not about Matt, whether you're wearing your shirt or no, that's not what we should be showing to people at home. Remember that. You have to, I know this is a relaxed environment, but this is actually a professional thing. What I'm saying now is not professional. You can't see this on CNN. People talking about something that should be behind the scene on air. So we were communicating with you, but you're not aware of that. You are not, and I didn't want to come on air and be talking about this now.
Okay. But the only thing I just wanted to make that point. But if Aro Kelly comes to this platform wearing singlet, you allow him. If no, but that is true. That is true. We cannot deny that. You can't even. Nobody can deny that fact because they go to this platform. They do. You understand? So it's not. I've understood, my sister. Don't worry. I've understood whatever information that has been passed. But it's all the same. It's all the same.
Mark, let me appeal to you one thing. You normally see me dress up each time I show up here. Today happened to be, I was celebrating my 32nd year married. Okay? So that's why you just...
Congratulations, please. I'm so sorry.
Thank you. For that reason, you know what we're talking about, Matt. And it's not about us. There is quality in everything we do. If I take off my clothes now, people will think I have gone bananas. And this has nothing personal to do with you.
But I can't take off my clothes.
You were part of setting up the rules. We were shouting, please don't cover your face and come like the man from Afghanistan.
Exactly.
We said, let's set a rule, and we empowered some people, and they came out with the rules, including while you are driving, let's adhere to the simple truth. Whether it's hot in Spain or wherever it is, I understand the heat that hit the last several days has never been recorded before in history. But here, look at the images. You think he showed up in his garden before with his gardening cloth, and he says, that's my garden behind. We understand that. So, Mark, my brother, I happen to hear the motor. No, don't happen to hear the motor. What is in this whole process is about us.
Okay. No problem.
Smart. You cover your muscles so that you won't be distracting all the beautiful ladies.
If you want to be an Onya Bobi, you can go and be an Onya
Bobi. Naturally for muscles to go, okay?
Matt, we have a dress code here, okay? Nobody want to see your partial naked body. Come on now.
Not even talked about it. Now, you company. I am serious.
Okay. Understood. No problem about that. Anyways, thank you so much for the advice. Anyways, Dr. Damages, it's okay. I've thrown away that anger because last week I wasn't taking it. I wasn't having it at all. Anyways, let me just come to be serious. I'm not like, happy what is going on. I'm not part of it. Shooting, making all sort of, disrupting men and women that are doing their businesses. That is absolutely wrong. I can't support it in any way. And more especially, I don't know, you just even before you ask me a question that you asked, or you asked us, you have already answered that question. When you see all these things happening, will you be able to support them once again to say, I'm supporting them, or I want to be in that country with them? What they are doing is absolutely wrong, because I don't understand the kind of country that I will be in. I cannot say or speak or read or say things that I want or things that I don't want, or belong where I want to belong without people trying to force me in. You understand? It is very, very wrong. I mean, I don't think Nnamdi Kanu will like what is going on, or what I don't want to mention that name or whoever that is doing before they will say we are calling their names. But whoever that is doing whatever that is doing, he knows himself, he knows what he's doing. I will use this platform to appeal to that man. Please, let Igbos breathe. Let Igbos breathe. Let Igbos breathe. We need to recover the things that we have lost in the past. Why staying at home for every Monday? Sit at home. I mean, it's getting too much. And Igbo land, things are getting out of control. Let me just still be very clear to this. I mean, our elders are not getting it right. This is one thing I must say. You see, our elders, they are not helping matters. All these things that you see happening, when you see elders, they are not speaking with one voice. This one will be speaking A, this one will be speaking B. Look at our governors. They are not even speaking in one voice. They are not speaking with one voice. You see Soludo saying another thing. You see Governor of Imo saying another thing. They are not speaking. They are not even, trying to stay together. Speak with one voice, what they want. Do you know that, let me tell you, if these people are together, all the 5 states that we have in the East, and maintain peace among them, do you know that it is very easy to comb this issue of insecurity that is happening in the East? It is very easy. It's because they are not together. They do it in Enugu. They see that Enugu people that are not involved, they will run to they will run to Aba. They will the Abia State. They see that Abia State are not, they are not interested. They will run to. They are just scattering and doing all that they want because the governors are not speaking with one voice, and our elders are not even helping the matter. They are doing what they want because they are the people going out there just for money. They are not doing anything to help the people who are living. Look at the villagers. Somebody selling in a corner or somebody, I don't know. There are pictures that the video that I will send to you later. It happened in Akwakuma. If you hear the kind of gun, I just received it this night. If you hear gun, it look as if that even Biafra, I don't even know if it is. If you see what was happening there, you will ask yourself, where did these people get this gun they are using to shoot everywhere? And the police and the army, none of them are doing nothing. People are living with one eye closed. The other eye, they are looking, they are weighing. When are they coming? When are they coming? All these things in Igbo land is because, we are not united now. We are not united. I'm telling you, we need to. For now, let nobody tell me that Igbos are not united. For now, with what is going on, I think voices are divided. I'm just saying it that we need to, start making it up and speak with one voice to correct this insecurity that is going on in our, place, and not allowing, outsiders to involve in what is going on, like Asare Dokubo, like that pig in the Greek. You understand? Who has used Igbo people as his rag. We should be very, very careful and make sure that we always speak with one voice. That is what I will say for now. I wanted to talk about the little girl, but since you have closed that chapter, let it be. That's all. Thank you so much.
All right, Matt, thank you so much. People blame me for everything. So for the past years, I get it. Let me just announce that I just got myself in trouble. I just agreed that tomorrow, instead of, we don't have a guest tomorrow, so I will be the guest and Show will interview me. I don't know why I said yes. But
I beg to chair a bit part of the interviewers too.
I have something to
Show will
ask
take it too easy on you. That's my fear. It will be too easy on you.
All right.
Dr. Dologist, we should bring Professor Ugobureke. We should bring Professor Ugobureke. I'm going to send you his dossier from the University of Houston.
Okay.
We need to save you for the last because we don't need to start beating you up.
After tomorrow, it will be a different ball game. Because people don't know that I have my own opinion about these things, and I do express it. So, but it will be fun.
Will there be a no-go area or just a free for all questions?
So I don't give people when we bring guests here, we don't give them any no-go area. So the same thing.
No, because now we win. I know you are not an ordinary guest.
No,
CM, there's no we here.
No, there's nothing like that.
No. What I mean by we. Excuse me. What I mean by we is that in the platform, we know ourselves in the platform. That's what I mean by we. I mean all of us here. Members of.
It's all.
We're giving him expo.
No. It's not worry about that. All right, let's go to Goodman. I was worried when I saw Goodman. I thought he was the good guy. Goodman, welcome.
All right, thank you, Dr. David, and thank you, everybody in the panel. For me, I'm going to come from a different angle. So, the truth is, the sit at home, even Simon Ekpa that we are calling, he has come out. Is it that we want to believe what we want to believe? This is Simon Ekpa's words against the government's words. So Ekpa has said several times, he's not asking anybody to enforce sit at home. He's even challenging us to enforce sit at home. He even told them, if they are doing all these things, if they kill anybody, that he himself is going to move for them. He has come out and said it several times. He's not enforcing anything. You understand?
Said again that if he kills, said again, I didn't hear you.
He said if those boys doing those things, he said he came on, like if those boys doing those things, he said if at all he hear that any Biafra die as a result of what they are doing, because he's not enforcing anything. He said that he's not asking anybody to enforce anything. He has come out and said they are trying to blackmail him, but that thing will not stop him from doing what he's doing. Because this blackmail, they did it during the kind of time. Have we forgotten? When those unknown government were going around in Southeast, people are saying it's in the Canon ESN. When the Canon was outside, it's the same pattern, the same music Nigerian government used to. The same pattern. They don't change pattern. They have come at several things. Look, I'm not a fascinating, but I'm saying, see that when we go on until they release Martin and the Canon, and he's doing for Martin and the Canon. That's what he said. But it's saying this blackmail will not deter him from anything because this is where they play and it's not going to move him. The government. Because I was looking on social media, I saw these boys shooting. I was asking because we keep saying that in every 10 kilometers there are military checkpoints. In every 10 kilometers. So when I was looking at this video in Twitter and people were writing, I was like, okay, if Southeast are so militarized, why are those military people, why are they not attacking these boys? They were there for like 10, 20 minutes. Nothing happened. Now people now, because they hate Simon Ekpa, they say, no, Simon Ekpa is working for the government. That's why the army people do not come to attack them. So where are those armies, that checkpoint, when those boys are doing this thing? Are you saying this army that hate Simon Ekpa, or hate Biafra or hate IPOB? You see those people in the street, they will not come and attack them. Is it of course because they are not being carried away by this propaganda? If these people are Simon Ekpa boys for real, I'm telling you, they will not spend 10 minutes on that street without army coming there because I'm everywhere in the Southeast. We have army everywhere and police. So where are they when those boys are doing those things? This is the question we should be asking ourselves. But we don't want to ask the question because we say Simon Ekpa is doing it. He has said it several times. I am not enforcing anything, but people are going to sit at home. He said, Biafra, we want them to sit at home for one they can.
Good man.
Not sit at home. That's when we see people start coming out to say, okay.
Good man. Where are you in the world?
I'm in the UK.
UK. Okay. Yeah. So let me ask you, when the sit at home was just on Mondays, okay? What typical Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday in the East, how were those days?
How do you mean?
Yeah, typically, when normally, I mean, for a while now, we're used to the Monday sit at home. During those periods, on Tuesdays and Wednesdays and Thursdays, how did they, in the Southeast, how were those days? Were they quiet? Were people being shot? Were people running away? What was it like?
You remember, they were not right, but the Monday sit at home, they did the same thing. Initially, every Monday they do something because because they keep giving this propaganda that people are scared to come outside. I remember that when this Monday starts, They were doing the same thing. People come outside to enforce. Remember, I will just pretend that we forget.
Okay, I didn't want to go because I don't want it to be just conversation two of us. I just want to ask you a question, simple question. Before Simon Ekpa said he was having a week of sit at home, how were the typical Tuesdays, Wednesday, leave the Monday alone, that's a different conversation. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. What was it like in the East? There was nothing like what we saw in the last 1 week, was it? Do we see that every other day in the Southeast?
I know, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. The thing we forget, one thing we forget, and I said, the people that plan this kidnap of Nnamdi Kanu, I know the people from the Southeast, their hands are involved. They underestimate the love that people have for this man. This is one thing. We keep saying ourselves that people that don't want to sit down for Nnamdi Kanu, they are being forced. It's a lie. Majority of people, it's just that when they put this shit at home, the Southeast governor to come out and say no shit and everybody come out, confusing the people. If they say shit at home and nobody talk, the Southeast governor does not say come out. You will see that people, if they come out and say people sit at home for Nnamdi Kanu, I am telling you, people will sit at home because we underestimate the love.
So good man. You avoided my question. Let me just give you the answer you don't want to give us. That without the sit at home that Simon Ekpa ordered on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, whatever days, that there wouldn't have been all these things that happened in the Southeast this week. We agree on that. Whether you are saying that his people were not the ones doing this, but you agree on that.
I agree.
Okay. That's enough. That's all I want to get to. Hold on. What I'm trying to get to is that if you have a strategy and you put out your strategy. I'm already doing the interview for tomorrow today. Anyway, you already do your strategy and you know that people exploit whatever strategy you have. If that is what you want to believe, okay? If that's what you think is going on, why do that? Why give them room to exploit it? Why? If you hold on, let me give you a good example. If you leave your door and thieves will come into your house, why will you leave your door open?
I know where you're coming from.
Good man has no answer to that.
Good man, before the end of the Civil War, we started telling ourselves, use your number 6. Hold off. Use your number 6. That was a common language among the Easterners. And here is what we warned about earlier on. We said that the detractors, as a matter of fact, we at Igbo Basics, we are calling and we've been calling for the release of Nnamdi Kanu. Sooner or later, Sunday Igboho will come home to Nigeria. With all that calling for the release of Nnamdi Kanu because he should not be held, we said that the government of Nigeria or their workers have gone on and hijacked the voice of IPOB. We've said it before. And when they have hijacked that voice, that is where you have all these dissenting things happening left, right, and center. If you shoot a gun, the bullet that comes out of that gun that you have shot forth is heading to its destination. It's not easy for you to retract it. Therefore, before Mr. Ekpa or anybody goes out there to issue any kind of order, think about the consequences of the orders that you are issuing. Because once you put it out, the people who actually want us to be down are already dancing. And they are using it. You can't even avoid the damage they will be doing us. Ask again, is this happening in the North? Is this happening in the West? Sit at home and do what? And starve? Let's use our common sense. And you're talking about the governors. Mark was saying about the governors not speaking in one voice. I don't expect them to speak with one voice. But I expect them to go out there and tell the truth. You're speaking like my speech at Oka on the 5th of January, 2021. I had appealed to the 5 governors of the Igbo states. And I said clearly, if you all can stop by backing yourselves, go inside your house, have your meeting of Omunna, Imobi or whatever you call it. If you guys come out in defense of us, the masses of the East, Nigeria will shake. If the five says, sorry, we ain't doing that, Nigeria will shake. The same way we told Odumegwu Ojukwu to please don't come out and get into this politics. Because if you didn't come out, if you sneezed, Nigeria will be shaking. But immediately he came out, what did they do? They used Onwudiwe and floored him. And then our mighty meets. They say, oh, Nyamene, now you, and now we know you are sick. We will deal with you. So that's the same thing that's going on. Let's talk to our individual towns. Like what happened at Unuigbe, where the town union started planting cameras in their city. And then the people, Marudas, who came in the name of government, they came and they saw that they've been captured on camera. Before they left, they started shooting up all the cameras. It happened in Imo State. Every town should equip itself. Achebe says if a man comes into your house and breaks and defecates the floor, you take a stick and break it or her. Every town union, unless you are complicit, should defend the people of the town. Let's see that external force that is going to come in and flog our children. Excuse me, enough is enough.
You're saying I understand what all this emotional.
My brother, good man. Let's go to Igbo land. Let's go to Igbo land any day and then straighten them out so that they can do things the right way.
You can get angry. What I'm saying, in every action, there's a reaction. Remember when they kidnapped Nnamdi Kanu? The Southeast governor, they all opened with open champagne. Devomai was rejoicing. They were all rejoicing because they were the one that planned it. The truth is, like I keep saying it, them planning this thing is calculated because they underestimate the love that the genuine love that people have for this Nnamdi Kanu. This is what they when they capture him, they were all rejoicing. The truth is, I keep saying, you saw a man that 28 people sacrificed their life to stop good of track in your escape. And you think that man is just nothing like you expect him. Now, when they capture him, they beg, they said, okay, let this man go. They said, what he said, let's cut this his place. What has released? You kept these boys calm. They calm down. They did not do anything. They calm down. You said, calm down for the court. The court has done this. Now the court has released them. So these boys are expecting the Southeast leaders, their governors, to not do to Abuja and bring statement to release that. But they don't keep quiet. They pretend like nothing happened. And you expect these people that genuinely love this man to just keep quiet. I say, go to Abuja where I did not say, you say Southeast is one Nigeria, is it not? So when they come out to protest, the other day, they came out and protest a few weeks ago. They shot at them. They kill about 35 people. They kill about 35 people.
So good man, hold on. I hear this argument all the time, okay?
Yeah.
I was thinking when they were kicking one KK driver, and I was looking at them, I was thinking, this is exactly what the military did to them. They become the enemy. They become the set, whatever you call them, the person they hated most. They become those. Who can remind me of that quote that when you look at the abyss for so long, you become the abyss. You become what you are hated most. I could not believe it.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. When you perform an action, you don't know how the reaction will be like. Every action.
But you, good man. Good man. I don't know where you come from, but I'm thinking you are from the East. Okay. Yeah. So if all these things happening that we saw over this week, if that should happen to people you know, you think it's a price to pay for Biafra? And how is that going to get you Biafra? How close were we towards getting Biafra because of what happened?
But the reason for that is at home is what is causing this platform. Now we are talking of freedom. Everybody now is talking about releasing and that is the reason they are doing it, and now it's working for them. For them,
what is working? That people are
have you brought a program like this before?
Oh yeah, we do every time we do that. We've
now, Arise TV now. I've seen several people come on my right TV. They are
Yeah.
saying, let them release him and come.
You think because they are saying it, they will not release him?
But at least people will begin to say. If every
So hold on, good man. So that means that for the next maybe we can take 1 month off and sit at home so that people will talk about Nnamdi. Because by Tuesday, the media will move on. Unless you want to bring another sit at home that will make the media to go back to talk about you shooting.
I can bet you without this sit at home. No, Nnamdi Kanu would have forgotten by now. I know how we go people.
Good man, can we get into some solutions?
Good man. Let me
say something a minute. I want to leave.
Let me just tell you something, good man. Okay.
Can I say something?
Sorry, go ahead.
I've been speaking all day.
Go ahead.
Okay,
okay. Yeah, good man. We need to be very logical, okay? Logic about things. I mean, what I was going to say, Dr. Rudolph has already said it. If things are not working, what has been accomplished? I work in a project. There has to be a start. Can I finish? Let me land. There has to be a starting point and ending point, and you employ different strategy. If a particular strategy is not working, you have to change it to accomplish what you want. I mean, this has been going on for about 2 years right now, and no outcome. We have not gained anything. I mean, they are devastating our land. Tell me what has been accomplished within those 2 or 3. I don't know how long this has been going on. Everybody's missing it. I heard if you said about releasing Nnamdi Kanu. In my own opinion, this is my own personal opinion. I don't think that's going to change anything because it has gone to a different level. I think Samuel is just a racketeering. He's using this to siphon people money. Go and look at their platform. And when they are, of course, I made a comment, they blocked me, so I don't go there. But I try to watch, see how many views he get. He get about 1,000 or whatever. He got his own echo chamber. He's there making money. It's all about money. The guy is fat right now. Look at him. He wasn't like this before. He was a skinny guy. He's now fat because of all the money he's getting from you gullible people. I don't know about you if you are one of those people giving him money. Nothing is going to be accomplished. How long this been going on? Because right now I'm just very confused. How he able to hold on? Let me land. Let me finish. I don't know how he able to accomplish this. Staying in overseas, directing people what to do. I'm thinking there has to be more than this. I mean, everybody has their own theory that maybe the Nigerian government and everything is perpetuating all this. I don't know. I'm confused. I'm not there, so I don't really know. But I have a problem. How are you able to accomplish this? Directing people. Are people that gullible or stupid? If I may use that word. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to use the word on this platform. It just kind of baffles my mind. Look at all those young people. Where's their life? They're probably gone. Their life is gone right now. They're going to send them jail and throw the key away. I mean, how can people be so gullible in my own mind and do something? I'm thinking there's a lot behind this thing we are talking about going on. I mean, this should stop because nothing has been accomplished up till right now. What is the end game? I mean, who wants to be in that kind of country that, you have to subject people to this level, operation? Say, you want to be Biafra. I mean, I don't know, man. I just want to make that comment before I leave. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. I'll see you tomorrow.
Good man. I want to say something to Goodman.
Goodman, can you hold on? Let people talk because you've been speaking. Let them talk to you. Maybe.
Good man. Let me tell you one thing. Sometimes, when we support things that are not good, it seems, maybe because you like the person or because you like what you think that person is, is trying to defend. At times we need to calm down when we are running speed. We need to calm down and then think twice before we can start up again. Understand? Nobody loves what they are doing to Nnamdi Kanu. That is number one. Okay? There was something our father here said, which is basic, Igbo basic. Let me tell you one thing. It is not good sometimes when you see all these people chasing shadows. When you see them, they sit somewhere, and the way let me just tell you. Just take these two people. The way Nnamdi Kanu presents himself and the way the other person is presenting himself, is there not something different? I'm asking you, my brother, is there not something different from the way, from the attitude and the way he is handling issues and the way Nnamdi Kanu is handling issues. Don't you see different? That you see something that it is not the same way, and he's just taking it overboard. And even advice, he doesn't want to take it. Do you know Nnamdi Kanu that you are talking about? After Nnamdi Kanu made brokers, and people gives him advice. Do you know when you take that advice, he will come on the live broadcast. He will tell the world, this man, this person, he might not mention the persons. He said they called him, they gave him advice, and he will revert that thing which he has said before. That guy is a noble guy. That guy is not violent. That guy, he's fighting for another cause. But the only thing I'm trying to tell is this: let the man in Finland try to listen to what the cry of the Igbos and what we are saying. You know, when we are saying all these things, there's a reason why we are saying it. When you overdo it and people are calling you back, come back a little, think, and then redress, and then, strategize again to see other way that you can, channel your movement. Not just you move like that. Every time you are right, every time you are right, every time you not mind it, what is going on right there in the East. That is where I don't like it. Understand? So, good man, I want you to think about that. We are not saying that he shouldn't, fight for Biafra, but he should always think about the poor masses. He should always think about people that are dying. He should always think about those kids and their teacher that was laid down. That is what Dr. Damage is referring to you. He didn't want to mention them, but he wanted to understand. Consider all those things first before you can be able to back up this guy. That's the only thing that I want to add up to that. So if you have anything to say, you can. Thank you.
Hold on, good man. Hold on yet. Isimile, go ahead.
I want to friend of mine. Just ask me something.
Good man. Can you please hold on? Isimile, go ahead.
Okay, I used to support Biafra. I used to be proudly Bia. There's always going to be Biafra inside of me. If it's going to be a fair place for the Biafrans, but the way things are going, this is not the Biafra I want. Hence, I'm going away from that Biafra belief system. Even though my dad fought in that war and was shot on his thigh, I always said that is emotional for me, and the marginalization that is happening in the East, but that doesn't give anyone that power out there to ruin the lives of young people. The young people in Igbo land are the future generations of the Igbos, and they need to be protected. The standard of education there is tampered with this sit at home. Then, if young people are not able to get a proper education, the environment is hostile for them to progress academically. The economic situation there is poor as well. There is going to be high crime rate. There is never going to be any successful outcome in such area. I feel sorry for any young child that will be growing in that kind of environment. They're going to be highly traumatized, and they're going to be seeing the world from that angle, that it is right to pick up arms and start shooting one another. Why are we killing ourselves? This is not Biafra. This has gone wrong and needs to stop. It needs to stop. I don't support it one bit. It's actually ruining the bright brains from Southeast. Those young children that are going to emerge there, their destinies have been destroyed by certain people who are greedy for certain reasons. This is not Biafra. This is something else. They should call it what it is. I do not support it.
Thank you.
Please don't blame other people for what is happening in the Southeast. The Igbos should take care of themselves. We should know ourselves. We should come together as one. We should be our brother's keepers. If you don't keep your house in order, how do you want to go out there and preach? You want to become a ruler. You want to be the head. You have to keep your house in order, so that when you have formed a strong force and speak out there will be respect for you and people will listen to you. We don't. I believe
One
other
good
tribes.
man.
I believe other tribes have their problems as well, but I'm speaking for the Igbos now, please.
That's right. One good man. I don't know what town you come from, but you can actually make a difference from wherever you are. If you know the president of your town union, if you know the name of your king in your town, you can actually pick up the phone and speak. If you know the rascal, the strong Onyishike in your town, you can actually pick up the phone and direct them, because in the comfort of where we are, go and touch any child out there. Go and quack any woman in the grocery store. You will be dealt with by the law. What I'm appealing to you is that call your town union president. We're talking about solutions now. Call your town union. Ask them. And if you can support them with whatever little mega resources you can, ask them from the perspective of where things go right. For them to band together and try to protect your town, first of all, so that no hooligan. How are you sure that those who did not show their faces flogging those children, how are you sure they are not paid government agents? Because you leave room for things like that to happen. Say, when war come out, say him go kill one Idime, and when the war broke out, and one Idime was killed, they say, now the tortoise will kill him. And tortoise say, no, I didn't do that. So let's take it to the solutions. Let's appeal to our town unions. Let every town guide its own town. When the town guides its own, I can almost assure you, before Onyohi or Onyishike or Onye Ongoma or non-government or even Onye government comes into your town to defecate the floor, the town will know, and you will protect that town. And when you protect that town, they will go somewhere else to go and do their damage. And on the whole, when one town do the right thing, like in my own village, you better go there and practice your nonsense. We will let you know that we have a force on ground, the 8 grades. We'll make sure that the place is protected. So please, I appeal to you to do that.
All right.
It's an appeal I'm making to you. Call your town union. Let's get something done.
Good man, you will respond. I hope you're writing notes, not taking notes. So the final person will be Uzo. Uzo will speak, and then good man will respond to. Oh, CM, you want to speak? I didn't know. Okay, I'll come to you, CM. Uzo, after Uzo, CM, and then good man, you respond to them. Uzo, go ahead. Uzo, get a pen and paper.
Good man.
Get a pen and paper. Take notes.
Good man. You're my brother. But if you don't have answer for things, you just come and say what you want to say. I listen to you talk. We are all Igbos. We know how it goes. We know what is going on in the states. All of us are Biafran by heart. All right? So coming here to defend someone like a guy, the guy has been on this show. So saying that because what is going on, this show is airing. Hi, that's not the case. The show has been. But that's the show has been. Some people have caused mayhem in the entire Igbo land. We are running away from what was going on before. We are just falling from frying pan to fire. None can never allow this. All of us know that. None can never allow this. Whatever happened in Igbo land, in the entire Southeast as a whole, is not. And other Nigeria should listen. This is how Boko Haram started. All of us were like, "Is then them." The people there were supporting. Hey, no this, no they are supporting when they started, and the thing come back to them and haunt them. Just what is going on in the entire Southeast right now. Most of us, we are okay. Let's secure. We know how it was before. I was in Southeast. I know how the military was doing with everybody, killing. They know that's a joke right now. Before the no government come, all right, that we are military on uniform, killing and shooting. But we know that okay, they are on uniform. But right now, we don't even know what is going on because even the government is not a pin issue. What? When I say when it's not a pin issue, that if you want a peace in a particular region, it comes to the round table and negotiate what is the solution to it. But if you don't want the peace, you just let it go. Whatever happens, let it happen. Anybody that is happy
on what's going on in the Diocese, guy, that how it is. Nobody, no real blood that comes from the Diocese that is happy in any way. So anybody that comes here to support some Meleba or whatever it's called, I don't think that is a real blood. And secondly, what I want to say is this: there's something like when you arrest Nnamdi Kanu, that's why the government comes in. There are thousands of Nnamdi Kanu more dangerous than him. Some Molepa is more dangerous than Nnamdi Kanu. Put 3, 4 together. It's more dangerous than Nnamdi Kanu 4 together. The guy is a beast. It's more dangerous than Nnamdi Kanu 4 put together. All right? Look at what is happening. He doesn't listen to anybody. He doesn't listen to anybody. And I don't know why we Igbos, we are not really. That's why I think they have the WIC have conference in September. If, like, I pay dues from where I come from, if they cannot solve this issue, the World Igbo Congress, they cannot tackle this issue. Why am I paying dues every month for? And Igbo Basic know it. We pay dues every month for the World Igbo Congress. We pay dues to do stuff. And this is happening in the Diocese. And they have September, I think September, August. No, September, August, but they have their conference here in United States. Let's see what is going to happen. I pray I will be there. So every person should be prepared. Let's see if Samuel Epa can cook food for the whole Igbo guys all over the world. Let him cook soup, let us eat. He's cooking the soup right now. Everybody's eating it. When everybody gather and cook soup for him, let's see how he goes. My own thing is that we should be careful. And good man, please, if you don't want anything to say on the platform, just leave it. People have emotions here. If you don't want it to say, if you have to defend Molepa, I just wish you just let it go. Defend yourself. Don't defend somebody in Finland. You don't know what he can do. Even the baby in your tummy, that only person you can defend. The baby you carry on your womb, that person you can defend. There's somebody you don't know. You don't hear him talk, you believe him. If you are here trying to say, he said don't kill, he said don't do this. My guy, that route you are going, we no damn. Let's just be only that way. Thank you.
Because also my brother, let me use this opportunity to say that World Igbo Congress, good man. World Igbo Congress is an open invite happening in Georgia. What can happen is this. Good man, you can visit here.
Yeah, I can't.
As an Igbo man, hold on for a second. Someone has the same right as me and you has to visit and be at World Igbo Congress. Okay? Ralph Wazirike once showed up at World Igbo Congress.
Nnamdi Kanu was
there. Okay?
Nnamdi Kanu was there.
The man come there, the Igbos there would hear him out face to face. And let's stop this deceiving ourselves, please.
What are they doing for the man that they thought has discharged?
Okay,
good man.
Okay, well, good man. Let me establish some. Sorry, let me establish some basic facts. 1, I keep giving this example. If you want to know what happens in First Bank, you don't need to go and take instruction from Union Bank or UBA. You go to First Bank. Whatever First Bank tells you, that is it. IPOB is led by Nnamdi Kanu. While he was outside, the authority, the secretariat is manned by Chike Dozien DOS. There is a structure. That is the only person. Simon Eb, I remember in those days, IPOB is in every country of the world. The people of Finland said Simon Eba is not even on their register as a member. So these are facts that should be gotten straight. Why I'm saying this is that whatever IPOB through DOS Chike Dozien says is what people should listen to. To that extent, Simon Eba is just an intruder. That's what I'm saying. Because these are facts. Now, regarding sit at home, people started sitting at home because when you come out during Nnamdi Kanu's protracted trial, people go to Abuja, charter buses to show solidarity. They are being shot. Some are being stopped from going. When they get to court premises, we know what happened. So the man said, anytime he's in the court again, let us close the market, sit at home in solidarity. And the case, was adjoin. Until such a time when the court has now decided that this man is discharged. It doesn't mean tomorrow you can still charge him. Tomorrow you can still come and say, "Nah, they cannot did another thing." But when the court says this, give him his freedom. Professor Michael Zekome said, when the court says you should go and enjoy your freedom, the government of the country should not have the right, because that's what they call fundamental human right, to deny you the right to breathe in fresh air. So they refused. So to that extent, that's why I always ask people, what if the court has said that Nnamdi Kanu is guilty as charged, and he should spend the rest of his life in prison? We cannot be staying, that case is closed if the court has found him guilty. So a responsible government should have said, okay, since the court found you this thing, you go. But you have all the paraphernalia of government, the security, the intelligence service, anything you want to, police, you have it. There is nowhere Nnamdi Kanu will be in this world you can't get him. All it takes is you make application the way they do, and you get him. Even me here, if they claim that I committed an offense and they need me, there's a way to do it. But Nigerian government has made multiple mistakes by extraordinarily renditioning Nnamdi Kanu, such that those that would have blamed him for his activity becomes now a follower. That's why the case collapsed in court. Even if people might say he found it, but people said, how did Nnamdi Kanu come in? His lawyer, Bruce Fein from US, came to argue it in court. So to that extent, what should be done now is the solution. One, Simon Ekpa, whatever people are doing is sympathy. The way to pull the rug off his feet, releasing Nnamdi Kanu. Soludo said it. Some governors said, releasing Nnamdi Kanu, because there's what they call elimination series. When you release Nnamdi Kanu, let us now see under what guise something should happen. Nnamdi Kanu as a person, even he's not in support of people killing people. He said it in court one day, it was shown. He said he should remain calm. That you can't be killing people you want to. He said they are not making it up. It's on tape. So a man who said that, what else are you going to do on his behalf? Can you be more Catholic than the Pope? Can you cry more than the bereaved? So the solution to Nnamdi Kanu's case, all this sit at home, because these are addressing the symptoms. The real cause is letting Nnamdi Kanu go. Even the market women is talk just like the professor is saying. Soludo said, give him Nnamdi Kanu, hand him over to me and keep him in government house. Any day you need him, take me. Soludo said it. It's not a conversation. He open address. By the way, the person you are holding, what else do you want? Even if you want to charge him for anything, since they discharge him, you should have, within a week or 2 weeks, you file another charge so that we know where we are. You can't be holding somebody and be hoping that one day you will know what to charge him for before you charge him. Okay, the court discharge him today. Nigeria has every professor of law in Nigerian university, every senior advocate is at your beck and call. The government wants you to come and defend them in a case like this. Name your price. Everybody will run. So if the court saying Nnamdi Kanu is discharged today, if tomorrow you know anything, why not start again so that we know we are waiting? Then you hold him. Why are you holding him? What type of case? Why are you waiting for? So that's why people like me, I became annoyed. You can charge somebody. You can't just be holding somebody. If you don't want to charge him for any crime, let him go and enjoy his freedom. But if you know what you're charging him for, charge it, and it's a very important case, you try him. In that same your court, if you feel that the court did it, then you tell us. Because Ozekome is no longer going to court, because they feel that the case is finished. Ozekome said on his bended knee, addressing the Igbo in Enugu, he said, the case is finished. It's not letting him go. He should not be there. But if you are still holding him, what offense are you holding in Nnamdi Kanu for? By the way, let us remember, because some people will talk after me, any offense you feel somebody committed, insofar as it is not contained in the Constitution, you can never try anybody for that. Constitution is the supreme law of any democratic country. Even if you said I slap your wife, they go through the Constitution, there's no offense like that. I'm free. because it's the court that will decide. That's why the Constitution did not find him guilty. So what offense are you going to manufacture again? Are you going to amend the Constitution and put it there? Then you try that. So this is purely a very simple, commonsensical case. It's just why people are feeding on it. The issue of Simon Ekpa on who they are killing is a case of pull the rug from under him, letting Nnamdi Kanu come out. Already Nnamdi Kanu, we know he will support all this. Shed of blood, he didn't do it. From previous interviews he gave, Kadari Ahmed told her that, what if you don't get this Biafra? Are you going to take to arms? He said no. He said we fought before. We lost over 5 million people and we are still suffering it. He said civil disobedience, international diplomacy to strangulate Nigeria. He said those things are more powerful than bombs and than guns and bullets. The interview is Nnamdi Kanu plus Kadari Ahmed. It's on YouTube. So when these are the facts, and this is the way I see it, because the guy is like prisoner of conscience. You've tried him in your court. That's why I ask a question. What if the court has said we found Nnamdi Kanu guilty, life imprisonment? Case closed. People will say, you see it, but the court said let him go. So why are you holding him? It's just wickedness. So when people said it's a wickedness against Igbo, probably there may be truth. But let me say this. If the idea of suffering in Nnamdi Kanu the way it is to stop Biafra agitation, that's a mistake. You don't solve a problem by committing an international crime. Remember, you don't solve that problem. And if you are doing it like this, the guy will be winning more sympathizers. And when you remove one on Nnamdi Kanu, millions are coming. Buhari has tried 8 years, he's out. While Biafra agitation is still on. So Nigeria should listen and do the right thing. Call Soludo, say this is man, and let him go. So without Nnamdi Kanu being released, every other thing, I don't think it will work. So many criminals can jump into the bandwagon and make a meal of it. So pull the rug from under their feet, release the man. After all, he's free. Court has said he's free. Rule of law reigns supreme in every country. That's why Trump is being tried. That's why being a former president, he's not above the law. Prime Minister David, what is it? British Prime Minister Boris Johnson was removed. He's not above the law. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, good man. You respond to them, and then I will take my leave. I will just say.
I'm not respond before you take your leave. Before they start saying moderator cannot talk.
Okay.
This is what
okay, good man.
That's another tyranny they started. The moment you leave, they say I cannot talk anymore. That's gonna stop the start. So
hold on. Let's hear good man, and then you speak. Right. Good man, go ahead.
Okay. First of all, I'm calling my people. The unfortunate. Well, fortunately or unfortunately, my people I call back to, especially in my village. They are not even non-government is not their problem. Yeah, that's the truth. Their problem is that they cannot go to the farm. They say the village we used to go to the stream and go to. They said yes, by living in their forest, that they cannot even go to the farm. That is their own case in my place. They're not calling no government. They say the Fulani are there in the forest. They cannot go to the farm. That's my own people will go. You see, that's the issue. You know, we come, we just talk and talk. Because we feel like we someone who have people that we call. Forget what is happening in this town, in the city. When you talk to people in the village, you see their plight, you see what they are passing through.
Good man, where is what is your village, the name of your village? Enugu State. Okay. When was the last time you went home? When was the last time you went home?
2017.
17. Okay.
Yeah. But I have people there. I have people there. I have people that call. They're probably they won't begging. You see them sometimes. My people see them on Twitter. Please, someone else, please, can you send ESM to come to farm? They're begging. They're calling. You see them on Twitter. They're putting it there. It's there. They write. Can you please beg? Begging someone, please, can you send ESM to come to our village? This guy in the forest. So we will come here with people on the city. They make noise. People in the village, they know what they're passing through. This is the truth. This is the basic truth. Let's just forget this. The people that are still there, they are not gone. The truth is, someone Nnamdi Kanu fine is fighting for Biafra, but someone case now is fighting for the release of Nnamdi Kanu. Not I guess fighting for Biafra, but his main target is the release of Nnamdi Kanu. He has said it. Sit at home, holy stuff, and now Tamakwa just came. Let's give it. Okay, he has just come. He has bring a new strategy. He said now, after this 1 week statute, the next target now they are going for is the stop of the oil exploitation in Biafra land. If you start that now, people will start criticizing him again. Why are you going to the oil? He said you're going to
stop promoting this in a bed to make me verse.
I'm just saying, he said that's what he said. He said for the root of Unam, is it somebody can do it for somebody? Is it too? He said he's going to do it for if they don't really this man has been charged. Why are we talking like this? Why are we sounding like this? We put all this energy. What do you go concrete? Why not organize protests? You were saying you are fighting for people. Now the Kano is an Igbo man. Yeah, and he has been discharged. The bottom line is he has been discharged. You what do you go Congress? Why not find people, gather people? They're not. If they say this is organized by what do you go Congress, they're not going to tell them I'm to shoot you. You're not IPOB members, but you are representing people. Why not send your own people to go to Abuja and protest on behalf of Nnamdi Kanu? Yeah, they know you're not, because they say IPOB members, they shoot them. No, now you're not IPOB, yeah, what do you go Congress? But we sit here and say, no, this man has been, you say you represent people. Why not organize people to go and fight and beat this man out? Since the Nigerian government don't want to bring him out. This is what I'm saying. We don't come and want to talk about it where we have people representing people. But an Igbo man is facing injustice now. Nobody is trying to do anything. Nobody is doing anything. We can pretend like we are not. Nobody is doing anything for him. Nobody is doing anything for the man. Is just a languishing.
Good man, people are doing it. Good man, people are doing something about him. Let me ask you a question. In your village, you just said how the herdsmen has taken over. Let me ask you. Ndị come to your village, to the extent that we now have to go and manala Bunala. Come on, there are still men in your particular village. All I'm saying is this: appeal to them, let them know. And I have somebody a jog. Let them know from the town. If your town says no, to start with, I know who we are as Ndibo. If your town says, "On a bakwe, siko obodo puta, moelu ikoro, siko obodo puta, tagu abatala nama, oduma adela nama, ndi kom, ndi nyom, ndi shirike ha puta, mandi ohi mandi ama ha puta, sinya hu game nechi, gameta." So I am appealing that you softly talk to these your people who seem like they're now, oh my God, government will not protect you. Excuse me, they are not going to protect your village. It is your village that will protect your village, including you. If I was in your shoe, I personally, like I will by this December, I will be in my village. I'm in my village every day. I'm talking to my town union president. I'm suggesting to them the things that I'm hearing from the suggestions that we provide here. I'm saying, before they come from there, and then you wonder, because when I personally go home, I go into the bushes so that I will see those things you are talking about, where the Nama is nuancing in our most sacred streams.
Basic.
Let me ask the good man one question about. Just one question. Just one question only.
No need.
I don't want if he's happy what's going on in Southeast. Just the question. If he's happy about it as an Igbo person.
Yeah. I'm not happy now. Nobody's happy. But we know the root cause of it. Why not go to the root? Nobody's happy, but let's go to the root and uproot it. This is what I'm saying. Nobody's happy.
All right.
If you think it's going to stop, it's not going to stop. It's not going to stop. Let's go and get what Jamb just said. Jamb just said it now. If you think it's going to stop, it's not going to come your shout. And you can shout to me tomorrow. It's not going to stop. This one has been discharged. Let's really Igbo people in one voice speak. Speak in one voice. Let them bring it. If all of us unite and speak, Abuja will release him. This is what I'm saying. You cannot pretend as if we don't know that somebody is there being heading unjustly. We can't pretend. And you say you want to. You cannot kill all these people. You cannot kill all of them. You can't kill all of them.
Do you have any other example where Abuja jails somebody and they use protest to get the person released?
At least the man has been discharged. Protesters, let them protest. Don't say that. You have been discharged.
Okay, so you are doing something that you have never tested, you've never seen
So what do you want
succeed
us?
before.
What do you want us to do, forefather?
You do for something that succeeds. Like, okay, let me use my listen. Okay, I will advise you. Okay, if you want my own opinion on this, let me give you my own opinion on this. Then see, Abiola was in jail for 4 years. Hold on, was in jail for 4 years. Didn't come out alive even. Yaradua perished in prison. Sultan of Sokoto removed. As a matter of fact, as we speak, Bawa of EFCC is still in jail. Emefiele is still in jail. It's not necessarily all about ethnic groups all the time. It's about people that are in power using their power to control people that they feel that they can control for various reasons. We can argue. Some people say it's by the law. Some people say it's not by the law. Emefiele is still in jail. And what law are they using to jail him? Nobody knows. He's still there. You don't see the Niger Delta people saying, hey, Mefele, this is an ethnic issue. We have to look at, okay, if you look at what the Yorubas did when this Abiola stuff happened, it was the whole country. They didn't make it their own. Kensarowiwa died in jail. They didn't make it only about the South. Because in the end, you have to participate to change things. When that happened with Abiola, look at the Southwest now. They've been in politics for how long now? Now they produce another president. Peter Obi almost defied the logic of what people like Ekpa represented to become president. If the court finds for him now, he will become the president of Nigeria, define what Ekpa, the direction that they are traveling. Which one is more likely to yield results? History has suggested that the action that he is taking right now, except see, some of these people say all the time, I don't mind if they, hold on, let me finish my point. I've already suggested solutions to you. And secondly, if people say, okay, Kanu did something wrong, let the federal government just look for a way to pardon him or something like that, I can understand. But the idea that people just say he didn't do anything wrong, he didn't do anything wrong, I don't know what world you live in. There are people that have done far less that have died in jail in Nigeria here. I don't know what Kensarowiwa did that cost him his life in Nigeria.
But is the court that decides. Is the court. That's why this called rule of listen, under Sarawiwa's case was military. Abacha shouldn't have killed him. If it were civilian, he will go to court. He will go to court and press it. But I'm coming. But military, hey, there's a different thing. Because under Abacha, there was no constitution. You can't quote any constitution. You can only quote military decree. Military can make decree today, enforce it tomorrow. Under Abacha, there was no constitution. The difference is, that's why people go for democracy. Hey, no, I'm not picking. I'm trying. These are the two examples. There are two different things. If Sarawiwa was under civilian regime, it would have been a case in court. It's not military tribunal. Since 1999, have we been using military tribunal in Nigeria? Since 1999. Have we been using military tribunal? Everything is to the court.
It's about the
approach. No.
How do you solve the problem?
See, the approach is that they said Nnamdi Kanu did this. You arrested him. You put him through the judicial process. That's why I asked a question. What if the court has said Nnamdi Kanu committed this offense? Everything is closed. People, I won't argue. Yes, exactly. But the thing is that the court, Nigerian court, said he should be discharged. Do you know more than the court? That is the thing we are saying. So
based on not the original charges, based on the fact that he was apprehended
the court have decided to release him, but the government is holding him. But killing our own people is the solution for the government to release him.
No, that's what I'm saying. No. I don't support that.
The mention is that if the government, because all these things, it's no longer trial by criminal or whatever, because they find him not guilty. Now it's all about political maneuvering. But the question is that
what I'm saying is that
with all this is that we can't be killing our people. It's not going to solve our problem.
Listen, that's what I'm saying. Soludo said, just one moment, please. Soludo said Let them release the Nnamdi Kanu so that we know who is who. Because a lot of criminals are jumping on the bandwagon to go and commit all sort of nonsense. Release Kanu, let him Kanu come out. Then let us see who is who.
Something. Why are you ignoring all these things that he also committed?
What did he commit? Why not try him and find him guilty?
Wait for the process to complete. Julian Assange case took years too.
Committed. That is when I will come in and tell you about
which court found him guilty.
In democracy here in the UK, Julian Assange case is taking years to get done. So don't be
listen. It's not. It's Julian Assange didn't go through court. The moment court decide, that is the end. The moment court decides, that's why you have court.
And he's still in jail today. The court decided and he's still in jail.
See, that is not Julian Assange case. It's a different thing. Nnamdi Kanu, if the court, that's why I said, what if they have found him guilty? Court say let him go. I don't know why they are holding him. So the best way to solve this killing or whatever, which I don't support, is pull the rug from under their feet. Release Kanu, let him go. Then let us know who is who. Let's know why this.
Did you see technically? Did you see Kanu break the law ever in any video that he released? Did you hear him break the law technically? Not my
answer to that is this. The only thing that can convict anybody is through the court. If the court say, even if the court say the devil, if the court say the devil is a saint, it's a saint.
All right.
If the court look at a devil and say this devil is a saint, it's a saint.
A submission that I'm not taking time. I want to take it, just make it something.
Are you going to accept that same narrative for Tinubu?
I want to free myself. I need to go. I need to go. So I just want to say thank you everybody who joined today, and I hope to see you tomorrow when I'll be roasted. And Master, thank you so much for joining. I'm sorry, I will talk to you later offline. And thank you all, and I will see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right.
Thanks, Dr. Damages, for delving into the Igbo Anglican Church in New Jersey. That's a landmine. And if I have the chance, I will speak to that person who's there, and I will do that. If I was in Finland, I will go and look for Simon Epa and have a one-on-one discussion with him. We are
all right. See you guys. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. And I wanted to ask him a question. Now he's gone. Matt, go ahead.
Forefathers, let me tell you, what you are saying about committed. You know, here in Catalan, there is someone that is like human retirement. It's called Puigdemont. This Puigdemont, what is this fighting? He's fighting for separation, of Catalan. Catalan, they want to separate themselves from Spanish people. Then this guy, the same thing we hear on the radio, say it is because the fourth war also, they have similar cases. They have similar things. Their cases are similar. We have and Nigeria. You understand that? Catalan people and the Spanish people. So he has been talking about how they want to separate and all that. They hammering it. They came for him. This man is great. He escaped and went to Belgium. Belgium accepted and gave him asylum. Spanish people went there to drag him. They should come and answer his problem. They want to get it. They tell them that they can't do that. If they are country now, they can't do that. Whenever they see him in Spain, they can do anything.
Your audio is not very clear. I'm not sure why.
Are you hearing me now?
Is it me or is it very clear for everyone now? I can't hear him too well.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you, but go ahead now. It's a bit better.
Okay. Now they said that they wanted him back. For Belgium, they said they didn't release him. He was there. He sent his children. He sent for his children. Sent for his wife. They came to Belgium. But when the new government came, they wanted a negotiation. They wanted the Catalan. They wanted Catalan to be calm because they were agitated. They were. In fact, it was very rough. Spanish people, they were not getting it. In fact, it was very rough. They know that they can't even control it. What did they do? This is what Nigeria. This is what Nigeria lack. they don't like to come down to settle things. They always want to be hyper. That hyper, they spoil a lot of things. Do you know that this man, he's now in Spain. They invited him, make peace with him. It might not be 100%.
He's a Catalan leader.
Wait, in a Catalan leader, that's Puigdemont. You know what?
Depends on which one, but some of them were jailed.
And I mean, I mean presently.
Okay.
The one, even when Nnamdi Kanu came to Spain here, when he was in UK, he protested with him in Catalonia, where Barcelona people always celebrate.
Okay, look at this headline now. It says Spanish government pardons 9 Catalan leaders. So 9 of their leaders were jailed. So my point is that when I say that, let me just make the point. Let me make the point. It's very 15 seconds. 15 seconds.
I want to tell you the difference from what the Western world, how they used to handle their issues, than how Nigerian government. Do you know why Nigerian government left Nnamdi Kanu here? They are afraid to negotiate. They know the kind of person they are holding. If he comes out, there are things he demands that they cannot do. They rather leave him there. This is how it is. But Puigdemont, even though he was the thing that he was demanded for, they allow him to come. They called him back. They are pardoning him. Most of the things that he said that he wanted, they did not do all, but they did some. Do you understand me? Tell him that all hope is not lost. We will take some of those ones that are remaining. But Nigeria, this is where Nigeria, they don't even want to negotiate. Biafran people, are they like that Nigeria step on Biafra as a whole? Even as they call them not in the circle, even as they call them fight.
I get what you are saying. I think when people make demand of the government, even if the demand is very, very proper and right for the people, and it's actually good for the people, what the government often fears is that if somebody that is not elected into office makes demand of the government and they have to fulfill it because the person is threatening the country, then everybody will be threatening the country. You see what I mean? That is one of the issue areas.
But what happened in Catalan? Did it happen that way? It dare no peace here.
They jailed them. That's my point. They jailed them. They didn't waste time at all. They sent enough of them to jail.
You didn't get
forefather. You don't understand what is going on. If Nnamdi Kanu, forefather, let me Mike. If Nnamdi Kanu is trying to do that in jail, the Igbo land will be at peace. You know that, yes, he's found guilty and jail. But you never find him guilty. You never send him to court. You never you are guilty. You are jailed to maximum prison. Good. All right.
You actually think that it would be okay if they jailed him?
No, he did not keep him castrated in the intention without jailing him. Let them jail him. They find him guilty. Everybody will be happy. Nobody will go with it. All right, that's the problem. Not that nobody tells that he doesn't do something or the court have not found him guilty. If you can't find him guilty, you brought him all the way from Kenya. All right, take it to court, find him guilty and jail him.
Okay, let me ask you this. Would you accept, say, if the federal government decides that, you know what, Kanu now has a kind of amnesty, we're going to give him amnesty, but he's not going to carry on trying to push anything illegal in terms of calling Nigeria a zoo and it would result in a Somalia and all that stuff. He's not going to be doing all that. He's going to be doing it peacefully. Would you accept that kind of situation?
Let me answer that. Let me answer that, please. Let me answer that. Do you know, that is, forefathers, what you said, what you asked now is a great opportunity Nigeria missed. There was a time, remember, people said no need. Despite the fact that you rendition him against international law, let us go for out-of-court settlement and discuss all these type of things. But federal government said no, it must go through the court. Do you see it? It's like before playing a match, they've awarded you, take 2 points. You said no, I want to play the match. And when you now play it and lose, what happens? The other party will say, I told you. So what you said now is a very wise suggestion. Quit the federal government, throw away. After all, he's a human being. He has followers. If he sees that, and I told you one day that I said one time that Nnamdi Kanu, there was a meeting they held with Southeast governors, with Professor Nwabweze. It was there Nnamdi Kanu said, Nwabweze asked him, said, this your Biafra, is it absolute? Is there nothing you can do to drop it? Nnamdi Kanu said, I can't drop the dirty water I'm drinking until I see a clean one. Let us adjoin. Let me talk to my peoples. Let it not be I sold out. I have followers. I will bring some of them. Meanwhile, these are the things we are asking for. Seaport, all these things. He wrote it down, and this is in the open. But the thing is that Igbo politicians, all these Ekweremadu, then ganged up to go and say that he's dictating. Because these are some of the things they should have been doing to the Southeast. The politicians are not taking care. So
you
now
have to try to see them. You want to try to see from their own point of view. It may be hard for you to see. Look at it from the point of view, because like I said, 2014, when I saw Kanu was actually threatening Nigeria from 2014. From in that kind of context, they are having a meeting, then he's making a demand. What it looks like is that he's holding them hostage. It's like saying, if you don't do all these things, I'll carry on threatening the state.
No, listen. Let me tell you.
If they convicted him now and the government pardoned him, that is a more because you look like they are setting an example, but then they can pardon him after that.
So you see, I'm coming. That those things he's asking.
Let me say something that you will use to answer him. You know, here in Spain, apart from Catalan, there is a place they call them that is Nigeria. That is they speak another different.
Okay, Victoria. Yeah.
You know these people. They started their own. They are doing suicide bombing in Spain.
I think that's the Basque, that's the Basque separatists.
They were brutal, but do you know that? Do you know what sorted out their problem? The government of Spain came on a lantern with them. What is that with your problem? All of them. Do you know what? Everything now stopped. This is how I'm telling you that, like what CM is saying. You don't understand what he's saying. This thing is, you know, if you're not an Igbo man, you will not feel what this man.
I get where you're coming from, but you also have to try to see from where the state is coming from. They will release him if they feel that he is not holding something over them. I am assuring you that.
To me, the moment somebody is making agitation,
allow Masca to say something because he hasn't said anything at all before he signs up. I remember the last Saturday he waited for so long in the background that he had to leave. They said, Masca, this thing welcome, so that I'm sure you've had a few things to say. We talked about the students that did so well in this in Jamb, and you know, now we are talking about the Kanu issue. That said, though, has there been any northerner, just in case, northerners may actually be marginalized in Jamb? Have they had northerners that have scored the highest score before in Jamb? You know, they are being marginalized there. You see, let's not go there. You know, they are being marginalized in Jamb, isn't it? How many of them have scored the highest?
You don't. It's not. Nobody.
Can you hear me, forefathers?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I will take offense, but because you are forefathers, I will drop the offense.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
What I will tell you, there is this guy, Sarki Abba. Okay, he was a special advisor to the outgone regime. Go and just Google Sarki Abba, and you will see his story. Intelligence is not a tribal issue. So I think the problem really I have, sincerely, with the country, and I'm beginning to even see it on the platform, is that I don't know what is the problem with a black man. We tend to elevate tribalism to a level that is unbelievable. Even this issue of Nnamdi Kanu, I support you, forefathers, because look, there are a lot of Nigerians that were incarcerated without any date of their release. There are two examples I would give from the north. There is this guy that was Abacha's, I think, security person. What's his name? Mustafa. Mustafa was incarcerated like forever. After Mustafa, there was Dasuki, who is actually a royal blood of the Sokoto Caliphate. He was incarcerated with no any date, any. It's really, these things are not tribal issues. If today, let's say, who will I use as example now? CM, if today CM is the head of state or is the president of Nigeria, somebody wants to scatter his regime, chances are that if you are truly a leader, you will take some decisions that are not very much moralistic or holy. I'm not making excuses for anybody, but the reality of life is the reality of life. So I'm just saying that my take, really, some of these issues are really not tribalistic. If an Igbo man was the president and Nnamdi Kanu is doing what he's doing, most likely these are chances that there are a lot of chances that things like this will play out, especially if the leader is not a very moral leader, is not is not the kind of leader we would all want to. If it's a normal Nigerian leader, let's say I'm going to be very careful, but some of the senators today from the southeast, if one of them, for instance, is the president of this country and Nnamdi Kanu is doing what is, I'm sure the man will be this same thing will go. It's not a tribal thing. We just tend to color it like that because sometimes it's easier emotionally to play the victim card. But the reality is that, honestly, I think even the Igbo people are overplaying this victim card, sincerely speaking. Because there's nothing you will take that has happened to the Igbo that is not happening to any other tribe in this country.
They have decided to cut your line now, since you are mouthing off about Igbos too much. They cut your line.
Masca, the issue is that, you see, let me play the other side on behalf of government. Do you know one thing about, there's a book I read about Clinton. Bill Clinton said, as a president, every resources of your country is at your disposal. Human resources. As long as you're an American, even if you like live in Norway, and they know you can do something, the president will give you a call. And you will run because nobody refuses a phone call from the president. It's an honor. Nigeria had opportunity to bring the best legal minds. He said, tell them, sit down without even Nnamdi Kanu knowing. Look at this case. If we go through the court, are we going to get a conviction? What actually is the reason? Any professor of law, anybody you call, at their beck and call, they will come. When you look at it, you find out that you put it through the court. You are not likely. Do you know that Nigeria should have had upper hand when they said, we know whatever it is, let's do it. You might even pretend, say, don't worry, we are Nigerians. Sit down, what is it you want? He talk. Listen, you talk. You are not going to the court. Too. Nobody will accuse you of breaking any law yet. You hold the person, say, is that all? Is that why you had been studying us all along? Because why I'm saying this is I still go back to Nwabweze. Professor Nwabweze asked him, this your Biafra, is it absolute? You know the meaning of absolute? And they kind of said, let me see evidence that this and this is being done. It's not saying give me money. East-West Road, open Warri Seaport, open all this. Is that too much? Open Calabar Seaport. Let us decongest Lagos.
Okay.
These were the issues.
Think about it, man. He's unelected. He's unelected into any public office.
Exactly. I'm coming. Yes.
Whether he was elected or not elected. See, whether he was elected or not elected, what the man was asking for is just equity and fair play. Like I said,
the way to
here. No, I know. I agree with you. Igbo basic.
I know. I'm coming. See. Please. Please, I don't want to.
Import was approved.
Please, Biko. So you see, what Nigeria should have done is that all? Yes, okay. By the time you are tiring East-West Road, you know you can't finish it maybe in 1 year or maybe it's 8 months. Work is going on there. Okay, you move this thing. He said, you may call him now and kind of say, see, this thing you say, look at our budget this year. We didn't capture all this in the budget, but because of what you said, let us do it this way. There's a way. You see, when the thing comes to diplomacy, you win your opponent.
It was good faith. The man was showing good faith, but asking.
Because after all, if you open Warri Seaport, it's still federal government revenue earning. You are earning it. Only that it is easier, it is nearer to some people. You open Calabar Seaport, make it like Lagos. Somebody from Adamawa can easily come to Lagos, Calabar, than going to Lagos. These are still something that will earn you money. He's not asking for himself. Meanwhile, all these things is not even regional, tribal. What you should do is that all these things are money. You may tell him, say, look, this is our capital budget. Look at how much our budget is. That is when you now use diplomacy, postpone, next round of talks.
Go and ask the federal government to do all this for me, and the federal government will do that for me. In what capacity am I doing it?
Hold on. Let me say something.
Nobody is unelected into any office.
Hold on, CM.
My point is that you can't have an organization just pop up and start making demands from government.
You can have to be elected to ask.
Hold on. Forefather, it's good when we come here sometime. Forefather, it's good when we come here sometime, eh? We let's call black a black, white. All of us are here every day talking. Let's hold our legislators, our government are responsible. Let's answer that. And you are here saying who elected him to answer anything. That one is not it.
You don't understand. You can ask, but not on the threat or not on the threat.
Let me say no threat.
Nobody said threatening anybody. You as forefathers have a right as a Nigerian.
I agree. We should make demands, but we have to remember that when we are making demands as citizens. Not if that mean I've said it before. If that mean he won election in that whole area, in the southeast, had a lot of leverage.
Win an election, forefathers. They remind government that they approved,
or they made him a chief or something. He has to have it somewhere.
Come on.
Forefather, when CM said something, now did he say that Nnamdi Kanu forced them? I don't know how.
No, he didn't force them. It's true, he didn't force them.
He didn't say force. You heard CM now. He was telling you everybody you are still talking about force.
No, because before then, the reason why they came to him in the first place was he had a militia, one, and secondly, he's threatening to make Somalia and Nigeria look like this is Somalia.
When did he have a militia?
You see, we have seen them. It's not like I said my eyes deceiving me. I've seen them on TV on YouTube.
Excuse me, you keep saying that, forefather, and I've debunked that. I've sent you a video on that issue. And I've told you that video that they dated 2014 was not done in 2014. I told you that. But however, you want it to be so. Okay, so let it remain so. But let us even go back.
Dr. Damages is here. He's the one that interviewed.
Let's go back to the fundamentals. Let's go to the fundamentals. Well, let's go back to the fundamentals. See, you use words that are not obtainable anywhere. You just use word IP that I know and I cover don't have any one single gun. All they had was a flag, Biafran flag, and they're singing "Holy, Holy" everywhere. They didn't have anybody. So it is now down the road that it was, and during the time Nnamdi Kanu was outside, there was no one running amok in the east. Go and check. There was nobody running amok in the east. It was the arrest of Nnamdi Kanu, and there was no seemingly leader. Everybody started creating their own faction. Everybody started creating their own faction to what it is.
I did see a video with him.
I'm coming. I'm going somewhere.
People were cheering him.
Excuse me, sir. You people have talking. I'm listening for the background.
Sorry, your audio is a bit messed up too. I just thought I should let you know your audio is jumping in and out.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Moving around?
I'm not moving. See, I'm standing. I'm moving. I'm sitting in the car.
Okay, it seems it comes on, then it goes off a little bit. So go ahead.
Okay, the point I was trying to make is simply this: that hitherto everything was peaceful. And I don't see the reason why you say, why should the government listen to him? We are all asking that government should listen to its citizens. The highest point in the country is a citizen's office. We are all citizens. And the sovereignty of Nigeria does not rest on the person who is like. Sovereignty continues to remain with the people. So what the people say is what should count. But here is the laying out in the East. The Eastern leaders know that if Nnamdi is free, they can no longer decide to do what they are doing. So they decide to put to the gallery of what which is to a situation of Ifeanyi Yoba. So it's yes, doing right now. That is the system of the guy. You know what said? They are the leaders of the
your audio is really bad now. Your audio is really bad now. Sorry.
It's me that took him out.
You can go and come back in. Masker, you want to add something before Uzo say something?
No, I said I was the one that took KJ out.
all right.
You're powered all this to Harlem.
Uzo, sorry, go ahead, Uzo.
Sometimes we'll come here. Let's say this: we'll come here. Like Masker said, giving examples of so many things. I will say this: the kind of problem is not even the federal government. That's what his problem is. His problem was these 5 Southeast governors they put in there. All right. Yes, I believe when you stand to be like when Nnamdi is still active, nobody in the entire East can even like Nnamdi give command in South. People listen to him because he defended the interests of those Southeast. I'll give you because we problem with not other tribes that when things happen we don't talk. May I talk? We talk. Let me tell you something happened in my place. I'll give my place an example. I said this before here. All right. Before the formation of Eastern Security Network, all right, ESN, which every Saturday can verify on this. What we used to see on the internet everywhere was that somebody was raped, head was cut, leg was cut in the whole Southeast. Even out to my place, that's what was on the internet. It was so brutal. All of us see that. He was hit. This what this happened. Even my place, I was in a blue team. Blue team. What I mean that the amount of money I contributed myself. The amount of money I contributed for the security of my village, to you can extend that you buy a cow to do burial. Fulani will come at night and take the same cow, and you can't say anything. If you say something, they will say, "I'll call my brother." Fulani keep Fulani near my compound. Every run away from the village. The whole village disappear. All right. So this is going to get bad, and we are talking about the Saudi governors. You guys should take charge of this. No one wanted to respond until now. They cannot step on, become the stadium to so many people. So that's where the problem started. It becomes a stadium. He saves so many lives in the bush and everything. That's where he comes in. Now it's not my. It's not. It becomes a player. He did what the government don't want to do. Government cannot be able to protect the young people. Now they cannot set up a security outfit and start going to the bush and chasing the cattle areas from the bush. That is what people love him more. Nobody loved Nnamdi before, but after he does all those people start loving him. Now he have influence over everybody in the status and the governor, and the governors are not happy. They have to put him on where he belongs. So saying that is by the government, if you watch Nnamdi Kanu broadcast, 90% he call out the Eastern governors. He doesn't call out the federal government. He always call out the Eastern 5 governors. All of them, he call them out every day with insults. Not call them out, insult them, but abandon their people. All right. So that's my. So sometimes we talk. Let's not say Igbo people who want pity on this on that. For that you are saying. You people love Nnamdi. We don't want you to die in the jail. As you said, King Saleh want to die in the jail. I don't die in the jail. What happened? This, that. So we are saying that letting Nnamdi die in the jail. He gives examples of people that die in the jail. It doesn't matter. That's what we say for your solution. Which is
that we shouldn't necessarily make it a tribal thing. It's a Nigerian thing.
You are the one making trouble. You are the one calling Igbo names. Nobody making trouble.
That's my point. Also, Nnamdi Kanu actually did something. Some people would like to pretend as if he didn't do anything.
No, nobody is free. Like, let me tell you something now. All this you are saying online, all right? You have said something that offends some people. You also do something, all right? Everybody do something. You have said something that offends some people. That is not something you said that you offend some people, all right? You just stay here and I say, because they lock Emefiele from Niger Delta, do you got to protest? You're breaking tribalism.
It's not about offending people. It's about actually breaking the law. It's about breaking the law.
My point is that you break the law. Face the judgment of the law. If the law cannot find guilty, people will tell to release him. That's my point.
Allow the process to complete. Then allow the process to complete.
You know what's going on. The process has been completed, and the law tells you there's no court in Nigeria that are going to sit in Nnamdi Kanu case. That's why his case now won't be bringing up anymore. No court in Nigeria can bring his case.
You know now that there's a court. There's a court case.
No more court.
Forefathers, I've never taken anybody up on this. I'm moving the goalpost each time. I'm moving the goalpost. Moving it to where? Until man dies in jail. Forefathers,
the federal government has filed a stay.
Forefathers, hold on. What's going on here is this. They are moving the goalpost, and each time you continue moving the goalpost, it is not right. If they said release the man, they moved it. Zulinka Amechi, he died. He went and pleaded for them to release Nnamdi Kanu as a son to him. Did they? They did not.
Hold on. Let me ask you now. Did you see? Have you ever seen any video of Nnamdi Kanu where you can say technically, not whether you believe it or not, technically by the law of most countries in the world, he actually broke the law by some of the things he said or did.
By broadcast forefather for kind of plan.
I'm asking you now. I'm asking you. You can say
they can't talk so many things. But forefather, you are learning that because someone made a broadcast, all right? Made a broadcast. That means
you saying you have not seen it.
As far as I know you, you start following. He didn't follow Nnamdi Kanu from the beginning. You don't follow him because this is there. You don't even know who he is. He just from what he said.
My own is about rules.
Forefathers, we are all about the rule of law. Forefathers, we are about the rule of law.
A form of amnesty, pardon, or something. Instead of saying the person did nothing wrong.
Can I say nobody is saying he did nothing wrong. Nobody say he did nothing wrong. Nobody saying that.
I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you said that.
But if you find him guilty, though, if you find him guilty, judge him and tell him.
I'm glad you said that.
I want to ask a question. Forefathers, let me ask you a question. Since you are following rule of law in Nigeria, what have you changed with that rule of law in Nigeria? Nigerian government, do they follow rule of law? Do they follow the rule of law? I'm asking you, the Nigerian government, do they follow you as a person now that you have been following? What law have you brought to the Senate or to the House of Reps for Nigeria, for the good of Nigeria? Maybe you bring one, law as an individual, you put it. Do you think it will pass the gate of
it is simple. When federal government break the rule of law, we blame them for it. So we don't need to follow federal government do the wrong thing. But let me help Uzo case with what Uzo said.
Because you are here, my hair the same thing. Why help my case, Abi? I don't tell you that.
Welcome to the club. Let me help Uzo case. With what Uzo said, I really like it very well. Let's use what do they call themselves? The university union team. ASU.
Okay,
yeah.
ASU.
So let's use ASU. Okay, so now when ASU was on strike, federal government went to court to go stop this thing. ASU went back to court, but what did they tell them? They tell them that federal government has stopped it. You first of all need to honor that process first before you can go reappeal. You first of all need to honor. That's how ASU call off their strike. So if court also said releasing Nnamdi Kanu, if the government have anything, the government have so many channels to do. They can take his passport. They can do some other things, put him on the watch list and everything, but also honor that court, because you cannot take him to court and not honor the same court that you take him to. And the same you, again, I also took him to court. The same government said he jumped bail, which means he break a law of that court. That's why you take him to court. You cannot follow him to do the same wrong thing and expect the right answer. So that is what people are protesting now. So the government is so lazy to also do their own part of the job. Punishing him by breaking the law does not amount to anything. You understand why you government don't come up with a very good case to bring him down? Like, for example, before he even ran away, the court told him not to form any association, any group thing, not less than 20, not this. You can try to put up a case together. If you win, you win. If you lose, you lose. You understand? But government, it's not individual. You understand? But when people see themselves in government like an individual, you understand? Nigeria is supposed to lose case. In the US here where we are so happy to sue city, to sue states, to sue federal government. You understand? And when you win case, you did not win case over the individual, the prosecutor, the DOJ that is in charge. You understand? You win against the state.
Exactly.
So Nnamdi Kanu, they would have released him first. If they have so many other cases, you can lose one part of your case and still use some other ways to bring him out. But breaking the law, then at the same time want to fight and say, oh, no, we just appeal. ASU also appeal when federal government go do stay of procedure. First of all, go back to school. ASU did the same thing. They said, no, you have to respect the law of the court. That's how ASU went back to class. You understand? So in that aspect, now we are not talking about the case, but we are talking about the court. That's my take for now.
You see this date here? This is for the May 23rd, just this 11 this year, and they fix a date for his hearing. So when they say this stuff is not in court anymore, that the stuff is over from court, I don't know where the court.
No, forefather, that is the appeal. But first of all, court say release him. Release him, let him go to court for this and for the appeal that the federal government appealed the case.
Where you don't follow up, you really mistake.
What you're saying, but the federal government has different rules. It's not
no, that is the appeal. That is the appeal. Government appeal, forefather.
In matters of national security, you don't say, oh, because the court says so, let's just release somebody. Like that. That's how it begins.
And you claiming Nigeria this, Nigeria that. Nigeria don't follow the rule of law. We can't even, okay, this they are doing is bad. We come here and tell Nigeria that this. And they don't follow the rule of law, we can't condemn it.
Then take the federal government to court, sue them that they are breaking the law, then you see what the court tells you.
Now, Papa, the way you will call and say one Nigeria.
No, you can sue the government. You can sue the government. It's obvious, isn't it?
You can sue the government. But first of all, what we are saying right now, the government has all on their own side break the law. If a court said release him, go ahead and
release my and arrest him the next day.
Remember, the government is so powerful. They can plant a chips around him. They can do so many things around him. You understand?
No, I understand they could do all those things, and they could have been a lot more, effective at prosecuting a case.
Remember this case now.
Hold on, so let me just add something.
Man called Nnamdi Kanu.
Let me just add something. Let me add something now. See, if the same court goes and convicts Kanu now, a lot of them will still complain. But yeah, the court, the same court that the federal government controls so much, is the one ruling against the federal government now. Constantly ruling against the federal government.
That is a topic for tomorrow. But let us follow the one for today.
Oh my goodness.
I don't understand. My thing is that we have to accept the good and the bad, but when we only accept the good when it suits us.
You like what?
To be honest with you, Nigeria lost a very golden opportunity on Nnamdi Kanu's case, and I keep saying it. The moment somebody agrees, because Nnamdi Kanu, the resources of Nigeria is available for the president to use. So far, he said, okay, it's not absolute. What do you want? You keep it. I've given you an example. If I'm advising federal government, I said, look, since he said he doesn't want, what you do is that, okay, come for dialogue. We sit down, what do you want? You name all these things. I will go and cost it and tell them they kind of say, Calabar Seaport will cost this. It's not in the budget, but we are going to put it from now on. This is what we are going to do. That is part of how to do the thing. That is it. Because it's not captured in the budget, you can use it and say, look, because it's not captured, this is how we are going to do it. If we concentrate the whole resources on Calabar Seaport, we won't be able to pay federal civil servants. But you are discussing this, everything. That is the thing.
Paul made. When you are appealing, you don't have to carry out the previous conviction because the process is not completed. When you are appealing the process,
why did ASU, why the federal government force ASU to go back to class? Because they appeal. They say you need to honor that case depending on why you appeal.
So, ASU's case is
die in jail.
Why would I want that? I don't want that.
Because that's the comment you are making. That's what you've been making here. I want to die in jail. Abi?
No, see, you are now reacting. You are not being. Why would I want him to die in jail? I don't have any interest.
That's the only thing you are saying. That's where he ends.
It's about rule of law. We all want rule of law.
The rule of law have said the test. They don't respect it. I am not saying it.
They are respecting it. They are going to court.
You don't. Nobody respects it. They say release him. He cannot be trying in any judicial court.
They have the right to appeal. It's in Supreme Court now. You say it's not being able to be tried. It's in Supreme Court. In the Supreme Court, you saw it that
normally after case they were announced. The next court date is also day. After that case, no announcement any court date again. That's the end.
It's at the Supreme Court. If the government is able to appeal it, that tells you that something is going on. Sorry, go ahead.
All right, I think you are missing the point.
Okay.
Yes, and I think it's a belabored argument to say that the Nigerian government will follow the rule of law.
No, I'm not saying that too.
Yeah?
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying in this case that they may be wrong, that they are concluding that the case is already completed. I'm telling them that the case is not necessarily completed because clearly there is a case going on at the Supreme Court.
Sorry, Matt. Sorry. My case, my point, forefathers, is that truly speaking, this is not a legal issue. It's actually a political issue. It's a political case. So the idea that we would use law to solve a political issue, I think would be a little bit, I don't want to use the word naive, but sincerely speaking, it's almost at that level. I believe that this is a political, this is a political issue. What I think people should even be arguing now is forget about the previous regime. Clearly, the previous regime, if you ask me, I doubt if for any reason they will have released Nnamdi Kanu for so many reasons that I don't want to go into. What I think we should be all looking at for the sake of the country, because the truth is that I don't like the idea of these are not my people. You know, if people are dying in the Southeast, even though I'm a Northerner, the reality is that I feel hot. I feel bad. You know, so I think the golden opportunity now, this is a new regime. And I think they are setting off on a bad note because clearly they are complicating a very simple issue where this is a new leader. He wasn't the one that Nnamdi Kanu was challenging. Whatever it is, this is a new slate. People should, from the Southeast, and should first come, make a national body, get some couple of people across the country, go and meet the new president and say, look, this is a golden opportunity, like CM is saying. I don't think it has totally been missed. This is what we think should be done. Release this guy. And then the same body should also go and sit with the same Nnamdi Kanu and say, okay, look, whatever it is, people are taking advantage of this thing and people are dying because of this thing. Yes, it's a noble cause you are believing in, but I'm just saying that let's focus more on the fact that there's an opportunity and let it not be complicated because
your audio is gone again.
Oscar, never don't take life for your side.
Yeah. Even when you are talking in favor, they are against. See, personally, I don't subscribe to this idea that everything is politics. This is the recipe for anarchy. If anybody does anything wrong in the country, and you just say, "Oh yeah, it's politics. Let's just release him," but that is not how Western countries behave. All the countries, or China, or any of these countries behave. We keep
Now-
saying we want a good country, but we make everything about politics, even when people break the law.
The West
Jesus
is
Christ.
Allowing us to, yeah? You are no more allowing us to. I've been raising my hand. You are no more allowing us to talk. You need to allow us to talk.
You mean Masca that was talking just now? What
No,
are you
no, no, no.
going about?
I was raising my hand. You should have said Matthew, Matt, continue.
Masca, please. Masca was talking. He just left how many seconds ago?
You have been interjecting and prolonging this issue, going further and further and further. We have been giving you reason. Can we go along till
Uzo has spoken, Paul has spoken, CM has spoken, maybe you haven't spoken, but Masca has spoken just about twice now. I've spoken, so don't worry, I will get to you. I didn't see you. Sorry, I didn't see you.
Can you hear me, fathers?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you now.
Okay, so let me just land on my point. My point is that even law deals on precedences. So if you look at the political scenario in Nigeria, there are people who have broken the law. People like, I think, Asari Dokubo. I know a couple of people who the country has given amnesty. From a political perspective, Nnamdi Kanu's case should not be different in any case.
But they don't want amnesty. That's the problem.
No, it's not. No,
what I'm saying, what you don't know, father. Just
no. See, Uzo, you are the only one that said it. The last time I said it, they said he hasn't done anything wrong. They don't want amnesty.
No, who said who? Have you wait, let me ask you. What father? Don't say I said I don't want to tell you. Have you extended the olive branch and they said no?
No, not only that, Uzo. Not
or
only
you said they don't want.
I asked the question.
Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, so the point I'm making is not that we can't say he doesn't want. The country is beyond him. Even the South is beyond him. One person cannot dictate the fate and the life of everybody. Okay, so the point I'm making is that this is a real problem. We may think that is Nnamdi Kanu's problem or the Southeast problem, but this is a real problem. People should step up and look for solutions. And that solution is not going to be one-sided. It's not 100% what the government want and 100% what Nnamdi Kanu want. There has to be a solution. We can't just continue like that. And my point is that this is another opportunity. It's a new regime. And I think people should begin to focus more on the opportunity.
Masca, your audio is gone. And Masca spoke well. One thing you can also follow, why we are blaming the federal government to do the needful. We are also expecting Nnamdi Kanu to also talk to his boy, to Simon Ekpa, tone down. Because it looked like you can't have your way all the time. Simon Ekpa too, tone down. You understand? Because federal government now is doing it like show of strength. Remember, this is a country that is coming from military government for a very long time. You understand? So we want to also see from the part of Nnamdi Kanu's camp, if Simon Ekpa truly is working with Nnamdi Kanu, this is the time to tone down. If Simon Ekpa wants Nnamdi Kanu to come, because just telling my Igbo people to say, stay at home on Monday and everything, somebody use some type of maths that I like very well. Say 1/5 of the economy, we are losing it every week. You understand? That's a whole lot. You understand? Now we're talking about the Igbo people. You understand? Like our big brother will say, Peter will be traders, business people. So 1/5 of your economy, you are losing it. You are not using it to even achieve yourself. Neither is making the Igbo people divide.
What does it do? What does it do to Peter B, the man that has done the right thing by any nation? And we are talking about somebody that actually.
Just get the example.
Let's let Matt talk before Matt goes after me again. Matt, let me let Matt talk now. I don't want Matt to start having a go again.
No, forefather, I'm enjoying what you are saying, but sometimes you push it too far, because I wanted us to even discuss some other things, because CM himself gave a very good example. Yeah, Paul also Uzo, and so we cannot go along. That's only what I'm saying. You understand? And I have been raising my hand. You are not seeing because you concentrated on, interjecting and then asking this question on and on. So that's what I'm saying, but it's all the same. If you still want us to go ahead, I will still give my own opinion concerning that, and we'll keep on going, headlong. But let me just tell you one thing, forefathers, whether we like it or not, the Southeast, we have suffered this evil of marginalization and all that. But we can't, you can't expect us to react like other tribes will react. You can't expect us to do like other tribes we do. We are doing it the way we feel that the whole world can hear our voice. But where I don't like it, I'll keep saying it like Paul said it right now, is, please, I don't want to mention them, tune your speed. I think we are running too much speed, and killing people in the Southeast. This is getting too much. Let's just tune that thing down and then keep up, louding our voice, speaking, negotiating, and, do all that we can do to see that, Nnamdi Kanu is out there. But you see, this kind of wearing, I don't want to be mentioned, but let nobody say I called the name, but at least coming out, carrying all these things and killing people and disturbing people, that is what I don't like. That is what I don't like. Like, CM said, and Mascot also said it here. What I told you about where I'm living, they had 100% things they listed. Government of Spain did not do all the 100% things. He did half of it. That was why there is harm. They said they will look into the other 50. You are not even started doing anything in the Southeast. You are still using military to come to be killing them. There are people who cannot behave like Matt. There are people who cannot behave like CM or Uso. They want to behave in another way. But if you do the right thing, you will count those that are behaving like Ozo and CM and those that are behaving with their AK-90 and 88. You can as well calm them down when they start seeing that you have now started considering them as human beings. It's what we are saying. And if there's nothing more, nothing less, release this man. If you release this man, I said it here last week. Anybody that watch this program will hear my voice. I said, if you release this man, you have solved 90% of Southeast problem.
Let me ask you then. Because all the cases, like in the case of Asare Dokubo and some of the Northerners that were pardoned or given amnesty, they went on to pursue whatever they want to pursue on a legal basis and without turning into some big problem for the federal government. Would you advocate the same thing for Nnamdi Kanu? That's in terms of that, I think ESN or all those forces that are on the ground, they will all be disbanded accordingly. I don't know how the South Asare Dokubo kind of people did it, but in a way, you can work with the federal government technically, because after all, Asare Dokubo was against the federal government once. You can work with the federal government. You advocate that part for the future.
Okay,
can I answer you, CM? Can I answer him a little?
Let me come in there. I will just make it brief. Yes. Why I said something before. I said something to you before. Nigerian government, they don't negotiate when it comes to their do you know that the Canon, they can negotiate within the camp, but they are afraid when they bring him out there, he will stand on the foot to still keep agitating. So they think that he is out of control. But he is in their custody. They can start from that place he is. Start talking, start negotiating. They have top officials they can be sending to speak. Those things that CM said that this man listed, they can start talking with him. diplomatically, when he comes out, you people will start showing him that yes, what we discussed right there, that we are ready to do it so that there will be peace in the Southeast. The government itself knows the problem of Southeast. They don't know what the problem is, but they don't want to go ahead. They don't want to go there. This is where the is.
Thank you. So
can I say something? Let me tell you something. Let me add something.
There are new people that have not said anything.
No, let me just add something. One man said. I have to just add the one man said. Let me tell you this. This is the truth. If Nnamdi is being released, okay, Samuel Ekpa will not stop. One, you know why? He said it that if Nnamdi can't make any comment right now, that means he didn't make it out of his own way. Samuel Ekpa will not stop. So the only way only people that stop Nnamdi Kanu, because the followers that follow Samuel Ekpa, the almost sympathy of Nnamdi Kanu, they will withdraw back to Nnamdi Kanu. And Samuel Ekpa can never stop because he's gaining on what is going on. He's raising funds, millions, all right? So he can never stop. So the only way to stop him is Nnamdi Kanu. The follower will break out. But without releasing him, the follower will continue not doing that.
No. What I'm saying that when they release him based on these conditions, is that acceptable to his followers? That okay, if he comes out, it's not going to be like, oh, Biafra tomorrow anymore. It's going to be.
Let me tell you.
Excuse me.
Tell you something. Biafra is the spirit. All right. If Nnamdi is not the first person that started Biafra, if Nnamdi can't say no more Biafra today, next tomorrow someone else will rise. If the issues are not addressed, that's number one thing. If the issues are not addressed, somebody else will rise. Almost Zirke was there. Nnamdi was not the first person. I know for didn't know for who Nnamdi work under. All right. If you know him or Wazirika mean, Nnamdi can't work under him. All right. If Nnamdi can't come out today and say no more Biafra, that's not the end of it. The other person will rise and continue more than just Nnamdi Kanu. So if that issue is not addressed, with everybody's pointing finger on, all right, if it's not addressed, he remains. Somebody else my child can come out tomorrow.
How is he going to be addressed? How is he going to be addressed? How is he going to be addressed?
Now, before you know where this started from number one, all right? Where all this is where this started.
Sure, let's leave it. Let others speak because if I keep asking you, it's not going to end. I think I need to exercise some discipline.
I will answer you now. I will answer you.
Let Paul say something, then we'll go back to Ndubisi.
Paul, can I go on your behalf, Paul?
No, go ahead.
Okay.
Nice
For me, one last point on this Nnamdi Kanu issue that I also would want to make. It's an appeal to all my brothers also, because the fact of the matter is that people like Nnamdi Kanu, Simon F.
Seriously. Let me see what's going on. Let me try some trick. I'll try some trick when he comes in, where they remove some people from this thing. Because it looks like he's got one of those phones that doesn't like too many people on screen. Sorry, Paul, you can go ahead.
Okay, so it's simple. Even though I understand how federal government is not thinking. The way Simon Ekpa is going, Simon Ekpa has gone too far that you might see the greed in him. If Nnamdi Kanu come outside today, I don't think Simon Ekpa will want to walk under Nnamdi Kanu. And that can bring a very big division, which can be a good case for federal government, which can also help calm the Igbo people down. You understand? Because they themselves too, some faction of it will probably see that Simon Ekpa is not a good thing, because Simon Ekpa, the way Simon Ekpa is going with it right now, I don't think it's so good. And with that division and everything, it will bring peace in the East. I understand that, but putting Nnamdi Kanu in the dungeon, I don't think that's a good step from the federal government. They need to work on that very well. That's my take.
So is there anything anybody that is in political office ever does that is not a political thing that they should release them for? Because we keep saying we want rules, but it's okay. Sorry, let me just let Ndubisi was here. Yeah, Ndubisi does have strong opinions. Ndubisi, thank you for joining us. And what do you think about what that has been discussed?
Hello, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay. Well, I think what Simon Ekpa is doing with his group is not helping to solve the problem. It's endangering the lives of our people over there. And people are dying. Some other groups are equally using the opportunity to cause harm to people. So there are various groups now. We have this group. We still have their non-government. We have their Side Okubo group, and they have turned this into a political situation, and they are playing games with it. Simon Ekpa has become a merchant of fortune. He's making money out of it. I think all Igbos across the world should find a way to reach him, and even the Finnish government that equally invited him at that time, because that is the only way they can stop him from abroad and present evidence that see what his call for state at home is causing. The South is denying the ordinary people their normal daily living. Our people are mainly traders over there. Some people like if he said, and some others have said here, if they can't go out every day to fend for themselves, they may starve. And our people love education so much. In many communities in the East now, schools have closed down because of insecurity. My hometown is equally so much affected. I'm from Imo State, but my hometown is close to, it has a boundary with Anambra. My mom is from Anambra, a neighboring town. Those two areas are all, people are no longer living their normal life again. Some local boys there who joined them have been using the opportunity to threaten people and causing trouble. Many people have left home. So, but the bottom line is that.
A quick question though. At this stage, do these states not have governors? How useless are they then?
That is what Uzo was saying it, or I was saying it. Some of the governors are not helping matters. They are not helping matters. The way they go about it, when they send their security forces to go search for whoever is causing trouble there, those people end up killing innocent people. It has happened several in my own place. My own elder brother's brother-in-law was shot dead with his friend when we were doing their break. All these people who mowed blocks by the military. This is somebody I know very well, who cannot even hurt a fly. Just got married with a child that's just a little over a year old before he was killed. Now that one has gone. So the army has their own way of coming there, killing and all that. But what I hear is going on back home now is those Duvago people that Asai Dokubo has confirmed now that his men are working for the state governor. So it's a real problem. But generally speaking, what Simon Ekpa is doing from afar, from abroad, is not helping matters. So, but I still believe that if all Igbos, however, all well-meaning Nigerians abroad can put pressure on the Finnish government, even the federal government too, if they're interested to see that there is peace in the Southeast. Sometimes I feel like the federal government is using.
That's exactly another thing. I think Kolata made a comment earlier on today. Said some people are enabling Simon Ekpa to destabilize the Southeast. This is the damage, and there's a court case with Peter Obi in there now. They are destabilizing the region to make Nigerians remember all this trope about the Southeast constantly.
In a way, you're right, but actually everybody knows what is really going on. There's equally another opinion area, another people or group of people who are saying that if the federal government really wants peace, now we have somebody else there who doesn't have any issue with Nnamdi Kanu. He should just, as some Southeast governors or some prominent Nigerians, not just Ibu Selima, appealing to him. Since the appeal court has granted him bail, and the federal government now appealed it at Supreme Court, but there's not. It's just a way of keeping him there. If they're not using him as a tool to destabilize the Southeast, let them release him. Like we said, even during the release, they can discuss with him and say, please, we want peace across the country. We have issues up north.
What makes you think that releasing him will make anything any better? He will just come out and even make things worse.
No, it will make things worse. I know what people do. People don't want trouble, forefathers. Nobody wants trouble over there. People just want to live their life in peace. Even up north, everybody wants peace. So if they can get all these people who are really agitating and all that, and discuss with them, his own case is in court. Court has asked that he should be released. I don't think if he comes back, if he comes out, he will want the East to be boiling. That guy doesn't want anybody to die. He wants peace, but some people, those who don't like him.
The reason why I'm saying this because there's
those who don't like him are equally saying that he used to cause problem.
Let me just add this. There's a lot of people today, a lot of them from the south too, that say that if the federal government has clamped down on Boko Haram early, that it wouldn't be this bad. So there are a lot of people that are divided on the other side that says if you let him go, some other person will emerge. If he goes, then some other person that is even worse emerges.
You have to look at it from the context of of his own agitation. Like make the south is another part of Nigeria. Let everybody has means of have amenities and all that. Let there be equity and justice. Who doesn't like equity and justice? So nobody will come up to begin to cause up if those things are being addressed. So that is just it. I think is the best option. So let us start on the clean. So let the government release him. Let him go. He's not even too well. Let him get his medical treatment.
Let me ask one thing about
even if he's on bail.
The sitter at home. Are people when they ask the sitter at home, are people not free to go out?
People are afraid. Some still go out, but in the villages, people are afraid. People don't know what is going on.
Viewers want to understand it.
Okay, see, let me explain to you.
I'm asking now, so we know whether people are being held hostage or not.
Let me explain the much I know. If they say that many people don't want to sit at home, but because there are few security forces in that place guiding the people, they can't be everywhere. People, those teachers and pupils that we have flogged. You know how long those people lie them down there and spend some hours or so, or longer minutes, keeping them there, flogging them. Did you see any policeman or police team coming over to get them? Isn't after they left that these people that they have gotten, the police did their own fines and went to their hideout to get them. So in some places, there are police presence or security presence. In some areas, no police presence. In my area, they burn down.
The question was, are people allowed, or what stops them from coming out? Are there people enforcing the sit at home?
It's fear now. It's fear. The people enforcing 70, they're not everywhere. They're only in few places. Many people in Manchester, you see people go about their businesses. But anytime people hear any gunshot, everybody will run back to their houses. Some people don't even come because of past experiences.
If people are enforcing it, those people are holding Nigerian citizens hostage.
That's what we are saying now. But the bottom line is, if we help further if they release Nnamdi Kanu, these things can be discussed with him.
Can I make a comment for NDBC?
Yeah, please go ahead.
You see, Mr. NDBC, I think the challenge.
Go ahead.
I see also. Yes, it's true. Nnamdi Kanu should be released, but the bigger challenge for me, I think, is the general rhetoric. Somebody like Nnamdi Kanu and Simon Ekpa, if the general Igbo people are not very disposed to all this clarion call of Biafra, if the call is okay, no, this is what we need, like the Yorubas, they were very clear, it is June 12th. Anybody can relate to that. I think that the Igbo rhetoric should be toned down also. Generally, people should begin to step back, even if the Biafra is inside the heart, is inside the mind. But I think outward, in terms of utterances, people need to start stepping back, because this is what is pushing all these small boys. Because Nnamdi Kanu and Simon Ekpa, even for me, are small boys by age.
You have a point. You have a point. I'm telling you today, if you go do it, please 1 minute. If you go do a survey today in the East, I believe nobody wants this bloodshed. The rhetoric is yes, but it will be tuned down if it comes out. And even before it comes out, I'm sure if it's a political solution, some things will be discussed and say this is just like CM said earlier, things that will be addressed. If those things are being seen to be addressed, people will pipe low. Nobody, Majority of Igbos want to be in Nigeria. Is it Igbos that have built this
To be
thing,
honest,
businesses across the country? Are they going to abandon their business just like that? Except if they are being said we don't want you,
to,
as is being
to be
portrayed
honest,
generally.
Okay,
Thank you.
so
I
I
yield
want
to
to say
CM.
something.
to,
Thank you, Ndebisi.
to be
CM, I
honest
wanted to
with
say
you,
something.
to,
Yeah, forefather.
to be
So
honest,
far
Please
they
let
actually
CM say something. Then I will allow
yes,
you
to be honest,
interject. Then Loco
you,
can
you want
add
my
to it.
network to go off before you say me. I've been
you,
waiting here since I've been
Ask
on this
CM.
platform.
Ask CM. Then CM can
okay,
decide to let you.
go on,
And
Okay.
KJ, go ahead. CM say you can go
I
ahead.
don't know what
go on,
forefather
KJ,
you.
go
I
on,
don't know what
KJ.
have against me. Oh.
No, no. You see, the way, you know what? Let me just clear something. If you want to speak and you find that I'm saying the next person should speak, you can ask that person. The person might decide that take my turn. Like gentleman Paul said, Masker can take his turn. You see what I mean? Like CM now has now said you can go ahead. You see, let's do it like that because that way I'm respecting the person's time and at the same time you still get to speak. It's all good.
Okay.
Everybody's
Thank you.
happy.
Just that I've not been on the. I've not been speaking. I just my third intervention today, so I guess probably thought I have the right, but now you have made it clear to me I don't have a right. Again, as an Igbo man, you want to oppress me.
Oh, come
no
on,
problem.
let's not go there now. Let's not go there. Your audio is very clear now, though. It's very clear now. Good.
Okay,
Good.
I mean, that's just by the way. What I want to say is this. You see, we all know the solution of what is going on in Nigeria. Nobody can say that they don't know the solution. Now, like I said earlier in the afternoon, the problem is that our political leaders, or those who call themselves political leaders of the Igbos, do not seek the consent of the Igbo people to be able to make a meaningful intervention in the federal level. If it were a place where things are done properly, it is not chiefs in Igbo land that will have to go and make this demand. We already have elected senators and House of Representatives and governors. But you see, they are more concerned about their interests. And like I was saying before my network went off in the afternoon, Ekweremadu made a boast that they are the Igbos and they will decide where Igbos will vote because they are the Igbo leaders. And some people, I remember what the comments some people made for him that, some general people like us made comments and say, well, let's see whether you are you have also become a god in Igbo land to make Igbos begin to vote for APC. And that happened. But today, Ekweremadu did not witness the election itself. What am I saying? I'm saying simply that there's a disconnect between the Igbos and their leaders. And I gave an example of Ojuku's brother sitting in the television house and not even able to articulate just by his fingertips what the Igbos want. But he has gone there to say that, look, all the people operating in the East are all criminals. He couldn't even mention the fact that there are other people operating in the East that are not Igbos, who are hired merchants, mercenaries operating there. Even though some of them have confessed with their own mouth of what they've been doing in the East. Having said that, if we are looking for peace in the East, the federal government knows exactly what to do. As somebody has, opened here, Nnamdi Kanu and Sam Onekpa are not on the same level any longer. Sam Onekpa had gone 360 degrees and going his own way, and is not ready to take any instruction from Nnamdi Kanu. The only way to dazzle to lower the temperature and bring it to a halt is to release Nnamdi Kanu, let him go to Umuahia and address the Igbo people. If he does that today, I can assure you every criminal in the East, the next day, will run from the East or will drop their arms. You know why? Because for one reason or the other, and I've said this in many fora, even when I was still back home, that you cannot take away that gift God has given. All of us have our own gift. He has a gift of what do you call it? He's able to articulate, yes, and be able to articulate and drive home his point. That was why when Nigeria wanted to put up a defense, they wanted to go because he challenged them, let us have an open debate, and they wanted to go and debate with him. And the British, Catherine One advised them, don't try to go and debate this guy; he will floor you people. Okay, and that was how they withdrew back from that, going to have that debate with him. So what am I trying to say? Call this guy out. And the forefather is saying that we should give him amnesty. No, what we are saying is let there be a plain, just level the field. Forget whatever you think he has done. The courts in Nigeria and as I said earlier, and as the court has pronounced, have not found him guilty. Let us not, the court of public opinion, where you and I are sitting right now, is totally different from the court of the law. Under the Nigerian law, there's nothing holding Nnamdi Kanu as, they've charged Nnamdi Kanu for treason. They even, somebody here has said the other day that it's AY, that Nnamdi Kanu was giving instruction during, what do you call it, NSAS. Meanwhile, that was the same charge they included in the charge they charged Nnamdi Kanu, and he couldn't stand in the court of law because the court didn't understand how you are putting Nnamdi Kanu in that, and eventually that was thrown out. So what am I trying to say? If after 2 years, a court of competent jurisdiction have not been able to find him guilty, don't you think we would think that if it was your brother and my brother, we should have said to them, let him go? Yes, you can say, okay, you know what? And then you cannot tell him not to discuss Biafra, because you see, the thing I wanted to point out this evening is that if me now, as an Igbo man, if I make a statement, my own statement will go far and it will be analyzed every which way in this world and turned around. Eventually they say, hey, stubborn Igbo people, you see, look at what he's saying. But the statement I have made would have been made by other people. And I will just conclude by making assertion to the statement that have been made by other people, and people are still walking free. Forefather like to quote 2014 Nnamdi Kanu's broadcast. Go to Asare Dokubo 10 years ago when he said, if the federal government dare to arrest him, Nigeria will become history. Is it not the same person sitting on Aso Rock and making that
is true, because now he's working for the government. He's not threatening the government again.
Hold on, sir. But he made that statement. He didn't become history. He wasn't thrown in prison. I'm coming. Oh, please be patient with me. Be patient with me. Sir. Be patient. Be patient. Somebody said that if they don't win the election of 2015, they will form a parallel government. That guy is still walking around. Somebody said that if they don't allow them, if they don't accept a peaceful change, they'll bring a bloody change. He's still walking around. The guy in Kaduna just some weeks ago told us that they deceived the Christians. It was actually they were trying to set up something that they will run in the next 50 years. He's still walking around. And I don't want to go on because I can say many. The governor of former governor of Zamfara 2 days ago was saying on TV that they should give Boko Haram, who have killed 11,114 people, okay? They should give them amnesty. These are just bad boys. These are people who don't have, there is poverty that's worrying them. They say federal government should discuss with them. And you still don't think that Nnamdi Kanu should be discussed with and should be let go?
Nobody said he should not be discussed with.
I found that very, very, double standard.
I don't think you're understanding me, or see, nobody's saying that he should not be discussed. I'm saying that
have been that
what happens after that, it needs to change. You can't come out and start saying violence is what Nigeria understands. You can't start doing that, saying Nigeria will turn to Somalia.
Freedom.
That's what I'm saying.
Some people said it. They didn't even go to prison. They didn't go anywhere. They are still working.
Can I now say something?
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, on this issue of Nnamdi Kanu, I still maintain that if somebody is agitating for whatever, and the person said, you happen to hear the person say, but what do you want? And the person is able to say something, that is the beginning. What really do Nnamdi Kanu mention is Warri Seaport, not something that should bring money to federal government.
Yes.
Calabar Seaport is not Igbo land.
Yes.
Margaret Ebo, if you enter there, you land in Los Angeles or London. That is international. That's what he wants. East-West Road from Oron to Bini to this. That's what he was asking for. These are infrastructure in the southeast and some part of south-south. That's all. He said, if I see evidence is being done, all these things, then I can now. That's why he said, I can't leave the bad water, dirty water I'm drinking until I see a clean one. That is the proverb. So if somebody said this, but in fairness to the federal government, because let me put it this way, they were misled by all these kobo politicians Ndi Igbo had in Abuja, Ekwere Mwando, all these are pious. They misled the federal government because federal government 2017 when they released the Nnamdi Kanu before the Operation Python dance, they said Igbo politicians go and discuss this. In fact, they said they took it out from government, said let's go and do it our own. A meeting was held at in government house in Enugu. Professor Mwabweze was there, following Nnamdi Kanu say, come and be a witness. All others gang did there. What was the reply they went to Abuja to? They said, how can this small boy be dictating to us? Because what Nnamdi Kanu is saying is an indictment on them as a politician, that you people are there, Southeast is not getting infrastructure. So that's why he took it up himself to use it as a demand. That should have been, if federal government had sort of said, okay, if that is what you want, come. This is our budget. We make budget every year. These things we aren't captured in the budget. But because of you, we scant money and start this and start that. That is what they call diplomacy and negotiation. These things should have been nipped. But if that's why Mwabweze said, I can only go this as a professor of law. Mwabweze, very old. He asked Nnamdi Kanu, is your Biafra, is it absolute? Is there nothing that could be done for you to go the other? He said, yes. He said, let me see evidence of this. So it's not absolute. That's why when people do not know, the Southeast politicians misled Buhari into thinking that, don't worry, we control him, because they feel that Nnamdi Kanu is becoming more popular than the politicians in the Southeast. So they want
to what you just said just now. It's a question actually. Like what you said just now, that when they asked Nnamdi Kanu whether this Biafra thing, whether it's absolute, then he said no. Then he went on to list some things he would like to see. So
he said, let me see.
Yeah, the question now is, would it be acceptable that if they release him and say, okay, forget about the turning Nigeria to Somalia or violence or all these things, but campaign for these things that you say is not absolute. Come and campaign for them. Would you consider that an acceptable way for him to come out of there?
Does he need to campaign again? Federal government put a machinery in motion and start it. Is that not?
No, because people will support him. That's what I'm saying. The Southeast will support him. The South will support him, and he's going to win support by doing that.
That is no. Listen, that is already. That's why I told you that if I'm in the federal government, I've won. I've won him hands down. He said, this is what I told you. I will tell him, okay, look at, we are in September now. We make budget every year. It's fair enough. He said, we've captured the infrastructure we have to do for the year. These things we aren't included, or they're not to this level. But because of this thing, we want peace. Win-win both ways. We will convert for money or do something and start. Now they can say they want to see it, because he knows that all those things cannot be done within 2 years. Unless even the federal government devote the whole money. Because he said, if I see evidence, Southeast and Northeast-West Road is in session, Magretebo, something is happening, just let me see evidence. But it was the Southeast. That's why because I want to tell you, all this Ekweremadu them, it was them that now said, why should this small boy be dick? Because they feel that they, the politician, should be able to say what they want. But they failed now. That's why now they kind of picked it up. Remember, people want to say that it is just the vacuum left by our politicians not doing what they are supposed to do that made the people to look upon. Do you know that now they kind of part of his this thing? He said all the security checkpoint, police taking money from our people should be removed, because you can move from Zaria to Funtua, move from anywhere you can see, but in our own case, that taking money. Do you know that if you say things like this, a local trader from Nnewi to Onitsha will be clapping for you, because they know you are extorting money from them. Governor is in Abia State, he doesn't talk. Governor is Obiano is in Anambra, he doesn't talk. Okorocha is in Imo, he doesn't talk. And these are where the checkpoints are. So now the kind in London will be talking, saying it. It then means that the people, the grassroots, will say this is the real person that knows that we're suffering. And when he articulates this, that is why people are following him. So the mistake where the opportunity was lost, which can also be regained, was he never asked anything for himself or this. And he never said, he said, let me see evidence. Okay, if you are building Warri Seaport,
take around a minute to round up so our local can.
Okay, yes. If you are building Warri Seaport, who lose? Who gains? Federal government. Calabar Seaport, federal government. East-West Road, federal government gains. If you are built, it's just because of that marginalization. So because of marginalizing the Southeast, depriving them of infrastructure, you now went and then injure the South. Calabar is not Igbo, Warri is not Igbo. But if he's arguing all this, said, open up this place, if I see evidence, because people there were also clamoring to join Biafra. So that was the opportunity missed. But can it be regained? I feel everything in life cannot, as long as there's life, bring him out first. And when he comes out, he said, look, we understand that the other time you were talking of doing this. By the way, who doesn't know that Nigeria needs up to 3 or 5 seaports? Are we arguing that? Can we? Why must Nigeria be using only like 1 seaport? Is he okay? Why must Nigeria in the south? If you are talking of east-west road from Oron, Calabar down to Warri, Jeriyenegua, going to Biniabo, Warri, Biniabo, Sapele, is it a bad idea? These are some of the things when or help us to make Enugu international. Is it a bad idea? After federal government controls all these things. So it's even telling you it's an indictment on the Southeast politicians. So that is the reason why they misled Buhari into believing that they can handle it, and then the thing got out of hand. And the federal government was then doing catch up. So it shouldn't have been. All these things were avoidable because Nwabweze said it.
Let's let this thing. You see, for me, see, the SNP, they are pursuing their processes without threatening the state. And the last time they tried to seek permission to go for a referendum, the UK government didn't even bother listening to them, and they abided by it. Hence why you don't hear about a UK Scottish referendum coming up anytime soon. So in the end, it's just about following the rule of law. And if everybody's allowed to aspire to whatever, if you want to separate and stuff like that, but you have to do it in a process so that the nation is not destabilized. Loco, thank you for coming in.
When you quote that, when you quote that, just oppose it with the UN Charter that says that to seek self-determination is a right of any individual and a people. So let's just
it's a right, but not to break the law.
What Fumi have said is not universal.
He didn't say he should break the law while pursuing that right.
Forefathers, I also believe, you see, that we mix up things a lot. You see, the statement from KJ now, it's politically is correct to say that yes, I am entitled to self-determination, but this is the challenge I think every government will have. This is what I call the rhetoric. Because if clearly people from the Southeast are saying that, oh, what we want is self-determination. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, if we are saying, if people from the Southeast
what happened? Is it me or him? The audio is gone.
The people from the Southeast have off his mic.
That sounds him right now for trying to support KJ.
All he's trying to say is this. You see, sometimes we take things out of...
now taking over. KJ, where
no,
are you
I'm
now?
just trying to buttress my point. Sorry.
Well, are we going to let Loco talk? Loco
sorry, bro. Loco, please go ahead, bro. Loco, go ahead. Go ahead, bro. Loco, go ahead.
Loco, welcome.
Okay, everybody. Good evening from here. Good morning or good night wherever you are. Or good morning rather. You see all this issue, but Nnamdi Kanu, this that. For me, Nnamdi Kanu is not even close to the problem that's happening in Southeast. Not even close. Yeah, we know that the federal government did the most outrageous thing by not obeying the judiciary, which is an arm of government. You understand? So it's like federal government is not obeying itself. When an arm of the government is saying release this guy, and you're not releasing the person. So federal government heavily goofed on their own. So I think Nigerians or whoever that they want to do might want to sue the federal government for damages for whatever they want to sue on behalf of Kanu. You understand? But like I said, what is happening in Southeast has nothing to do with Kanu at all. People are just, when you see Nigerians, I've seen Nigerians, especially Nigerians, when they are doing something that is not good, they always want to look for an excuse to hide under. Those idiots they are criminals. They are murderers. Case closed. It has nothing to do with Nnamdi Kanu. You understand? Even it has nothing to do with Samuel Ekpa self. Samuel Ekpa is just doing his own, saying whatever he wants to say. He did not put gun in those boys' head. He didn't give them gun, take gun to go and kill. He said what he would say. That's why if they take you to the court of law, they will not say, hey, it was not my fault. I'm not guilty. It was Ekpa that said this. That's why I did it. They will not arrest Ekpa. They will arrest you because you were the one who committed the crime. So the reason I'm just here is just federal government is just so docile, and even the state governments and okay, let me leave local government. But this local government has a role to play. They might get some information, even if they are not fully empowered, armed or to counter those guys. They might get information and pass it to the state government, and the state government will take the decisive action and fish those guys out. You understand? If police want to work, they will work. If army want to work, they will work. I think what is just happening is there are some people, even in the southeast, maybe political people that is even aiding these guys, shading these guys, that they don't want the government to fish their mouth or the army to fish their mouth. You understand? So for me, those guys, what those guys are doing, they are murderers and criminals. They should be dealt with instantly. And you Igbo say that are talking some things. I'm just looking at everybody. When this small girl, this Jamb girl, was having one little issue, people were asking, hey, because it's an Igbo girl, because it's an Igbo girl. When these stupid boys now are killing the Igbo, I'm not seeing anybody coming out and to start, hey, oh, let's join together and fight this idiot. Let's condemn them. Like, hey, this boy, let's.
And when I saw that video, it's not like they were doing something very serious. Sorry, let me add something. It's not like they were like killing anybody in that video where they were flogging the children. I really felt. Hold on, let me add this. See, I really felt a revulsion for what I saw, because see children and mothers lying side by side, not just mothers, teachers lying side by side and making them talk in front of children, humiliating them. And some of the people that are doing these things are young people doing it. You know, how can we permit this type of stuff? It's not, because on the unseemly side, it really made me almost emotional to watch it. You know, I see some inhumanity to our own fellow people. We have to start seeing our people with a bit more dignity. They should be allowed to go out if they want to go out. Then the ones that want to carry out the protest. When we were protesting about Abiola, sorry. When we were protesting about Abiola, no, it's not everybody that was protesting about Abiola in Nigeria. Some people were going on about their daily lives. Other people were going for the protest. This one that you lock everybody indoors and say they are not allowed out, that is unacceptable. It's just inhumane. Sorry, go ahead.
Look at the youth that this guy was able to pull out. This Uber guy was able to pull out when they're in Anambra South. You can imagine those forces now. You understand? Strong voices like that comes out and be on the street or whatever. You think those decomposed, those boys will see the light of the day? You understand? But when people come out online, they just know how to type quick. They are marginalizing Igbo. This is the time to talk. We don't see that same strength coming out to like, man, come on, man. Even if you are saying this thing, like, yeah, detention of these guys is illegal, it's not really good, this and that. But we should also see that same strength. You understand? That voice standing their feet on the ground, like, no, these guys, man, we call these guys out, man, these guys are idiots. They're not supposed to be doing this kind of stuff. But because they
are you saying you've not seen people condemning the killing? Haven't you seen people condemning?
When you say people, listen to me now. The strong voice that I see, that I hear when it comes to Nnamdi Kanu's issue, I'm not seeing that same strong voice, because listen to me. What those guys are even doing, right? It's worse, or almost like what federal government is even doing to Nnamdi Kanu. You understand?
Why am I more upset for those children and those women than most of them here are? Why am I more upset for them?
You understand? Nnamdi Kanu is just only detained. Treated inhuman. Everybody knows that, and everybody's against federal government for that. You understand? But somebody's taking somebody's life for no reason. Not one, not three.
Local, just say.
And I'm not seeing this anger from these Igbos. You guys Igbos.
If you say you are not aware, if you say you are not aware, it's forgivable.
What do you mean aware?
If you are not aware, aware of condemnation with what happened. No, but if you say we are not condemning it, that's not fair.
Hold on, but people like you saying online like this, I'm talking
about people online like this. What are people at home? Are they clapping hands? People that run away. Will they be listen. When you come and shoot indiscriminately and people run away for their dear life, will they be clapping for you, the shooter, or they be condemning it?
Is it every day? Hold on. Is it every day that they shoot? If it's on Monday, they should. What about Tuesday? Listen to me.
No,
Listen to
because
me.
you said people are not condemning it.
If they shoot
You said
on
people are
Monday,
not
yes, I'm telling you, I'm saying it again. If they shoot on Monday because of sit at home, what about Tuesday to Saturday? Don't they come out? Why can't we say that? Hold on. Hold on.
No,
to me.
you are wrong.
Listen
No,
to
you are
me.
wrong because
When
people run for their dear life,
let me finish.
you should not.
Yeah,
Okay.
That is on Monday. That is on Monday. What happened to Tuesday to Saturday?
Anambra is my state. We know what we've been discussing today. Even if you had come earlier, it was condemnation. We could not seen it like this before. It's just you that I'm saying. You are the first person that I'm hearing that said we are not condemning it. What do you mean?
Every day that they shoot? Yes or no? Is it every day? Is it every day? Is it every day?
You're asking me?
Is it every day?
Every day that they shoot?
Listen, let me come in.
Is it every day that they shoot? Whenever they shoot, is condemned. Whenever they shoot, is condemned. Let me answer him. Whenever they shoot, is condemned.
No, listen to me.
Let me say something.
How can you say people are not condemning it?
Look, I'm going to call him. I'm going to call him. Just 1 minute. It is also Igbos, and the guy's name is Chidi, Dr. Chidi, that wrote to the Finnish government.
Listen to me.
And lodged a case in the police. The arrest that was done to Simon Ekpa. I'm coming now. Was a member, a media guru.
See, listen to me.
You say you have no strong voice.
Let's one at a time.
I'm trying to say that strong voice.
Loco, let KJ just finish. KJ, just use 1 minute, then Loco can.
I've heard what he said. He said somebody wrote to Finnish media. I heard what he said.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like I said, nobody.
Yes.
See,
he wrote not the Finnish media. He wrote the Finnish. He reported Simon Ekpa to the Finnish government and wrote a very strong letter to the police, and that was what led to his being called questioning. So we are giving a strong voice because we do not support what is going on.
KJ, listen, I saw that one. What you're not getting is right. I said sometimes say if there's other issues like maybe Igbo, Yoruba, whatever that, the way I see people on ground discussing about it, social media and on ground, right, is different from the way I see when these particular boys are doing their stuff. I don't see that same number, that same crowd, that same voice, that same strength.
You say yes.
Let me finish.
It is fair for you to say you did not see, not that we are not doing.
Let me finish. You are saying by the time they shoot, everybody run. Who will stand? And I said, okay, no problem. If you are talking about the shooting, I can understand. Everybody wants to run for their life, right? Nobody wants to die. But the shooting is happening mostly on Monday. Let me finish now. The shooting is happening Mondays. The shootings are not happening.
You are misrepresenting what I said. I have to clarify it, please, so that you don't get me wrong.
You
don't get me wrong.
Are not the shooting days for those guys. You understand? Or are not the disturbing days or destroying days or shooting days for those guys.
Gosh.
It's mostly Mondays. You understand? Now I'm asking you now, if they run for their life on Monday, what about Tuesday? You understand? For this guy Obiorah to gather that number that he's gathered and everybody's with him, you understand, and they're patrolling, you understand, those are the kind of people on ground. Now you imagine you have something like that repeated in the 5 eastern states to say like, man, enough of this bullshit. That is what I mean on ground. Not somebody say maybe because you write letter to finish contact that you say they're speaking.
See,
that is so I can equate that to zero.
With all due respect, you finish now. It's okay. With all due respect, Loco, I can understand if you say you are not aware whether the people are condemning it or not. Hold on. That's anybody can be unaware. But for you to say we are not condemning it, that's not good.
No,
it's not good. Hey, listen. Just hold on. Just hold on. The strategy
is saying that the energy of the condemnation is not as high as the
forget about. Listen now. Even then, that is you seeing. That is you seeing. That is you can't see everything. You're only a person. You can't see only what you want to see or what you are capable of seeing. What you see. You're only a person. I'm telling you, Ifeanyi Ubah you are quoting. Listen, oh God, listen. Anambra is my place. Ifeanyi Ubah is my senator. The Ifeanyi Ubah you are quoting is in problem with Nnewi people for the role he played where Nnamdi Kanu is. Do you know that? Do you know it?
Okay, so okay, wait,
Do you know?
wait,
listen.
wait.
Do you
What
know
has
how?
that got to do?
Wait,
What
that is.
has that got to do with
Wait,
what's happening? What's
listen.
happening in South
Now let me tell you. They
Africa?
told Ifeanyi Oba. This is what the people told him. They said they told Ifeanyi Oba, you're a senator. Organize your colleagues. Go to Abuja and mount pressure that Nnamdi Kanu should be released. That what we are coming to tell us in Nnewi, listen, because this is Nnewi, what we are coming to tell us in Nnewi here to do, we are peaceful. Whether we sit at home or we don't sit at home, we are peaceful here. We don't invite it. Ifeanyi Oba, listen, don't. This is what you don't know. What we are building is you are just building castle in the air because
what I'm saying.
It's not different. I'm trying to tell you that you don't know the root cause. All you just do is because you didn't see something on the social media.
CM, to be fair to him,
he's
it's
talking
like
of
saying that
social
it's like
media.
saying that when somebody I think what he's saying is that it's like when somebody spills a glass of milk here and some other person spills 2 glasses of milk, and the response should be proportionate, and he feels like the response to some of the things happening is not proportionate. If I'm not mistaken, that's what I gather from what he's saying.
Listen, remember issue. Remember. I know. If you had come here, if you had come, allow me to say now. Let me tell you. Allow me. Please. Allow me now. But look, I've listened to you for a long time. You are interrupting me now. You are not being fair. Loco, hold on.
Let's allow CM 1 minute. Let's allow CM 1 minute to make his point. Then you can close out so
you've
that
made your
can
point.
say something.
You cannot cry more. You cannot cry more than the bereaved. Listen, I'm coming. Yes, listen.
Loco, let
you can't
CM
cry.
use 1 minute, please.
Listen.
That is wrong.
You can't cry more. You can't cry more. Please allow me now. Is it
Loco, let him speak now.
We need to move the conversation on. We need to move the conversation on.
Let him speak so we can move forward.
Loco, don't disturb. Listen, what we are building, what we are just talking, is just hot air. You know next to nothing. You don't even have the foundational knowledge of what goes on. What we are trying to see is what you see on Facebook, on social media, then you interpret. It's far deeper than that. I'm trying to tell you I can give you the levels of different meetings that have been going on since last week about this issue. I'm coming, but you do not know. So the point is that there is Southeast-wide condemnation. But if you are waiting for Facebook because you didn't see it, maybe my issue overshadowed it, all you are trying to say here is just trash. To be honest with you, it's just trash because when you say we don't condemn it, I take exception to that. You may say you are not aware of what is happening in the background. That's okay. You're a human being. You may not know. But for you to come and say we are not condemning it, why is it that we are not putting this and putting that? Can you be more Catholic than the Pope? The life that we are lost. Do you know how many people are burying their loved ones now? Those that I know. Please, when you want to talk, you get your facts right, or you make inquiry. You don't just say social media.
Let him respond so that we can get to NDBC. Please take 1 minute or so so we can just go to NDBC and Paul.
First, let me correct you. Right? Tell me I can't cry more than the bereaved. You are wrong, right? Because you don't know the way I feel for humans. You don't know the way I feel about anybody. You are wrong. You understand? I don't need anybody to be my tribe or to be my friend. Before I know what is done to them is wrong. Before I fight for them or condemn whatever is happening to them. You understand? Gosh. So that's what I want to tell you first, because you don't know the people that I know from Igbos. You don't know how we are close.
I agree with that. I would agree with that last point, because when I saw that
haven't
video,
got facts.
I could see my own parents and young women. You can see a mother lying on the floor.
You haven't got facts.
The
way you took my
phone, just telling you how I felt about it.
Just to put out there, right? You can't tell me I can't cry them brave because you don't know me and Igbos or who I know or who are friends that I got. So that is just one thing. First, I'm human, so any sensible human being will definitely cry out, even if they know them or not. That's one. Then two, saying that people are condemning. Yes, look, everybody will condemn it. You understand? If you hear my English, I see the energy that I see when it comes to Nnamdi Kanu's issue with federal government. You understand? I am expecting even more energy, because this time people's life have been shattered, cut short. Inside the suffer, they suffer. They still kill them, join up. which is even more abysmal. You get my point? So because of that, I'm supposed to see triple energy condemning this thing. So sitting inside, like people are holding meeting, condemning. When they were condemning federal government for one of the Kano's issue, they weren't holding meeting.
They gave you a minute, but all this thing you are talking is still hot air to me.
Then let me
it's still hot air. If I leave you tomorrow, this is you continue repeating this.
We are going to go to the BC soon.
Don't tell
another person.
15 seconds local.
Media status.
This is pure hot air. Let's hear you.
Never see me in any social media platform.
Let's hear you.
Take it easy. Let him have his finish.
Let me hear you.
That is wrong of you.
This is pure hot. This is pure hot air.
Let him finish.
Keep quiet now. Make
Yes,
strong words on you. Just keep quiet. Let me finish, please. Let me know strong words, please. So, like I said, you don't know me on social media or whatever. This is my first time I'm doing social media. You don't know I get my facts on news form. You understand? I just told you. Whenever I see the energy I'm seeing when they condemn federal government against non-Americans, whatever they're doing, everybody knows it's wrong. But I want to see double or triple energy condemning those guys, or even coming out demonstrating.
We've had you now. Ndubisi, let's speak. Let me hear. Let's hear Ndubisi.
If what's it called, Uba and Uba can even raise that crowd, empowering them or whatever, you understand, and they volunteer to come out to even answer his call to say yes, we condemn these things. Samuel Ekpa, you this, you are that, whatever. I'm also looking for that same energy, that same crowd, that same voice gathered together to say. I don't want to say holding meetings and be talking behind cameras, whatever. No. Come out, let people see. Let people see.
Loco, your time is up. Let's come back to you.
Motivate others to join you. If you are talking behind us, nobody sees you. Nobody says anything.
You see, Loco is a troublemaker. You see, I didn't see this one coming. If you really feel strongly about this, because he really feels strongly about this.
Not just now, yeah. It's as about who person so far. The one is some idiot.
That's how I felt, That's how I felt. You guys are thinking that we are all human beings. When I saw it, I didn't like what I saw at all. I didn't like it.
Tell me they don't meeting. Now meeting you want hold to fight them. Rubbish. I bet this evening.
I believe it is time maybe pressure is put on the Finnish government to get this man over there, Simon Ekpa. He can't be over there raising all the storms or part of the storm going on in the southeast. People are asking people to sit at home. If people refuse, some boys will go around pretending that they are forcing it and killing people, burning people's businesses down. The people that were killed in Ebonyi the other day, I saw a video where they were wearing their red, whatever, shooting people on Okada and destroying people's shops and all that.
25 years.
So the bottom line is the Nigerian government too, or even the Southeast governors can meet and write a joint letter to the Finnish government, because he's in their place. They know him very well. He's moving around freely, and then they let them know about what he's doing, so that at least from that angle they can put pressure on him. And probably it will stop. But at the same time, look, I would like to let you know that some of us are in touch with whom people are condemning it. The ordinary people cannot do much.
I know, I agree.
Yeah, they are condemning it. But the bottom line is that even some of the Southeast governors are themselves creating more problems with their Ibubago, like in Imo State. Those people, they go about, they even do extrajudicial killings. Those Ibubago people. And it's really a terrible thing. But some of my townspeople are falling victim to them. And they all in the if the governor talks about it, you say they are securing the state and all that. But what is happening in the hinterland, in the villages, is nothing to write about. In some communities, you can't see teenage boys and young men again, because the level of them IPOB supporters. Whereas some of them are boys who are just doing their daily business. Some are palm tree cutters, some are farmers, some are artisans. So it's a problem. But I think it's high time the federal government to further restore peace. They should release him Nnamdi Kanu. If they're not using him as a political tool, they should release him, and it will douse down to a greater extent the situation in the South. Let us now see those who will be coming to custom in the name of Nnamdi Kanu. And coming to talk about whether there will be some, whether the legislation will continue. It might continue, but it might not be in that tone again, because if there's a political solution, they will discuss, and then there will be a way forward that will be good for everybody. Nobody wants this chaos. The people are already suffering economic hardship and other forms of insecurity. Added to this ones, it's not good. The same thing I talk about in the north. The new service chiefs, if they are really out to secure peace in the country, they should ensure that the northern part of the country, where people go to their farms and do their farms, their farms are secured. All those places where they are seeing security, it can be done if they can put in a better security method to handle the situation. So it's unfortunate that our country has gone down this road. It's not really good. I hate for now. Thank you.
I appreciate I think you said a lot of sensible things.
Wait,
And
let me ask you one
I agree with
question. Can I say something?
Can I bring
do you think it's difficult for federal government to
KG, I think Paul is going. Paul is supposed to say something, but take 1 minute, KJ, please.
It's easy, Abi.
Okay.
It's easy, right?
Okay, thank you. I just want to bring an update to what.
No. Fofara, it's also not my turn. We've not even given a triple man any chance at all.
Have you spoken? I think when you hadn't spoken when he came in.
Don't mind Fofara.
1 minute.
Fofara, you don't like my face.
No, not at all. No, not at all. I think because when he came in, Paul hadn't even said anything at all. So because Paul gave his turn away to somebody, it's okay if Paul is willing to donate again. That's all good. KJ, please take 1 minute.
All right. Now, when we contacted the Swedish government and Nigerian embassy, Nigerian as a government called the ambassador of Finland to Abuja to have a discussion. She made it very clear that the rule of law is obeyed in their country, different from what goes on in Nigeria. And so far, I'm telling you what it is. Simon Ekpa had not contravened any law that they have seen to be wrong. But because federal government said that he is killing people, they are going to call him in and they will speak to him. I have never, and I will never be a supporter of Simon Ekpa. His method, his language, including his juju that he displays behind, is repulsive to me. But they said clearly, and like I said, Igbos have intervened and have gone to a high level in the government of Sweden, Finland, to make contacts. And they said again, having interrogated him, so far there's nothing implicating they've seen. That is why he's still walking the streets, and that is why. But if you notice, since after that interrogation, he has toned down on the use of language, and they also talking about buying people and all that. Okay, he has toned down. So now, what is the thing next for us to do as individuals? Two things, like I said earlier on. The thing that gives it potence is that he's saying you must release Nnamdi Kanu. Now, if Nnamdi Kanu is released and Nnamdi Kanu is on ground, then there will be nothing for him to say must be done right now. And even those charlatans that are, who are not members of IPOB, neither are they members of ESN.
Is that not conceding is that not conceding to what a non-state actor is demanding of the state?
No.
Don't take me through that route. Don't take me through that route.
Your explanation led it to that route. That's why you were saying if they did that, then he's going to.
When I say don't take me through that route, because non-state actors has been drafted into the army, paid compensation for destroying the North. Non-state actors have been given uniform, paid, and put in a school building, and they are now in our forces and acting on behalf of the federal government. So let's not go through that route. And the same non-state actors, 2 days ago, Yerima, was saying they should be again recompensated, and he said he made it that over 30,000 of them.
They went through
30,000.
a process where they start working with the government. That's the point. I'm not having any problem with them reaching an agreement to work with the government.
In the history of the world, and go check me. In the history of the world, no state have been able to turn around terrorists and bring them to normalcy, that they didn't become terrorists again. Check if I said it. Tell me. The most liberal state
here in the UK.
What is going on in France?
No, I'm telling you, in the UK,
what's going on in France is a state of what?
No, like they were bombing. They almost did away with Margaret Thatcher. It cost the life of a royal family member, and in the end, they went on to form a government in the UK. So Northern Ireland or something. So that has happened here. Sorry, let me do this thing. You can always reach an agreement. It's Paul's turn, isn't it, or Triple Man? Which one is it? Both of you should make, because I don't want to pick anybody now. This one, Paul is willing to throw me under the bus. Paul, is it you? Or I think Triple Man say he can go. Triple Man say he can go. Paul.
Triple Man said I can go. Basically, I didn't really have much. My food on the cold.
Instead of you to say your food is cold, you want to throw me under the bus, and I don't want Triple Man to say anything.
No, my food on the cold. So for me, I think from the way things are going now, and things is looking good a little bit, just that I want to beg my Igbo people. You see, my Igbo people, sometimes the way they do things, they're entitled to do things like that. You see, like, look at Tinubu very well during the election time. Only somebody like Ayo Adebanjo, you understand, that can stand out. The rest people choose to just mute, say silent. Whether they don't subscribe to Tinubu, they choose not to say anything. But the Igbo people are very pragmatic people, very articulated. But at the same time, it causes a lot of divisions among them. You know, it causes a lot of big time division among them. And maybe it's time for us to start looking in this aspect. Like, we all know, some of us know that somebody like Ifeanyi Uba doesn't have that clean slate completely. But if he's doing something right, this is not the time we want to turn it to a criminal case. Let us go back and check his history and said he's not a good person, so good thing cannot come from him. No, I disagree. If we study the story about the history about Piccadilly circles and the like, you understand that even though wrong thing, people can use it to do the right thing. So if Ifeanyi Uba is doing what he's doing, let everybody gather around Ifeanyi Uba. Like, Ifeanyi Uba launched that mammoth of crowd, say in Nnewi. You see the same thing in Umaya. You see the same thing in Okigwe. You see the same thing in Ebonyi and everything. I want to send a signal across. This is not the time we want to remember where Ifeanyi Uba did wrong, because, like somebody said that I like, it's affecting 1/5 of the economy, and it's a big thing. People are going through tough time, so let's just try to put heads together. This is not the time, because it is easy to find fault. I always use my word and put a little background whenever I'm doing something. I could remember my elder brother many years ago called me outside. He called me 3 times while I was walking in the living room. My mother was the one that told me that you are in trouble, because my mother heard him call me 3 times. And I got into the living room. He just told me to reduce the fan from number 5 to number 3. After I reduced the fan, he said, pick pin, kneel down, stuff like that. I just went on my knee. I take my punishment. The same, my mom came back and said, the way you are treating this boy, one day this boy will fight back. And I hope this boy will not fight back a way where he will disgrace you, where your own friend will use it to laugh at you that your younger brother beat you or do you something. You understand? How do you call somebody 3 times? You are complaining that you call him 3 times. 3 times you call him from outside to turn the fan when your 2 legs are working, your hand is working. If you call him, he didn't hear you, stand up and turn the fan. You are the one that understands your body temperature. So, my brother, this is the time where it's time for us to put back our past and move on. Like the British people will say, you understand? You don't call them Great Britain. They say man is not great. It's the fall and rise of Britain. make Britain great Britain. My Igbo people, make una come back again. Obubebedike. Come on now. We saw all of us on the Hail Okongwo today. You understand? You have the flocks. You understand?
Paul, don't come. Everybody is a Bubedike now.
Now make I chop my fufu beg. I did the other side.
All right. Triple man.
I have to push back on Paul. Paul, we the Igbo people, we already know we're great. You don't have to tell us. You hear me? If you want to know that Igbos are great,
is there nothing you don't dispute? Don't say something you dispute. Everywhere you dispute.
Where Igbos are running.
Father, can I take Father, listen? Paul, I want to say something. You mentioned your all of us are suffering on the same thing. All the politicians, all right? If Ufanyoba have not been attacked, if he was not attacked, actually, when you carry the body, you don't say the smell. If he have not been attacked by this or no government, only what saved him is bulletproof car. I don't think he will rise and set up a security outfit because still have touched him. He touched him also.
Exactly. Maybe that's why
so he have not. Our politicians, all our politicians are the same thing. If I'm not put together, they don't care for poor masses out there. All right. So hearing of Ufa, if he was not attacked by this or no government, Ufa will not come out to this he have done. All right. So that is all it. The all politicians play with people's life. He has been there for a long time. How don't you set it up until he was the attack? Then you know that okay, I'm gonna set up this stuff because of that. So that just it.
That is the fall.
They don't care for you. They be a poor man. They don't care for you.
They
don't care for you. They don't care for you.
Triple man, welcome. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Finally. All right. Paul, if you really know Ufanyoba well, you wouldn't say that, we know his history because we are all around where he's from, but nonetheless, what Ufanyoba is doing will cause more havoc, especially to the Newi people and its environs. We've seen David Umahi with his Ebubago and how it ended. We have seen how the governor of Imo State, Hope Uzodimma, with all the military that he's formed, he invited and admitted and alluded to that, could not even bring security to the state. Rather, Imo State is a war zone today. It didn't help matters. Soludo came to power as governor and did everything, to stop the insecurity. Went to take pictures with Mazen Nandi Kano and all of that. It didn't really stop, and he's still calling for his release. So what Ufanyoba is doing right now, only time will tell how it's going to turn out, because I surely can tell you that will bring a whole lot of more insecurity, especially to Newi people. Ufanyoba is not a saint. We know the history of capital oil with regards to the oil issues in Nigeria, and all of that. But nonetheless, what I want to point out is that there is a problem with Nigeria in itself. Nigeria is a captured state, and all the political elites and the leaders in the southeast, both from the governors to the ministers to the State House of Representatives, Federal House of Rep, the Senate, all of them are captured. And the CM really gave a very deep analysis, on these issues. So when there is a problem like this, what should be done is to look into the deep cause of it. But we are not focusing on that. We are looking at stopping sit at home, stopping sit at home. I don't like sit at home. No one likes it at home. It's not doing anybody any good. I was watching the other day where the guys went to enforce it at home, and we are destroying some vegetables that belongs to some village market people or so. And I saw a child, left behind by the mother. Why these people were going on destroying all those things. I felt so bad. But nonetheless, you see that these are the things that should have been discussed properly, have meetings and, what is the root cause of these things? Someone who has been pushing the sit at home has said, if you release Mazen Nnamdi Kanu today, sit at home will stop today. But instead of focusing on, okay, let's get Mazen Nnamdi Kanu and see, let's get him out and see if this sit at home, would continue. Sit at home will stop. But nobody is focusing at the root cause of the problem. We are talking about sit at home, something caused it, and we have to look at it. These guys started with flags, doing their agitation, and the police will always come with the military to shoot at them. CM was analyzing that the other day. I've followed that a long time. Nobody were condemning it, not the governors, not the ministers, not the senators, not members of House of Representatives. Nobody was condemning all those big time killings. And all those children that were killed also belongs to families. They have parents. Some of them are fathers, and all of that. Today, nobody is speaking for them. Something caused those people to come out. And we all know what it is, So, and every time guns and bullets is not the solution for all of these things, So we need to look at the deep cause of the problem. People are busy calling Nnamdi Kanu criminal. There's no court anywhere that had convicted Nnamdi Kanu of any crime. It's only in Nigeria where you find people being imprisoned or arrested for an intention. You don't put somebody in prison or incarceration for an intention, things that he said or things he tend to do. Then you just put him for prison for that. So, and until they bring that, and I surely can tell, and I mentioned this the other day, that this thing we are seeing today, talking about sit at home, is far bigger than what these guys are planning to do. It's far bigger than that, and if these things are not nipped in the bud now, and then remove it and resolve it, it's going to snowball into a bigger problem. And I surely can tell you that, so. And I think we should look into it. The things that they're doing to Mazen Nnamdi Kanu is not all right, but others are being released. I remember in 2017 or so, the head of the ISIS, ISIS in West Africa, Al-Banawi, was arrested and was released. Just like that, Al-Banawi, who is causing mayhem everywhere in the north, he was released. Many of them, so many Boko Haram commanders. Okay, look at Kuje prison break the other day. Where are all those Boko Haram commanders that escaped? Nobody is even talking about them today. And somebody would be saying that Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, who is agitating for the freedom of his people, the guy has been saying referendum. If you're saying that, okay, Dibos doesn't do this and that, he said, give us referendum. Let the people decide. Speak. And if the Southeast were to decide to say we don't want Biafra, he said that I will drop the agitation.
Immediately,
that they don't want to give him Nnamdi Kanu referendum, because if they give him referendum, they know in the heart of every Igbo man there is Biafra. In case if you don't know that, no matter whosoever it is, if they attempt to make that referendum to happen, they know that 99.9% of people from the Southeast, especially the Igbos, will vote out. Who is enjoying Nigeria today? So I have a lot to say, but let me give others chance. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Triple Man. I think Masca. Okay, AY, I'll be coming to you. I think let's get something from Masca. So Masca, what do you think about what you've heard so far from a northern perspective? And a Nigerian.
Please stop this. You see, this is what keeps dividing the country. My position is that I think the Igbo brothers are crying.
I think you are right. You are right.
They keep playing the victim card every now and then. An Igbo man will tell you, "Oh, he's a victim. He's a victim. He's a victim." And I think that really is not going to help them. It's not going to help the country, sincerely speaking.
But they are victimized. They're victimized.
It's okay. It's your opinion, but I'm saying that even if you are a victim, there's a point where you would realize that, okay, this my crying as a child, it's not going to help me. I need to do something different. The crying victim is not going to help. That's it. How long have the Igbos been crying victims, victims, victims? Is it helping?
That's
Is
why.
it changing anything?
That's why Nnamdi Kanu is asking for referendum.
Which
So
is
that
good. That is the point I'm making. See, this is what I'm saying, that the Igbo people are the ones that are pushing these people. Because somebody like Nnamdi Kanu believes that every Igbo man is behind him. Somebody like Samuel Ekwa believes that every Igbo man is behind him. So why are we complaining? You give them the legitimacy. Now you are not happy with what they are doing.
If you look at the comments, see, Greater George said, I'm Igbo.
Your audio is gone.
I have no Biafra in my heart. I will vote against it. See, my brother, leave Biafra, no Biafra. Let everybody come
Are we
together.
sure? We are not
Fight
exactly
any
sure it's
criminal.
Igbo.
Fight any criminal. Anything.
Let me.
Fight
Loco, you don't
Let me
Igbo.
make.
You're not an Igbo man.
Let me make my
see,
little
listen,
contribution. I need to
listen. I don't see
Father,
why
I'm the next,
Nigeria.
right?
I don't see why
AY, let's
Nigeria.
say AY add to it. I think AY hasn't said anything.
Let me make
Give
my
me
little
excuse. Yes,
contribution.
give excuse. Say,
I'm gonna leave.
Arrest.
So
if you see crime, fight crime. Case closed. Leave arrest.
So-
Arrest.
So, like what Masker just said, right?
And let me make a 30-second intervention. Did everybody see Chioma coming today? You know, Chioma, she's always on the chat with us, you know, for 14 hours, 15-hour sessions.
So it's only Chomps. I mean, Chomps and Choma is two different people.
I wasn't sure whether it was the real Chioma, but she's saying that it's true or something like that. So nice to have you on, but she didn't get to contribute because she left early. All right.
We need that contribution. She needs
because
to come
there's
in again.
Chomps and there's Choma.
Oh, there was a chairman that came in, and but she didn't get to contribute. But she contributes a lot in the chat, you see. So yeah, welcome, chairman, and you're always welcome to come on stage.
Yeah. Okay, she's left
on the panel. Yeah, go ahead.
So like what Master just said now, the truth is that was the discussion we had on Tuesday, right? It was a lot of discussion. See, to be honest, what is happening in the Southeast with Nnamdi Kanu and Samuel Ekpa, like, to be honest, we just have to look for solutions, not like complaining, crying, what happened, what the federal government did, what Nnamdi Kanu. At this point, we have to look for solutions. Samuel Ekpa is too small to direct, instruct the federal government to release Nnamdi Kanu. That is not going to work. Let's stop deceiving ourselves. There is nothing he can do. Even if he bring all the bullets, nothing will happen. The solution to this problem is political, period. We know this federal government. Some of you are way older than me. They know. You guys know the history of Nigerian government. They are notorious for some things. Because we don't compare America like to Nigeria. Or we are still like at the back, man. We are still like a developing country that like more like of a dictatorial state. What I think we solve this problem if the Southeast governors, senators can come up together, this is a new government, go to Aso Rock and meet the president. You need to give the president some assurance. Even Nnamdi Kanu needs to give the president some assurance.
Like what
that
type
is
of
the only
assurance?
way this issue. Okay, the assurance could be me. I'm not against a part of a country saying we want to succeed. It's fine, but the way you are doing it is very important. The way Nnamdi Kanu was doing it, I'm completely against it. So the assurance now, are you going to keep disturbing the country? Nnamdi Kanu actually disturbed President Buhari for a long time before. I was saying it here the other day. Some people said no. If Obasanjo was in power, Nnamdi Kanu will not try. He will not try. He know what Obasanjo can do. Buhari was actually very kind.
Can I interject, please?
Let me finish. The new president is easy for this. The only people that can really talk to this president now is the governors, the senators. President Tinubu has friends in the Southeast. Get them together, go and meet the president. Mr. President, let's fight peace in Southeast. Let's resolve this issue. It's a political solution. They need to, yeah, the president can decide to whatever Nadekanu, oh, don't worry, let's start on a clean slate. Even if Nadekanu want to continue agitating, it's fine, but agitate peacefully, follow the law. We are talking about referendum. There are ways to go about referendum. You need to follow the process. You can't just wake up and say, federal government, you have to conduct a referendum. Talk to your people, your leaders, governors, senators, rep, they are very important in the referendum process. We need to know this. We don't live in Banana Republic where one man will just come and say, today, all of us that are talking here, the truth is, if you give Biafra, say, Nadekanu, take Biafra, be the leader, you are talking of the Igbo. Igbo have the most brilliant people in the country. They have people that can, Nadekanu is nobody in the Southeast, for God's sake. The way we praise this guy is like, come on, man. Igbo have experience in sophisticated people. Then, even if you want to create a new country today, Biafra, they have to be part of it. You can't give Biafra to one man to be dictating and do what he likes. Absolute power, corrupt, absolutely. It's going to damage the whole place and nothing will happen. So this is my summation. Thank you.
Thank you, AY. Yeah, thank you, AY. When you say political situation, you are right. But the thing is, federal government, maybe when I say federal government, I'm not talking of this new one because it's just new. Federal government of the former one, Buhari, missed a golden opportunity. You know, when Nadekanu was renditioned, Ohaneze Ndigbo, though you suggested the governors and senators and these people, that is your, but Ohaneze.
Even Ohaneze can be involved. It's a very important organization. Yeah.
Yes. So Ohaneze Ndigbo had a meeting. The president, George Obiorah, he died, Professor Obiorah. Him and the later Mbazulika Amoechi, the first aviation minister who later died, they went to Abuja. Said the thing about it. Buhari said, when they went to Aso Rock to see him, Buhari said he will look into it. After a couple of weeks, or maybe about few months, Uzodinma of Imo State invited Buhari to come and commission certain projects in Imo State. Buhari came. Ohaneze Ndigbo cornered him again and made mention of it. Buhari said he will look into it. Dave Umahi of Ebonyi State, there's something he was doing, he invited Buhari then, because he just crossed over to APC. It was there that Buhari now said, this case is before the court, that he doesn't want to interfere with the court process. What they were asking him, Ohaneze, was, let us have a political situation. Mbazulika Amoechi say, release him to me as a son. I will sign. Bring him. Let us do a political seat. Just like what you are suggesting, political solution. Buhari said no. Let the court run its course. People are now saying, but the court has run its course and discharged him. If it is me, you discharge me, I will be in my house. Probably tomorrow. You say there's another charge. You come and take me.
CM,
I'm coming. Just don't forget what you want to say. So that is the situation where we are now with this new government. However, but that is about old government. However, with this new government, I think this option is still there. But why we condemn what Ifeanyi Ubah is trying to do? Some people may think it's a panacea or something. Ifeanyi Ubah, the people he's organizing are Igbo boys, arm them to go and help to secure. That security is good. Have we forgotten that the whole Southeast organized the Bubagu in every state? Did it help? It did not. Dave Umahi invited the army, federal. This is not a Bubagu now. In Olo, in Imo State. Did it help? It did not. So back to what you said, it was a wise decision, political, because after shooting gun, everything ends at the battle table, at the conference table. And if you know you are going to end at the conference table, why shoot gun before? So that political situation is what people will still say. So that's why people still defend Yoruba when he was organizing. This thing you are doing, we've done it before. Why not you as a senator syndicate other senators? You people are in that, just like you. It's as if he listened to you. Syndicate other senators, put the governors, go to this new government, press on them that look, release this person politically, let's do it. That's what they told Ifeanyi Uba. Do you see it? So it's coming to your political situation, political solution. But he is doing what he's doing. To some people, he feel that he's having the panacea. But we've done it, Ebubago, on a southeast scale. It failed. Hope Uzodinma brought federal. It failed. Dave Umar, he even did his own internal. It didn't work. So people say that it's not something you use force. Let's try that political situation. Let me give way. Yes, please.
CMC. When Nnamdi Kanu was picked up in Kenya, I told my very close friend from Anambra, I said, President Buhari will never release Nnamdi Kanu till he leave office. He didn't believe me. When that court judgment came up, the first court judgment, he said, oh yeah, there is court judgment. I said, President Buhari will not release Nnamdi Kanu. You know why? You need to understand this. Our president is too powerful. Nigeria president is too powerful. President Buhari, he didn't want to deal with that issue at all. That noise, that Nnamdi Kanu, he wanted to just put him there until he leave office. Whatever you want to do it. Politicians, the way they think, assuming, let's say APC knows that, okay, we need Nnamdi Kanu to get votes. They can say, okay, you know what? We're going to release you. Give us support. We'll wipe away your case. This is part of political solution. But they understand that they don't need Nnamdi Kanu for that, to get vote to win an election. Now, after the election, this is a new president again. I don't think Tinubu is somebody that is that rigid. So I think the other thing I wanted to mention to you, right? You see these governors, these senators, some of them are not sincere. Some of them even want Nnamdi Kanu to stay there.
That is the thing. So I didn't go into Ifeanyi Uba's details. That's why I said, okay, let's forget about, like somebody suggested, let's forget about his past. But since he wants a peace, this is the direction to take, because militarily can't solve it. We've done it before. So call your fellow senators.
I think CM, when you said that nothing the government or the Ehiago did worked, I somewhat disagree with that to an extent, because he left for Ekpa and his kind. They were like saying there was not going to be any election in the southeast at all, and that election went on quite smoothly in the southeast. So some forces made sure that happened.
Our people never even you know this issue of election boycott. When Nnamdi Kanu was even out,
they were burning INEC offices and saying that there is not going to be any election in the southeast.
Didn't Hope Uzodinma reveal who people did it? Is it not in Imo State? Forget about all those ones. Hope Uzodinma even
Ekpa was saying it. It's not any other people. Ekpa even came on this channel to say it.
It's not.
Ekpa was on Dr. Damages to say that there's not going to be any election in the southeast. He's threat. That's okay. Yeah, he's saying it. He said it as a threat, but it never worked. Do you know why it never worked? Because one, people said, if you did not vote, you stay at home. Even if it's only one person that came out, that candidate on the ballot, only him recorded, they declare him winner, whether you like it or not, because that is democracy. And then Nnamdi Kanu has already drilled it in them that, look, I won't tell you not to vote because it's your civic right. That if you are fighting something peacefully, like Nnamdi Kanu claimed, he said it one day, he said, the moment we start boycotting the election and we say it, the small goodwill we have with the international community, they will withdraw it. Because you can never be fighting non-violence and then prevent the election. Election is democratic right. You can't stop anybody. It's only you that can stop yourself not voting. Nnamdi Kanu made it clear. He said, we are not going to boycott any election, but I won't tell anybody whether to vote or not to vote. You just do this. Because if I say don't vote,
it becomes official. But if you don't want to vote, it's up to you. If you want to vote, it's up to you. But in Nigeria, if you want to vote, it's he said it. He said because if we manage to say, IPOB said, Nnamdi Kanu said, no election, we won't vote. Whenever I come into Washington or wherever I'm seeing them, they will use it against me. Say so that we remain, because that is democracy. You can't tell people you want referendum and at the same time tell them not to vote. So they were careful. Whoever calls for election boycott in the southeast, there could be, it cannot be boycotted, but maybe low turnout. Maybe some people that may say they don't want to vote. But in terms of official boycott, it can never work. I'm telling you, take it to the back.
I'm glad that never worked, because I felt
Yes.
that would have really
Yes.
not helped
Mm.
with Peter Obi at all. Regarding what AY said about Nigeria head of state being that leaders being weak in terms of the president, I actually think the Nigerian that being too strong. I actually think that the Nigerian government presidents are weaker than we'd like to admit.
No, it's too strong, and that's why we are poor. That's why we are this poverty.
I don't think it's too strong. I really don't think so. No, let me give you an example why they are not too strong. If it's too strong, why did he not remove this thing, fuel subsidies? He didn't do that. Our Nigerian government, they are often very, very weak. That's why they are willing to accept amnesty at every turn. Anybody that says, I'm willing to surrender, they will accept it. Go and tell this UK courts that you're willing to surrender, they will chop you in prison anyway.
Let me make my final conclusion for this evening.
If Nnamdi Kanu come out now and say, I just want amnesty, I want to go home in peace, they will release him.
They don't. Can I make my final conclusion as regards what AY have said? Yeah, Nigerian president is so powerful, and the test of that is that Buhari ran the government for almost 6 months without appointing ministers, and nothing happened. Now,
how is that power?
I'm coming now. I'm mentioning something.
You can't even appoint ministers.
Hold on, bros. Other nations would have gone to court. Other people would have taken him to court, but we didn't do that. 2, there are some projects going on under the noses of the National Assembly that nobody has been able to question. You heard the senator say something. They discovered that Buhari have been spending money on projects under the carpet, and when he came to the fore, they were afraid that if he made known, Buhari would be in trouble. So what did they do? They quickly rectified the spending he has already spent. This on record. In fact, the man was explaining it in that program called Ordinary Ames program. We call the guy Ordinary Ames.
But that is not entirely unusual. Presidents sometimes can go on spending, then the House of Assembly, or in the case of the US,
unbudgeted money to tons of billions of dollars.
They can do that.
It was talking about 20-something trillion. Now I'm coming, bros. Now where am I going? I'm going to this point that what we have been debating. It's a simple slogan. If we wanted, but you see, we want to allow different actors continuously. That is what it is. Want to allow different.
You see, now that you are making a strong point, your audio has gone. I don't know, man. It's like this audio is Masca and KJ that they are going after, and there are 2 of them at peace today, and it's like they don't want you guys to come together. I don't get it, Try again. Let's see whether it's going to be clearer again, because it was clearer earlier on.
His mic is off now.
Oh, it's gone now, completely gone. It's frozen.
No, his mic is off.
Yeah, it's in a car.
It's in a car, so maybe network just playing.
Is that night in the US now? Wow, it's gotten dark in the US too. Okay, Loco, you can go ahead, please. This is just your second contribution. Thank you for your patience.
What I want to talk? What I want to talk?
You are CM. You are CM. You put leg inside one trouser.
You know the 1 year word. It is not. Let me tell you, when Fulani were those invisible spiritual Fulani were doing their mayhem in the southeast, Shebi guys came out and armed themselves and went into the bush and started burning their tent and chase them out. Those are people, strong voice, putting their feet on the ground, like, man, enough is enough. We can't take this anymore. You understand? Those are the people that like those kind of strength. You understand? These are the things I'm talking about. Now that these few elements that's not even up to 30 years are doing the nonsense that they are doing, you understand? Just like, man, since it's even annoying seeing that, you like, Those same people like, man, enough of this. These people cannot just be spoiling the name of the whole Southeast. You get my point? So the people will still come out like, man, who are these? I don't want to use some rubbish, but who are these people? Let's chase them to wherever they are going to. Let's wherever. And if they are driving, you understand? They might be driving, they commit havoc in one place, and they might drive. Those kind of people, they will not be driving slowly. They'll be driving rough in the street, be brandishing their weapon outside the door, like this and that. So people will still be seeing them here. They went through this way, they went through this way. By the time they get to their last destination, people will team up like, if not that, would I here today? You understand? Whatever, with the back of the police or military or whatever, they can chase these guys. You get my point? But for me, something is happening within that South is there.
Yeah.
That they are not telling us. That they're not telling us. Something's happening. Maybe if it's just for media show or propaganda, I don't understand. Something because if you look when they were doing election registration, I think people came out, they were shooting. If you register, we'll shoot you. They went to INEC office where people registered, they were shooting people. If there was no election, there's no election. I was thinking election will not even happen in Southeast. But I was surprised what happened. Election day came out, there was no army. The way they had army in Lagos, there was no army in the Southeast like that. Everybody came out and voted. Those useless people that they say they were shooting anybody for registry or for voting, they did not come out. Where did they go that day? But before the election, they were going to place shooting people for registering, trying to register, collect their voters card. They were shooting people. The day of election, did you see any of them? Where did they go? Oh, they too went to vote too. But they were shooting people. They were shooting people coming out to come and register. So sometimes you see that this hanky-panky, this turning around one kind, it is not clear.
And they suppress the vote by doing some of those things too.
Sorry?
I said they suppressed the number of people that came out.
No, even regardless, but they were asking them not to come out to vote, that there will be no election. But the day of election, where were they? They were nowhere to be found. So who asked them? Who asked them to
Local, let me ask this question. You see, there is one aspect of these some of all these movements, like the Nnamdi Kanu and Ekpao. There's some of this aspect that may be something that they can learn from, whereby you are consistently pursuing a goal. And I can understand why you would want to do that, because if you consistently pursue a goal, let's say for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, 6 years, 7 years, 10 years, chances are that you're going to succeed in that goal. I think if Nnamdi Kanu had said those seaports and all those things was all his goals, I believe by now he would have gotten it. Because one, the Southeast will support it, the South will support it, and that is the biggest. That's the thing that the federal government will be frightened of the most.
The formula he used.
I told you the senators.
The formula he used. The formula he used. I'll tell you, because then, like, I was an ardent listener of Nnamdi Kanu when I was in Port Harcourt. You understand? Almost, even in my car driving at home, because it's just interesting. Just because, what news do you have apart from Nigerian Info? If I listen to Nigerian Info when it's news time, I will listen to news. After Nigerian Info news, I turn back to 102.3 FM. That is
CHK.
Whatever you call it, to tell you that I listen to that every time. You understand? Even when they had issue and another set of older, experienced, mature men came out, they're trying to like not to talk the way Nnamdi Kanu is talking. They want to like cease fighting for the same Biafra, but put it in a more decent, mature way of not using profanity or whatever. I was even listening to them still. You understand? Even when this guy Uche Mefo, the fracas, I was still following up, listening to them, whatever. You understand? Because it was interesting, even if I don't agree with them. But I'll tell you this, bro. The thing of seaports, you're talking about seaport, do this, do that, is not on Igbo land or whatever. I think the mistake he made, he was fighting the right fight. Like they ask you to solve a question, and you are using the wrong method to solve the question. You understand? The lecturer will end up failing you because that was not his instruction. So I think what Nnamdi Kanu was fighting for, was right, but I think the method he was applying, it was like no. That's why his rhetoric was not supported by many Igbo people. Then the way it was like, if you just mention Biafra, it would not seem as if it's an Igbo thing. But it would have been a southern development, like you mentioned Warri, you mentioned Calabar, you mentioned this and that, like all this should be in place. That is in Nigerian, it's a south thing. I'm sorry, it's a southern thing, or and in the largest thing, a Nigerian thing, what Nigerian would even want if all those things are working. But the way the formula he chose, it was as if it was just like an Igbo thing. And that was the form that was the statement he put out there, knowingly or unknowingly. And most people got that vibe and like, this guy. Okay, no problem. There are many Igbos, even self, they were like, the formula he was even choosing, no, I'm not with him. No, I don't think. Yeah, I'm an Igbo. I know what he said is wrong, is right, but the way he's going about it, no, I'm not in support with him. That was an issue he was having. You understand? So that's why I said, Nnamdi Kanu thing is not, no. For me, it's not. I think what it would have been is Nigerians, everybody who's thinking, who have a thinking cap, to like, federal government, we are holding you for this. Yeah, this guy is just coming to say one or two in support, but only for this. Then, if anybody from the Southeast is going against what is unethical, everybody, even from the Southeast, will still face them and condemn them. So that was what I was talking about. The feats of the energy I was seeing in condemning the federal government for non-economic issue. I wanted that same energy, like the way those boys came out, went into the bush, burning the tent of this Fulani herdsmen doing the maiming and whatever. They should still come out to pursuing these guys into the bush, and like putting video out there that they are doing this thing to pursue those people.
Exactly.
You see momentum coming.
This is the point. This is what gives me trust issues, because I don't think it's so hard to convince people that you are on their side, especially when you like the way when they see any woman being maltreated, you come out openly and say, no, this is not what we stand for, and this also, and you allow people to go on their business. But the ones that you encourage to stay at home are the ones that believe in this thing. The ones that allow the others that want to go out. You can't restrict people. When you tell them that they are not allowed out, that is technically seriously illegal. Because if you hold one person hostage, that is kidnapping, and it's very, very high offense. Now you tell the people that they are not allowed to go out. That is terrible.
At the time, sometimes I don't know, I might be wrong, but I was even getting the vibe initially when they were doing this sit-at-home thing, like majority of them were even in support of this sit-at-home thing. At the time, I got the vibe that they were in support of the sit-at-home thing at the beginning.
At the earlier stage,
yes,
maybe
after a long while, they got tired, but they never spoke out. But at the time, I got the vibe that they were even in support of the sit-at-home. Everybody complaining right now.
You see, for instance, the issue of, let me start from where you stopped earlier. You know,
I think we need to move on from this topic after a few, let's say, give it 10 minutes, we move on to another topic.
The request Nnamdi Kanu made was because he was asked, what really do you want? He said it was at Kuje prison, the first time they arrested him at Kuje prison. That was where he met Fani Kayode. When Fani Kayode said they were in the same plane, Nnamdi Kanu, he met Nnamdi Kanu in prison. That was at Kuje prison. The first time they arrested him, before they released him and then Operation Python dance, and then he moved away and then come back. He said, what do they want? Nnamdi Kanu said he turned them down. We didn't say anything. People from either DSS and government. He said it was the third time. He said, because they will say, now look at what type of person you are hardening your heart. What is it you are disturbing us? What is it? He said, people do not support you. Now they cannot say, let them bring a piece of paper. He will tell them what he wants. When he listed all this, that was then. It wasn't that popular. But when they release him, and then the people are like Ekweremadu, them, senior president, deputy, they feel that the Igbos, politicians, can handle it. Let them have a meeting. You see, that turning point was that September meeting in Enugu 2017. Because of Professor Nwabueze's influence, I still be asking now, is he absolute? That issues are then I remove myself. Let me know. But what can we do to get a middle ground? Now they kind of say, let me see evidence that this is taking place. To be honest with you, that's a fair deal. And why he said all those things were because some people were asking Nnamdi, said when we had Biafra before, they said that we marginalized the people of South and all those things, the bad blood in them. Let's leave these people and do it ourselves. It was suggested. Nnamdi Kanu said it on air. He said, but he told them, do you know that the first time they arrested me, the first day I come to the court, the people I saw were not Igbo traditional rulers. They were BBO. traditional rulers were the first to come and show solidarity. Nnamdi Kanu said, then why shouldn't we talk to them? He said it on air, and it was true. Ndi Igbo didn't show interest. So what I'm trying to say is that the Igbo politicians, that's why people know. Why didn't you convey what Nnamdi Kanu said to Buhari? Said, this our man. He said that until he see evidence. But they felt it is something, I don't know what made them, a typical politician, they feel that Nnamdi Kanu is dictating to them. Why can't we put him under? After all, we are the leaders of the people. Remember Ekweremadu before he left for UK, before he was jailed? He said, yes, please.
You have made this point a few times. However, let me put it this way. If Nnamdi Kanu had been championing these issues, like making it an issue while he was campaigning, he would have had a lot of followers.
That's why I tell you.
Instead, he was talking about Biafra.
No,
that is the thing.
He said,
if he was saying, "I want this thing," you will have support not only in the south, it's including the south.
Because you remember what I told you. Mwabweze said, "Is there nothing? Is it just Biafra? Is it absolute? Absolute means nothing or else." Now they can say, "Let me see evidence of this, then we can drop it." He said it in Enugu. To be honest,
after that period, after they left him now and went away, he still didn't go on talking about those things. He never talked about those things
because the thing was not looked into. After all, you called them to a meeting.
Or because that is not his intention.
Hold on. CM, let's do it this way. You cannot tell me that Nnamdi Kanu cannot go that far and not now know how to talk like a politician. You understand? But when you grow as a communicator, you know how to talk to people as a communicator, as a marketer. You start learning, do your training, your research, and everything, how to tell people what they want to hear. Like, for example, now you use the word now, Ibibio.
Yes.
You know, among that Ibibio people, there might be also people among Ibibio that are fighting their kingsmen and choose to say, you know what, maybe those people, they are bringing them down among their own community. Say, okay, let's support these people.
Yes.
That people too might be 5% of Ibibio.
Yes.
That people did not come and said, on behalf of this paramount ruler.
Yes, I agree. I agree. I agree.
Then another thing, remember very well, when we're talking about South, that is where the country GDP lies. That is where the country economy lies.
Yes.
Then that South people, if you would tell yourself the truth, they are not part of this Biafra thing.
Listen,
if you tell yourself the truth, you understand?
Not because I can point 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 things to you. But then, Paul, Nnamdi Kanu probably, Happy Loco said he's listening to this thing. Probably you may remember this. Nnamdi Kanu said, and the video is still there, Kadari Ahmed plus Nnamdi Kanu. Kadari Ahmed asked him, because I don't want to say brokers, the one that you can prove. He said, this thing you are saying, how do you think people can follow you? He said, let them conduct a referendum. The moment they voted no, there it ends. He said, even the Southeast, people claim that the whole Igbos support Biafra. He said, lie. He said, even in the Southeast, even in my Afara, he said it in Imo, he said there should be referendum until the majority decide. He said it. He said it was, do you know this lady called Keten Shaw? Is from Cross River. He was saying, he criticizing Nnamdi Kanu that Cross River, that Cross River can never be, want to be popular. Kadari Ahmed said, do you know Keten Shaw? That he's even saying that people like that, Nollywood actors said, they are not part of it. Nnamdi Kanu said, look, nobody will be forced. But because of 1 or 2 people that may be in Keten Shaw's village, or maybe somewhere like Paul in your village, because of them, hold referendum. Let us be defeated, everything goes. Which area that he said even so he's purely because he said he doesn't want. It's just why if you listen, that's what he said. But I'm telling you, 80% of the blame lies in the Southeast politicians that fail to see, to communicate. They feel that Nnamdi Kanu is slighting them, is toppling them. That is the thing. That's what I'm telling. So they misled the federal government. That is the thing. Because if they had agreed, he wasn't asking for something for himself. They would have said, okay, Politicians should have
Don't,
used
don't
it to
sleep.
win
I
an
have a
election and say,
question.
okay, politicians should have used it to say, this is what this guy is this is what this guy wants. Why can't we do it? But because of the arrogance, remember they said, we are the leaders of Igbo. We tell Igbos where to vote. People say, is that so? He never came back. He ended up in prison now in UK. That's what no, it's true. It's on record. Ask any Igbo person. Before he was leaving, he said,
He
no,
just did his
Igbo.
1 year anniversary.
Thank you. So anyway, in a nutshell, they are the people that made that
Look, I have a
worsened
question
it.
for you.
Yes. Okay, you can go and ask.
Who is talking? Is it KG or
Triple Man?
Yeah,
we need to move
Triple
on
Man.
soon to more important good news.
Did you? Yeah.
You
Triple
said,
Man.
I just wanted to ask Loco some two questions.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Loco,
Okay.
did
To
you
Loco, sorry.
say something? Yes. Did you say something about the Fulani people were in the forest and these agitators went to spoil their things, and they later on went to show themselves in vehicles, pulling out guns or things like that? I just wanted to get that. And secondly, what did you think if you heard that Tinubu, shortly before the election, this last election, Tinubu was saying that voting Peter Obi is opening the seaport in the southeast? Did you hear something like that? Because
From
you
his
talked
mouth,
about, you
no.
mentioned about, you talked about the seaport and things like that.
Okay. Now, let me repeat what I said first. So before I answer your question, first thing first, the seaport issue. I said what Nnamdi Kanu was talking about for the seaport, that is not even on the soil of the Igbos. That it's a win-win for the southern Nigeria, and at large a win for Nigeria as a whole. You understand? So that was why I said for the seaport. So if what he is talking about, you understand, it's coming from his mouth, fine, but it's a win for the southern part of Nigeria, and at large a win for Nigeria as a whole. Because if you are seaport in Calabar and Warri, it will benefit Nigeria, apart from south. That's what I said about the seaport. So I'm not sure. I did not mention Tinubu's name in anything. Then for the headsmen issue, I said when the headsmen were doing their mayhem then in the southeast, that I saw youths and Igbo youths came out, because it got to understand that they were tired and they came out on their own. They were even recording themselves when unleashing attack or defending themselves, attacking by defending themselves, you understand, chasing them out of their tent, because they were having tent in the forest or whatever, chasing out of their tent, burning their tent
in the bush
to chase them away. In the daytime, in the nighttime, they were recording themselves while doing it. You understand? Like, you people, you can't hide there anymore. We have seen it to your hideout. We are burning it and we are chasing you out of that place. So that's what I'm saying. Like, those energy on ground. You understand? Because my brother say, what you see, visual has a lot of strength. Because if you see things like that, it might even encourage you seeing like, people can do it. Let me join the next people that are the next set of people going to go and fight these same people still. So what I'm saying is, I'm not seeing that energy. So if I've seen that energy, people who having good mind, like, no, you can't spoil our name, you can't destroy us. We are fighting somebody else. You understand? Herdsmen destroying us. Now we are having this internal enemy to destroy us. We will still fight. That same energy will still come out and fight this internal enemy. You understand? Which is these young boys that are not up to 30 years of age doing this nonsense. So I was expecting this same youth that did that defense by chasing those people out that time, coming out again in all the 5 states. You understand? And like, no, enough is enough. Let's chase these people out of this place to their hideout, because they were doing it in the daytime. You understand? And as they did, like the one they did the airboy, where they were driving out, trust me, the way they are so immature, if they are driving out of that airboy, they will be brandishing their weapon outside to like, hey, everybody start home. If you try, they may be shooting along the way sporadically while driving off. So people who were like hiding for their life will still know that, yeah, they drove past this place, they went to this road, they went to this corner, they went to this village. So by the time they've gone, after some like maybe 5 or 10 minutes, people will still mobilize with small
local,
and chase them.
Don't overdo it. I think it's not that hard to let people know that you are on their side. On this type of issues, it's not that hard. They will easily be able to tell. And my issue is that when for me, where I broke with them is that I understand the reasoning CM gave that why the sit-at-home was necessary because of the protests and the way the government responds to it. So they had to find a way to be able to do it peacefully. But when you are doing such things, people have to have the freedom to be able to go out. The moment you start limiting that freedom, you've crossed a big line. That's a very, very serious line. And I don't even understand how the federal government tolerates that. In terms of any other nation,
initially, it was as if they were game. Like I said, maybe I was getting the wrong vibe. Initially, when they started this at home, it was as if most Southeastern people they were game, as in
they were supporting it, but it was by force. Still, they were still enforcing it. If you went out, there will be consequences. That's where it becomes. That's where it became non-voluntary. You know, any protest that is happening in this world, people tend to have the freedom to participate in it. Even the Lenin revolution that happened in Russia, it's not everybody that partook in it, or the revolution that happened in China. Some people have the freedom to sit it out, not necessarily be forced to sit out. Everybody. So let me just play this so that we can see whether I can move to another topic that I just feel like this thing that we tend to do when it comes to our this in the country in Nigeria, we feel like everything is bad. That's why I like that pastor today that came on earlier on. I'm surprised how level-headed he was. He was like, oh, there are good things happening, there are bad things happening. You have to see the good things and see the bad things. Let me just play this quickly, then I'll share some videos so we can get into such this discussion.
And I am ready to die defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is. And you took my time to God. You are ready to defend Nigeria. I gave you my time. No, I'm coming.
Alexi, hold on. You already started.
What I'm saying, defending Nigerians is this.
I gave him my time, and he's using it to defend.
No, sorry. Alexi.
So I put the love that time.
Not Paul now. So let me just play this quickly.
Scholarships and the likes, and then you also say you want to go forward to your master's, PhD. What are your plans? What do you want to do?
Well, I think you said it all. Yes, I'm going to Unilag, but I'm actually considering other options apart from Unilag. But like Unilag is my first choice of university, and then I'm going to study chemical engineering, and then after that I'm looking forward to a master's outside the country, and then my PhD as well outside the country. So those are like my plans.
Like better thing. Who be this one?
Buhari. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I'm talking. I'm sorry. This one I'm showing it because what people perceive of Nigeria from outside Nigeria that we as Nigerians don't tend to see. These are African Americans that are discussing Nigeria. Look at it. They say everybody wants to be a Nigerian all of a sudden. So they were discussing this topic with Nigeria. Clearly, 39 minutes discussion.
How you got started in music and how were Nigerians in the music industry looked at that particular time to where you are right now being received all around the world. How has it started showing the links to other people? Like, you know this guy? Like, yeah, I love this guy's music. Mm-hmm. So you're such a vibe, man. Like you kind of remind me of, no offense, like the Prince kind of vibe, like real cool.
That's it.
Like back in the 80s.
I loved 80s. That was
so that just
time.
one anyway.
Yeah.
That just one. I don't want to dwell too much on that one. Just to give you an idea of what's going on. And yesterday, a Kenyan went to Nigeria that I saw. And personally, I don't know of anybody. I've not seen streets that are so well taken care of in Nigeria that is not in Asokoro or any of those heavy areas. This was in an estate just in Abuja, this thing. And what I saw there was, okay, I felt like this is the standards are rising in Nigeria. She called it a rich neighborhood, but it's not a rich neighborhood really. What people are saying is that area is not that rich at all. It's like Nigeria middle class area that she seems to think that it's a rich area. That is not even proper middle class. It's like normal middle class area. And what I saw there was quite surprising how well taken care of. Look at the streets. Let me just show you what I mean. Look at the streets. You saw that video?
This is completely upper middle class. Do you know the
upper middle class
properties?
They say it's this estate in Abuja. So for what I gather, okay, they say middle class and upper middle class. Yeah, I get it.
But this is surprising. Don't they put lane marking on the road? They should have put the lane marking now. At least
no,
mark the
CM has come with his lane marking now.
The road is too small. It's too small for lane marking. It's too small.
No, it's not small. Oh. It's normal this thing now.
No, it's more
like this in the UK.
CM,
that's almost Western. This is almost
Western, man. It's not small. It's like UK. I mean, UK roads are street now.
The road is small. The road is small.
This. They should put lane marking now, as long as people go. Anyway, well, that's Nigeria for you. But
no,
the thing is
too small. Too small.
One of the biggest property developer in Nigeria is a Kenyan. He built this
exactly. Let me stop you so I don't want to create.
I think it's from Gambia. From Gambia.
Let me attribute to American Tigress. Sorry. Let me do my due diligence so that it doesn't look like I'm acknowledging their work. I'm reacting to American Tigress and that of Kiganda. Thank you for your work, and just to give you your due props and Arise News. So this type of things you need to do just in case of issues. So the point I was trying to make is that when I look at that street now, and I hear the way some people talk about Nigeria. The guy that is hosting that show, that is saying that everybody wants to be Nigerian. Can you imagine it 30 years ago when everybody was calling Nigerians fraudsters? And at the same time, they are the ones seeing Nigeria from a totally different point of view. I can assure you, if you hear some other conversations about Nigeria these people have had, you think Nigeria is like the best country in the world. The way they talk about Nigeria sometimes is ridiculous. And then you go on to see the streets of this young girl talking about leaving Nigeria. When she said she's considering other options, my impression is that the options she's considering is not necessarily Nigerian universities. The moment any foreign university offers her a place right now, she will abandon Unilag immediately, and which is fine. But the idea behind it is that the reason why I'm bringing it up is because there is an environment that we, the grown-ups, have created in Nigeria that makes Nigeria unacceptable to stay in or to go back and fix. That we just say go overseas and stay there. That's the way it should be.
It is clear. This year that you are talking about, it happened in my own direct family. You know, she wrote exam. They did the National Mathematics Award, so she came second 2006. No, she came third when they do the state. They pick 3-3 in every state, so she came third in Lagos. Then when they did the grand finale in 2007, happened to be that they did it in Asaba, Delta State. So a Delta girl is representing Lagos in Asaba. That is the first time my father bought fuel in generator.
No,
that's the first time.
You come again, though. You come again, Paul.
No, it's bringing memory back.
No, that is the first time. I don't believe you. So your papa buy generator, you not buy fuel.
No. I will buy generator for my father. I will buy generator for my father. My father is no consign them at all. So who buy the generator? I ain't going to buy fuel. My mother problem.
Oh, okay.
So that was the first time. My mother was shocked. Then my father literally tell everybody, like he was so excited because most of us is kids. One of my last born, just only one of my younger brother, the last born, he is the only one that likes to read books like my dad. My dad read a lot. My dad used to be Jehovah's Witness. So my dad read a lot. But the rest of us don't really like books like that. You know, so seeing his grandchild, my dad was happy. Tell everybody, go turn your TV. Go turn your TV this time. And guess what? That girl came first, 2007. Her name is Achioma Ishiekwene. She came first. My sister married an Kwale person. The girl went to Unilag, full scholarship in Unilag. Boom, one strike. The girl is in University of Texas. This same girl thing, she studied chemical engineering. Boom, she went to University of Texas. She did her master's in Cornell, one of the Ivy League. Then guess what? Get a good job in Chevron, full-time staff. Came back to Nigeria, work in Chevron. What happened now? She's in Canada with the husband. And she's married now with kids. She's in Canada with the husband.
I think that she's married to a Nigerian.
She married to a Nigerian who also schooled in the UK, graduate with first class in UK.
Oh you know, my God. What kind of children are they going to have?
The guy
is anything above first class?
The guy mother work in Chevron.
He doesn't work like that to mothers.
I'm just asking though, because first class marry first class. Where are they going with that one?
I just listed this funny thing. The mother work in Chevron for 31 years. Sorry, the guys, that's the husband. The husband mother worked in Chevron for 31 years. So yeah. So train these kids to UK. You know, the money is there and everything. The boy came back with that grade, got a job with Chevron as a contract staff. He worked in Chevron for 9 years. Even with the mother worked there, the connection couldn't transfer the guy from contract staff to full-time staff. And the guy met my niece in Chevron. That is, he's already working in Chevron when my niece came. But my niece turned out to be a full-time staff. You understand? So mentally, psychologically, that is killing the guy. You understand? He has done everything that you want. You understand? How would I be working in this place for this long as a contract staff? So the guy just put pressure. Boom. They landed themselves in Canada. Brain drain.
For me, I watching that lady, oh my God, man, that interview, I've never seen anything so. I really felt impressed by that young lady.
That girl will not do BSc in Nigeria. Just don't
see, Rufai was asking her questions about national solutions, and she was answering. Sorry, Paul. She was answering the question better than some panelists here that we've had on this channel. I can assure you, she answered the. I was watching this and I was like, this is, and now we are going to lose this mind.
Why don't you say
answer better than Paul? Instead of you to say
the guy was asking tough questions. Really,
why don't you say the rehearsal? Why don't you say it was the rehearsal?
We think they rehearsed it. Maybe. Okay, I don't think so. Though.
I don't know.
Because some of the question when they asked her, she had to think about it.
That guy is brilliant because, in fact,
that
what I
number one
discovered,
Jamb student in the whole country.
So what I found,
she's intelligent, but
I gave
to speech sometimes.
To me, this thing of her, when she said they have a guidance counselor, that guidance counselor, and the mock they keep repeatedly doing, and she studies about 6 hours a day. Definitely, if you're an average student, you study that hard, you moved above average. If you are above average,
aerospace level study.
Yeah, you put that effort, you move. So her case is clearly hard work, and coupled with redeem. Now you can't be all this truancy and maybe something.
It's not redeem with deeper life. Don't.
Oh, sorry. No.
Let's not go there. This is
not the church. Not the church.
No. The discipline. No, it's the discipline that associated with the school now, because the school is owned. The school is owned by Deeper Life High School.
Deeper Life and Madonna.
They don't play around, man. They don't play around.
So back to what you asked.
Back to what you asked.
Actually, you should expect brilliant people like that. At least our number one for the year in Jamb to study in Nigeria, because it will add value to our system, and then because in a class,
I'm coming. Incentives is not there. That will go.
No, this
I
is
want
not.
to
So no, I'm
CM, I
trying
want
to.
to ask you one question.
That's a STEM
Before,
course.
please, before I know the
Chemical
question you are
engineering,
going to ask.
that's a STEM course that the US is looking. The girl will get full ride.
If this girl
The
is
girl
your
will
sister,
go.
Wait, now
if
I
this
know
girl
where
is
to. No,
your
I've not landed. I
sister,
won't
would
answer the
you
question.
advise her to
Tomorrow,
stay
if
in
you
Nigeria?
bad person,
By the time I land,
that is blackmail.
if you allow me, if you allow me to land, you find out that your question won't be necessary again. So just
I'm
hold on.
telling you, I'm blackmail. Want to blackmail you?
Just so the thing is, ordinarily, intelligent
Look,
students
I'm on your
like
case
this,
tonight.
intelligent students like this should study in Nigeria. It will add value to our educational system. There's no doubt. You don't let your best go.
Yes.
Because not only that, we expect her to make first class or second class upper, but because of her influence in the class, she will lift others. And the lecturers will be so happy.
Others, yes.
Because, yes, lecturers will be so happy. And the university reputation will go up.
Yes.
Before, yeah,
I think CM has got it right. You see, when CM gets something right, he does get it right. Sometimes he can just be mischievous and go the other direction.
I disagree. I'll tell you what.
I know. Loco, where you disagree with this one again now?
So you see, to me, to make the best of a bad situation, and we know Nigerian system is that, why can't, because there's a way you challenge yourself, why can't Jamb or federal government say, look, you're a federal government candidate. That's Unilag, you are going, all expenses paid. And let me tell you one thing. Hi, BAC engineering, if she's to do it, let's say there won't be anything to distract. It's 5 years through Jamb, Chemical Engineering, University of Lagos. Then 1 year for you service, making 6 years. Are you telling me that if we have a responsible government, so big guessing, within 6 years, we might not turn a little bit around so that before you know it, that idea of going abroad, even for PhD, may say, do your master's here and be a lecturer here. It can still work because though she's proposing this is a 6-year program with you service, 5 years, if there's no strike, 1 year. So are you telling me that within 6 years
bring ASU?
They have to factor in strike.
Bring ASU to the matter. ASU.
So no,
ASU
wait, I don't.
That one.
Strike don't cover ASU now. Strike don't cover ASU, but it doesn't mean if
no
we be,
strike, no strike.
If we be okay.
What the ASU they fight for? Now the same thing, like facility, make facility.
Facility, yeah, that's what I'm saying now. That's
but
what I
don't you
say.
think that
It's not salary.
Don't you think that maybe the federal government should put in place like the first top 3 students in various areas? They should sponsor them to stay in Nigeria. Give them all the necessary incentives that keeps them in Nigeria. So at the best minds remain here.
Do you know?
Why not? Let's hear where Luke is coming from.
You give them incentive, What about other students? You know, give them incentive to do well.
Because they are the top ones that they earn it.
Listen, Loco.
I need the best to remain here.
Loco, the moment you
send
do
the right signal,
the moment you do what forefather is suggesting, you've raised the standard of it, and you've encouraged a lot of students. Because people will say, "I'm coming." No. It is. In fact, even the package you are going to give them, let it be what an average politician may not get. Do you know what P2B? How is P2B changed education in Anambra State? He said, if you have first class, no matter what you study, no matter the university, so far you are indigenous of Anambra, whether you study in Niger, and just show evidence is proved 1 million. 1 million, just handshake. Nice. No, it's true, 1 million for handshake. So
at the time.
Yes.
See, how hard can it be to incentivize you? You see what I mean? Common sense is
hold on. It's because of
who is the best graduate student in Nigeria at last month that got one girl that got 5.0.
Okay, yeah, at Lasu, 10 million they gave him 10 million, 5 million from Sanwo-Olu, 5 million from Lagos State government. Sanwo-Olu said from my pocket, it's 10 million on the spot.
And hold on, and that's the end. You give her money to do what? So
maybe they will give her a job. Maybe I think they will give her a position. Do you know such a person? To be honest with you, it will be a shame if Lasu let her go. The best student we've ever had. Give her a lecturer unless she turn it down. Put her there. That's job.
Okay. Now
that's job. With 10 million in your pocket, you start lecturing with 10 million already.
The job, hold on. You can only give somebody who loves teaching a job in lecturing to do.
But unless you turn it down.
If you give her, she will not be assistant. She will be very assistant.
Loco, go ahead.
What is her salary? Is her salary attractive?
Listen.
Let's let Loco make his point, because Loco was really disagreeing. So what did he disagree with? Incentivizing
what was
students to
like,
remain here.
make the guests stay here, right? Here, the facility. Staying here is not the problem. You understand? The facility to make her reach a peak. You understand? Do we have it in university? No. That's why I said bring ASU into the matter. Because these are the stuff ASU was fighting for. Where you have our laboratories fully equipped so that people can, because see, look, these white people have deceived us along to tell us theory never be everything. Meanwhile, Oyibo they do theory, Oyibo they do practical, they manufacture, they produce, they sell. We they do theory, the YDS, they get first class. I will not produce anything. We will produce best students. Now,
I think I hear your point. Let me ask this then. Do you think, as a middle ground, let me ask this now. Do you think, as a middle ground, if the lady was sponsored by the Nigerian government to go overseas and study, knowing full well that they have a program to bring her back, because this is the most important part, their ability to come back, even when after they've sent her overseas to learn, with the best equipment and all the rest of it, reach a very high peak, then get them to return back. Do you think that one is a good middle ground, or
to do what? No. Return back to come and meet what? To come and
work now. Everything you are saying, everything is bad in Nigeria. So they should not study in Nigeria. They should go overseas to go and they should go overseas and work. You can't always
work. See,
let me come in before Loco
when she comes, she will see this to work with.
Okay, let Paul add to it. Yeah.
Loco, let me add to this thing, because I've been to several graduations, so many. It's a big thing. That's one big party we do here. Now, these universities, when you say people graduate in universities with first class and everything, I have a young daughter who is started thinking in that direction, because guardian counselors, they sell all these things to them, and it looks good. When you graduate from universities like this and you do well, when the university retain you, this university does not retain you to go be a teacher. The university retain you to become the institute of research in the universities, where corporate organization and government pump a lot of money. You understand? So you are that student who are just in the lab there doing all type of research to come out with new things. Company can think we need something like this. How can you people be of help? They pump money. So you are not a teacher, nor a lecturer. You are earning money. That's why when you hear Harvard have over 5 billion, you understand, those donors that they give to them, this money is going to all those research to bring beautiful things that makes mankind in our universities in Nigeria.
But what I want
to lecture at the good teach.
That young girl that I'm telling you about, when she went to the US, her first year and her second year in the US, normal, it's just ordinary, normal general subject and everything. So your third year, that's when you start your profession. You understand? She was balling. When you enter her third year, all the things that she was doing in paper, email and everything, when she entered lab, started defending some of those things. When I asked her, she said, "Uncle, the Indians are very smart." You understand? But she later discovered that no, it's not about the Indians are very smart or the Jewish are very smart. Good percentage of them have used to be in lab all the way from secondary school. But she was never a lab student. This is somebody who went to a very good school in Bagada, Grace High School. You understand? So when you just oppose all these things, so getting a job in universities with that level is not to go be a lecturer.
Exactly.
Just stay in the lab, doing your research work.
Do your research, with your smartness, bring findings come out.
Funds is coming, they pump it. Government is pumping funds to bring out latest technology, different thing. Funds is coming. So they are making money.
ASU is fighting for.
So these guys are not like salary people and everything, not a lecturer. That's my take.
That's why I say if you come back, that's why I say
Tribalism doesn't like to interject. You are free to interject any moment, especially the moment you see Loco talking and you can just jump in. Specifically Loco. Go for it.
You see, forefathers, what you just said now was right. This one was not like you're talking. This one you got it right. It wasn't like
Thank
your
you.
talks. So so anyway,
that's it.
So anyway, what I want to say is that you know, I watched that particular interview with this young girl at Rise, and I thought that she mentioned about you know, studying in Lagos and going overseas for her master's and PhD.
Postgraduate.
Yes. So yes, yes. So but here is
Let me add, when I was listening to it again, she used a statement. She said she's also exploring her options when she was talking about Lagos University.
That's what
also,
everybody
she's open right now. If any university give her, she will jump. I'm telling you.
That phrase is not used by somebody of her age. That phrase, that mature statement.
I'm telling you, the girl is like, she's competing at the high level. I tell you, man. She's competing at the high level. If you
use that word, that is like my daughter. She got admission with 31 universities. You understand? Then we zero it down to 8. So when we zero it down to 8, our best university for her to go, Johns Hopkins is the best medical university in the US, Maryland. Then what she would really want to major.
Better than Harvard or Chicago.
No. Harvard is good, more of law and business. You understand? Harvard Business School, law. But when you are talking about medical, you are talking about Johns Hopkins University is number 1. So you want to factor where they are good in their own department. So that's then she zeroed down to NYU. You understand? Now NYU, school fees is around $112,000. Then they give her $80,000 scholarship because now it's out-of-state student. This is where I make mistake. You understand? She wanted to go to Princeton. I make mistake. All my cousins, I live in New Jersey for almost 7 years. Now I made mistake. I would have pulled her out of the state of Arizona and put her to the state of New Jersey to become state student. So when she got that admission in Jersey, they also give her that 80% scholarship, 20% out of pocket to finish me. Now in my own state, she got full scholarship plus cash back of almost $9,080. Cash back, that school will give her money back. You understand? So I weigh my pros and cons that this girl go to school for 9-10 years. For her first 4 years, you understand that she will do her biology and the likes. She's studying pharmacology and toxicology with biology as a major. So I felt it makes sense for her to start with 0 down payment.
Exactly.
But CM, let me ask CM, because CM is in the UK. Because from what I understand about UK university, the way they sponsor UK universities, CM, do you think UK students care too much about the debt from school education? Because the way the UK government charges them after they finish university is of not a significant financial penalty at all to them.
You know, to them, they will always tell you they come, but compared to like what in America, I don't think it's much, to be honest with you. I will still, yes.
Because the reason why I'm saying is that if you give a UK student what they call it, scholarship,
yes,
especially except it's for like Ivy League university, for normal universities, I don't think they are going to feel any big difference.
They won't feel any difference. Yes, if it were Cambridge, Oxford, and maybe Imperial College, London, and maybe UCL, and then Durham here, and any other one, then those
Scotland, you don't even pay any fees at all. So it wouldn't even matter. What's the point of a scholarship?
The US is a big business. It's scam.
Let me finish what I'm saying before I
don't worry.
my line of thought.
You see, nobody didn't say anything. That's why I didn't. Okay, go ahead.
Because my name is Triple Man.
I don't know why you are very quiet. That's why now you're talking now. I think you are getting used to this. You are getting used to it now.
Including you.
Triple man, call me the morning for damages. You don't work with a forefather.
I think he's getting used to it now. He's getting used to interjecting now. That's all. He needs to get used to it.
Let me land. There's something important I want to add to what I was saying. You know, CM says something about the government. You know, if the government we're having a good governance and things like that, that it would have been nice for the girl to study in Nigeria. And he was right, because if this girl is to be from China or any other Western countries, they wouldn't let her go anywhere else to study. But the problem is we don't have enabling environment that could really propel that girl to get to whatever that she dreamt of, you know. And talking about going overseas, you know, and the issue is that the whole settings, the whole educational setups, and the, you know, our mindset has to really change before things will start working in, you know, and our academics can also contribute well to the economy. I said that to say this: isn't it that most of these senators, ministers, and these people and our so-called elite, many of them are graduates. They studied in Harvard University, studied in Cambridge, some of them Oxford, you know, but they are still the one leading our country in the way that is going, that is not really, you know, the way it is. We go overseas and, you know, mingle with all these white people, graduate, and then still come back to Nigeria, and there's nothing to show for it. So, but nonetheless, I wanted to mention ASU. ASU could be the reason why the girl wouldn't want to study in Nigeria. But I remember, I know that there are some other private schools that were actually in session during the ASU strikes as well. So, yeah.
I think I get that part. But
people must say, the truth is this, for me, education is something that I love so much. You understand? I'm so much fan of education, like die till death. You understand? But in Nigeria, right, what ASU is fighting for is, look, we should have research centers whereby students can go to put their hands in practical stuff. With their talents, they can produce something.
Right.
Because universities are supposed to be research centers. You understand? That's why you have teaching hospitals, you have medical hospitals, whatever, you have teaching hospitals. It's research centers where that's where they produce things. Just like in China, most of the things we use are technical schools, not even university. Technical schools in China, so they produce all these things because they have the facilities there. The power is there. Government has provided power for them to do whatever they want to do. The grants are also there. Student grants are also there to do whatever research they want to do. You understand? Like I think Paul was saying also, like as like Harvard is 5 billion. Harvard is giving to you. Can you imagine what 5 billion is? Not even dollars given pumping to the Harvard to do research.
I think Cambridge has more than that. Cambridge is richer than some countries. Cambridge University.
So you can imagine what they are giving for research. Not that go and give us this thing. No, they are giving to research. So it's possible they will bring something out of that money or not. So that is support to go and bring something. But in our own case,
are we seeing this? I think if AI made a comment about this, and look at how much students the Chinese send to the American university, and when they do this thing, they bring them back.
No, that is for, you know what they send to. Most times for English, not for anything. It's English. UK.
Just said STEM here. Look at STEM. Half of them studying STEM.
Science. These are science.
But for UK, yes, English. For UK, yes, English. UK, yes, English.
This is STEM. The ones for English are not sent by the Chinese government.
That's the one that families send their best.
Do you know?
But when the government send them straight STEM, science.
Do you know why can't we do it this way in Nigeria? Because do you know one thing I'm suggesting is that one thing I like the West is that when they identify their problem, they craft a strategy to address it. Why can't Nigeria say anybody, any candidate who is an undergraduate of engineering, let's say engineering or all this STEM, BSc mathematics, BSc physics, BSc chemistry, this, government can be giving them grant. If you are studying law or journalism, it doesn't concern them. What they want is just give them a little money to attract people into science, for them to do it. Because if we are graduating 100 students in a year, because of our level of development, about a good 70% or 69 or 65 are from the sciences. 35 can be from humanities and business and all these things. It will encourage, particularly engineering. Make it like, look, we encourage them. Let them compete. We need more of scientists. So that when you go in from your year one, even if it's 10,000 naira every semester, Something like that, at least it's something. You know, it doesn't mean all over the country, 10,000 naira every semester, every student from the Faculty of Engineering till you graduate, every semester you take it. So it will make some people to show interest, even if you are doing BSc Physics. Nigeria, because if you have a problem, you can't just be graduating everywhere, law, journalism, sociology, every university. When you come out, you see them everywhere. Do this, I mean, do
I
it
don't
like
know
this.
why they bother with sociology and law. I think AI is going to take care of all those things soon.
Even down, it trickled down to even though in the US to state. Like in my
Yes.
state, they are lacking doctors. They are creating all type of incentives for students from other states to come do their residency in Arizona. Because when you do your residence, possibility that you want to stay. You understand? And what the US are doing, when they are looking for a particular major a lot, they create all type of incentives.
That
So
is
right
it.
now,
That's
they
what I'm
really
saying.
need STEM students. They are
Yes.
giving STEM students a lot of incentives.
You are giving incentive. You are giving
Yeah.
incentive to a school that has a good facility. You can't give incentive to a school
No,
that don't have
exactly.
facility.
No, we're talking about schools. Schools get grant and everything. See, let me
Yes.
tell you one funny thing.
Facility.
I live in the
Facility.
city of Phoenix. Phoenix right now is the 4th largest city in US.
Really?
Now, the mayor, Phoenix. Yeah, Phoenix has a city is bigger than almost 4 or 5 states in US. Now, the mayor of Phoenix is a Democrat, even when Arizona is a red state, is a Republican state, kind of. The mayor went and negotiated in Thailand, you understand, to bring these semiconductors. So now that is bringing a $40 billion jobs, high-paying job to Arizona.
You mean Thailand or Taiwan?
Sorry, Taiwan. Sorry to say.
Okay.
The mayor worked with a Republican governor.
Yeah, it is seen now.
And the governor partner with her. Democrats work with Republican.
But
Because
if
it's the
in
better good
Nigeria,
of the state.
it's true. Our politicians
Funny
are
enough,
not.
the
They are
governor
not
left.
patriotic.
Funny
If
enough,
they,
the governor left. Democrats won the state, which becomes added advantage. They just bring another part 2 in Arizona, high-paying job. The vice president and the president have come and commissioned the project. So when
Let
the
me ask this. So,
because they really suffered during this COVID time over this semiconductor thing, it make cars price goes up and everything. So they know how to create it. But why am I saying this? Immediately they are bringing the semiconductor, they are partnering with Taiwan to bring this thing. At the same time, they started working with the 3 universities to start working on it. At the same time, because they don't want to say, okay, let us be going to MIT in Boston, Massachusetts. Let us be going to Georgetown in Washington, D.C. to go look for all those tech people to come and help us do things. Let's build our university to fit anything that we will need from while we're doing all these things.
Let me ask. I think there's a question that they want me to ask because I think after that I'll probably move to why we as diasporas tend to encourage our Nigerians to just stay here and never go back to Nigeria. However, somebody said I should ask the panelists, why is it that the northern states are using their federal allocations to educate their people, sending them overseas for education, while the southern states have abandoned that policy completely?
I think the simple answer that comes to my mind is this: the level of poverty in the north is quite dehumanizing. Therefore, if you